What should a nobody do when they suddenly win the lottery? That was Lu Zhaoyang's question. Let me tell you straight 100 real no nonsense. An ordinary worker unexpectedly wins big, stays low-key the whole time, doesn't flaunt wealth, goes to work as usual, without quitting, doesn't buy luxury cars or mansions. That was DeBayo's answer. Lu Zhaoyang followed the advice. With 95 million yuan just deposited in his bank account, he dutifully went to work. As soon as Lu Zhaoyang sat down, Xia Xiaoyu, a junior he had been mentoring who had just joined the company, approached him with a troubled look on her face. Brother Yang, what's wrong? Xia Xiaoyu seemed to want to say something, but held back. Just then the manager's door opened. Department manager Chun Ming stood at the door. Lu Zhaoyang, come in for a moment. 3 minutes later, Lu Zhaoyang understood what had happened. Yesterday he had taken leave to claim the prize, and had communicated with the client to postpone the proposal by 1 day. The client had agreed. But then Chun Ming had Gaozha take Lu Zhaoyang's proposal and visit the client. Now half the performance credit for this project went to Gaozha. Zhaoyang, I'm just trying to protect the reputation of our department. Please understand, Chun Ming said with a smile. Lu Zhaoyang did not rush to argue. This was a regular client referred by his old client, maintained solely by him the entire time. No one had ever bothered about it. Now it had suddenly become an important client. This kind of fruit stealing was not the first time, and obviously would not be the last. Lu Zhaoyang looked down at his phone in his hand. The screen still showed the banking app. He had counted that string of numbers dozens of times. Last night, he barely slept. But just before dawn he had a dream. No PowerPoint presentations, no clients, no messages ringing endlessly in the early morning. Only the sound of wind rustling through leaves, and a fishing float bobbing silently on the water. He sat under the shade of a tree with nothing to think about. Are you listening to me? Lu Zhaoyang snapped back to reality, looking at Chun Ming's annoying face. Damn your Doubao. Lu Zhaoyang laughed at himself for being so foolish. Why was he still wasting time here? Huh. The next second Lu Zhaoyang stood up and walked out of the office without looking back. What do you mean? What kind of attitude is that? Chun Ming followed him out, face cold. Nothing mean. Lu Zhaoyang walked to his desk, steadying himself. Of course he knew he would resign one day. He had imagined himself slamming doors, banging tables, finally letting out all his pent-up emotions. Strange. Right now he felt that would be utterly pointless. Bang the table. That would be giving him too much face. Lu Zhaoyang looked up, smiled slightly. I quit. Whoosh. The entire office fell into a sudden silence. What do you mean you quit? You can't just decide to quit. Chun Ming was caught off guard, but refused to believe it. Lu Zhaoyang had been targeted before, and this wasn't even the worst instance. In the past, he had always obediently accepted it. This was the first time he had confronted Chun Ming publicly. Yes, I said I quit. Lu Zhaoyang said, no more, lowering his head to start packing his things. Chun Ming's breath caught. He hadn't expected Lu Zhaoyang to be so firm this time. He only meant to bully Lu Zhaoyang, not really drive him away. After all, he knew Lu Zhaoyang's capabilities well. Lu Zhaoyang, are you sure? You know your bonus and annual leave will all be forfeited. Chun Ming kept upping the stakes. At this moment, he felt as if he barely recognized the Lu Zhaoyang before him. Especially his utterly indifferent attitude. That irked Chun Ming even more. Not to mention him, even the people in the office were quietly watching this scene, trying to process what seemed like a surreal annual leave. Lu Zhaoyang was taken aback. The word felt familiar yet foreign. If not reminded, he would have forgotten entirely. He hadn't taken a single day of annual leave last year, let alone this year. Manager Chen, thanks for the reminder. Annual leave. He'll give it to you. Lu Zhaoyang said it as casually as a breeze, while Chun Ming's expression had already turned extremely sour. The expressions of others in the office were becoming increasingly entertaining. Holy crap. Is this the brother Yang we know? Did he drink some fake liquor getting this hard? A young man's eyes were nearly popping out as he mouthed wordlessly to a colleague beside him. The latter shrugged, equally puzzled and amazed. Lu Zhaoyang had always been gentle and easygoing, and no one could fathom why he had become so firm all of a sudden. Brother Yang, are you really leaving just like that? A few young employees whom Lu Zhaoyang had mentored gathered around, ignoring Chun Ming's cold glare, asking with concern. Yeah, I'm tired. I want to go home and rest. Lu Zhaoyang smiled while packing. Not coming back. Xia Xiaoyu's eyes reddened. Not coming back. Anyway, it's not far. Come find me when you have time. He'll treat you all well. Lu Zhaoyang raised his head, smiled at everyone, nodded, and then carried the cardboard box toward the door. Meanwhile, in the corner, Gaozha stared at his screen with an unnatural expression. By the water cooler, old Zhou Long, at odds with Chun Ming, lowered his head to drink water, the curve of his lips impossible to hide. And at that moment, the entire office fell into a dead silence. Walking down the aisle, Lu Zhaoyang looked at Chun Ming, his eyes carrying no emotion at all. Manager Chen, let me give you a kindly reminder too. Don't always threaten people with bonuses and annual leave. That method might not work forever, especially when a person has already resigned. Having said that, he walked away without looking back. Watching the departing figure, Chen Ming's face was now grim. Lu Zhaoyang's calm, indifferent attitude infuriated him more than any shouting would have, making him feel as though he had been slapped twice, but had no idea how to retaliate. From the break room came old Zhou's gleeful laughter, not loud, but strikingly clear in the silent office. A few young colleagues were typing frantically on their phones in a WeChat group. And Gao Zhi, the other protagonist of this whirlpool, pretended to look at his screen, but his face was already red to the ears. The next second, Chen Ming turned and rushed into his office, slamming the door shut. He picked up his phone to call HR, but then his eyes fell on the project closing document Lu Zhaoyang had submitted earlier, still lying on the desk. Only then did he realize that what Lu Zhaoyang said was true. If the things he threatened didn't matter to the other person, he really had no leverage over him at all. No doubt this realization was a devastating blow to him. Lu Zhaoyang walked out of the company gate, stood on the bustling street, and looked up at the sun. He suddenly realized he hadn't looked up at the sun for a long time. All his life had been exams, graduation, then staying on in this big city. Like all people his age, whether he liked it or not, he had automatically become a cog in this high-speed machine. Ahead of him lay marriage, children, buying a car, a house, and the accompanying education costs. His parents were simple farmers, and he had wanted to save up some money for their old age while he was still young. Now all that pressure had suddenly fallen away. He'll go back and buy a courtyard, tidy it up, and just bask in the sun. As he thought this, an image automatically flashed through his mind: an old locust tree, a reclining chair, a fat cat curled at his feet. A grin spread across Lu Zhaoyang's face, and he felt an unprecedented calm inside. His hometown, Yinzhou County, was just over 2 hours' drive from Nanjing City. Back at the rental apartment, Lu Zhaoyang packed up his things simply. He had been single all these years, so his luggage wasn't much. As for the house, head just informed the landlord. The rent had always been paid 3 months in advance with 1 month deposit, and the current term wasn't up yet. Even without nearly 100 million in his account, he wouldn't have been shameless enough to ask the landlord for a refund for breaking the lease. In the taxi, Lu Zhaoyang watched the scenery outside the window, feeling a wave of emotion. The next second, he suddenly smacked his forehead. With all that money in his account, why hadn't thought of buying a car? A nouveau riche splurging recklessly was a standard trope in wish fulfillment novels. He didn't plan to splurge recklessly, but buying a cheap car for transportation wasn't too much, was it? He had gotten his driver's license back in college, but over the years he only drove company cars for field trips. The truth was, in a big city, he was so used to taking public transport. No parking space, buying a car would have been an incredible hassle. But going back home was different. Driver, not the high-speed rail station. Please take me to the auto city instead, Lu Zhaoyang told the driver. An hour later, Lu Zhaoyang stood at the entrance of the North City Auto City. It gathered 4S stores and experience centers for all kinds of brands. He didn't know much about cars. His idea was simple: just follow the crowd and buy the best-selling model. He didn't want a flashy luxury car, and whether it was gas or electric didn't matter much to him. But his hometown was a county town, so an electric car would be convenient. Lu Zhaoyang glanced around casually and looked toward the Tesla store. Doubao had said low-key no flaunting. A 20 or 30,000 electric car shouldn't be considered flaunting, right? Hello sir, looking at cars. Which model interests you? A salesperson approached. Lu Zhaoyang was not only carrying a big backpack, but also pulling a suitcase. There were gifts for his parents in it. It would have been normal to appear at a train station, but it was indeed a bit out of place in a 4S store. Still, she didn't show any sign of surprise and asked politely, "I'd like to look at the Model Y." Lu Zhaoyang's ideal car model had always been an SUV. "Right this way, please." The saleswoman guided him inside while explaining, "The Model Y currently takes about 3 to 5 weeks for delivery. You can first check the configurations, even take a test drive. If you need, I can put in an order for you." "No car available now." Lu Zhaoyang stopped walking at the question. He had forgotten, or rather wasn't familiar. Only then did he remember that new energy vehicles were produced after ordering, requiring a wait. He wasn't in that much of a rush, but he still wanted to drive back home. Over the years, he seldom had the chance to give his parents a little surprise or pride. "I'm sorry, sir. The production capacity is tight at the moment. There's a shortage of ready cars nationwide. But if it goes fast, 2 to 3 weeks should be enough." The saleswoman stopped with him, surprised he asked that. Most customers already knew about the production lead time. She discreetly glanced at the luggage in his hand. His expression didn't seem fake. "If you're in a hurry, we do have one ready car. If the configuration suits you, I can check if it's still available," the saleswoman replied with a smile. "Is it brand new?" Lu Zhaoyang confirmed. "Yes, brand new. It's a custom configuration." A customer backed out. "Fully optioned silver, just entered inventory. Was supposed to be delivered next week." "Good, I'll take this one." The saleswoman froze for a few seconds. She had mentioned that out of professional courtesy, never expecting Lu Zhaoyang to actually commit. Over 300,000, not exactly a small amount. It wasn't rare for people to commit on the spot. But when it came to a young man in his 20s, it should have been something worth being excited and looking forward to. Lu Xiaoyang, dragging his suitcase, looked as if he was entering a coffee shop in a train station waiting room to order a cup. Indeed, a bit unconventional. The saleswoman studied Lu Xiaoyang's calm face with interest, stunned for a moment. Then, somewhat amused and amazed, she said, "Shall I go confirm that for you?" "Okay, thank you." Lu Xiaoyang sat straight down on a sofa nearby. An hour later, all procedures were complete, and Lu Xiaoyang got the keys. The saleswoman had a kind smile on her face. "Sir, have you just returned to Nanqing?" She assumed Lu Xiaoyang was a wanderer returning home. Actually, Lu Xiaoyang smiled and shook his head. "On the contrary, I'm about to leave this city." The saleswoman paused for a moment, then spoke with genuine warmth. "I wish you a smooth journey and a happy life." "Thanks," Lu Xiaoyang said, settling into the new silver car. He turned his head and smiled. "I wish you a happy life too." The saleswoman watched the car disappear from sight, unable to suppress a chuckle. She suddenly remembered the image of Lu Xiaoyang walking into the showroom, carrying all his luggage. She had a feeling that she would not forget that image for a long time. Lu Xiaoyang bought some things for his parents and returned home at a little past 3 in the afternoon. His old home, Lujiazhai village, is a small settlement of just over 600 people. The front door of the house was tightly shut. His parents had gone to work. They were ordinary farmers who, aside from tending their own fields, usually worked at nearby factories. Lu Xiaoyang had a younger brother who was currently attending high school in Yunzhou County. The alley was quite wide, and Lu Xiaoyang parked his car right at the door. His mother, Zhang Shuang, had a habit of leaving the key beneath a brick outside the entrance. Sure enough, Lu Xiaoyang found the key under that brick. He unlocked the door, carried his luggage into the house, and went straight to his bedroom, where he collapsed onto the bed and drifted into sleep. He had slept poorly the previous night, not to mention the long solo drive. In his sleep, Lu Xiaoyang seemed to hear someone calling his name. When he groggily opened his eyes, the bedroom door was just being pushed open, and his mother, Zhang Shuang, stepped inside. "Yang, how come you came back without saying a word?" she asked. Seeing her son, Zhang Shuang's face lit up with delight. Pointing toward the outside in disbelief, she asked, "That car outside, did you drive it back?" "I'm on your back." "What time is it?" Lu Xiaoyang rubbed his eyes. "A little after 6. "Oh." Lu Xiaoyang sighed inwardly. As expected, he could only sleep this soundly at home. Zhang Shuang cast him a half-complaining glance. "You should have said something so I could get the quilt out in the sun for you." "And that car outside?" "I bought it," he replied. Seeing the irrepressible joy on his mother's face, Lu Xiaoyang knew at least that buying the car had been the right decision. He yawned. "Mom, I know you definitely have questions. Let's wait until Dad comes back, and you can ask me together, all right? Otherwise, I'll have to explain everything twice." "Why did you suddenly come back?" Zhang Shuang clearly could not wait. Half an hour later, Lu Dashan asked, "When did you buy the car?" "Your son just bought it. Didn't you see there's no license plate yet?" Zhang Shuang interjected briskly. "How much did it cost?" Lu Dashan asked again. "Over 300,000 yuan. Isn't he decisive?" Zhang Shuang cut in again, half scolding as she spoke. Lu Xiaoyang kept a polite smile on his face. Although he could not escape being interrogated with the same questions twice, at least this time his mother answered on his behalf. He had no intention of telling his parents about the lottery prize, yet at least not for now. It was certainly not because he did not trust them. If one could not trust one's own parents, then there was no one in the world. It was just that both Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuang were honest, plain-spoken farmers. Lu Xiaoyang felt that with his parents' way of seeing the world, suddenly learning about something like this might not be a good thing. There would be time enough to talk later. Lu Dashan frowned slightly and asked, "Where did you get so much money?" "Your son saved it over the past few years, and the company he worked for went out of business, and he received compensation," came the explanation. This was the excuse Lu Xiaoyang had casually come up with on the way home. Zhang Shuang continued to answer for him, then turned a dissatisfied look on her son. "It was indeed time to buy a car, but you should have talked to us first." Lu Dashan had been somewhat displeased that his son spent so much money on a car, but hearing this he put that aside. In recent years their son had been so busy that even during holidays he rarely had time to come home. No wonder he had suddenly come back. It turned out he had lost his job. "What are your plans now?" Zhang Shuang had not yet had the chance to ask this question, and at the sound of it, she turned to look at Lu Xiaoyang as well. Lu Xiaoyang rolled his neck and said, "This time I came back. I don't plan to leave again." "Happy, Mom." "What?" Zhang Shuang thought she had misheard. "I've had enough of staying in the big city." "Mom, haven't you always been hoping I'd come back? Now I'm back." "Well, you're not pleased," Lu Xiaoyang said, spreading his hands. "It's not that I'm not happy." The two elders had always felt that Lu Xiaoyang was at the age to marry and had long hoped he would return to his hometown. Of course she was happy to have her son back at her side. It was just all so sudden. "You know the nature of my work. I can do it anywhere. In Yunzhou County the pressure is lighter, and it's closer to home," he said. Lu Dashan seemed lost in thought. Hearing this, Zhang Shuang relaxed a little. "All right, if that's how you're thinking, then you finally got it right. I've been telling you this for ages." Yes, Mom, I'm starving," he cut in. Lu Xiaoyang dared not let his mother's nagging continue and decisively played his trump card. As expected, that line worked as always. On hearing it, Zhang Shuang said, "All right, I'll go make you something to eat." Dinner was the highest form of hospitality dumplings. The food at home suited his taste best, and Lu Xiaoyang quickly polished off a plate. There's no rush about finding a job now that you're back. You're not young anymore. Finding a partner is what really matters, Zhang Shuang said at the table. At the dinner table, Zhang Shuang once again began her ideological work. I know. Once I've settled down a bit, I'll start seriously dealing with the major event of my life, all right. Lu Xiaoyang promised solemnly. Good. As it happens, your second aunt said she wants to introduce you to someone. The girl is working right in Yunzhou, and her job is quite decent. Now that you're back, it's just right to meet her. Seeing her son so sensible, Zhang Shuang beamed. He felt it did not have to be quite so rushed. All right, Mom, at least let me rest for 2 days and get settled first, he said. Settled what? It's perfect to take advantage of your free time now to meet her. And you have a car now? Oh, it's convenient to go anywhere. Fine, I'll do as you say. Lu Xiaoyang surrendered, then went out to drag in his suitcase. Mom, I bought a few things for you and Dad. Wasting money again, Zhang Shuang said, her mouth full of complaints, yet she immediately stepped forward. No, remember you said the last massager didn't work well. I bought a better one for you to try this time. And I bought 2 bottles of liquor for Dad. Don't stash them away or just drink them yourself slowly, he said. Looking at his son, Lu Dashan could not quite name what he was feeling. It just seemed that his son had suddenly changed a little. He seemed more at ease. In the past, even during holidays, he had always been gloomy and taciturn. This time he was clearly smiling. That night, lying on his bed, Lu Xiaoyang scrolled through his phone, occasionally opening his banking app to check his balance. Suddenly the phone felt strangely quiet. No work messages, no overtime arrangements. And he was not quite used to it yet. Abruptly, the phone buzzed in his hand. A video call came in. It was his second aunt. Thinking of what this must be about, Lu Xiaoyang marveled at how efficient they were. He patted his cheeks, gathered his spirits, and accepted the video. Yang, your mom told me you plan to stay in Yunzhou now that you're back, came his aunt's voice. Yes, Aunt Lu Xiaoyang replied, maintaining a smile toward the blurred image of his second aunt on the screen. He had never understood why the phones at home always seemed to have such hazy video quality. That's wonderful. Coming back is the right choice. It's easier to look after each other when you're close to home. So what are you planning to do? I haven't decided yet. I want to look around first. Maybe find a job, maybe open a shop of my own, he said. That's great. Your mom said you bought a very nice car. It's not that great, just decent, he answered. Over 300,000 yuan. That's rare in our hometown. Once you buy a place, everything will be complete, she said. And about the house. I'll take a look later and decide, he said. What's there to look at? Worried about money? Don't. Your father prepared it for you long ago. With a house and a car, you're all set, she replied. By the way, Yang, I can't remember clearly. Which university did you graduate from? Nanjing University of Electronic Science and Technology, and he replied. Right, I remember. It's a very good school. It's just an ordinary bachelor's program, he said. That's already very good, she insisted. A prestigious university graduate with a house and a car planning to start his own business, and our Yang is tall and handsome. What girl wouldn't be worthy of you? She declared. Lu Xiaoyang was speechless. He could not help admiring his second aunt's formidable knack for summing things up. The way she put it, even he felt that he must be quite in demand. No sooner had he hung up and tried to catch his breath than the door was pushed open again. This time his father, Dad. Half-reclined, Lu Xiaoyang straightened up to sit. Lu Dashan took a bank card from his pocket and silently placed it on the desk. Dad, what's this? Lu Xiaoyang asked in surprise. Now that you've come back and settled down and bought a car, take this money, and we'll go to Yunzhou to look at houses, said Lu Dashan. Dad, there's no need, I have money, Lu Xiaoyang said, quickly standing up and trying to hand the card back to his father. You've only worked a few years. After buying a car, what money do you still have? This money was prepared for your marriage from the start. Since the car is bought, it's bought. For a family like ours, it's enough to have a car that runs. There's no need to buy one so expensive. Lu Dashan held back, resisting the urge to lecture. He felt this was not the time to bring up unpleasantness. Go to bed early. Don't think that being young means you can stay up late all the time, he added. Only after Lu Dashan turned and walked out, gently closing the door behind him, did the room fall quiet again. Lu Xiaoyang looked at the weighty bank card in his hand, speechless for a long time. After a long while, he lay back down on the bed and placed the bank card on his forehead. The light card felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He knew it was the fruit of his parents' frugal hard-earned savings. Lying there staring at the ceiling, Lu Xiaoyang suddenly smiled. From now on you won't have to scrimp and save like this, he murmured. He realized that he could tell them about the lottery. He could simply report a smaller amount, so he could reasonably give them money without making them overthink. There was no hurry. There was plenty of time for them to slowly grow used to it. After all, he himself was still learning to adapt, wasn't he? He would wait until they reached the county seat. He could win the prize again there. No later than that. Zhang Shuang was the very picture of a sharp tongue paired with a soft heart. When her son stayed away, she worried herself sick, yet once he came home, she would start nagging again within just a couple of days. So after spending 3 days at home, Lu Xiaoyang slipped away. He could already smell danger in the air. Once he reached Yunzhao County, he first found a small hotel and settled in. He had 2 childhood friends he got along well with and some relatives who had settled in the county, yet he did not plan to stay with any of them. They all had families of their own now, and it would be inconvenient. The cost of living in Yunzhao was not high. Even chain hotels were only a little over 100 yuan a night, and quite comfortable. After checking in, instead of driving out, Lu Xiaoyang headed straight to an electric scooter dealership to buy one. In a small county town, the streets were narrow and intersections frequent. Driving a car was not as comfortable as riding an electric scooter. The dealership provided honest stop service, even fixing the license plate neatly onto the scooter for him. Mounting the scooter, Lu Xiaoyang planned to wander around for a while. He had been away for years, and Yunzhao County had practically undergone earth-shaking changes. In particular, the real estate boom of the past few years had made new housing estates sprout up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Humming a little tune, Lu Xiaoyang weaved through the narrow streets of the county town, feeling increasingly in tune with the place. Here there was the breath of everyday life, the down-to-earth bustle he yearned for, and more importantly, the sense of belonging he cherished. A small river ran through the county seat, and Lu Xiaoyang watched with interest as an old man fished by the riverside. Only when noon approached did Lu Xiaoyang ride toward the old town. That area was familiar to him. In high school, he and his classmates used to come here often to hang out. Back then, there were 2 internet cafes here. Sometimes they would come to surf the web, other times to satisfy their cravings in one of the little eateries. Riding along the river into the old town, he soon arrived at a cluster of familiar courtyards. In a county now crowded with high-rises, these courtyards were like a pocket of untouched paradise. This was exactly where he planned to buy himself a small courtyard home. This was the place where he meant to let his dreams take root. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar local number, he answered with some suspicion. Hello. Hello, may I speak to Lu Xiaoyang? A young woman's clear voice asked. Yes, this is, he said, Lu Xiaoyang glancing again at the screen to confirm that he did not recognize the number. Hello, my name is Chunbing. Lu Annie gave me your number. She should have mentioned it to you already, the caller said. Oh, hello, he replied. Chunbing. This was the blind date his second aunt had mentioned. The Lu auntie she referred to was of course his second. Lu Xiaoyang had already heard from his aunt that the woman had been introduced by a clansman she knew and worked in a formal position in Yunzhao. Do you have time at noon? If it's convenient, we could meet, Chunbing suggested. Lu Xiaoyang answered at once. No problem, you choose the place. I'm not very familiar anymore. I haven't been back these past 2 years. How about Starbucks? Is that okay? Chunbing asked over the phone. Sure, that's fine. Lu Xiaoyang hadn't even known that Yunzhao now had a big brand like Starbucks. Checking the time and seeing it was close to noon, he took the initiative and said, since it's almost lunchtime, why don't I treat you to a meal? No need. It's not good to spend too much the first time we meet. Let's just order something to drink and get to know each other, Chunbing replied politely. All right, we'll do it your way. See you later. Okay. Reluctantly taking one last look at the stretch of courtyards before him, Lu Xiaoyang climbed back onto his scooter. He had nothing pressing to do anyway. He might as well have a cup of coffee and rest his feet, and it would be a chance to get acquainted with small-town life in advance. At Starbucks, Lu Xiaoyang met Chunbing. At first glance, she was the type whose looks grew on you. Her features were regular and gentle. She wore light makeup, her hair was carefully styled, her outfit was simple, and her smile was mild. After they ordered their drinks, Lu Xiaoyang glanced around the place and chuckled. I had no idea our Yunzhao even had a Starbucks. It only opened last year. Chunbing smiled gently. I heard from Lu Annie that you just came back and plan to stay in Yunzhao to develop your career, is that right? More or less, Lu Xiaoyang replied with a nod after taking a sip of coffee. In Nanqing, coffee had been an almost daily necessity these past days back home. Without it, he had genuinely missed the taste. Lu Annie mentioned you before. She said you were doing quite well outside. What made you come back to a small county town? Chunbing steered the conversation forward. It's hard to survive out there. The pace is fast, it's endless over time. If I kept grinding away, I'd probably lose all my hair, Lu Xiaoyang said. Since Chunbing was taking the initiative, he was happy to just chat. Like what people used to say, escaping from Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Chunbing laughed. Besides, these days, even small county towns aren't easy places to just lie flat in. I don't think it's so bad. Small counties need young people too. If all the young ones run off, there'll be fewer and fewer people. I guess you could say I'm going against the tide, he said. Lu Xiaoyang shrugged. What about you? Have you been in Yunzhao ever since you started working? Never worked outside. Cradling her coffee, Chunbing nodded lightly. I came straight back to Yunzhao after graduation. Doesn't that feel a bit regrettable? Lu Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Regrettable in what way? Chunbing, after a moment's thought, he said, for people like us from small towns, unless we have some exceptional skills or stroke of luck, we inevitably flow back home sooner or later. It's probably only when we first leave school still young that we really have the chance to venture out. Whether or not we make it is secondary. The main thing is that at that age we have little pressure. Even just seeing the outside world a bit is enough to leave some beautiful memories. Put that way, it does make sense. Chen Bing nodded, looking thoughtful, indicating that she agreed with his point of view. Then she teased him with a smile. So you're basically saying you don't have any great skills and haven't met any special opportunities. My main trait is a deep love for my hometown, he replied. Thinking of the large sum resting in his bank account, Lu Xiaoyang felt he definitely counted as someone who'd had a special stroke of luck. Chen Bing lowered her head with a small smile, kindly choosing not to expose his supposed shortcomings. Sorry, I don't have much experience with blind dates. I've been talking so much. Shouldn't I introduce myself properly first? Lu Xiaoyang suddenly realized, since a name, at least they were here for a blind date. If everything matches what Lu Annie told me, there's no need, Chen Bing said with a smile. Oh, what did my aunt say about me? Lu Xiaoyang asked casually. Tilting her head slightly in recollection, Chen Bing said, let me think. Graduated from a prestigious university, owns a car and a house, planning to come back and start a business, tall and handsome. Well then, that was truly his dear aunt. She had praised him so much she was almost turning him into a legend. How? Was any of it wrong? Holding her cup, Chen Bing stared in surprise. You mean it's not accurate? It's not that it's entirely wrong, just that there's a lot of embellishment, Lu Xiaoyang admitted, feeling his own cheeks warm. My university was just an ordinary first-tier school, nowhere near a famous one. As for a car, I do have an electric one. A house, though, I only came back yesterday, so I don't have that yet. As for starting a business, I might open a small shop or something, but for now it's only an idea. Seeing Chen Bing's expression pause for a moment, Lu Xiaoyang smiled calmly. Don't mind it. My aunt is the protective type. She tends to exaggerate when she speaks. Not at all. It's normal for the go-between to paint things in a nicer light. But you. Chen Bing's hand holding the coffee cup halted for a beat. She couldn't help but laugh before quickly restraining herself. You're truly unusually straightforward. Her past blind dates had almost all tried to gild themselves, and she had even seen someone rent a car. That was human nature, and she could understand it. But Lu Xiaoyang was odd. He was so candid in laying bare his flaws that it almost felt as if he feared being mistaken for someone more impressive. Chen Bing took a sip of coffee, then lifted her gaze to him, noticing that he kept glancing out the window from time to time. It seemed as though whatever was outside interested him far more than the blind date itself. She followed his gaze. Outside, however, there was nothing special, only passing pedestrians and vehicles. Chen Bing felt a faint urge to laugh at herself, as she hadn't realized she was observing him so closely. Still, there's one thing your aunt said that wasn't wrong. Lu Xiaoyang looked puzzled. Oh, you are indeed quite handsome, Chen Bing said with a soft laugh. You're very pretty too, Lu Xiaoyang replied quickly. He wasn't exactly a strikingly handsome man, but he was certainly pleasant to look at, and Chen Bing was indeed attractive, speaking with poise and good manners. In a county like Yunzhou, someone like her was surely popular. My aunt said you work in the government. That's about as good a job as one can get here. Do you still need to go on blind dates? Lu Xiaoyang had heard about workplace pecking orders. A woman like her was probably in high demand among colleagues who wanted to introduce suitors. Blind dates are inevitable, and I'm currently on a contract basis, Chen Bing explained. Oh, that's still very good, he said. They chatted a while longer. The atmosphere remained consistently light and easy. Before long, Chen Bing checked the time and said she needed to get back to work. So would you call this blind date a success or a failure? Lu Xiaoyang asked with a smile as he stood up. He didn't feel a romantic spark toward Chen Bing, but thought her temperament very good, with a kind of clear-headed rationality rare among girls. At the very least, she would make a very good friend. It went quite smoothly. It's not easy to meet a normal person on a blind date, Chen Bing said lightly. Normal? Lu Xiaoyang was puzzled. Is the bar really set that low? It's not low. You'll understand after you've gone on more, Chen Bing said, taking out her phone with a small smile. If you don't mind, why don't we add each other on WeChat? I think we can start as friends. Sure, friends are good. I'm just short of friends, he replied. Outside the cafe, Chen Bing got into a Corolla and drove off slowly. After driving a short distance, she glanced instinctively in the rearview mirror. Lu Xiaoyang was still by the roadside, squinting up at the sun with his head tilted back, looking as relaxed as if he were on vacation. She recalled the expression on his face when he'd said he could lie flat. Here was a blind date partner talking not about striving, but about lying flat. Yet Chen Bing felt he really hadn't been joking. He had simply made a casual remark he considered perfectly ordinary. It left her with an indescribable feeling. It wasn't dislike, nor was it attraction. Just the sense that this man was somehow different from everyone else she had ever met. He really is different, Chen Bing murmured to the mirror. She realized she was actually looking forward just a little to the possibility of seeing him again. At the very least, he wasn't a dull person, even if the two of them never ended up as a couple. The weather really is lovely today, and the sun feels wonderful. Lu Xiaoyang squinted up at the sun above his head. As lunchtime approached and his stomach needed filling, he turned and walked into a nearby fast food restaurant. After spending the whole morning strolling at a leisurely pace, just hearing Chen Bing talk about going back to work had actually made him feel a little anxious. What a glutton for punishment, he muttered, biting into a big piece of braised bone and cursing himself under. After finishing his meal, Lu Xiaoyang leaned back against the sofa in the restaurant. Sipping his chilled Sprite in small mouthfuls, his thoughts once more drifted to that little courtyard in the old district. He truly no longer needed to work for money. It was not that he intended to lie flat and do nothing with his life, but at the very least he no longer had to grind himself down for the sake of earning a living. He could finally allow himself a holiday. As for the future, he could find a leisurely job or start something of his own, perhaps opening a small shop. Back in high school, he had often pictured having a small courtyard of his own renovated according to his wishes into the dreamlike haven he longed for. Or rather, who has not cherished such a yearning? Now, however, he finally possessed the practical means to turn those past dreams into reality. Once he had sorted out his thoughts, Lu Xiaoyang simply got on his newly purchased electric scooter and headed straight for the old district. Soon he found a real estate agency, parked his scooter, and pushed the door open to step inside. It was just around noon, and several workstations in the shop stood empty. Lu Xiaoyang seemed to hear the sound of someone slurping noodles. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Yes, someone's here." No sooner had his voice fallen than a woman rose from the workstation at the back, a bowl of noodles indeed cradled in her hands. A partition had blocked his view just moments before. The woman looked to be in her 30s, her attire crisp and professional. "Hello, are you here to view a property?" Seeing a customer arrive, she hurriedly swallowed the noodles in her mouth and set the bowl aside. "Yes, you're here to look at houses, right?" Lu Xiaoyang answered in the affirmative and walked further into the shop. "Please have a seat." At his reply, she rose to pour him some water. "Thank you." Lu Xiaoyang sat down beside a tea table by the wall, took the water she handed him, and said with a smile, "Why don't you finish your noodles first? I'm in no rush." It's fine, it's just cold noodles, no harm done." The woman waved it off, sat facing him, and casually handed over her business card, saying with a friendly smile, "Here's my card. You look quite young, little brother. Are you buying a marital home?" Glancing at the card, Lu Xiaoyang saw that her name was Gao Kaiyun. He put the card away and nodded. You could say that. Do you already have any developments in mind? Are you more interested in new residential compounds or second-hand apartments? Our agency has partnerships with new projects as well. If you're not particularly familiar, I can make recommendations based on your budget." Gao Kaiyun's smile was warm and eager. "I'd like to take a look at the courtyard houses across the street. Do you know if any of them are for sale?" Lu Xiaoyang pointed toward the row of low flat-roofed houses opposite the agency. "Courtyards." Gao Kaiyun paused, glanced outside, and asked in puzzlement, "Little brother, you're interested in those single-story houses?" "Yes. I'm just not sure if their paperwork is complete and whether they can be traded." Gao Kaiyun nodded. "These are all full ownership properties. Transactions aren't an issue." "Good. Then I'd like to see them. Could I trouble you to show me around?" "Of course, we can go take a look, no problem." Gao Kaiyun was a little surprised by how straightforward Lu Xiaoyang was. Normally, agents worried about clients only asking questions and then being reluctant to actually visit properties, yet Lu Xiaoyang had barely sat down and exchanged a few words before he actively asked to view houses. "All right then, if you're set on courtyards, I'll take you to look. Our shop has keys to 2 of them, a few others are keyed through other branches, and I can fetch those for you." Gao Kaiyun went into the inner room, retrieved 2 keys, and was about to head out. Lu Xiaoyang remained seated, pointed toward her workstation, and reminded her, "Sis, you haven't finished your noodles yet." "Oh, it's fine, I'll eat them when I get back," Gao Kaiyun said, thinking nothing of it. "There's no need to rush. Finish eating, and then we'll go. It's really not that urgent. Otherwise you'll end up missing your meal, and it's a whole afternoon ahead," Lu Xiaoyang insisted. Gao Kaiyun was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting him to be so thoughtful. She glanced back and laughed. "All right, then I'll trouble you to wait a bit. Little brother, where in Yunzhou are you from?" As she went back to her noodles, Gao Kaiyun asked casually. "Qinghe Town." With nothing else to do, Lu Xiaoyang let his gaze roam over the large map of Yunzhou's urban area pinned on the wall. "Oh, have you always worked in Yunzhou? You didn't bring your girlfriend along to look at houses?" "I've just returned to Yunzhou." Lu Xiaoyang knew that many salespeople were like this, using small talk to subtly probe their clients' situations. Gao Kaiyun was genuinely approachable, and her questions did not feel intrusive in the least. Lu Xiaoyang had nothing to hide. Whatever he could answer, he did so casually. Once Gao Kaiyun finished her noodles, she locked up the shop and took Lu Xiaoyang across the street on her electric scooter. "Little brother, it's unusual for someone like you to be interested in single-story houses," she said. They waited at the intersection for the light to change. Gao Kaiyun smiled. "Is something wrong with the houses here?" Lu Xiaoyang asked seriously when he heard her remark. "Not exactly. There's nothing wrong with the houses themselves, and the location is actually quite decent. It's just that you're so young. Most people your age like apartment buildings with complete facilities, more comfortable to live in." "I see," Lu Xiaoyang said, reassured. "I simply prefer courtyards. My family's from the countryside." Perhaps because of how patiently he had waited for her to finish eating, Gao Kaiyun had taken a real liking to him and offered a kind reminder. "Still, little brother, let me say one more thing. If you're buying in hopes of future demolition compensation, you should really think it through. This area is unlikely to be redeveloped anytime soon. Alright, thank you for the warning, sis. I'm not here for demolition money. Lu Xiaoyang replied, thinking to himself that if it could not be demolished, so much the better. Before long, he followed Gao Kaiyun as they viewed two courtyards. The first was far too dilapidated, its plaster flaking off the walls, and renovating it would be laborious. The second had a good location, right beside the main street, and was in Gao Kaiyun's eyes quite an excellent choice. What might be ideal for most people felt overly noisy to Lu Xiaoyang. Riding her scooter, Gao Kaiyun led him through streets and alleys, chatting without pause. Real estate agents were naturally talkative, and Gao Kaiyun clearly found this polite, steady young man very. Facing this warm-hearted older sister, Lu Xiaoyang also loosened up and began chatting freely. I see. Little brother, don't mind me being blunt. If your budget is tight, I can show you some apartments in the family housing compounds. They're old, but the prices are low, and once you tidy up the interior, they're just like new homes. Lu Xiaoyang smiled. It's all right, Sister Gao. I genuinely like these courtyards. They're quiet, aren't they? Quiet, yes, they are quiet. Gao Kaiyun began to say, more than held back. Courtyards do have their advantages too. She guessed that he likely did not have much in savings and was embarrassed to say so, and therefore refrained from pressing the matter. Sister Gao is the one at the very front on the market, he asked. Ahead lay a small pond with several houses clustered around it. Lu Xiaoyang had already been there earlier. That was the location he favored most, though he did not know whether the owners were willing to sell. Little brother, you mean the house right beside the pond? Gao Kaiyun asked. Yes, that's the one. They arrived at the pond, and the courtyard Lu Xiaoyang was asking about lay just beside them. Even if that one were for sale, you really shouldn't buy it. It's right next to the pond, and in summer it breeds mosquitoes. Gao Kaiyun said with clear distaste. If you like water views, I can take you to see some apartments in the Riverside family housing compounds. The floors there are quite decent. I think it's rather nice. Is this pond privately owned? Lu Xiaoyang looked at the fallen leaves floating on the surface. Across from them, an old man was quietly fishing. No, it belongs to the village collective. Wouldn't it be beautiful if someone fixed it up? Fixed up? Gao Kaiyun shook her head with a smile, looking at this idealistic young man. From an outsider's perspective, a place with water and greenery looks lovely, but once you live right beside it, it's a different story. If someone did fix it up, that would be wonderful. But who's going to do it? The village doesn't have that kind of spare money. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang felt a surge of delight. If he truly could buy that courtyard, he would gladly spend his own money to have the pond improved. He did not dare to raise his hopes too high. There were plenty of courtyards here, yet relatively few appeared to be for sale. How likely was it that this particular house would happen to be on the market? Still, what if by some small chance? Sister Gao, could you ask about it for me? Just outside the door lay a lake. This was practically the idyllic retreat he had always dreamed of. Merely thinking about it made Lu Xiaoyang feel overjoyed. Little brother, do you really want to see it? I really do. If you truly want to see it, I'll ask for you. Gao Kaiyun took out her phone, while still trying to persuade him gently. Little brother, think this through. If it's a clean pond right next to where you live, it's indeed nice, but no one in the village is willing to spend money maintaining it, so don't count on that. It's fine, Sister Gao. At worst, I'll take some time to tidy it up myself. Gao Kaiyun had wanted to continue persuading him, but seeing Lu Xiaoyang's firm attitude, she called the village committee. Some landlords who were selling place the keys at the agency offices, while others leave them directly with the village committee. She usually works this entire area and naturally knows everyone. A short while later, Gao Kaiyun hung up, her expression tinged with delight. Little brother, you've really caught it at the right time. It's really for sale. Now Lu Xiaoyang was genuinely thrilled. Yes, truly. The old man has a daughter who's settled overseas, and he followed her there. This house has been entrusted to his younger brother, and the key is at the village committee. I'll go get it. Leaving those words behind, Gao Kaiyun mounted her bike and rode off. After a while, she returned brandishing a bunch of keys. She went straight to the gate and opened the lock. Little brother, take a look first, and don't say I didn't warn you. With a pond outside, this price is definitely not cheap. Once the door was open, the two of them stepped into the courtyard, and Lu Xiaoyang's eyes lit up at the sight. The condition of the house was even better than he had imagined. The courtyard was the same size as the few others he had viewed, square and orderly with neat surrounding walls. There were 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms. The roof was covered in aged green tiles that had clearly seen years of weather, yet there were no leaks. In the courtyard stood an old locust tree, its branches lush and full. He pushed open the door, and the interior was fairly decent as well. The floor was tiled, and the walls were painted white. To Lu Xiaoyang, it was already close to perfect. He turned his head to look outside. If he just leaned over the wall, he could see the willow trees by the pond. Imagining himself lying on a deck chair in the small courtyard, gazing at the scenery, Lu Xiaoyang turned and asked, Sister, how much is this house? 350,000 yuan, the landlord's asking price. From the moment Lu Xiaoyang stepped into the store, he had shown himself to be decisive and meticulous, and only now did his emotions fully surface. Gao Kaiyun could clearly see that he truly liked it. She wanted to persuade him further, but in the end she held herself back. In fact, she had already said more today than a broker normally should. This price is acceptable, Lu Xiaoyang said. The two courtyards they had just viewed were priced in the low 200s, and another one along the street was slightly higher than this one. Then I'll arrange for the landlord to come over so we can talk. Sure. Very soon Gao Kaiyun made 2 phone calls and said the landlord would be arriving shortly. Little brother later on don't agree straight away. Let me talk for you. I'll help negotiate the price, Gao Kaiyun offered proactively. Thank you so much, Sister Gao, Lu Xiaoyang said with a smile. He was already satisfied with the price, but whether he cared or not was one thing. If he could save some money, that would be even better. Before long, a bald man who looked to be in his 60s hurried over on an electric scooter. He was the landlord's younger brother. Seeing Lu Xiaoyang, the man was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected the one interested in the house to be such a young person. 266,000. After brief introductions before they had even settled into their seats, Gao Zeyun's opening offer nearly made the man leap up. 266,000. Why don't you just rob me instead? Seeing the landlord puff out his beard and glare, Lu Xiaoyang was startled as well. He had not expected Sister Gao to bargain so fiercely. Brother, don't be fooled by how young my little brother here is. He has done his homework. The 2 nearby courtyards that were recently sold all went for just over 200,000. How can they be the same? Do you know what state those houses are in? No one has lived in them for years. They're practically impossible to salvage, the landlord retorted vehemently. We understand that, which is exactly why we're showing our sincerity with a straightforward offer. My house is right by the lake. You might as well go and rob someone. The landlord spoke in a huff, clearly upset. My little brother here is from the countryside and really doesn't have much money. If he were wealthy, he'd be buying a new apartment building instead. As for that lake, to put it bluntly, it's just a water pit. What followed was an eye-opener for Lu Xiaoyang. He watched like a bystander as Gao Kaiyun and the landlord haggled back and forth. To be honest, this kind of maneuvering was far beyond him. Round after round they went at each other. Several times the landlord was so angry he nearly got up to leave, only to sit back down again. Lu Xiaoyang watched with genuine interest for over an hour, even getting up halfway through to buy water for the 2 of them. 309,000, Gao Kaiyun said at last, sensing that the time was right, and stepping back a little. Finally the landlord grew anxious. He stamped his foot as if steeling himself. Young lady, stop cutting the price. The figure you're quoting is absolutely impossible. If you really want it cheaper, then buy the one next door along with this one. Take both courtyards together, and I'll give you a package price. If you only want this one, then the price I just mentioned is fixed, non-negotiable. Gao Kaiyun froze for a moment, about to shoot back at him. After all, who buys a house and thinks one courtyard isn't enough, so they add another one on top? Before she could speak, Lu Xiaoyang, who had been quietly standing in the courtyard, suddenly brightened at the words. Pointing to the wall between this courtyard and the one next door, he asked in disbelief, that one, together with this? No wonder. He had just noticed that the old locust tree in the neighboring courtyard and this one were in almost the same position and of similar size. Turns out the 2 houses were owned by brothers. Yes, both together at that price. Otherwise there's absolutely no way I'll lower it, the landlord said, somewhat pained. My son in Shanghai has just had another child and needs to change to a bigger place. If not for that, you wouldn't even dream of getting this price. Lu Xiaoyang took a deep breath. The surprise had come far too suddenly, leaving him utterly unprepared. All right, then I'll take both together. I want them both. There was no hesitation in him at all. Gao Kaiyun had been about to step in and wrap things up, but when the words reached her ears, she stared at Lu Xiaoyang in astonishment, stunned. She looked at him, wanting to confirm whether she had heard correctly. Young man, do you mean what you say? The landlord asked suspiciously, clearly not very trusting. Let me discuss it with my little brother here first. This time, before Lu Xiaoyang could speak again, Gao Kaiyun hurriedly pulled him aside. Her eyes were full of doubt as she lowered her voice. Little brother, this is not something to joke about. If you're just trying to press the price, tossing out a random promise like that won't do. Sister Gao, I'm not joking. I really am buying, Lu Xiaoyang said with a smile. To him, this outcome was a complete and unexpected stroke of good fortune. He had never imagined that the 2 adjacent houses belonged to biological brothers. With that, the combined courtyard would be wonderfully spacious. You, Gao Kaiyun wanted to say, didn't you say you had no money? But halfway through the sentence, she realized that Lu Xiaoyang had never actually said that. Still, if he had money, why buy a simple bungalow? And not just one but 2. Gao Kaiyun felt her mind go a little blank. None of this fit any normal logic. Yet the ease in Lu Xiaoyang's expression reminded her of how calmly he had insisted she finish her bowl of noodles back at the store. It felt the same now, as if this too was just an ordinary, trivial matter scarcely worth mentioning. Sister Gao, if I buy both houses, I can tear down the wall between them, right? Lu Xiaoyang's eyes held nothing but yearning. He hadn't bothered to lower his voice, and from the side the landlord called out loudly. Young man, if you really buy both, never mind tearing down the wall. Whatever you do first will be entirely up to you. Gazing at the wall, Lu Xiaoyang was already picturing how spacious it would be once it was gone. Then he turned and asked, "Can we transfer the ownership today?" "Transfer the ownership? Of course, that's no problem," Gao Kaiyun replied, feeling a little dizzy. Gao Kaiyun steadied herself before continuing, "But if you go with a mortgage, you'll have to wait for the bank to approve it. No need for a loan. I'll pay in full." "In full? 700,000. Lu Xiaoyang said. Gao Kaiyun stared at him stunned. 700,000, not 70,000. She no longer knew what to say. Every choice Lu Xiaoyang made had leapt far beyond anything she had imagined. Yet because he spoke so lightly, Gao Kaiyun actually stopped doubting him. She could not explain why, but she would rather suspect that Lu Xiaoyang was a bit simple in the head than suspect that he could not produce the money. 700,000 was enough to buy a multi-story apartment with an elevator. Who would buy this shabby little courtyard house? More importantly, the light, unruffled expression on Lu Xiaoyang's face made her feel that if she kept making a fuss, it would only prove how little of the world she had seen. "Young man, you're paying in cash." The landlord, clearly taken aback, came over and said, "I never would have guessed. At your age, your spending is really quite something." What he said echoed exactly what Gao Kaiyun felt in her heart. The landlord's mood brightened at once, and he cheerfully led them on to view the house next door. The two courtyards were roughly the same overall, and the one the landlord kept for himself was in even better condition than his younger brother's. This time Lu Xiaoyang was completely satisfied. "Young man, you're really not getting a bad deal. I truly can't bear to sell this place," the landlord said, looking back at the courtyard with reluctance as he was about to close the door. Lu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. The price was secondary. He was 100-fold satisfied with the location and condition of the property. The subsequent procedures were simple. Go to the agency to sign the contract, then transfer the money and complete the title transfer. The landlord went back to fetch the deed to his own house and the power of attorney for his older brother's property. Then the group headed to Jiayun Real Estate. By then it was already after 2 in the afternoon. The office was no longer as empty as at noon. Every workstation was occupied. "Shall we take the clients to the negotiation room and pour them some water?" As soon as she walked in, Gao Kaiyun gave instructions to a young man. "Oh sure," he replied, then led Lu Xiaoyang and the landlord inside. Gao Kaiyun turned and went into the manager's office. She said, "Sister Su, get me 2 copies of the contract." "What, you're signing already, in 2 units at that both?" The store manager Su Jiahuan was taking the contracts out of a drawer, her face full of astonishment as she looked at Gao Kaiyun. "It hasn't even been that long. When you called me it was what, 12:30? Since someone had to stay and watch the shop, Gao Kaiyun had naturally informed Su Jiahuan before going out. "Exactly. You wouldn't believe how it went." Gao Kaiyun took the company's seal. Finally, she had someone to confide in, and the emotions she had been suppressing found an outlet. At last, she finished recounting the entire buying process. Su Jiahuan listened, her face full of shock. That younger brother's family conditions must not be ordinary, right? Who knows? The richer the better. He's my client anyway. Gao Kaiyun laughed happily. Seeing Su Jiahuan's reaction made her feel completely at ease. Her sense of astonishment was partly about money, but not entirely. In a small county town, buying a house was a major family affair, and viewing houses usually meant several rounds. One person would look first, then bring a girlfriend. After the girlfriend had seen it, they would bring the family. A young man like Lu Xiaoyang coming alone, deciding on the spot, and insisting on paying in full then, and there was truly rare. "Since the client is paying in full, I'll just take him straight to handle the title transfer," Gao Kaiyun said, taking the contracts and the seal. Normally after-sales title transfers were handled by dedicated staff at the agency, but because Lu Xiaoyang was paying in full and skipping the bank procedures, the transfer was simple enough for Gao Kaiyun to manage herself. 2 hours later, Lu Xiaoyang held 2 brand-new crimson property deeds in his hands. At 26, this was the first time he had ever purchased real estate, and he had bought 2 units at once. He could not conceal the surge of excitement in his heart. After the landlord left, Gao Kaiyun finally turned and said with a smile, "Little brother, now that the properties are transferred, there's nothing major left. Later you'll need to change the names on the gas and water accounts, but there's no rush. In the next couple of days I'll take you to get it done." "All right, thank you, Sister Gao." After a few polite words, Lu Xiaoyang hopped onto his electric scooter and rode off at an easy pace. Gao Kaiyun watched his figure melt into the crowd. Beside her stood her colleague Zhang Hui, the one she had told to pour water for them when they came in. Watching Lu Xiaoyang's departing back, he rubbed his chin and muttered, "Sister Yun riding that little scooter, he doesn't look like a rich guy at all. Having the money to buy 2 courtyard houses and still doing that. Must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, right? What do you know? Ever heard the saying, you can't buy my happiness no matter how rich you are?" Gao Kaiyun rolled her eyes at her colleague, then looked thoughtfully in the direction where Lu Xiaoyang had disappeared. Hadn't she thought the same at first? In that moment, what she recalled was not how casually Lu Xiaoyang had decided on the houses, nor how calmly he had transferred the money inside, but the faint smile on his face when he urged her to finish her noodles back at the shop. She suddenly realized that from the very beginning this young man had said he simply liked it. She felt she was starting to understand. Lu Xiaoyang was really buying what he liked. Xiao Hui, does your family back home raise donkeys? Gao Kaiyun suddenly asked. Huh, I don't know why, Sister Yen. Zhang Hui looked utterly puzzled. Gao Kaiyun smiled faintly. Nothing. It's just, if being kicked by a donkey had such a good effect, you really ought to give it a try. The door creaked as Lu Xiaoyang pushed it open and stepped into the small courtyard that now legally belonged to him. Bathed in moonlight, the yard still gave him a faint sense of unreality. Just a few days earlier, he had been one more faceless worker toiling in a big city. In the blink of an eye, his life had undergone an earth-shaking change. In that moment, countless images flickered through his mind, the countless late nights when he had rushed to catch the last train, the many moves lugging big and small bags through the city. He remembered the color of the sky the day he quit his job and walked out of his office building. That night, Lu Xiaoyang sat alone for a long time. He looked up at the night sky. A vault of stars spread above him, something rarely seen in the city. To Lu Xiaoyang's eyes, it was as if the whole sky were inscribed with hope. The next morning, he got up early and went out for a run. Back when he was working, overtime had been the norm and his schedule a mess. For years, he had hardly exercised at all, nor even thought about it. Now he was turning in early and rising with the sun, and he suddenly felt much more energetic. It was only natural that he wanted to work out a little. After breakfast, he drove to the vehicle administration office to replace his temporary plates with official ones. On the way back, after some thought, Lu Xiaoyang decided he should buy a bed first. He couldn't stay in a hotel forever, even if he was no longer short of money. Now that he had 2 courtyards, fixing them up later would not get in the way. The first people he thought of were his few close. He had already arranged to meet them that evening. They knew the county well, and he was thinking of asking them to take him around some. Suddenly, he remembered a moment's post he had just seen while queuing at the vehicle office. It was from Chun Bing, the blind date he had met only yesterday. Her feed was full of home building materials and furniture ads. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now he opened it again and noticed that the business number listed was actually Chun Bing's own. Is this a side job, or is it her family's store, he wondered. Though they were hardly more than acquaintances, his impression of Chun Bing from their blind date was quite good. Not as a romantic interest, but in terms of how she carried herself and handled things. In the past, he had joked that he could never get used to life in a small county town where society ran on personal connections, and people would try to find a familiar face even just to buy a mop. Yet now he was surprised by how quickly he himself had adapted. Lu Xiaoyang opened Chun Bing's chat window. The two had never actually messaged before. Are you free right now? I want to ask about something. I'm interested in the home building materials you posted about in your moments, he typed. Chun Bing replied quickly, it's my uncle's store. What are you looking for? A bed. Do you have those? Yes. Their messages were brief and to the point, nothing like two people who had just gone on a blind date. Chun Bing sent another message. Do you want to look now? I'm free at noon, or after I get off work this afternoon. Either works for me. Let's do noon then. Chun Bing immediately sent over a location pin. Okay. Lu Xiaoyang replied crisply with an emoji, then started his car and followed the map to the address. Lu Xiaoyang arrived at the building materials city and quickly found the 2 adjacent stores, Lejia Building Materials and Lejia Home Decor. Although it was called a building materials city, it couldn't be very large in a county like this. There were also a few other home specialty stores nearby, which together formed the building materials city. Upon entering the exhibition hall, Lu Xiaoyang saw a young female salesperson idly scrolling through short videos. The salesperson looked over upon hearing the noise, and Lu Xiaoyang proactively said, hello, I have an appointment with Chun Bing, I'll wait for her. Oh, okay. The other party was neither overly enthusiastic nor dismissive, merely continuing to look down at her phone. Lu Xiaoyang casually surveyed the exhibition hall, which was actually larger than he expected, resembling a repurposed factory. Perhaps due to it being a weekday, there weren't many people around. Can I take a look around first? Lu Xiaoyang asked. The salesperson nodded, feel free to browse. Lu Xiaoyang wandered alone for a few minutes, and soon Chun Bing arrived. Coming out at this time must have messed up your lunch break, right? Lu Xiaoyang smiled apologetically. It's fine. Speaking of which, you're taking care of my business, so I should be the one thanking you. Chun Bing approached and smiled as well. Chun Bing was somewhat surprised that Lu Xiaoyang had contacted her, especially within such a short period. His impression on her was a bit complex. Undoubtedly, his appearance and manner of speaking were quite good. However, his job did not meet the ideal criteria. In a small county like Yunzhou, the first choice is for those with formal positions, and the second is for state-owned enterprises or those running their own businesses. This was also a major consideration for Chun Bing regarding marriage. Are you working part-time here? Lu Xiaoyang asked curiously. Well, you could say it's part-time. This place is run by my uncle, and through my introduction, I can earn commissions just like I see. Lu Xiaoyang nodded, indicating he understood. Don't worry, we're friends now, so I won't cheat you on the price. I can take a smaller commission. Thank you, but you definitely should take what you deserve. Otherwise, I would feel quite guilty about it during the day, Lu Xiaoyang said with a smile. Chen Bing hadn't said she wouldn't take a commission or that the discounts were substantial, but rather that she could take a little less. He appreciated this level of honesty. He was buying things and didn't want to owe someone a favor after spending money. You earn what you should earn, and as long as you don't cheat, that's enough. However, you mentioned yesterday that you hadn't bought a house. You didn't buy one today, did you? Chen Bing joked lightly. Well, I did buy one. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyang casually glanced around, responding without turning his head. Thinking about having his own house to renovate, it was quite novel to look at all these diverse and dazzling items so fast. Chen Bing was slightly surprised. She wasn't astonished that Lu Xiaoyang bought a house, but rather at the speed of his purchase. If she remembered correctly, a day ago, Lu Xiaoyang had just said he was preparing to look at houses. Buying a house itself wasn't particularly surprising, as in their hometown, it was almost a necessity for eligible young people. Lu Xiaoyang turned his head and smiled. There are so many houses now, supply exceeds demand, so buying one is quite quick. That's true. What specific things do you want to see? Chen Bing nodded without thinking much. There seem to be quite a few things I want to see. I'm a bit unsure. He'll start by looking at beds, as that's the most urgent. All right, follow me. Chen Bing greeted the staff she encountered with familiarity, one would think she worked there. The building materials exhibition hall was connected to the home decor exhibition hall. As they passed through the building materials section, a chubby, middle-aged man approached them. Uncle, Chen Bing called out to him. The middle-aged man smiled warmly at Lu Xiaoyang. Bing, is this the friend you said would come to look at materials? Lu Xiaoyang, this is my uncle Zhao Dahai, the owner here. Uncle, this is my friend Lu Xiaoyang. Hello, mister. Lu Xiaoyang greeted him with a smile. With such large exhibition halls, Chen Bing's uncle could indeed be considered a boss. In the county, he could be regarded as a notable figure. Hello. If Bing's friend needs anything, I will definitely give you the best price. You guys take a look first, and if you need anything, just call Bing. After Zhao Dahai left, Chen Bing turned to introduce the beds to Lu Xiaoyang. There are beds at various price points depending on the materials. Lu Xiaoyang listened to Chen Bing's introduction and noticed the thick mattress on the bed. He thought of a problem. If he moved in now, he would have to take the bed apart and move it out later when it was time to renovate. It seemed a bit trouble, and this mattress, so thick, hardly looked different from a bed. It seemed sufficient to just buy a mattress for the time being. The key was that it would be easier to clean up during the renovation. Can I buy a mattress first? Lu Xiaoyang asked when Chen Bing paused. Chen Bing paused in her introduction and nodded without hesitation. Of course, mattresses and beds can be sold separately. There are also many styles of mattresses. Generally speaking, you get what you pay for. Do you have a budget? I can recommend something for you. Chen Bing asked. Lu Xiaoyang didn't hesitate and said something better. After all, it's something you'll use every day. The price range for mattresses varies greatly from a few hundred to several thousand. Some expensive ones even cost over 10,000. The ones that sell best here are usually a few hundred and around 1,000. Chen Bing objectively introduced from Lu Xiaoyang's perspective. Can I take a look at the ones that are several thousand or over 10,000? Lu Xiaoyang asked. He had never even dared to think about such high-end mattresses before. Now, however, he dared to think. He thought to himself that he could try it out first, and if it was really good, he could find an excuse to replace his parents' mattresses later. Sure, over here. People usually look less at this price range, so we'll take you there. Chen Bing pointed and looked. This is from Xilamin, a well-known brand. This mattress has quite a few patents. First of all, the entire mattress has a zero-adhesive structure, needing no airing out, and can be used directly once bought. Chen Bing spoke eloquently, completely like a professional salesperson, giving Lu Xiaoyang a detailed introduction. Her display of professionalism caught Lu Xiaoyang's attention. You really know this well. Lu Xiaoyang looked around at the many different styles of mattresses, a bit skeptical. Seeing the admiration on Lu Xiaoyang's face, Chen Bing couldn't help but smile slightly. She didn't even realize that at that moment of being praised, a hint of pride arose in her heart, as if she had received acknowledgement from her superiors. This one sells very little, 1,000 yuan is enough for an ordinary family, Chen Bing proactively said. Lu Xiaoyang silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. Although he worked on projects at the advertising company, he also faced clients directly. He understood well how difficult it is for a salesperson to maintain their original intention when dealing with clients. Let's go with this one. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyang had to admit that Chen Bing's explanation was very professional. After hearing it, he felt that not buying it to sleep on would be a tremendous loss. Chen Bing was taken aback. This mattress is nice, but 10,000 yuan isn't considered a large sum. It wasn't that she doubted Lu Xiaoyang's ability to afford it. The key point was that this was just a mattress, and at 10,000 yuan, especially in a small county, it was already considered high-end in this category. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoyang's earlier self-deprecation during their blind date, Chen Bing would have doubted that he was just trying to impress her. Let's go with this one. Oh, I have a bit of decision-making difficulty, so to avoid any awkwardness, I'll just not listen too much, Lu Xiaoyang said with a smile. He spoke lightly as if he was only buying something trivial. Chen Bing opened her mouth, but swallowed her words back, feeling increasingly perplexed. Since their first meeting, she had been continuously judging the young man before her. Yet he repeatedly refreshed her understanding and judgments. The label she had previously assigned him didn't fit perfectly. This left her feeling somewhat frustrated, but also more curious. After Lu Xiaoyang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at other items in the store, casually asking, "I have another question I want to inquire about." "You can ask," Chen Bing replied. "If I buy materials here, can your uncle introduce me to some construction workers?" For the small courtyard's renovation, Lu Xiaoyang didn't want to directly hire a renovation company to do everything. That would be convenient, but it would also take away the fun. He wanted to participate himself. However, he didn't have a very concrete plan yet, so he asked casually. Of course, nowadays many people do it this way, especially in our county, where people have already spent a lot on buying houses. Most are trying to save a bit on renovations. Many worry about the transparency of renovation company fees or high costs, and the materials used may not be trustworthy. Therefore, many buy their own materials and find workers separately. It can save a lot of money, but this approach is more suited for those willing to invest time and effort. It was clear that Lu Xiaoyang genuinely didn't understand, so Chen Bing didn't hold back, continuing. "Not to mention my uncle's scale of the building materials city, even if you go to a latex paint specialty store to buy paint, most painting workers can handle the majority of renovation tasks on their own. If there's something they're not familiar with, they can always call in a colleague to help out." "So versatile?" Lu Xiaoyang asked in surprise. "Yes, like I said, the more skills you have, the better. These workers are quite versatile, and with the fierce market competition, they're also looking to make money." Lu Xiaoyang nodded, indicating that he understood. He had never bought a house, let alone renovated one, so he really— Chen Bing thought of something and asked with a hint of anticipation in her eyes, "From what you said, does that mean you haven't found a renovation company yet and plan to renovate it yourself?" "Yes, that is the plan." Lu Xiaoyang noticed her expression and smiled strangely. "What's wrong?" Chen Bing pondered for a moment and said earnestly, "If you plan to renovate, you can buy the materials from me. I can give you a discount from my commission. I can't promise it will be significantly cheaper, but it will definitely be more favorable than the market price. Plus, I know the workers who collaborate with my uncle. I can give them a heads up, and they will definitely put in the effort. We can consider ourselves friends, and you can trust me with the materials. I know enough to help you oversee things. If you need design work, I can also assist you with that, and the price will be a friendship rate. How does that sound?" Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback. "You also know design?" Chen Bing nodded. "I studied design in college. Occasionally I help out with my uncle's projects." "Oh, I see." Lu Xiaoyang was somewhat persuaded. This was simply perfect for his needs. His ideas for the courtyard renovation were still quite basic. To truly realize them, he needed a professional consultant. To be honest, just from her comprehensive introduction about a random mattress, it was evident that she had genuinely put in effort. Lu Xiaoyang trusted Chen Bing's professionalism. Moreover, it wasn't a matter of pleasantries about being friends and not wanting to profit off him. She was clear about making money without holding back. This was something Lu Xiaoyang particularly appreciated. She was a rational, ambitious girl. He had also worked hard in the past. But now he just wanted to be a slacker. In any case, Chen Bing was much better than his current slacker self. "If there are some materials that are not available here, can you help me get them?" "Not available here." Chen Bing saw that Lu Xiaoyang didn't refuse and confidently said, "Don't worry, my uncle's showroom has a complete range of materials. Even if it's not available here, we can help you buy it at a fair price from colleagues." Chen Bing continued, "Even if you need something customized, my uncle has broad channels. Of course, we will have to negotiate the price separately." Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment and felt there was no problem. He readily extended his hand, saying, "All right, let's have a pleasant cooperation." Chen Bing paused for a moment. This wasn't a big city, so there weren't that many formalities. Pleasant cooperation. Immediately, Chen Bing extended her hand as well. The two gently shook hands, and Lu Xiaoyang immediately let go. "Lu Xiaoyang, which community did you buy your house in? I want to see if I can find the floor plan, and also have you considered your budget. I can start preparing a plan in advance." With the cooperation finalized, Chen Bing was quite happy and immediately entered work mode. "It's not a community, it's a courtyard just on Xinhua Road. You might know it." Lu Xiaoyang replied. "I know. There. Did you just buy it?" Chen Bing was surprised. Even if it were an old community, she wouldn't be too surprised, but a courtyard specifically puzzled her. She was aware of the prices in that area, which were around 2 to 300,000. Chen Bing thought it might be because Lu Xiaoyang didn't have enough funds. Otherwise, why would a young person buy a courtyard? It couldn't just be because he liked it, could it? But what about that nearly 10,000 yuan mattress? Her initial speculations about Lu Xiaoyang were all thrown into disarray because of that mattress. Now her thoughts were getting increasingly confused. However, this wasn't something she needed to consider right now. This blind date had already left her quite satisfied. Lu Xiaoyang smiled, saying, As for the budget, I don't really understand and can't say much. How about we meet on site another day to discuss? Is the weekend okay? I don't work on weekends, and if you have time I can come over in the morning. Good, it's settled then. Lu Xiaoyang readily agreed. Chen Bing watched the silver Tesla turn the corner and disappear at the entrance of the building materials city. She took out her phone, opened the calendar, and tapped once. A prompt for Add Schedule appeared on the screen. She stared at the blank line, her thumb hovering above the keyboard for a moment, then turned off the screen and stuffed the phone back into her pocket. Lu Xiaoyang left the address and the mattress was delivered in the afternoon. As the weather turned warmer, the thick mattress on the ground was completely immune to the cold. Lu Xiaoyang was very satisfied and immediately went to the hotel to check out. In the evening around 6 o'clock, Lu Xiaoyang met his childhood friend Wei Kai. Wei Kai arrived earlier at their usual dining spot, and Lu Xiaoyang saw his large figure leaning against an electric bike waiting for him at the entrance. Have you gained weight again? Lu Xiaoyang rode his electric bike and couldn't help but laugh as he got closer. Seriously, why bring that up now? Wei Kai looked up, saw Lu Xiaoyang laughing, and scolded him good-naturedly, asking, when did you come back? Why didn't you let me know in advance? Just came back, stayed at home for 2 days, and here I am contacting you right away. Lu Xiaoyang stopped his bike, looked him up and down, and nodded. It seems like you've really put on some weight. Wei Kai's parents opened a supermarket in the town a long time ago, so their family was relatively well off. After he graduated from high school and stopped studying, his parents bought him an apartment in the county and helped him open a supermarket. Then, in response to the national policy of early marriage and childbirth, he got married and had a child. In the past 2 years, with improved living conditions, Wei Kai's physique had visibly expanded. Hey, don't mention it, my wife nags me to lose weight too. Don't rush, you'll be in the same boat when you get married. Wei Kai scratched his head as they walked into the restaurant. They were both familiar with each other and skillfully ordered several dishes. Lu Xiaoyang had a few childhood friends he got along well with, but only 2 or 3 remained in Yunzhou County. Wei Kai was the closest friend. Why are you back at this time? You city folks haven't even reached your holiday yet. Wei Kai opened a beer and placed it in front of Lu Xiaoyang, asking, how long are you staying at home? Not going back. Lu Xiaoyang poured himself some beer and casually replied, not going back. Wei Kai couldn't believe it. I'm planning to stay in Yunzhou. Lu Xiaoyang raised his beer and, are you serious? Don't joke with me. Wei Kai revealed a look of surprise. Why would I joke? I'm tired of big city life and plan to settle down in Yunzhou from now on. Holy cow, we must have a toast. That's the spirit. Living in the big city is exhausting. Nothing compares to the comfort we have here. Wei Kai raised his glass and he and Lu Xiaoyang clinked them together fiercely. So what are your plans next? Wei Kai put down his glass and wiped his mouth. Oh. Lu Xiaoyang leaned back in his chair, smiled relaxedly. First I'll take a break, then find a job. Or like you open a small shop. What do you think? What do I think? Of course I think it's great. I've told you this before, but you wouldn't listen. Wei Kai said excitedly. Just listen to me and open a shop. If you find it too busy later, you can ask your parents to come help out. It's definitely better than working. After not seeing each other for half a year, their meal was naturally lively. By 8 o'clock, Wei Kai glanced at the time and patted his belly. Still have some room in there. In the past 2 hours, they had each downed 5 or 6 bottles of beer. Lu Xiaoyang had a good tolerance for alcohol, and these beers were no challenge for him. He lifted his shirt and patted his belly, saying comfortably, not bad, ooh, I can still drink more. That's the phrase I was waiting for. Wei Kai chuckled. Let's change locations. Lu Xiaoyang looked at him with a puzzled expression. Wei Kai could hold his liquor better, otherwise how would he have that big belly? In the past, after drinking, he sometimes suggested going for a foot massage, but he had never gone to a foot bath place to drink. Yangzi, this year we have a barbecue that tastes really good. Let me take you to try it. I guarantee you won't find anything like it in the big city. It's about time they start serving at 8. No wonder. Originally, Lu Xiaoyang was puzzled as to why Wei Kai was drinking so slowly today. He had naively thought Wei Kai had become more restrained and was actually waiting for this. It must be delicious for you to keep thinking about it. Are you sure it's a legitimate barbecue place that only opens at 8? Lu Xiaoyang asked curiously. They walked to the bar, and Wei Kai naturally pulled out his phone to settle the bill. Lu Xiaoyang didn't interfere. During their New Year gatherings, they took turns treating each other, and today he was back home, so Wei Kai definitely wouldn't let him pay, or it would feel awkward otherwise. Too formal. I'm telling you, the barbecue stall owner is young, and his skills are top-notch. After leaving the restaurant, they each rode their bikes. Lu Xiaoyang was surprised to find that the barbecue Wei Kai mentioned was actually in the old town not far from the small courtyard he had just bought. Even from a distance, he could smell the rich aroma of skewers mixed with cumin. It was still a simple roadside stall. The barbecue grill was billowing thick smoke, and a stove on the side was busy frying dishes. Lu Xiaoyang asked, the business seems quite good. Why do they only set up at 8? If they set up earlier, the city management won't allow it. This stall operates until 2 in the morning, Wei Kai explained. After sitting down, Wei Kai didn't hold back and skillfully began ordering from the menu. Yangzi, let's get 2 lamb kidneys to replenish your health, Wei Kai said while writing on his order slip with a mischievous smile. With my physique, I don't need any supplementation. Besides, as a single man, I think you're the one who should be careful. Lu Xiaoyang was wiping the remaining grease off the table with a napkin and laughed as he scolded. You're the one who should be replenishing yourself. You'll find out once you try their all-signature dishes. Wei Kai winked at him. Because there were many customers, it took a while for their skewers to be served. This flavor is just right. Lu Xiaoyang took a bite and couldn't help but praise it. To be fair, it was indeed. He wasn't very picky about food. He felt that if it was really good, it was worth traveling a long way for this meal. I didn't deceive you, did I, eh? Wei Kai smiled proudly. Lu Xiaoyang nodded and looked at the busy owner. He couldn't see their face as they kept their head down. Surprisingly, the person cooking on the side was a woman appearing to run the stall with her husband, like many couples do. This owner does have skills. Why are they running a stall instead of opening a shop? Lu Xiaoyang asked curiously. With such good skills, they shouldn't have fallen to the level of a stall. Just opening a shop would be better than hiding from the city management. It turns out they used to run a shop in the big city, but after a drunk driving incident, they had to pay a lot of money. Later, due to fate, their child got sick and they spent a lot of money, but they couldn't save the child. Lu Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment. That's so tragic. Yeah. Wei Kai took a bite of a skewer and sighed. They just returned to their hometown. Lu Xiaoyang nodded silently, saying nothing. Life is unpredictable, everyone has their own destiny. Just like himself, he never expected to win the lottery. During their meal, the barbecue stall owner hurried over to greet them and brought a case of beer for Wei Kai, a regular customer. As they got closer, Lu Xiaoyang could see more clearly. Wei Kai said the person was in their 30s, but Lu Xiaoyang thought they looked like they were in their 40s. Even while smiling and greeting, the exhaustion in their eyes was undeniable. Lu Xiaoyang also noticed that the owner wore a very thin silver bracelet on their left wrist, which seemed somewhat out of place for such a rugged-looking man. On the way back, Lu Xiaoyang reminisced about this meal, which could be called authentic barbecue, and couldn't help but feel regretful. If only they had a shop, it would surely thrive. Friday. Lu Xiaoyang did not go out. Instead, he studied the layout of the courtyard. The 2 courtyards combined truly made a significant space. It could be said that there was great potential. Until he was interrupted by a voice call, he realized the sunset had already descended. Lu Xiaoyu saw the name younger brother on the screen and couldn't help but smile from the heart. Lu Xiaoyu, his younger brother, whose name was just a character apart. Hello, who is this? Lu Xiaoyu asked loudly as he answered the call. Oh, what do you mean who? It's me, your dear younger brother. A voice filled with surprise came from the receiver. Lu Xiaoyang questioned loudly, how could you possibly be my younger brother? My dear brother has firmly guaranteed that he wouldn't use his phone during school hours. Who are you really? Come clean, where did you find this phone? Brother. Lu Xiaoyu's voice faltered slightly. I really leave my phone in the dorm during class. I wasn't playing with it. Lu Xiaoyang interrupted his brother without hesitation, threatening, I don't believe you, Lu Xiaoyu. You better watch it. If your grades drop, I'll deal with you. Hey, don't worry, brother. Mom said you're back at Yunzhao. Is that true? Oh, really? Mom told me, and I thought she was just joking. Where are you now? I'll come find you to hang out. Listening to his brother's voice filled with excitement spilling over the receiver, Lu Xiaoyu's gaze softened a little. Over the past few years, he had only spent a few days with this brother during the new year and rarely got to see him otherwise. He had always felt guilty about the absence of his role as an older brother. However, fortunately, their relationship had remained quite good. Did you finish school? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile, getting up to wash his hands by the water pipe. Lu Xiaoyu was currently in his 2nd year of high school, usually only getting 1 weekend every 2 weeks. Just wait, I'll come pick you up and we can go eat. Okay, I'll wait for you, brother. Mom said you bought a car, come pick me up with it. Lu Xiaoyu quickly changed his clothes. He had tidied up the room he slept in, but was a bit dirty. Soon he drove to Yunzhao County No. 1 high school, which was also his alma mater. Every time during concentrated holidays, the traffic was extremely congested. Private cars, buses, and coaches, it was difficult to move even with traffic police directing. Lu Xiaoyang parked the car in advance and called his brother to inform him of his parking location. In just a few minutes, he saw Lu Xiaoyu running over in a hurry. After not seeing him for months, it seemed his brother had grown taller. Lu Xiaoyang, who was 1.8 meters tall, felt that perhaps due to better nutrition, his younger brother was subtly poised to surpass him. No way. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, stopping a few meters away, his mouth agape at the sight of the Tesla. Brother, is this your car? Wow. He quickly ran over and circled the car, twice, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, you really bought this? This must cost 20 to 30,000, right? Don't overreact, it's embarrassing. Get in. Lu Xiaoyang tugged open the car door and sat inside, yet he couldn't suppress a grin. Having purchased the car just a few days ago, he hadn't felt much of anything. If he were to consider a truly happy moment, it would be when his parents first saw the car. Now it was another layer of happiness. What do you want to eat? Let me think. Lu Xiaoyu sat in the car, glancing around curiously. Do you want to eat barbecue? Lu Xiaoyang naturally recalled the barbecue he had with Wei Kai yesterday. Lu Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "Let's have grilled fish, brother. I heard from my classmates that there's a newly opened grilled fish place, and they all say it's quite delicious." "Sure, tell me the location." Lu Xiaoyang readily agreed. Regardless of the banter, he seldom saw his younger brother and certainly wanted to treat him to something nice. In a small county, everything was nearby, and soon they arrived at the place. After parking, the two entered Yu grilled fish. The taste was unknown, but it was quite crowded. Most of the patrons were young people, and the decor in the restaurant was very trendy. Sitting in a corner, the two brothers placed their order. Lu Xiaoyang then asked, "How have your grades been lately?" "Steady in the top 5. Lu Xiaoyu held up his hand playfully. Lu Xiaoyang nodded. His brother had always maintained a stable performance. This performance was similar to what he had back then. Yunzhao no. One high school had a good education system. This score hovered around the threshold of 211, ensuring a solid chance for a top-tier university. Now that you're in the second year with a little over a year left, strive to see if you can get into a 211. Lu Xiaoyang encouraged him. "Brother, I've already worked hard. We're brothers, a look you didn't get in either. Why the rush to compare?" Lu Xiaoyu lowered his gaze and stubbornly replied carefully. "Huh." Lu Xiaoyang chuckled, finding it hard to refute his brother's words. He had previously disliked when others frivolously urged him to work hard. But now that he was an older brother, he seemed to unconsciously become that person he once disliked. "If you study hard and perform decently on the college entrance exam, I'll buy you a car when you graduate from university." "Really, brother? I love you to death." Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise, rushing over to hug him. Lu Xiaoyu. It seemed that motivational education was indeed more effective than preaching. Perhaps this promise could really push his brother to the next level. "Brother, you seem a bit different now." Lu Xiaoyu sat back down suddenly, saying with a hint of curiosity, "Want a drink? Go get it yourself, but remember to drink less usually." Lu Xiaoyang poured his brother a glass of warm water. "What do you think is different?" "It feels like your aura is a bit different, like you seem a bit happier, a bit deeper, and a bit more Stop flattering me." Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not flattering you, you seem to have become a lot." Lu Xiaoyang raised his hand in a pledge. "And you still haven't told me, have you struck it rich?" "I used to dream of being a rich second generation, but now that seems increasingly unrealistic. But it looks like you can make me a high-quality rich brother, right?" "What struck rich?" Lu Xiaoyang spoke in a calm tone. "We have to rely on our own efforts to create a better future, you know that." He certainly couldn't encourage his brother to buy lottery tickets. After the meal, Lu Xiaoyang couldn't really taste what was so good about the grilled fish. But his brother was very happy, and that was enough for him. "Hello, table 19. Check out," Lu Xiaoyang said as he approached the counter, pulling out his phone. "Hello, have we settled the bill for the second to last table by the window? We'll pay together." Lu Xiaoyu leaned over and said. Lu Xiaoyang turned his head to glance at his younger brother, who appeared somewhat excited, instinctively looking in the direction he had just mentioned. "Are those your classmates?" Lu Xiaoyang asked, puzzled. He could only barely see the face of one short-haired girl, while the other with long hair was facing away from them. From the looks of it, they didn't seem like students based on their attire. Lu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, wondering if one of them was his brother's female classmate. Could this kid be in a relationship? Lu Xiaoyu shook his head vigorously. Lu Xiaoyang stared fixedly at his younger brother, unsure of what scheme this kid was concocting. "Let's make a deal." Soon Lu Xiaoyang abandoned his probing thoughts. His first assumption was that his brother had secretly started dating. At Lu Xiaoyang's age, even if he knew, he wouldn't react as dramatically as people did in his parents' generation. But upon further reflection, he felt that his brother shouldn't be so arrogant as to act so brazenly in front of him. "Bro, that's my homeroom teacher." After Lu Xiaoyang finished paying, Lu Xiaoyu finally revealed the truth. "So that's what it was." Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the payment page on his phone, which hadn't been closed, and saw that the total was only 269 yuan. He couldn't help but laugh. "You're using this to test the waters." "It's not a test, bro. Let's just say hello," Lu Xiaoyu replied with an indescribable anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang glanced over to the seats by the window and said, "You go ahead, I want join the fun." He wouldn't stop his brother from saying hello, but Lu Xiaoyang felt it unnecessary to join in. "Come on, didn't you want me to get into 211? Lu Xiaoyu insisted, pulling his brother in. Lu Xiaoyang was firmly tugged along by his brother. He disliked being pulled around in front of others, so he reluctantly followed. By the time they reached the front, he still couldn't understand how his brothers getting into 211 had much to do with saying hello. "Ms. Xia." Lu Xiaoyu had already put on a well-behaved demeanor and called out. However, he was not addressing the short-haired woman facing them, but rather the long-haired woman with her back to them. The long-haired woman turned her head at the sound, her black, slightly curly hair swaying gently with the movement, as if infused with elasticity, with a few strands lightly dancing on her shoulders. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu, she first froze for a moment, then her eyes curved into crescents, resembling a student caught red-handed in wrongdoing, yet simultaneously glowing with the delight of encountering a familiar face. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Having a meal. As she spoke, her brows furrowed slightly as if trying to appear serious, but her lips betrayed her curling up at both ends, lighting up her entire face. The previously somewhat noisy environment seemed to suddenly quieten in Lu Zhouyan's eyes. This girl's smile seemed to possess a kind of magic, making all worries quietly dissipate with just a glance. I remember your home isn't in Yunzhou, right? Haven't you gone home, Ms.? Xia frowned slightly, trying hard to maintain a serious demeanor. These little tricks were learned from observing other teachers. Yet she herself was unaware that this feigned seriousness only made her appear even cuter in the eyes of others. Well, I'm having dinner with my brother, Miss. Xia. Lu Xiaoyu replied honestly. Seeing his homeroom teacher's gaze shift toward him, Lu Xiaoyang nodded and said, Hello, Miss. Xia, I'm Lu Zhou's brother. I appreciate all the trouble you've taken for him. Oh, hello, Ms. Xia seemed to realize her earlier fierce appearance, and a hint of embarrassment colored her cheeks. Ms. Xia, I've finished eating with my brother. Knowing you're my teacher, I just settled the bill for your table too. That won't do. Upon hearing this, Miss Xia's beautiful eyes widened, and she immediately picked up the phone on the table. How much did you pay? They'll transfer it to you. I'm a teacher, how can I let a student pay for me? It was my brother who paid. Lu Xiaoyu corrected. That doesn't matter. Hurry, you'll transfer it to you, Miss. Xia insisted firmly. But we aren't allowed to bring phones, Miss. Xia. Lu Xiaoyu replied, emptying his pockets. Lu Xiaoyang quietly glanced at his brother's back pocket, having just seen him responding to messages at the table. But he didn't see it was concealed by his shirt. He couldn't possibly expose this kid. Moreover, he seemed to have begun to realize what his brother was up to. Well, if you really want to transfer, just transfer it to my brother, Lu Xiaoyu suggested. Okay, sure, Miss. Xia nodded, her gaze unusually resolute. Lu Xiaoyang found it somewhat amusing. He could sense that this Miss Xia had probably just come out of school not long ago. Her personality was somewhat innocent, yet serious. Bro, the phone. Lu Xiaoyu seized the phone from his brother's hand without waiting for a response. Ms. Xia scanned the code, noticing it was a friend request, and paused for a moment. Ms. Xia, isn't it a coincidence? My brother just returned from out of town planning to stay in Yunzhou. He brought me out to eat, and just happened to run into you. He drove a Tesla. Should we give you a ride later? Smack. Lu Xiaoyang slapped his brother on the back of the head. He noticed the older woman seated across from Ms. Xia smiling at them, watching the lively scene with great interest. Even with Lu Zhouyan's thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. No need, we rode our bikes here, no need to trouble you. Ms. Xia waved her hand, too hurried to think much, and directly accepted the friend request. You dare to play tricks on me? Once they stepped outside the restaurant, Lu Xiaoyang lightly tapped his brother's head. Bro, isn't our teacher pretty? Lu Xiaoyu grinned. Is that the point? Lu Zhouyan's face tightened as he tried to maintain his authority as an older brother. The point is that Ms. Xia is single. Lu Xiaoyu added. That's not the point either, get in the car. Lu Xiaoyang was too lazy to continue the debate with his brother. But Lu Xiaoyu wouldn't give up. Bro, let Ms. Xia be my sister-in-law. She's really nice, you don't know how many classmates are thinking about her. As soon as he sat in the car and took a sip of water, Lu Xiaoyang spat it out. He looked at his brother in disbelief. Are kids these days so bold? You're only in your second year of high school and already thinking about your teacher. Having a secret crush is normal, but to be so brazen about it is indeed quite bold. Lu Xiaoyu quickly explained. No, I meant many people are thinking about introducing her to their brothers or uncles you don't know. Even many teachers want to introduce Miss Xia to their relatives. Oh, bro, I've created the conditions for you. The opportunity is yours to seize. Lu Xiaoyu. What you need to worry about now is your 211. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the phone next to him. He had just seen Miss Xia's transfer, but hadn't had the chance to reply. The image of her smiling face flashed through his mind, especially those eyes that seemed to speak. To be honest, his brother's teacher was very beautiful. Ms. Xia, brother, don't tell me you live in this place. Upon arriving at the small courtyard newly purchased by Lu Xiaoyang, Lu Xiaoyu initially looked around with great excitement. However, when he saw the empty room, he was immediately stunned. Let me correct myself, we both live in this place. Lu Xiaoyang patted his brother's shoulder and laughed. This. Lu Xiaoyu quickly glanced around the few rooms, only finding a pitiful mattress lying on the floor, still somewhat in disbelief. Brother, with conditions like this, if mom saw it, she would surely cry for you. Huh. Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle looking around. He genuinely didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, it was just a temporary arrangement. But what his brother said didn't seem entirely wrong, but did look a bit miserable. Brother, I'm your blood brother. I won't betray you. That car outside, you didn't steal it, did you? Lu Xiaoyu lowered his voice, asking sneakily. Your imagination is quite rich. Lu Xiaoyang was speechless. Just then a voice came from outside. Lu Xiaoyang turned and walked into the courtyard. He had texted Qin Bing before going out to ask her to bring over another mattress. He specifically added an extra 100 yuan for the delivery fee, requesting it to be delivered at this time. The delivery person was the same one as last time. Lu Xiaoyang helped unload the mattress. This will be your bedroom. After laying the mattress on the floor, Lu Xiaoyang turned to his brother and said, "Perfect, you can experience whether this mattress is comfortable or not." He slept on it for one night, and perhaps it was a psychological effect, but he thought it was not bad, even though it didn't quite match his 1 million yuan worth. Lu Xiaoyu was silently speechless. He looked at the mattress on the floor, then at the empty room, suddenly deeply understanding what it meant to be utterly dead. "Why does it look kind of cool?" Lu Xiaoyu suddenly grinned and muttered to himself. "Alright, stop overthinking it. If you want to play on your phone, go ahead, but you must sleep early. At your age, you need to ensure you get enough sleep." Lu Xiaoyang smiled and reminded his brother before returning to his own bedroom to take out his phone. Xia Ran had transferred some money, quietly lying in the chat box. Xia Ran's profile picture was a hand-drawn illustration, a girl facing the camera sideways with long hair illuminated by sunlight appearing golden and her eyes bright and clear. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xiaoyang replied, "Teacher Xia, you really don't need to transfer money. You are my brother's teacher, and it just happened to come up. It's not a lot of money, so you don't need to worry about it." Soon Xia Ran replied, "Please accept it. Ooh, I feel bad for making my student pay." Lu Xiaoyang thought to himself, if he really accepted it, wouldn't it be his turn to feel bad? Thinking of his brother's sneaky thoughts, Lu Xiaoyang tossed his phone aside. Better to just pretend he forgot. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Lu Xiaoyang dragged his brother out for a run. Lu Xiaoyu then discovered the nearby pond and exclaimed in surprise that it was an enchanting environment. Lu Xiaoyang remained silent, thinking that it would only become beautiful once it was tidied up. Perhaps stimulated by his brother's promise to buy a car, Lu Xiaoyu began to memorize his lessons in the courtyard after breakfast. This made Lu Xiaoyang feel quite pleased. At around 8 o'clock, Chen Bing sent a message saying she would arrive soon. Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment and decided to head out early to wait on the street. This area had many courtyards, and if it weren't for the long-time residents, it would be quite difficult to find the place accurately. After about 10 minutes, Chen Bing's Corolla appeared. This place is indeed hard to find. Lu Xiaoyang directed the Corolla to pull over, and Chen Bing got out of it. Today she wore a light apricot-colored thin cardigan, a white inner top, and fitted jeans that showcased her excellent figure. Her long hair was simply tied up, her brows and eyes relaxed, exuding just the right amount of vibrant warmth. Lu Xiaoyang thought to himself that this was indeed the smile one should show clients. He was quite familiar with it. Indeed, although this area has house numbers, it's still quite difficult to find if you're not familiar, Lu Xiaoyang said with a smile. But the environment is really nice. It has a sense of tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. Chen Bing praised. "Designer Chen, please come in." Lu Xiaoyang opened the door and invited Chen Bing into the small courtyard. Wow, this courtyard is really nice. Chen Bing looked at the small courtyard and couldn't help but feel favorably towards it. She turned to glance at Lu Xiaoyang and suddenly understood why he chose to buy this place. The aura of leisure and tranquility he carried was indeed remarkably suited to the temperament of this small courtyard. At this moment, she temporarily forgot her rigid standards for marriage conditions, somewhat simply captivated by the calm demeanor of the boy before her. Shaking off her distraction, Chen Bing pushed aside the clutter in her mind and said, "Let me take a general look first." "No problem, the previous landlord cleared everything out. Feel free to look around." Lu Xiaoyang didn't even lock the door, so she pushed it open and walked in. Chen Bing held a notebook, made a round, checked the ceiling, the walls, and the floor tiles, nodding from time to time. Lu Xiaoyang remained silent, quietly following behind her. The overall protection is quite good. There are no signs of leaks on the ceiling. If you want to save some trouble, you can leave it as is. The walls have slight issues, and if you have plans, you could repaint them. As for the floor, the tiles are a bit old, but they can also be left as is. They are still usable. Chen Bing quickly opened her mouth. After a round, it mainly depends on the budget. Today's renovations are quite flexible. If the budget is high, you can do more, and if lower, you can do less hard decoration. Actually, focusing on soft decoration is more cost-effective. Do you have any ideas? You can discuss them, and I will come up with a plan based on your thoughts. Facing Chen Bing's gaze, Lu Xiaoyang nodded, acknowledging her opinion. He also felt that a person's taste was determined by soft decoration. There was no need to go overboard with hard decoration. Lu Xiaoyang looked up at the ceiling and said, "I think we should take this opportunity to redo the ceiling. It's a bit old from this era and might be troublesome if it rains." "That would be best." Chen Bing nodded in agreement. "The walls definitely need repainting, and the floor tiles should be replaced too," Lu Xiaoyang said without much thought. He had already considered these things beforehand. He didn't have a particular obsession with cleanliness, but the tiles were too old and had many chips. It wasn't a matter of money. He naturally decided to replace them. All right, and then Chen Bing took out a notebook and started recording. Then, there's nothing else. Lu Xiaoyang shrugged. Most of his thoughts were on the courtyard. The only things he could think of for the room were these. "I really don't understand other details, so I'll have to trouble you, Designer Chen. However, I have ideas about the function of the room, so please consider that when making the plan. Hearing Lu Xiaoyang address her as designer Qin Bing felt an inexplicable stir in her heart. This address carried a warmth compared to calling her by her name directly. It was indeed a bit closer, but it felt as though there was an imperceptible distance that she couldn't cross. She sensed a slight resonance in her heartstrings, yet couldn't quite articulate what the feeling was. No problem, it's my duty. Why don't you share your thoughts first? Qin Bing paused for a moment and smiled lightly. And please just call me by my name. Addressing me as designer Qin feels quite awkward. All right, no problem. Lu Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, then continued, my thoughts are quite simple. I envision a living room, kitchen, dining room, study bedroom, and perhaps a recreational area, and then... Qin Bing noted everything down in her notebook, but had to interrupt Lu Xiaoyang, who was counting on his fingers. That's it. The rooms you mentioned are already insufficient. Qin Bing tapped her notebook and reminded him helplessly. The idea is good, but this small courtyard doesn't allow for adding so many rooms. Don't worry, it will be enough. Lu Xiaoyang replied with a calm smile. Qin Bing raised her eyebrows, not understanding what he meant. Let's go outside to chat. Lu Xiaoyang gestured invitingly. Sure. For these two auxiliary rooms, I was thinking of using them as the kitchen and dining room. What do you think? Walking into the courtyard, Lu Xiaoyang pointed to the auxiliary room on the left and said that works, it fits the needs of a typical household. Qin Bing nodded and pointed to the main hall in front of her. This will definitely be the living room, right? Yes, that leaves us with 2 rooms, which isn't enough for all the ideas you just mentioned. Qin Bing reminded him, looking around and asking, are you planning to add more rooms in the courtyard? No need to add, counting the one next door. Lu Xiaoyang set his gaze sweeping over the courtyard wall when he suddenly noticed a head sticking out from the wall, startling him. Lu Xiaoyu, what are you doing? When did you learn to climb over the wall? Qin Bing was also startled, first by Lu Xiaoyang's sudden loud voice, then by the sneaky head on the wall. Lu Xiaoyu, perched on the wall, smiled sheepishly. I heard your voice, and it sounded too much like my brother's, so I couldn't help but take a look. Brother, why are you next door? And who is this sister? Lu Xiaoyu had already picked out a sister-in-law for his brother and didn't want anyone to steal her away. He quickly made a comparison in his mind. She didn't measure up to teacher Xia, but she was still decent. Sorry, this is my younger brother. He's still in high school and is here for the weekend. Lu Xiaoyang first smiled apologetically at Qin Bing, then turned to his brother and said impatiently, get down quickly, be careful not to fall. Qin Bing nodded, still a bit shaken. She actually knew Lu Xiaoyang had a younger brother, having learned about his family situation before meeting him. Hearing Lu Xiaoyang call out Lu Xiaoyu's name immediately reminded her of that fact. Moreover, the two brothers did seem to resemble each other somewhat. You just said? Qin Bing asked curiously, pointing to the next door, still not quite understanding. Oh. Lu Xiaoyang continued, yes, I mean that including the one next door will be enough. You mean this courtyard along with the one next door needs to be renovated? Qin Bing's beautiful eyes widened as she tried to digest what she had just said. Did you buy it too? Yes, isn't that a coincidence? Lu Xiaoyang smiled and said these two courtyards belong to a pair of brothers. I only found out the next door was for sale after I saw this one. Originally, I hadn't considered it, but once I realized I could tear down this wall, it would make the courtyard much larger, so I bought it all together. You mean you bought both for a larger courtyard? Qin Bing asked, seeming to digest this information for a moment. At first, yes, but then I realized that the additional rooms would also provide more space. This way it would be more comfortable, right? Otherwise, with just the bedrooms, my parents, my brother, and I wouldn't have enough space. You don't know, back home, we still share a bedroom. The reason the two brothers still shared a room was mainly that Lu Xiaoyu was just beginning to grow up, and he started living at school for high school. He only returned home during holidays, so they had shared a room all these years. Qin Bing looked at Lu Xiaoyang with a complex expression in her eyes. Actually, when Lu Xiaoyang went to buy a mattress from her uncle a few days ago, he decisively spent nearly 10,000 yuan on a mattress, which made Qin Bing realize she might have misunderstood Lu Xiaoyang's financial situation. Until she exited the exhibition hall and saw that the electric car he mentioned was actually a Tesla, which further confirmed her thoughts. It was only at this moment that she realized the reality might be even more different than she had imagined. Qin Bing bit her lip, putting aside her tangled thoughts, and asked, you mentioned you have your own vision for this courtyard. What specific ideas do you have? My idea is... Lu Xiaoyang became animated when the topic was brought up. Let's assume this wall has been torn down. For the south side against the wall, I plan to carve out a small piece of land to plant some seasonal vegetables. Qin Bing nodded, looking at Lu Xiaoyang and patiently waiting for him to continue. Yes, on these two walls, one side for vegetables and the other side for flowers and plants, and I'll build a low corridor. When the season comes, it will definitely look beautiful with grapevines covering it. Lu Xiaoyang continued excitedly. Qin Bing imagined the scene Lu Xiaoyang described, seemingly able to see clusters of red grapes hanging from the vines. Lu Xiaoyang rubbed his hands together and said, originally, I wanted to build a pavilion here, but then I thought it was a bit ostentatious, so I'm thinking of making a sunshade instead. That way on rainy days we can still sit outside and have some tea. Also, it would be best to build a storage room against the wall as there are bound to be some miscellaneous items that need a place. For the ground, I'm thinking of stone slabs or gravel. As for the overall style, I prefer a rustic wooden theme, simple and comfortable. In short, I don't want it to be too complicated or flashy. I want it to be comfortable and easy to maintain. Lu Xiaoyang thought of something else and ran back to the side of the house, eagerly asking, by the way, for the living room and bedroom, can I tear down some more walls and use a large piece of glass? This way we can let in more light. Of course, no problem. Chen Bing was somewhat lost in thought and nodded instinctively. That's good. Lu Xiaoyang smiled satisfactorily, a hint of longing in his voice. Well, that's about my current thoughts. We can add details later. Chen Bing let out a long sigh of relief, unknowingly moved by the vision Lu Xiaoyang painted. She looked down at her notebook, which was filled with notes, some words even she couldn't recall when she had written them. During their previous meetings, Chen Bing perceived Lu Xiaoyang as reserved, unperturbed. Yet at this moment, standing in the courtyard planning the layout, he appeared exceptionally enthusiastic, his eyes brimming with anticipation and dreams. At this moment, he resembled a big child who had just received his beloved toy. Clearly, the vision he painted for the courtyard was a life he had long harbored in his heart, one he had yearned for. Chen Bing found herself unconsciously affected by this childlike fervor. Such a courtyard reminiscent of a dreamlike paradise was undoubtedly a dream cherished by many, hidden deep within their hearts. However, the vast majority could only quietly harbor such dreams, with very few able to transform them into reality. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang pointed to the room behind him and continued with palpable enthusiasm, let's start with the rooms in this courtyard, which will include the living room, study, and bedroom in that order. As the two approached the adjacent courtyard, Lu Xiaoyu, who had been straining to listen, quickly hugged a book and began reciting aloud. He had so many questions he wanted to ask his brother, yet in front of outsiders, he suppressed his curiosity. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyang was also too preoccupied with Chen Bing quickly showing her around. I think there's no need to keep the auxiliary rooms. We have 2 bedrooms and 1 leisure room. As for the style, it should align with the overall aesthetic of the courtyard. I believe you are right. The style is primarily reflected in the soft furnishings. Lu Xiaoyang walked ahead, speaking as he went. Chen Bing followed behind, observing the condition of the house until she noticed the mattress placed in the room by Lu Xiaoyang. Although she had anticipated this, seeing him actually sleeping so simply on a mattress made her involuntarily smile. On the windowsill were simple toiletries. There was nothing else in this room. Yet the mattress on the floor, to anyone unaware, would hardly be suspected to be worth nearly 10,000 yuan. Chen Bing gazed at Lu Xiaoyang's back, feeling increasingly complex emotions. This side should be similar to that side. The conditions seem roughly the same, right? Lu Xiaoyang turned around and asked with a smile. All right. Chen Bing collected her thoughts, reached into her shoulder bag, and took out a small laser distance meter, saying, let me measure the dimensions first. After measuring, Chen Bing also took some photos. I understand your ideas. I'll prepare a plan when I get back. However, I fear your vision might exceed the renovation budget. Upon returning to the initial small courtyard, Chen Bing looked around and said, the budget is manageable. I'm mentally prepared for it. Lu Xiaoyang replied. All right. Chen Bing nodded gently. You have to work during weekdays, so take your time with the plan. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Lu Xiaoyang smiled. Chen Bing nodded silently. Then I'll take my leave. If anything comes up, we can contact each other anytime. If you have any new ideas, feel free to tell me. A moment later, Chen Bing spoke. Okay, thank you for making a special trip. Lu Xiaoyang replied politely, no need to be courteous. It's what I should do. Lu Xiaoyang watched as Chen Bing's car slowly drove away. Is this order not substantial? He murmured. Perhaps it was just his illusion, but he felt that Chen Bing seemed somewhat downcast during their house viewing. In the car, Chen Bing looked at the figure still standing in place through the rearview mirror. Initially, she thought Lu Xiaoyang was just an ordinary young man returning home. Out of practical considerations, she felt the two were better suited to be friends. However, as they interacted, she gradually discovered that Lu Xiaoyang was somewhat different from the peers she had encountered before. His understated self-deprecation during their first meeting, along with the nonchalant expression on his face and his sense of propriety in dealing with others. Moreover, there was the attitude he displayed towards her differing from the overly courteous demeanor of others in the past. Chen Bing silently admitted to herself that she had unconsciously become somewhat attracted to Lu Xiaoyang. Yet just now she realized that Lu Xiaoyang seemed to possess much more wealth than she had initially imagined. The glimmer in Lu Xiaoyang's eyes when he spoke about the courtyard layout, the infectious enthusiasm he emitted. It seemed that his purchase of the 2 courtyards had little to do with money, but rather stemmed from his passion. The 2 expensive mattresses lying alone on the tiled floor resembled his carefree, unrestrained attitude towards life. She found herself increasingly drawn to this charm. Yet simultaneously a sense of helplessness arose within her. She had originally broken down the wall in her heart, intending to muster the courage to take a step forward. But in the blink of an eye, another wall emerged between them, even more difficult to cross. This wall represented the vast disparity in their economic conditions. She was unwilling to settle for a makeshift marriage and had never harbored lofty aspirations of marrying someone whose circumstances did not match her own. Chen Bing was not afraid of pursuing love actively. However, even if she cast aside these concerns, a greater fear loomed over her. She feared that her feelings might be misinterpreted in Lu Xiaoyang's eyes. The car turned around the corner and disappeared from view. Lu Xiaoyang withdrew his gaze and turned back towards the courtyard. He was not a fool. He noticed the way Chen Bing looked at him today, her occasional pauses while speaking, and that phrase, "just call me by my name." He was not oblivious to it. Yet some thin veils should not be pierced, as such respect was best maintained. Chen Bing was a good girl, rational, ambitious, and measured in her actions. It was precisely because of this that he was even less willing to let this relationship deteriorate. Since she had not explicitly stated anything, he would act as if he were unaware. This was best for everyone. "Bro, don't look anymore, but it's long gone. You just got back a few days ago. You aren't already in a relationship, are you?" Lu Xiaoyu appeared out of nowhere, teasingly asked. "What do you know?" Lu Xiaoyang glanced at his brother and replied irritably, "This is the designer I hired." "What do you mean, really? Why would I lie to you? If you put that gossiping mind into your studies, getting into a top university is a sure thing." Lu Xiaoyang raised his hand as if to hit him, and Lu Xiaoyu let out a shriek and turned to flee. Once Lu Xiaoyu learned that Chen Bing was not his brother's partner, he finally relaxed, and then widened his eyes to ask, "Bro, I still want to ask you, this house. Isn't it a rental, right? When did I say it was a rental?" Lu Xiaoyang shot a glance at his brother and walked back. "Did you buy it this rundown?" Lu Xiaoyang exclaimed in surprise. "What rundown house? Didn't you praise it this morning as a place only immortals would inhabit? But wait, that house next door, could it be?" Lu Xiaoyu let out another strange cry. Lu Xiaoyang stopped in his tracks, turned to his brother with a mysterious smile, and beckoned him to come closer. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened as he approached. "He'll tell you a secret, you mustn't let it out." Lu Xiaoyang's expression was tense. Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, lowering his voice. "Bro, rest assured, I promise to keep the secret to myself. Actually, you already know that these two houses have been bought. Since you are my brother, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I have a bit of money." "A bit of money? How much, bro?" Lu Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. "Should be careful, there might be ears on the other side of the wall." Lu Xiaoyang placed a finger to his lips, glancing at the wall. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly felt nervous. "It's in the millions, you mustn't let it out, understand?" Lu Xiaoyang's tone was incredibly serious. Lu Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly, yet politely. "Well, bro, 1 million isn't that much, right? Some of my classmates' families have quite a bit, no need to be so secretive about it." Lu Xiaoyang's eyes widened in indignation. "Oh, you look down on 1 million. The car I'm going to give you is included in that sum." "No, I respect it, I respect it." Lu Xiaoyu quickly pleaded for mercy. "I only have over 400 yuan on me. How could I look down on 1 million? Bro, how did you make so much money? Just consider it as winning the lottery." Lu Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "That's impossible, the lottery is a scam." Lu Xiaoyu was skeptical. "Not bad, you have a good understanding." Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh, and then he silently added in his heart, "It's the lottery that deceives, not the winnings. Just keep this matter to yourself and don't speak recklessly. I want you to understand that when it comes to spending money, you should spend where necessary and not just save for the sake of saving. Of course, wasting is also not acceptable. If you want to buy clothes or shoes and are worried about being scolded by mom and dad, just ask me. At your age, you should care about your image, I understand, okay?" Lu Xiaoyang spoke, naturally giving his advice. "I understand, brother." Lu Xiaoyu nodded with a determined expression, then raised an eyebrow and asked, "So are we not going to tell mom and dad?" As Lu Xiaoyang was about to respond, he realized that there was still a gap in information between the two sides. He had already planned to clarify this matter with his parents in the next couple of days, but unexpectedly his younger brother had a sudden break and learned about it first. "You should pretend you don't know for now. As for mom and dad's feelings, well, they actually don't want me to tell you. They are worried that knowing you have such a wealthy brother will make you lose your drive. Do you understand?" Lu Xiaoyang patted his younger brother's shoulder with a serious expression. "Got it, brother. They'll definitely pretend to be completely unaware." Lu Xiaoyu rolled his eyes silently, unable to help but murmur in his heart. Clearly they consider him a child. 1 million is not a small amount, but he shouldn't be this unambitious. Seeing his brother's expression, Lu Xiaoyang knew he had managed to deceive him. In fact, this was his true thought. He hadn't directly told his parents a few days ago because he hadn't had the time to think about how to say it. Now he already had a plan in mind. He would tell his parents it was 2 million. The amount was too large to say outright, so he would take it slowly. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly scrutinized his brother from head to toe and said, "But brother, aren't you supposed to care about your image at your age? What you're wearing is too casual, isn't it? Not stylish." Lu Xiaoyang looked down at himself, puzzled. "What are you talking about?" He was currently dressed in a classic outfit, a dark short-sleeve shirt matching dark sports pants, and a pair of white sneakers. Lu Xiaoyang felt quite refreshed. Is this considered stylish? Lu Xiaoyu pouted. That sister just now was dressed stylishly. Standing next to her you look like. He intentionally paused. Lu Xiaoyang knew it wasn't going to be a compliment, but still smiled slightly, saying, like what? Go ahead and say it. Well, if I say it, brother, please don't get mad. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at his brother and chuckled, like a country dog. Haha, I'm not angry at all, not in the slightest. Lu Xiaoyang's smile grew even brighter. Even if I were angry, I couldn't just beat you up right. Now go and sweep the yard, and do it thoroughly, making sure not to miss any corners. Brother, you said you wouldn't get angry. This is just a form of corporal punishment. Lu Xiaoyu shouted in dissatisfaction. No, no, no. Lu Xiaoyang raised his index finger and waved his hand. I don't quite agree with that statement. I prefer to call it a comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor. Right now it's time for labor. Hurry up, I will check later. As his younger brother reluctantly went to find a broom, Lu Xiaoyang returned to his room and scrutinized himself in the mirror, muttering, do I really look like a country dog? In the afternoon, Gao Kaiyun messaged him saying to call her when he had time to change the name for the water and electricity accounts. Lu Xiaoyang thought he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he decided to change the name first. The process of changing the name was even simpler than he had imagined. With the property certificate in hand, he went directly to the electricity and water service hall and completed the process in just a few minutes. Sister Gao, if I had known it was this simple, I wouldn't have troubled you to run a trip for me, he said gratefully to Gao Ziyun, who had accompanied him throughout. It's no trouble at all. It's part of my job. You're a reasonable younger brother. You know, we often encounter clients who think that since they've paid the agency fee, we must be responsible for every detail throughout the process. No matter how simple the task, if we don't actively follow up, they might feel that the agency fee was wasted. Gao Kaiyun chuckled dismissively. Don't worry, Sister Gao, I'm not that kind of person, Lu Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Gao Kaiyun waved her hand. I know that you're definitely one of the easiest to talk to among the younger ones. Lu Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and asked, by the way, Sister Gao, I remember you said last time that the pond belongs to the village collective. If I want to tidy it up myself, I can just contact the village committee, right? Yes, just let the village committee know. They would be more than happy about such a good deed and definitely wouldn't object. Gao Kaiyun still seemed a bit skeptical. But younger brother, are you really planning to pay for it yourself? Lu Xiaoyang nodded. Yes, since the houses are so close, I'll tidy it up a bit. It shouldn't cost too much. Gao Kaiyun instinctively wanted to say, I told you not to buy there, but she ultimately held back. Instead, she proactively said, if you've really made up your mind, then let me go with you, younger brother. No need, Sister Gao, that's too much trouble, Lu Xiaoyang politely declined. If changing the name for water and electricity could still be considered within the realm of after-sales service, then this pond matter had nothing to do with her. Lu Xiaoyang was not someone who liked to trouble others. It's fine, I have nothing else to do anyway. I know some people in the village committee and it's easier to talk to them. As Gao Kaiyun spoke, she had already hopped onto her electric scooter waiting for Lu Xiaoyang to set off. Then, thank you, Sister Gao, Lu Xiaoyang said, feeling he could no longer refuse. The two rode their electric scooters toward the village committee, and Gao Kaiyun kindly reminded him, I'm familiar with this area. If anything goes wrong, just feel free to contact me. Thank you so much, Sister Gao. I won't hesitate to reach out if I need help, Lu Xiaoyang sincerely said. Gao Kaiyun smiled and said nothing. She couldn't quite explain why, but her intuition told her that this young man in front of her was worth the effort to maintain. Younger brother, since you're planning to spend money maintaining this pond, why not ask if you can contract it? That way you can decide how to handle it, otherwise wouldn't it be a loss? Gao Kaiyun eagerly suggested. Can the pond really be contracted out? Lu Xiaoyang asked doubtfully. I'm not sure about that. We can ask when we get there, Gao Kaiyun replied. Let's forget about contracting it, Sister Yin. Even if it's possible, I don't have any intention of doing so. Lu Xiaoyang lightly shook his head upon hearing that. This is a county town, though I can't just fence it off to raise fish, can I? If I contract it, then I have to manage it. All the safety responsibilities for the entire pond would fall on me. If anything happens to the elderly or children, an ordinary person can't bear that kind of responsibility. He thought to himself that contracting it would be like asking for trouble. Gao Kaiyun laughed and agreed, that's true. A pond is not a fish pond. In this county town, if you really contracted it, it would be a hot potato. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been left abandoned for so long. Not to mention the safety issues. If someone has a problem near the pond, it would be a disaster. However, this did remind Lu Xiaoyang. It's best to clarify this. If he cleans it up now, and later someone recklessly contracts it making a mess of the pond, he would end up being the fool. Soon the two arrived at the village committee. The committee occupied a small 2-story building, and there were a few elderly people chatting in the sun at the entrance. Gao Kaiyun clearly knew the way, leading Lu Xiaoyang straight to an office. The door was open, and there were 2 people inside seemingly chatting idly. The 2 appeared to be of similar age with slightly graying hair. Surprisingly, even though Lu Xiaoyang had never seen these 2, he could easily distinguish who the village secretary was. Secretary Su is here. Indeed, Gao Kaiyun walked directly to one of them, greeted him with a smile, and introduced Lu Xiaoyang, saying, Secretary Su, this is my client Xiao Lu. He just bought a house here, and he came to say hello. Hello, Secretary Su, Lu Xiaoyang greeted respectfully. Su Chunliang glanced at Lu Xiaoyang with a friendly smile, saying, Oh, I know. You are the one who bought the houses from Old Wei and his brother, right? Many people buy houses here, but it's the first time someone bought two at once. I didn't expect you to be so young, Xiao Lu. Exactly. Xiao Lu said he likes this bungalow. From now on, Secretary Su, you need to take good care of him here, Gao Kaiyun said, taking the initiative. No need to mention that. Whether it's long-time residents or newcomers, our village committee has a responsibility to help with any difficulties. Even if we can't handle it ourselves, we can help get in touch with various departments in the street, Su Chunliang replied readily. With Secretary Su saying this, we can rest assured, Gao Kaiyun said, not beating around the bush, and directly continued, Xiao Lu has some matters he wants to discuss with Secretary Su. Oh. Su Chunliang did not expect that they really had business to discuss. He looked at Lu Xiaoyang and pointed to the sofa beside him, signaling, Xiao Lu, please sit. If there's anything you need from our village committee, just let us know. Thank you, Secretary Su. Lu Xiaoyang sat down on the sofa, his mind slightly moving. Just like Gao Kaiyun had said before, he didn't think there would be any obstacles in this matter. He was voluntarily spending money to do a good deed, and the village committee would definitely welcome him with open arms. However, he suddenly realized that precisely because he was new, he couldn't just act naively. Perhaps a different approach would yield better results. Without having time to think much, Lu Xiaoyang subconsciously put on a troubled expression, saying, Secretary Su, as you know, the yard I just bought is right next to the pond. I didn't think it through before buying. With the surrounding weeds growing wildly, summer is coming soon. I realize there will definitely be many mosquitoes. I'm here to ask if our village committee has any plans to tidy up the pond. Su Chunliang's expression didn't change, still wearing a faint smile. As for requests, he faced all kinds of demands regularly. He was merely a village secretary, and it seemed everyone was always eager to treat him like a versatile monkey. Beside her, Gao Kaiyun was also taken aback. She had long reminded Lu Xiaoyang, but he had not paid much attention, insisting he would handle it himself. How could this younger brother turn around and come asking for help? Little Lu, I understand your feelings. Regarding that pond, it is indeed a long-standing issue. Several households around have reported it more than once. Our village committee also wants to address the pond properly, but Su Chunliang revealed a hint of difficulty. The main issue is that the village committee can't come up with the funds. We have discussed sharing the costs multiple times, but there has been no consensus. It's understandable. Aside from the few households nearby, the best location is the courtyard of the Old Wei you just bought. The other households feel this matter doesn't concern them and are reluctant to contribute. But rest assured, our village will regularly spray pesticides, which does help with mosquito and insect control. Doesn't the higher authority intervene? Lu Xiaoyang, unwilling to accept, asked again. No intervention. Su's secretary shook his head, his face marked with unspoken regret. This pond is public property. Lu Xiaoyang, not giving up, pressed on. Yes. Su's secretary felt a pang of sympathy, but was powerless to assist. If I had known earlier, I might have considered it more carefully. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyang had already adapted well, his face showing signs of frustration. Su Chunliang took a sip of tea, unsure how to respond to this. He couldn't make promises, and he certainly couldn't criticize the younger generation for not thinking things through. Gao Kaiyun was quickly digesting this unexpected scene. She clearly remembered Lu Xiaoyang had mentioned he would take care of the pond, but he hadn't seemed to take it seriously at the time. Could it be that after just buying the house he felt the pressure? Was he now hoping to see if the village committee could provide assistance? Most likely. Look, he is still young. Regardless, she was determined to help him. Secretary Su, this is also my fault for not clarifying with little Lu earlier. The village committee must have some solutions, right? We discussed this before, can't we push it further? After all, this is a collective matter. Su Chunliang put down his teacup and sighed. Little Gao, you've been running around here for a while. You should know that what I just said is the truth. We are merely a village committee, not a financial office, and we have no extra income. There are many expenses, and the few thousand yuan we can contribute is hardly enough. I genuinely wish I could do more. He pointed at Lu Xiaoyang, and then turned to Gao Kaiyun, praising her. But little Gao, please talk to little Lu. Although there is no immediate solution for the pond, our security is good and the community spirit is strong. Once he settles in, he will see that the sense of happiness is not lacking. Gao Kaiyun was also at a loss. Lu Xiaoyang forced a smile, as if recalling something, and asked, by the way, Secretary Su, since the pond has been idle for so long, why doesn't the village committee simply contract it out? If someone were to take it on, the committee could save some expenses, right? Su Chunliang sighed softly. I certainly know that, and people have inquired before. However, there's no way around it. Not only are there explicit regulations against this on the street, but several departments like water management, and environmental protection also have different documents stating that collective ponds in urban areas like ours cannot be privately contracted. It simply won't work. Oh, Lu Xiaoyang's voice was slightly subdued, but he felt a sense of relief in his heart. After a moment of silence, he asked, Secretary Su, if the pond were to be renovated, what would the budget be? We don't have an exact figure. To do a proper job, it would be around 100 yuan. A lower budget would be around 700 to 800 yuan. Even a bit less, around 300 to 500 yuan, could still be acceptable. There are methods of renovation for both higher and lower budgets. At this moment, Su Chunliang seemed to sense something unusual in Lu Xiaoyang's words, but he dared not think too much about it. Yet he couldn't help but sit up straighter. Little Lu, why are you asking this? Lu Xiaoyang did not answer, but countered, Secretary Su, what effect would 300 to 500 yuan achieve? Has a plan already been proposed? Su Chunliang nodded, yes. Our village committee has had a plan for a long time. We have consulted several engineering companies for pricing, but it has been delayed. I assure you that price still stands. For 300 to 500 yuan, it would include dredging and slope protection, simple hardening around the pond, and some greenery. There wouldn't be any extravagant features, but the environment would definitely be kept clean. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang fell silent again. The others in the room exchanged glances, and for a moment no one spoke. After a while, it seemed that Lu Xiaoyang had gone through a significant internal struggle. He finally looked up and asked, Secretary Su, since that's the case, and the village committee indeed has difficulties, this pond is right next to my house. Ultimately, if it gets renovated, I would benefit as well. So, I wonder how much more the village committee needs. Su Chunliang was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to respond. Well, that's quite a difference, isn't it? Su Chunliang rubbed his hands together, his smile becoming increasingly amiable. Moments ago, he had dared not think too much. However, with Lu Xiaoyang's persistent questioning, he had no choice but to contemplate further. Then, I can make an effort personally to help make up for it. Would that be acceptable to you? Lu Xiaoyang slowly replied. But I would like to see the plan first. At the very least, the results must not be too poor. What do you think? A little Lu, are you really willing to spend this money? Su Chunliang suddenly stood up, now fully understanding what was being said, his face glowing as he stepped out from behind the table, the enthusiasm on his face markedly different from before. Lu Xiaoyang smiled somewhat reluctantly. Secretary Su, you see, I am just an ordinary person, and if I had any other choice, I wouldn't want to spend my own money. But given that I live right next to the pond, if the renovation plan is feasible, I am willing to contribute. Su Chunliang was overjoyed and promised, Don't worry, little Lu, it's completely fine. I will contact the engineering company right away and have someone come to explain the plan. Moreover, I will handle all the street office procedures as quickly as possible. Little Lu, you have done a great thing for everyone. No doubt about it. When the time comes, I will help promote you well. We could even carve your name by the pond as a memento, so everyone knows. Su Chunliang spoke excitedly, and Lu Xiaoyang felt somewhat moved by it. However, after a moment's thought, he shook his head. Secretary Su, let's skip the promotion. I don't want too many people to know about my financial contribution. My reasons are rather selfish, not that noble, and if you praise me too much, you'll feel guilty and won't be able to sleep at night. Su Chunliang was slightly taken aback, not expecting this young man to refuse something that could bring him attention so decisively. Selfishness is still selfishness, but a good deed is ultimately a good deed. Really, it's unnecessary, Secretary Su. Saying that there was no temptation would be a lie. The brother said he was not good at facing such things, but that was naturally a misunderstanding. At 20-something, how could one lack courage? He simply didn't pay much attention to his attire. This beautiful reputation was the true allure. However, Lu Xiaoyang still firmly refused. Secretary Su, I will do my best to contribute money, but for the coordination and adjustment process, let's have the village committee handle that. Do I want metal? All right. Su Chunliang nodded firmly, taking another serious look at this exceedingly youthful young man before him. No problem, little Lu, you have this determination. The rest will be handled by our village committee. Since Lu Xiaoyang had said so, Su Chunliang naturally had no objections. He cheerfully added, Little Lu, I just mentioned that the pond cannot be contracted. That's a hard and fast rule that cannot be changed. But you live closest to the pond. Once the adjustments are complete, it will be practically for your personal use, don't you think? Moreover, the responsibility for its upkeep will not fall on you. That's a good thing. Earlier, when he inquired about the contracting issue, Su Chunliang assumed that Lu Xiaoyang was initially considering contracting it, and had quickly reassured him. All right, then as long as there are no arbitrary changes in the future, let's proceed, as Secretary said. Lu Xiaoyang appeared somewhat reluctantly convinced. Rest assured, little Lu, the pond will definitely not be arbitrarily altered in the future. Not only is it not allowed from above, but our villagers will not agree to it either. The conversation concluded with Su Chunliang's hearty laughter. Afterward, he even thoughtfully escorted Lu Xiaoyang and Gao Kaiyun to the entrance of the village committee courtyard. Only after watching the two of them ride their electric bike around the corner and out of sight did he happily return to his. After riding for a bit, Gao Kaiyun glanced back and finally spoke. Brother, you were still relying on the village committee, weren't you? Didn't I remind you earlier that it's not reliable? They are not unwilling to renovate, but they really do lack funds and can't collect money. Sister Gao, I wasn't relying on the village committee, it was just a spuro-femin idea. Lu Xiaoyang chuckled dismissively. Didn't Secretary Su agree to contribute a few thousand? That's already better than I had imagined. My. Gao Kaiyun didn't quite understand. Sister Gao, I actually didn't expect the village committee to provide funds. A first crying poverty and lamenting seems more logical, doesn't it? I just moved here, and if I immediately shout about donating money, I fear I'd be seen as a fool. Lu Xiaoyang laughed lightly. Facing Gao Kaiyun, this warm-hearted older sister, he had not hidden anything, but instead told her the truth. He had a strong belief in his insight. Gao Kaiyun was a kind person. Gao Kaiyun was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Brother, at your age you really think things through thoroughly. I just improvised, I thought it's always better to keep an eye out. Lu Xiaoyang chuckled. He indeed had thought of it on the spot, and hadn't anticipated that his accidental approach would yield quite good results. That's right, you just moved here, and being cautious is never wrong. Lu Xiaoyang chuckled. He indeed had thought of it on the spot, and hadn't anticipated that his accidental approach would yield quite good results. That's right, you just moved here, this feeling is truly wonderful. It seems that this brother was indeed not a wrong choice to help. So Secretary Su said he would help promote you, such a good thing, why did you refuse? Gao Kaiyun asked curiously. Sister Gao, such recognition holds no significance, though I don't need it. Lu Xiaoyang replied calmly, gently twisting the handle of his bike as the electric bike slowly started. Gao Kaiyun looked at Lu Xiaoyang's back, smiling. This brother was indeed interesting. The renovation was progressing steadily, and the pond situation was also taking shape, bringing great joy to Lu Xiaoyang. Returning home, perhaps tired from reading, his brother was sprawled on the mattress playing with his phone. Lu Xiaoyang pulled him up. Let's go home for a visit. It was time for an update on the parents' side. On the way, he bought a roast chicken and a piece of pig's head meat. With these two hearty dishes in hand, he could simply prepare a meal upon getting home. Upon arriving home, Zhang Shuaying was already preparing dinner. Seeing both her sons return at once, she was naturally very surprised and hurried to add more dishes. Drink a little. This question was naturally directed at Lu Xiaoyang, the elder son. Lu Dashan generally would have a drink with his meals. Sure, Dad'll have a drink with you. Lu Xiaoyang nodded, taking the wine bottle from his father's hand. Hey, what about those two bottles I brought? Dad, you didn't try them. This one isn't finished yet. Lu Dashan replied succinctly. Your father scanned it with his phone and said the wine you brought was too expensive. He put it aside and didn't dare to drink it. Zhang Shuaying placed the freshly mixed pig's head meat on the table, revealing Lu Dashan's cover. Hey, didn't I say you could drink it yourself? Lu Xiaoyu felt somewhat helpless upon hearing this, but he wasn't too surprised. It's all the same, Lu Dashan said. Lu Xiaoyang had no choice but to think that what he originally wanted to mention, 200,000, seemed a bit insufficient. He decided on the spot to propose 100,000 more. By the way, have you met the person your second aunt introduced to you? How was it? As Zhang Shuaying was about to turn back to the kitchen, she stopped to ask. Mom, did my aunt introduce a partner for my brother? Lu Xiaoyu, who had been focusing on gnawing on the chicken leg, raised his head with some excitement. I also introduced a partner for my brother. You also introduced a partner for your brother. Who do you know? Zhang Shuaying laughed upon hearing this. How could I not know anyone? I have a teacher, and our teacher is beautiful, even younger than my brother. Lu Xiaoyu chuckled. Yesterday my brother and I went out to eat and happened to run into our teacher. My brother even helped pay for our teacher's meal. They exchanged contact information. Teacher Xia. Alright, that's enough. Lu Xiaoyu forcefully stuffed the chicken leg back into his brother's mouth. Zhang Shuaying's eyes lit up at the mention of Teacher Xia. The nonsensical explanation from his younger brother was bound to be misunderstood by their mother. Lu Xiaoyang suspected that the boy was doing it on purpose. Sure enough, Zhang Shuaying initially listened with a smile, but soon her expression turned peculiar. The teacher is indeed quite good, but Yang, can you really manage two relationships at the same time? No, Mom, I'm not dating two people at the same time. I don't have even one. Lu Xiaoyang shot a glare at his younger brother. However, now that they were back home, this younger brother didn't seem to take the threat seriously. It's just a coincidence. Lu Xiaoyang hurriedly explained to his mother. Zhang Shuaying had just been worried about her son dating two people at once, but now she felt a bit disappointed. What about the one your aunt introduced? How did your meeting go? He's quite nice, suitable for friendship. You're supposed to date him, not just be friends. I know, Mom, but both of us tacitly feel that we are more suited to being friends. Oh, what can we do? At the dining table, Lu Dashan expressed no dissatisfaction, while Zhang Shuaying couldn't help but nag. However, considering that Lu Xiaoyang had just returned and was obediently going on blind dates, expecting success in one try was indeed unrealistic, so she quickly comforted herself. After dinner, Lu Xiaoyu returned to his bedroom. Lu Xiaoyang stayed behind. Dad, Mom, there's something I need to tell you. He waited for his mother to finish wiping the table before clearing his throat to speak. What is it? Lu Xiaoyang rarely looked this serious. Hearing this, Lu Dashan put down his phone and looked over while Zhang Shuang directly sat in front of her son. They hadn't spoken about it during dinner, but both realized that they clearly didn't want to discuss this topic in front of the younger. This matter is quite miraculous, you might not believe it, but it really did happen. Saying this, Lu Xiaoyang screamed. This matter was absolutely true. He had even undersold the numbers, but he felt that his parents would surely not believe him. In fact, even he felt a bit uncertain saying it himself. What is it, child? Is there anything you can't say to us? Just say it. Lu Xiaoyang's hesitance made Zhang Shuang feel a bit uneasy. It's good news, Mom. Lu Xiaoyu hurried to clarify. What good news? Why is it only half said? Zhang Shuang sighed in relief and playfully chided. This good news is. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the two of them, trying to keep his tone calm. I bought a lottery ticket and accidentally won a prize. Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuang exchanged glances, speechless for a while. You won. How much? They both asked simultaneously. 30,000. Zhang Shuang's face lit up. Lu Xiaoyu shook his head. 30. Zhang Shuang looked at her husband, hesitating to continue, her expression growing tense. 10,000. 30,000. Zhang Shuang's face lit up. Lu Xiaoyu shook his head. 30. Zhang Shuang looked at her husband, hesitating to continue, her expression growing tense. 10,000. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly realized this scene felt familiar. Wasn't this a plot from a skit? He decided to just lay it all out, otherwise they would remain nervously guessing, which was still quite amusing. Still not right, Mom, it's 300. Followed by the word for 10,000, read it all together. Lu Xiaoyang tried to maintain his calm. 300 million. Zhang Shuang instinctively tightened her grip on the towel, her eyes wide, and her tone changed. Lu Dashan, sitting on the bed, straightened up in disbelief. Yes, 3 million. Lu Xiaoyang pulled out a bank card from his pocket, the very one his father had given him. Can this lottery win be real? Lu Dashan asked. Son, you haven't fallen for a scam, have you? I see on the news that there are scammers everywhere. They say you've won a prize, but first you have to send them money, and then they vanish quickly. Mom, don't worry, it's all true. The place where I bought the lottery ticket is a legitimate lottery station, and the prize is claimed at the Welfare Lottery Center, which is a government institution. Plus the money is already here. Lu Xiaoyang placed the bank card on the table. The small card drew the couple's attention. They exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for words, both processing this shocking news. Is there really that much money in there? Zhang Shuang picked up the bank card, her voice trembling slightly as she asked. If it really is 3 million. If their family were to save, how many years would that take? For this ordinary rural family, it was an astronomical figure they had never dared to dream of. There's 2 million in there plus the money my dad had saved before now, there's over 200. I kept 1 million for myself, which is enough to buy a house in full. You and Dad can save the rest. This really has money in it. Zhang Shuang still couldn't believe it. The card in her hand suddenly felt, she had never felt that a bank card could be so weighty. Really, it can't be more real than this. How about we let Dad check it tomorrow? Lu Xiaoyang looked at his mother's expression and couldn't help but smile. Then let your dad hold on to it for now. Zhang Shuang glanced at her husband and said. Lu Xiaoyang corrected her. Not just hold on to it, you can spend it as you like. The money I've set aside is enough for buying a house, and even for getting married. Besides, I can still earn more in the future. Your brother's house and wedding are your dad's responsibility. There's no need for you to worry as the older brother. Zhang Shuang said, her eyes reluctant to leave the bank card. If there really is money in there, we won't touch it, or we'll save it for you and give it to you when you need it. Lu Dashan also. Lu Xiaoyang knew it would be like this and said unhappily, what's yours and mine? This is our family's money. You should use this money. I won't need it anymore. I know that if I tell you to stop working, you won't be able to sit still. Just don't work too hard. In a few days, I'll look into getting you both a pension plan, so that in a couple of years when you're older and ready to retire, you can do what you enjoy, whether raising birds or growing vegetables. Just don't work so hard anymore. Lu Xiaoyang rarely spoke this much at home, let alone arranging things for them. Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuang exchanged glances. They didn't say anything, but their hearts were filled with emotion. The money wasn't the point was that their son had grown up and was now caring for them. As soon as you have a child, I can retire anytime. I'm just waiting to help you two take care of the baby. Mom and Dad, I'm going to sleep now. Lu Xiaoyang instantly jumped up. His mom was still his mom. No matter what they discussed, she could smoothly steer the conversation towards his marriage and having children. Late at night, Lu Xiaoyang woke up and noticed a bright light in the yard. It was the light from his parents' bedroom. Early in the morning, Lu Xiaoyang habitually got out of bed early. Over the past few days, not only was his mood pleasant, but his sleep was also unusually sufficient. Waking up early to run had already become a habit. However, in the countryside, Lu Xiaoyang's early was not truly early. Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuang got up even earlier. As he stepped outside, he heard the clattering sounds coming from the kitchen. Without needing to guess, his mother was preparing breakfast. Lu Xiaoyang washed his face at the water pipe and immediately noticed the used bowls and pickled vegetables on the table. The aroma of millet porridge wafted from the kitchen. "Mom, did my dad go to work?" Lu Xiaoyang asked, running his fingers through his damp hair as he walked in. In their family, factories generally did not offer paid vacations. Taking a day off meant losing a day's pay. Even though today was Sunday, he had just handed over 2 million from his bank card yesterday. Lu Xiaoyang knew his father wouldn't be delayed at work. He also did not expect that this money would completely change his parents' lives. They were only in their 50s with decades of living habits. Suddenly having too much free time might not necessarily be a good thing. For now, Lu Xiaoyang hoped they could relax a bit and improve their lives while also alleviating the pressure that their two sons' future families would bring. Right, Zhang Shuang turned her head in response. He left a while ago. So early. Lu Xiaoyang knew that everyone in the family went to work early, but this was a bit too early. He went to town first. Town? Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't take the bank card with him, did he? Zhang Shuang did not laugh, and seriously nodded, carefully glancing outside. Although they were in their own courtyard, it felt as if someone might overhear. "I didn't sleep well last night. With such a large sum of money, I only felt at ease after seeing it." Alright then, Lu Xiaoyang actually understood. Just like the first few days after he won the prize, it was equally hard to fall asleep. Now he increasingly felt that he had prepared ahead of time, without being overly ambitious. Otherwise his parents' reaction would probably be even greater. Don't tell your brother about this. If he can't keep his mouth shut, he might blab about it outside. Also, don't mention it to outsiders. Keep this matter to yourself as if it never happened. People have hidden agendas. It's not that we want to harm anyone, but there are bound to be ill-intentioned ones. Zhang Shuang urged with concern. "All right, Mom, I understand," Lu Xiaoyang replied with a smile. While busy, Zhang Shuang didn't turn around and spoke softly. "Yang, your dad and I calculated yesterday. Over the years we have saved only a little money. With this sudden amount, the stone in my heart finally feels like it has dropped." Just as Lu Xiaoyang was about to go out, he stood in the doorway. He sensed his mother's relaxation in her words and felt very happy. This was precisely what he wanted to see. "Life will get better and better, Mom," he said steadily. After running back, Lu Xiaoyu also got out of bed. Amidst the sounds of the two sons slurping millet porridge, Zhang Shuang finally received a phone call. Throughout the conversation, there were only two responses, and by the time she hung up, her face was filled with joy. Zhang Shuang glanced at her younger son, swallowing back her words. Lu Xiaoyang noticed it all and understood that this had relieved her worries. Sure enough, as soon as breakfast was over, Zhang Shuang began preparing lunch. She planned to cook a few good dishes to celebrate. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaoyu would be returning to school, so this meal had to be ready by noon. Lu Xiaoyang helped by boiling water. Their family also had a large iron pot for cooking with firewood. Zhang Shuang steamed some buns and stuffed buns, preparing to let him take them away to eat. "Mom, what's the good news? Why are you preparing so much delicious food?" Lu Xiaoyu was a bit puzzled. His mother had suddenly become so cheerful after receiving a phone call. Could it be? "My brother has a blind date coming to the house." Lu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang, who was stuffing firewood into the bottom of the pot, paused his hand, nearly unable to resist pulling out the wood he just inserted. While busy, Zhang Shuang laughed without looking up. "Which family's blind date lets the girl come to the boy's house? Even if it's a date, it should be the boy who takes the initiative to go to the girl's house. And he should bring sunflower seeds and candy, right?" Lu Xiaoyu teased Lu Xiaoyang, playfully asking for advice. "Right, you can't visit empty-handed. You must bring something along," Zhang Shuang replied lightly. "When will you arrange another one for my brother? If not, I can go along. He'll be in charge of recording. This is a beautiful moment, and we must document it," Lu Xiaoyu joked. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang's cheeks, already reddened by the heat of the stove, felt like they were turning dark. "Are you feeling itchy? Come here, I'll scratch you with a freshly heated stick of wood." Zhang Shuang glanced at the two sons fooling around and chuckled softly. "Your brother just met someone. If they can continue chatting, that's good. If not, there's no rush. He just got back. I'll let him settle down first." When Zhang Shuang received a call from her husband and learned that the bank card her son had dropped last night indeed contained over 2 million, she felt that perhaps there was no need to rush her son into dating. It would be great if it could happen quickly, but her son's conditions had changed significantly. Previously, she was worried about their ordinary family conditions and the two boys. What if they got older and couldn't find a suitable girl? Now she felt that her son could meet even better girls. Driving a car worth over 300,000, buying a house outright, and having over 2 million in cash. This was no joke. Lu Xiaoyu sighed dramatically, as if feeling regret. However, Lu Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised by his mother's attitude. It seemed to have changed a bit. Could it be due to the money from yesterday? After pondering for a moment, he felt there were no other possibilities. If that were the case, it was indeed an unexpected gain. At noon, Lu Dashan returned home for lunch, also radiating joy. This money belonged to his son, and he truly had no intention of spending it for himself. But whether to spend it or not was one thing, having money on hand was another. Their two sons had pressures of schooling, buying houses, and getting married weighing heavily on his shoulders and heart. Now his eldest son could have less pressure. As for Lu Xiaoyu, the younger one, he still had a long way to go in his that I think you should take some time to learn to drive. Later on, when you buy a small car, it will be convenient to go out. Not to mention Lu Xiaoyu, now I am in Yunjia, and it will be easier for you and mom to visit for a couple of days if you can drive yourself. Yes, Dad, my brother is right. Nowadays, many elderly people drive. You're not that old, learning to drive is totally feasible. Lu Xiaoyu echoed. Alright, I'll ask about the driving school in town when I have time, Lu Dashan replied. Lu Xiaoyang had also encouraged him before, but Lu Dashan was used to riding a motorcycle and simply said it was all the same. Now, however, his mindset had quietly changed. Lu Xiaoyang noticed this change and was very pleased. No need to rush, take it slow. Good days are ahead. After finishing the meal, Zhang Shuaying packed the cool. Lu Xiaoyang helped out. Mom, I found a house that needs some renovations. Once it's done, you and Dad can come. Alright, buying a house is a big deal. We need to be cautious. Lu Dashan from next door listened, but didn't say anything. In the past, they would definitely have been worried about Lu Xiaoyang making such a big decision on his own. But now with their son returning with so much money, it seemed to give them a sense of assurance. Even though they knew this money was a stroke of luck won from the lottery. Mom, don't worry. I'm not a child anymore, Lu Xiaoyang said after finishing packing the buns, and his phone rang. It was a call from Su Chunliang. Xiao Lu, the engineering company has been contacted. When are you free? I can have them come over to discuss the plan. On the phone, Zu's voice sounded cheerful. Afternoon. Lu Xiaoyang sent his younger brother back to school, and without lingering at home rode his bike to the village committee. Arriving 10 minutes early at the agreed time of 4 o'clock, Lu Xiao entered the same office as last time, where 3 people were already present. In addition to Su Chunliang, the village secretary, there was also the elderly man with gray hair, who had chatted with Su Chunliang during Lu Xiaoyang's last visit. Through Su Chunliang's introduction, Lu Xiaoyang learned that he was the deputy director of the village committee, named Chen Wu. Lu Xiaoyang politely greeted him. He would inevitably have to interact with him in the future. The other younger individual appeared to be in his 30s, and with Manager Wu, let's get started. Both Old Chen and I are familiar with the adjustment plan, we mainly need to explain it in detail to Xiaoyang. Su Chunliang cheerfully invited. Secretary Su, this person seems unfamiliar. He doesn't appear to be from the street office. Which unit does he represent? Wu Wei asked, hesitating for a moment with a smile. Oh dear, that's my fault for not providing a thorough introduction. Su Chunliang clapped his hands upon hearing this, and then laughed heartily. It was no wonder Lu Xiaoyang had no affiliation or title and had only introduced himself by name. Xiaoyang just bought a house here a few days ago. He will soon be a member of our Li Li Pu community. Wu Wei still did not understand. Su Chunliang noticed his confusion and continued explaining. Xiaoyang's yard is right next to the pond. Manager Wu should remember when you visited the site. I recall you envied its excellent location. As for this adjustment, it is thanks to Xiaoyang's generous contribution. He has promised to cover the bulk of the costs for this project. Oh. Wu Wei was slightly taken aback. He had suddenly received a call from Su Chunliang stating that funding for the pond's renovation was available and asking him to come discuss the plan. He naturally assumed that the street office had approved the funds and thought that the people they were waiting for were from the street. However, he was familiar with the street office personnel, thus seeing the young face of Lu Xiaoyang made him wonder which unit he was from. He never expected that Lu Xiaoyang was a new resident. He certainly remembered the location mentioned by Su Chunliang. It was excellent, just a few steps from the pond. Renovating it would make it feel like a private reservoir. However, to bear the renovation costs, 50,000 yuan is not a small amount in the county. Was this young man not being taken advantage of? He had never realized that old Su could be so persuasive. But if not, did that mean he was wealthy and unconcerned? Wu Wei discreetly assessed Lu Xiaoyang's attire and felt even less convinced. Wu Wei subtly glanced at Su Chunliang and then turned to Lu Xiaoyang, smiling. Brother Xiaoyang truly has good taste. I've seen that yard. It has the best location in the entire community, and with the pond renovation, it becomes even more impressive. Lu Xiaoyang chuckled and thanked him. Soon Wu Wei took out some materials. Although it was called a plan, it was not much. The engineering scope was relatively small. The dredging work accounted for the majority of the budget. Next came the bank slope reinforcement, weed removal, and the surrounding road surface leveling and hardening, along with basic fencing. Xiao Lu, I negotiated with Manager Wu again about this budget. We initially set it at 49,000 yuan, since this amount can go through the process quickly. Additionally, Manager Wu agreed to provide some saplings to be planted as well. Lu Xiaoyang looked at the AI visual renderings provided by Wu Wei and nodded in agreement without much thought. He did not expect it to be too luxurious. A clean and level space was sufficient. In the end, both parties agreed that the village committee would contribute 5,000 yuan and the remainder would be covered by Lu Xiaoyang. The village committee did not have a dedicated accountant, but did have a public account and an accountant for reimbursements. Once the amount was confirmed, Su Chunliang immediately called over the accountant, a woman who appeared to be in her 40s. Lu Xiaoyang took out his phone and transferred the 50,000 yuan right then and there. Xiao Lu, rest assured. Our village's finances are currently managed by the street office with a dedicated liaison. The accounts are clear, and every penny will be spent on the pond. There will absolutely be no misuse of funds. Seeing Lu Xiaoyang successfully transfer the funds, Su Chunliang clapped his hands in delight and immediately smiled, saying, "Not to mention this renovation of the pond will help him gain recognition as well." "All right, Secretary Su, I will leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands," Lu Xiaoyang said politely, not treating himself as a benefactor at all. "It's certain that the accounts will be clear, but as for every penny being spent on the pond," Lu Xiaoyang thought those words were just for show. When he was at the advertising company, he often had to express himself when facing the minor supervisors from the clients. Sometimes he even had to express himself layer by layer. Moreover, in a county like Yunzhou with projects involving various units, although Wu Wei might not be familiar with Su Chunliang, he likely has acquaintances. Lu Xiaoyang did not expect that the money he spent would truly all go towards the pond. He was not a fresh graduate, he had a more relaxed perspective on some social dynamics. As long as the matter was ultimately resolved, some social niceties were inevitable. He felt that the money spent was worth it. Lu Xiaoyang wasted no time and left right after completing the transfer. Watching the small electric scooter ride further and further away, Wu Wei smiled at Su Chunliang and said, "Secretary Su, this young brother, Lu, looks quite young, yet he seems to resemble a fresh graduate. I didn't expect him to be so generous, handing over 50,000 yuan without batting an eye. Secretary Su, you've been calling for contributions these past 2 years, and in the end, who would have thought that convincing this one person would settle it all? Young people are easier to talk to, huh? Secretary Su, you've struck gold." Su Chunliang withdrew his gaze and glanced at Wu Wei. Lu Xiaoyang guessed correctly. Wu Wei had someone from above who had made an introduction. He detected the humor in Wu Wei's words and laughed, saying, "Manager Wu thinks I persuaded young Lu." Wu Wei smiled and did not respond. "You guessed incorrectly. Yesterday, after returning home, Su Chunliang excitedly told his wife about someone donating money for the pond's renovation. He even expressed admiration for Lu Xiaoyang's unassuming generosity. However, after lying in bed, he recalled the entire conversation with Lu Xiaoyang and felt that something seemed off. The whole conversation felt half-hearted. It seemed that Lu Xiaoyang had reluctantly agreed to donate. Yet upon further reflection, Su Chunliang realized that the entire process had been subtly directed by Lu Xiaoyang. If it weren't for the emphasis on being low-profile and anonymous, Su Chunliang probably wouldn't have thought much of it. Young people often fear that their good deeds go unnoticed and strive to be in the spotlight. Yet Lu Xiaoyang could calmly and firmly refuse such attention. "By the way, Manager Wu, regarding Xiao Lu's donation, it's just between us. Please do not disclose it to others. This is Xiao Lu's specific request." Not to disclose. Wu Wei found it hard to believe. He donated money, but doesn't want people to know. This is a modern-day lay phone. Su Chunliang did not explain. In fact, he had a rough idea of Lu Xiaoyang's mindset. As a new resident, he did not want to stand out, likely to avoid attracting trouble later on. Seeing Wu Wei's surprised expression, Su Chunliang thought to himself, this is indeed a typical reaction. This young man, Lu, has some depth. Lu Xiaoyang did not go home directly. Instead, he went to buy a refrigerator first. He had brought too much food from home which he could not finish immediately, and without a refrigerator it would spoil. Moreover, the weather was about to get hot, and a refrigerator was necessary. 2 hours later, the refrigerator was delivered. The delivery was made by a man and a woman who, judging by their age, Lu Xiaoyang thought they were about the same age as his parents, and they were likely a couple. The refrigerator was a single door and not very big. Once he renovated the kitchen, he would need a larger refrigerator. This one would suffice for now. It could be placed in any room later without wasting space. The man carried the refrigerator on his shoulder, while the woman followed, steadying it with her hand. Lu Xiaoyang temporarily used the utility room as a kitchen. Everything here had been cleared out, but the stove remained. He decided to get some pots and pans in the next couple of days, as eating out all the time was not sustainable. After 5 years of takeout and fast food, he had had enough of outside meals. The refrigerator was set up, plugged in, and confirmed to be working fine. "Thank you, I really appreciate it." Lu Xiaoyang returned with a bag of water and handed a bottle of red tea and a bottle of green tea to the two. No. They both waved their hands in unison. "Don't be polite, it's just a bottle of water, it's not worth much." Lu Xiaoyang insisted and handed it to them. "Well, thank you then." The man revealed a simple smile. Lu Xiaoyang naturally thought of his father. This couple was likely from a rural area. Whether they bought a house in the county or were making a living, they worked together to deliver goods. Although they said they worked together, it was usually the man doing the heavy lifting. This was a courtyard, and a small refrigerator was relatively easy to deliver. Carrying it up the stairs would have been much. After sending them off, Lu Xiaoyang turned back to the kitchen and placed the buns and large steamed buns he had brought from home into the refrigerator. There was enough for him to enjoy for quite some time. He deliberately left a couple too for dinner and the rest to eat tomorrow. The buns were still warm as it was not long since he had brought them. Lu Xiaoyang took a bun and went to the courtyard, sitting down and taking a big bite. As he bit into it, the deliciousness almost made him bite his tongue. The bun's skin was still soft and warm. It lacked the unique wheat aroma of a freshly steamed bun, but he wouldn't have to worry about burning his mouth like he would with one just out of the pot. He took big bites. What a delight! Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but close his eyes, the savory flavor flooding his senses. The meat filling made by his mother was perfectly balanced, fatty, yet not greasy, with fresh scallions mixed in, salty and flavorful. It was simple, just the most rustic homestyle taste, solid and heartwarming. The two buns quickly disappeared, and Lu Xiaoyang satisfiedly burped. After eating so much outside, he was almost forgetting what home-cooked meals tasted like. In the evening, with nothing to do, Lu Xiaoyang decided to go out for a stroll. He had never walked through the alleys here at night. As Lu Xiaoyang stepped outside, he found it still full of life. He often encountered groups of neighbors chatting casually while sitting on stools at their doorsteps. There were also elderly men playing chess and cards under the streetlights. Lu Xiaoyang walked and stopped, and at some point he stood still to watch for a while. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into the street where a delicious aroma wafted from a nearby eatery. Lu Xiaoyang had eaten dinner early today. He didn't expect that after a stroll he would feel hungry again. Two really weren't enough. He patted his belly and then thought of a good place, so he stepped forward. Indeed, he found the barbecue stall that Wei Kai had taken him to a couple of days ago. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at his phone. It was already 10 at night. Perhaps due to the fact that tomorrow was Monday, the turnout was much less than when he first came, with only 6 or 7 tables occupied. Lu Xiaoyang found a table and sat down. Before long, a woman in her 30s came over with a menu. Lu Xiaoyang recognized her as the woman who had cooked last time, the owner of the stall. Last time there had been an aunt helping out, but it seemed now it was just this couple working. Lu Xiaoyang first ordered 10 lamb skewers, then a few spring fish and horse steppe fish. He also ordered a plate of peanuts and edamame, stir-fried some bean sprouts, and asked for 2 bottles of beer. After the woman noted down his order, she turned to leave. Good, good, good. Cheers, cheers. Lu Xiaoyang's attention was drawn to a group of excited men cheering loudly. They were several young men of similar age, evidently a bit tipsy. One of them, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, stood up, tilting his head back and drinking straight from the bottle. The atmosphere was lively, while nearby the owner quietly tended to the fire at the barbecue grill. Lu Xiaoyang turned his head and caught sight of the owner. The two scenes, one dynamic and one static, seemed to belong to different worlds. Lu Xiaoyang recalled the unfortunate story that Wei Kai had told him about this family, and suddenly felt an indescribable sense of loneliness in this scene, especially with the surrounding sounds of laughter and conversation. Because there were fewer customers, the food was served quickly. Soon the skewers Lu Xiaoyang ordered were ready. This time it was the owner who personally brought them over. Your skewers are ready. The owner placed the plate of skewers on the table and called out. Thank you. Lu Xiaoyang set down his glass and expressed his gratitude. Are you here alone today? Lu Xiaoyang did not expect the owner to strike up a conversation with him. Yes, I went for a stroll and suddenly felt a bit hungry, so I came by for some food. Lu Xiaoyang nodded with a smile. Do you remember me? Yes, you came a couple of days ago. The owner smiled and wiped his hands on his apron. Your memory is really good. Oh, I've only been here once, and you remember me. It's a small place. Many faces become familiar over time. I overheard you talking last time and heard you just returned. Oh yes, I just returned to Yunzhou a few days ago. Wei Kai, that chubby guy, said he comes often. Lu Xiaoyang looked around, estimating that the owner should be less busy now, and said, if you're not busy, would you like to have a drink together? For some reason, he was a bit interested in this quiet man. The owner also turned to look. The remaining tables were mostly halfway through their meals, some were even finishing up. He indeed had no work to do. Thank you, but I've quit drinking. He opened the stool leaning against the table, waved his hand at the beer Lu Xiaoyang offered, and poured himself a cup of tea. We'll just have this. Lu Xiaoyang nodded and did not insist. He recalled what Wei Kai had said, not needing to guess the reason. Is the food okay? Are you still getting used to it? Is it good? The owner pointed at the skewers and asked earnestly. Delicious, Lu Xiaoyang said as he picked up a lamb skewer and took a bite. It was a bit hot, but the aroma was overwhelming. He hissed a couple of times from the heat and said, I've had my fair share of skewers since childhood. It's not an exaggeration to say this is definitely the best I've ever had. The owner, upon hearing this, squinted his eyes and a smile crept across his face. 2 days ago, when Lu Xiaoyang arrived, he heard Wei Kai calling for Xianggo. After chatting for a while, Lu Xiaoyang learned that the boss' full name is Li Jinxiang. He dropped out of school in his teens to work and by chance ended up in the catering industry. In his own words, it was a series of random events. He worked at a few restaurants, but didn't learn much in the end. Fortunately, he later met a barbecue master who treated him well, and that was when he truly began to learn the craft. After Li Jinxiang started his career, he worked at 2 barbecue shops until he got married. With the wedding money he had saved, he and his wife decided to open their own shop. He didn't continue with the story, pausing instead. Lu Xiaoyang felt a slight tightening in his heart, knowing that Li Jinxiang must be recalling something sad. Unsure of how to continue the conversation, he picked up his glass, but then set it down. Xiangge, how did you and Wei Kai meet? You live close to each other. Have you known each other for a long time? After a while, Lu Xiaoyang shifted the topic to ask. He had just learned in their previous conversation that Li Jiangxiang's village was quite close to Wei Kai's. In other words, he and Li Jinxiang were from the same town. Lu Xiaoyang and Wei Kai were high school classmates, but their families lived a bit farther apart. Li Jinxiang was momentarily stunned, then he suddenly realized that he had talked so much about his past with Lu Xiaoyang. It had been more than a year since he had spoken this much, even to his wife. He couldn't explain why, he just felt a sense of calm around Lu Xiaoyang and unconsciously let down his guard. Oh, not really, even though the villages are close, I didn't know Wei Kai before. Li Jinxiang shook his head. He has eaten here a few times, and later, he kindly introduced me to a beer supplier, and gradually we got familiar with each other. Oh, I see. Lu Xiaoyang smiled. The fat guy runs a supermarket, so this business fits him. He's been warm-hearted since he was young. Yes, Wei Kai is a good person. He treats others very well. Li Jinxiang nodded in agreement, looking up at Lu Xiaoyang. What about you, Xiaoyang? You must have gone to university. Oh, why did you come back to Yunzhou? Lu Xiaoyang took a sip of beer and shook his head with a sigh. I worked at an advertising company for 5 years, but there was no chance for promotion. It was a bit tiring, and my parents have always hoped I would come back. After thinking about it, I simply returned to Yunzhou. Li Jinxiang spoke with a hint of nostalgia. At 25 or 26, you're still young. Xiangge, you're only in your 30s too. Lu Xiaoyang replied with a smile. In my 30s. Li Jiangxiang's face, which looked older than his actual age, broke into a smile that was more of a bitter laugh, murmuring to himself. At that moment, the boss wife came over with 2 plates, glanced at her husband, and with a gentle smile, said to Lu Xiaoyang, I've brought you 2 more dishes. No need, sister-in-law, we've already had enough. Lu Xiaoyang quickly stood up to stop her. He saw a lobster and spicy chicken on the plates. Both dishes were substantial. It's fine, really, Lan Chunying insisted, placing them down with a smile, then glanced at her husband. She hadn't seen him chat so relaxedly with someone else in a long time. The 2 dishes were more of her gratitude for Lu Xiaoyang, keeping her husband company in conversation. When Lan Chunying walked away, Lu Xiaoyang sat down helplessly. Xiangge, look at this. He had already eaten 2 buns, so he specifically ordered fewer skewers and added a couple of vegetable dishes. Now he had ordered only a small amount, and the dishes the wife brought were more expensive than what he ordered. Li Jinxiang waved his hand, signaling him not to worry about it. He looked at his wife, who was already turning to clean the table, and seemed to understand her intentions. Sister-in-law's cooking is top-notch. Lu Xiaoyang took a bite of the spicy chicken, and the taste was very authentic. He wasn't a petty person, so people's kindness should always be repaid when there's an opportunity. Li Jinxiang replied. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyang noticed more customers arriving. Sorry, it's almost 11. Oh, we need to pack up. A family of 4 sat at the far end, but Lan Chunying went over and persuaded them to leave. Li Jinxiang turned to watch the new customers leave, then, after a while, he turned back. Has the operating time? Lu Xiaoyang asked. He distinctly remembered Wei Kai saying they operated until midnight. No, but after 11 we can't operate anymore. Someone reported us for disturbing the peace. Li Jiangxiang's tone was somewhat helpless. Lu Xiaoyang was surprised. From 8 to 11 isn't that only 3 hours of operation? For a barbecue stall, 3 hours was barely enough for the initial customers. Li Jinxiang nodded. What about changing locations? Lu Xiaoyang looked around, finding no advantages in this location. Given that it was on the street and quite far from the high-rise residential area behind it, shouldn't be considered disturbing the peace. Probably useless. This is already the 2nd location we've changed to. Had they been reported for changing locations by coincidence, or were they being targeted? Lu Xiaoyang didn't know. But he understood that the reason this couple chose to set up a stall was that they couldn't afford to open a shop. Working until midnight was also to earn a bit more money. With operating hours reduced to 3 hours, it was simply adding insult to injury. Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment and asked Xiangge, with such great skills, haven't any barbecue shop owners approached you? There have been. When I first returned, I asked a couple of places, but they mostly wanted to offer me a fixed salary as a... Li Jinxiang was peeling the lobster as he spoke. Lu Xiaoyang raised his glass, puzzled. Xiangge, are you looking to partner with them? Having run my own shop before and understanding management a bit, if I were to work as a barbecue chef. Li Jiangxiang's lips curled into a bitter smile. Actually, it would be better for me to keep setting up a stall. To say partnership is essentially just another job, but with a commission based on output. Lu Xiaoyang listened and nodded in agreement. To be honest, the last time he came with Wei Kai, he was quite amazed by Li Jiangxiang's skills. He felt a sense of loss at the thought of setting up a stall with such excellent skills. Suddenly Lu Zhaoyang's heart skipped a beat. An idea popped into his mind without warning. Yes, they could collaborate. Lu Zhaoyang felt a surge of excitement inside. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. After all, he hadn't decided what to do and had some money on hand. What was there to lose? Although his ideal was to lie flat and enjoy life, he couldn't literally just lie down right. If he continued like this, he feared he would lose all motivation within a year. Lu Zhaoyang held a deep respect for true craftsmen. With such skill, he believed he would never be overlooked no matter where he went. However, he also knew that this idea emerged largely from his sympathy for Li Jinxiang. Until he left, Lu Zhaoyang did not mention his thoughts. The next day, Lu Zhaoyang went for a morning jog and a stroll. He had breakfast outside, enjoying the classic fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. After finishing his meal, the street was still empty, with no one heading to work. His life had become alarmingly routine these days. He went to bed around 10 every night and rose at 6 in the morning. Running, eating, and tidying up were his daily rituals. He felt invigorated, almost as if he were a different person compared to a week ago. Returning to his residence, Lu Zhaoyang was about to wash the clothes he had changed out of yesterday when he received a call from Su Chunliang. Xiaolu, work is starting at the pond today. Manager will be bringing people and equipment over shortly. Are you home? Want to come take a look? The leaders from the street will be there too. Su Chunliang's joyful voice came through the phone. Although Lu Zhaoyang had emphasized not to promote his donation, he was indeed being invited to the commencement. Lu Zhaoyang was somewhat surprised, particularly by Zu's impressive efficiency. However, he didn't think much of it, and politely declined the invitation. Secretary Su, with you overseeing it, I won't be intruding on the excitement. Alright, if you want to know the progress, feel free to come by the village committee anytime. Su Chunliang hung up the phone, completely unaware that he felt a sense of being trusted by the organization. Lu Zhaoyang, after hanging up, continued to wash his clothes. Today he planned to go out and buy some supplies, mainly pots and pans for cooking. After washing his clothes, Lu Zhaoyang tidied up his somewhat outdated hairstyle in front of the mirror and smiled at his reflection, saying, perhaps I should ask Hu Delu for a more trendy hairstyle and maybe buy a couple of new outfits as well. He was teased by his younger brother for being unfashionable. In fact, he did have some decent clothes. However, in the past, he often needed to interact with clients at work, so he dressed rather formally. His more expensive outfits were all formal attire, which he had genuinely spent a significant amount of money on. This was to better gain the trust of clients, hence, he tried to maintain a mature appearance. Now he felt it was indeed time for a change. Grabbing his car keys as he stepped into the yard, he heard a commotion just outside the yard, to be precise, at the pond outside. Upon stepping out, Lu Zhaoyang saw that quite a few people had already gathered by the pond. A truck was parked nearby with several workers busily unloading 2 large red diesel water pumps from it. Lu Zhaoyang knew they were preparing to pump water. He quickly spotted the tall Su Chunliang surrounded by several elderly men and women. Nearby were Chun Wu Wei and even the account manager he had met yesterday. There were also 2 individuals in red vests carrying cameras, seemingly filming the event. Chunliang, are you going to fill in the pond after draining the water? Lu Zhaoyang clearly heard an elderly man ask with concern. Everyone rest assured, this is just maintenance, not filling it in. Once the water is drained, we'll clean out the silt below and we'll bring in more water. In a few days, you'll see a brand new clean pond. Su Chunliang gestured with his hands, confidently speaking. At that moment, he was wearing a black jacket. If it weren't for the wrinkles on his face and his gray hair, he looked as cheerful as a groom. Do we need to contribute any money for this? An elderly woman asked. San Auntie, if we were to collect money, would your family contribute? Su Chunliang asked with a smile. The elderly woman took a step back, saying, you know, I'm an old woman living on a subsidy. Every month my health isn't the best. I need medication, but I can't afford to take out money. Su Chunliang laughed heartily, reassuring. Everyone, don't worry, the funding for this pond management has already been secured, and we won't be charging anyone a penny, so you can all rest easy about that. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people gathered around immediately brightened. This pond had always been a long-standing issue, and everyone had complaints, but when it came to fundraising, they were reluctant. No one wanted to see it neglected, but they were waiting for funds from above. Chunliang, you fought for this from above, right? Now that's a secretary who gets things done. The elderly men and women immediately started to praise him in unison. Regarding the funding for this pond management, everyone can rest assured that it has been perfectly and smoothly resolved. Lu Zhaoyang didn't want to take the spotlight, so Su Chunliang spoke a bit vaguely. While Su Chunliang was explaining, more residents from the surrounding areas kept arriving. With each arrival, he inevitably had to repeat his answers to their questions. Secretary, why did the pond suddenly start construction? What's going on? Are we being charged? A middle-aged man rode up on an electric bike and asked as he braked in front of the crowd. Old air, you didn't bring your phone. Can't you check the notifications in the groups? Su Chunliang felt a bit irritated with the man who had just asked. It was one thing to explain repeatedly to the elderly, but he had to explain to these younger ones who could use their phones. Needless to say, many of them had likely set their community group to do not disturb. What our village committee does is all for everyone's benefit. It's our duty. This project has been able to start so quickly. Su Chunliang discreetly glanced at the camera, slightly shifted his position, and let the focus shift to a man standing next to him, who was considerably shorter, the street office director. Naturally, we couldn't have done it without the strong support of the street office. Without the leaders working overtime to push the project forward, it wouldn't have been possible. This wasn't entirely untrue. Yesterday over the weekend, he had indeed urgently reported this to the higher authorities, and the leaders had kindly taken his report call outside of working hours. However, the reality was certainly not as grand as he made it sound. Lu Zhaoyang's money was a personal donation for public welfare, and there were no complicated processes involved. A simple notification was sufficient. Now facing the cameras, this could definitely make the news, so it was necessary to speak somewhat elegantly. Next, let's invite Secretary He to say a few words. Amid sparse applause, Su Chunliang stepped back a couple of paces, yielding the spotlight. Secretary He was giving an enthusiastic speech, while Su Chunliang maintained a smile on his face. At that moment, however, he was thinking of Lu Zhaoyang, the unsung hero behind the scenes. Even though Lu Zhaoyang had chosen to remain anonymous, it still left him with a feeling of reaping the rewards of someone else's efforts. It wasn't just him benefiting. His superiors were also reaping the benefits, and they were benefiting from a young person. Su Chunliang instinctively looked over the crowd, and easily spotted Lu Zhaoyang, who was standing away from the crowd. The latter wore a subtle smile. Su Chunliang almost instinctively put on a smile himself. Lu Zhaoyang gave him a slight nod of acknowledgement, got into his car, and quietly drove away. Su Chunliang looked at the beaming director He, and then at the Tesla that had already disappeared, recalling Lu Zhaoyang's young face, with its gentle smile. Su Chunliang considered himself somewhat seasoned in the world, yet at this moment, he felt a slight flush on him. Lu Zhaoyang was unaware of Su Chunliang's complex thoughts. In fact, he himself felt little about it. He had encountered many instances of others stealing his credit at work, and he had long become indifferent to it. Moreover, this time could hardly be considered stealing credit, as he had proactively requested it. Speaking of which, this Su secretary was quite a decent person. Not to mention his efficiency in work. Even today, he had made a point to call and inform him. If he wished, he could have probably stood by and said a few words, receiving some applause. However, Lu Zhaoyang was not particularly enthusiastic about such things. Lu Zhaoyang drove to the mall, wandered around, and bought a complete set of pots, bowls, and plates, along with items like knives and cutting boards. In the past, he occasionally cooked, but he had been too busy with work to explore it further. Now that he had some time, he planned to study and improve his culinary skills. His shopping cart quickly filled up. Lu Zhaoyang settled the bill, pushed the cart to the underground parking lot, and loaded it into his car. Afterwards, he randomly found a barbershop on the street and decided to get a haircut. After all, summer was approaching, and a shorter haircut would keep him cooler. While Lu Zhaoyang was listening to the enthusiastic hairstyle director express suggestions, his phone rang. It was a message from Qinbing. The preliminary plan is ready. Do you have time today? I can come over. And Lu Zhaoyang was unsure what this preliminary entailed, but he felt it was efficient nonetheless, so he replied, so soon. Qinbing responded, yes, you can check the effect and style first. If you're not satisfied, I can revise it. Lu Zhaoyang replied, all right, let's wait until after work. I'll treat you to dinner to thank you. He felt it was somewhat unseemly to have someone come over when he didn't even have a proper table. Qinbing's response was simple, okay. As evening approached, Lu Zhaoyang arrived at the restaurant where he had agreed to meet Qinbing. Zhihui Xiaochu. Naturally, this place was chosen by Qinbing, situated in a slightly off location. Of course, in a small county town, even if it was a bit out of the way, it was only a 10-minute journey. Upon entering, Lu Zhaoyang immediately saw a tall artificial hill with flowing water, which was quite grand. Walking further in it was even more enchanting. The first impression one got was spaciousness, exceedingly spacious. Not only at the entrance, but even the dining area had winding streams and lush greenery. There were even arched bridges rising and falling. Individual dining booths were scattered throughout. Completely unlike an ordinary restaurant, the high ceilings measured at least 4 to 5 meters, and it seemed the roof was made of transparent glass. A waiter approached, and Lu Zhaoyang mentioned Qinbing's name. Following the waiter, Lu Zhaoyang crossed 2 bridges and a small stream, reaching the booth, or rather the private room, where Qinbing was focused on her computer. It really feels like crossing mountains and rivers. Lu Zhaoyang greeted with a smile. I didn't expect our little Yuan Zhao to have such grand places. Qinbing gently pushed the computer aside, her gaze landing on Lu Zhaoyang's freshly styled hair, and she chuckled mischievously. What? In your eyes is Yuan Zhao just a backward and closed-off small county? Before Lu Zhaoyang could sit down, he turned his head to study the rattan partition and the wisps of white mist rising nearby. Turning his head, he smiled. Not at all. In my eyes, Yuan Zhao is a beautiful county that embodies wisdom, beauty, depth, and culture. Chen Bing was amused by Lu Zhaoyang's serious expression, unable to suppress a laugh. What? Haven't you seen places like this in a big city like Nanxing? Lu Zhaoyang sat down, looked around, and smiled with a hint of nostalgia. Actually, I haven't. Perhaps there are many good places, but I just haven't been to them. He did occasionally have business dinners with clients, but those were formal banquets, and naturally, he wouldn't frequent such quaint and charming places. This place is indeed quite beautiful. The owner's investment is significant. The small county concealed many talents and wealthy individuals. Lu Zhaoyang never believed that his own wealth would be remarkable upon returning to the county. Girls generally like places like this. It's suitable for photo ops. Chen Bing looked at Lu Zhaoyang and asked with a light chuckle, "As a boy, it's normal you haven't been to such places, but you can't tell me you've never taken a girlfriend to such a beautiful spot." Girlfriend? Lu Zhaoyang sighed, shaking his head in regret. Since leaving university, I haven't had a girlfriend, and I hardly have any male friends. The only companion I have is my burning hot computer. Chen Bing sensed that Lu Zhaoyang hadn't dated in a long time. She also gathered that he had had a relationship in you. She was curious to ask more, but she caught herself and changed the subject. This place looks nice, but the food might not be that outstanding, so it's best not to have too high expectations. That's only to be expected. Lu Zhaoyang nodded, not surprised. Chen Bing couldn't help but smile at his serious expression. When you become accustomed to someone's nonchalant demeanor, such sudden dry humor can indeed be quite impactful. Did you just get a haircut? Oh, you noticed? Lu Zhaoyang lowered his head and tugged at his hair, smiling. How's this hairstyle? I mustered the courage to spend 58 to get the hairstyle director to do it for me. Tony said it suits me well. My previous hair was a bit too long and summer is approaching. Chen Bing looked at the youthful Lu Zhaoyang and paused for a moment. It suits you well. That's good. I was worried that if the place got crowded, the food might take a while to arrive, so I ordered a few dishes in advance. I don't know if you like them. No worries, I'm not picky about food, I'm fine with anything. Just order what you like. Chen Bing then placed the computer between them where both could see it. What I'm showing you today is just a draft. Take a look and mainly determine the style. If you like it, we can proceed further. Though it's called a draft, it was already a very complete rendering, even with a more detailed PPT plan. Lu Zhaoyang glanced at it briefly, his heart involuntarily filled with admiration. These things were produced in such a short time, and they are very professional. Lu Zhaoyang, being from an advertising background, naturally understood the workload involved in this plan. This small county, was it really this competitive? Lu Zhaoyang couldn't help but shiver at the thought. He had assumed that only big cities were in such fierce competition. However, now there was a pond that was set up in just a day, and then a renovation plan delivered in 2 days. This efficiency was genuinely astonishing. I have no plans this weekend, so I'll try to expedite it. Chen Bing, seeing Lu Zhaoyang's satisfied expression, couldn't hide her own joy. She had been staying up late these past few days, and to hide her dark circles, she had applied a thicker layer of foundation. This was a case she rarely encountered, but she was determined to do it well. Although Chen Bing occasionally participated in the design of some business for her uncle's store, there were not many in the small county who were willing to spend a lot of money on renovations. Even if she encountered a higher budget, it was inconvenient for her to take on the project due to her own job. A higher budget meant more projects and higher demands. Almost no client was like Lu Zhaoyang, willing to accommodate her schedule. Not to mention, coming across such a free-spirited small courtyard was rare. No, it was too. Therefore, whether for personal reasons or professional development, she was very concerned about this. The room structure won't change much. Let's first take a look at the courtyard, which you care about. According to your ideas, what do you think of this arrangement? Chen Bing opened the PPT proposal, switching to professional designer mode, displaying the design plans to Lu Zhaoyang. Vegetable patches, greenery, flower beds, grape trellises. Lu Zhaoyang's vision transformed into exquisite images within the proposal. Chen Bing moved the mouse, and as she talked about the plan, her expression grew serious. Since the 2 courtyards merge into one, I think we only need to keep one main entrance. What do you think? Sure. Lu Zhaoyang nodded in agreement while looking at the images. He had the same thought. Chen Bing switched back to the real photos, circling the main entrance with the mouse, saying, alternatively, this main entrance can also be retained. You have a car, so if this entrance is not sealed, it can serve as a vehicle entrance. If the current iron gate works well, or if convenience is preferred, we could replace it with an electric roller door for easier access. Setting up a garage or carport in this corner is completely feasible. Chen Bing not only had multiple proposals, but even created corresponding renderings for each. Chen Bing switched through photos continuously, immediately presenting renderings for both the garage and the carport. A stone path connected the garage and the courtyard, winding between the vegetable patches and flower beds. Lu Zhaoyang hadn't considered the garage issue. The road outside was wide enough for easy parking. However, after Chen Bing's design, he felt it was simply perfect. This space. Chen Bing looked up briefly and said softly, if needed, it can accommodate 2 cars without issue. Lu Xiaoyang did not catch the implication in Chen Bing's words, only feeling that he had indeed found the right person. Chen Bing was too professional. Xiaoyang remained silent, only giving a thumbs up repeatedly. You mentioned wanting to make the windows and doors larger on this side. All these windows can be expanded, but I wouldn't recommend making them floor-to-ceiling as it would significantly reduce insulation and soundproofing. With the windows open to this extent, the lighting will be sufficient. For the kitchen and dining area, we can consider opening them up or using decorative partitions. The windows in the kitchen can also be enlarged similarly. Chen Bing explained while showing the designs. Lu Xiaoyang's vague ideas were not only laid out one by one, but many details he hadn't thought of were also improved. The rustic style you want is primarily reflected in the doors and windows. I think the eaves could even be extended a bit, and on one hand it provides room for arrangement, and on the other with larger windows it can help shade in the summer. As for the courtyard, it will feature non-slip stone slabs combined with pebbles. Chen Bing spoke earnestly, and Lu Xiaoyang listened intently. The waiter brought all the dishes, and neither of them reacted. Next was the interior renovation. Lu Xiaoyang truly knew nothing about this. His intention was simply to do a good job on the basic renovations without making it too flashy. He thought it would be better to focus on soft furnishing styles. Chen Bing indeed did not make it overly complicated, touching on waterproofing without going into further detail. Finally, the proposal was fully presented. How do you feel about all this? Chen Bing, having spoken in one breath, felt her throat a bit dry as she did not immediately drink water, but first wanted to confirm Lu Xiaoyang's opinion. Good. Lu Xiaoyang exhaled deeply, lavishly praising. This is so much better than I imagined. What I previously described was merely an idea. Now you've illustrated this complete dream on paper. A complete dream illustrated on paper. This statement sounded to Chen Bing like the most heartfelt gratitude. Her face relaxed, and she took a sip of water with relief. We've been so busy looking at the proposal that the food is getting cold. Let's eat. Lu Xiaoyang snapped back to reality and hurriedly urged Chen Bing. Chen Bing nodded and then picked up her chopsticks. It tastes quite good, Lu Xiaoyang said as he tasted the steamed fish. There's one more question. Chen Bing did not rush to start eating. Lu Xiaoyang looked up and asked, what question? Regarding this proposal. I have a preliminary budget here. Although it is an estimated price, it shouldn't differ too much from the actual cost. This means that following this proposal, the budget will not be low. If there are any changes or removals needed, you can consider them again. Once confirmed, I will proceed further. Chen Bing reminded. As she spoke, Chen Bing pulled out an A4 paper from her folder and added, aside from the waterproofing and electrical renovations inside, the rest are not mandatory options and can be reconsidered. Lu Xiaoyang took the budget sheet with his left hand and glanced at it. The overall list was divided into two parts: hard decoration and courtyard landscaping. Demolition, reconstruction, roof renovation, electrical work. The list clearly detailed the small items along with estimated prices. The two major parts summed up to approximately 200 to 300,000 yuan in total. Good. Lu Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, folding the A4 paper and placing it aside. Take your time to consider. Decoration is a big deal. Let me know whenever you are ready. Chen Bing finally felt relieved to pick up her chopsticks. No need to consider. We can proceed with this proposal. Lu Xiaoyang smiled. With such a professional and detailed proposal, I see no reason to delay further. It's not. Chen Bing knew that being professional and responsible was important. But was this really her main point? Just the renovation and hard decoration alone would cost nearly 200,000. Even though she now knew that Lu Xiaoyang likely had some money, she still found it hard to understand spending so much on a small courtyard. It was too extravagant. Chen Bing couldn't clarify her own feelings. If this really went ahead, it would be her long-desired once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she could also participate in the soft furnishings later, the entire project would likely exceed 500,000. Such a budget was truly rare in the county. She had never even dared to imagine such a thing before. It was simply a journey to fulfill her dreams. At the same time, she would receive a considerable commission. She lacked confidence that she would encounter a project with such a high budget and freedom again. Needless to say, she was determined to give it her all. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaoyang's reaction refreshed her understanding once again. She couldn't quite express what she felt inside. The sound of flowing water surrounded her, almost allowing her to see a great river stretching between them, faintly echoing sighs. She temporarily set aside her other thoughts. By the way, what are the charges for our best designer? I must pay a high standard for this proposal. Lu Xiaoyang's eyes couldn't help but glance at the proposal on the computer screen from time to time. It truly reflects dedication. He had worked on the planning proposal for 5 years. He could tell whether someone had put their heart into it. Not long ago, he was just an ordinary person, so he understood well that no amount of flowery praise could compare to tangible results. In this regard, he was determined not to become the kind of person he once despised. He must honor the professional efforts of others. Hearing this, Chen Bing collected her thoughts and waved her hand, saying urgently, "No, no. As we agreed, the design fee will be at a friendly price. Besides, if the materials are indeed purchased from me later, that will already allow me to make a lot of money. The design work, well, it just requires a bit of thought. In fact, I could forego the fee entirely. I absolutely cannot accept such a statement. It must be charged. Lu Xiaoyang raised his index finger firmly. In the past, whenever I heard a client say, "Oh, it's just a small matter, you're just drawing a picture and clicking a mouse," I would squint my eyes and mimic the tone of a shameless client perfectly. Every time I hear this, I can only maintain a smile on my face, but my eyes would be fixed on those who disrespect the hard work of others, imagining my fist pounding down like a sandbag, giving them a taste of their own medicine. These guys with their light-hearted remarks have no idea how hurtful they are. They can't fathom the countless nights spent and the gallons of coffee consumed behind those few clicks of the mouse. Chen Bing stared, captivated by Lu Xiaoyang's vivid performance. "Oh right, you worked at an advertising company before. Have you encountered many clients like that?" "Quite a lot." Lu Xiaoyang shook his head helplessly. "So now I absolutely cannot become the kind of person I once hated. Please don't make me into one." Lu Xiaoyang's troubled expression made it seem to an outsider that he was collecting debts. If she didn't charge him, it would end up being harmful. This was the first time Chen Bing heard such a perspective. She knew Lu Xiaoyang was saying this intentionally just to reassure her to accept the payment. This kind of thoughtfulness was something she had never encountered in clients before. Although she had met some boys during blind dates, they felt deliberate in a way she couldn't describe, unlike Lu Xiaoyang, who was so natural and sincere. Now he not only possessed a calm demeanor beyond his peers in wealth, but also exuded naturalness and sincerity. Chen Bing lowered her head to sip her flower tea, unable to discern its flavor. Clearly she had earned money and should be happy, yet she found it hard to feel joy. The more she interacted, the more she discovered Lu Xiaoyang's excellence. The more she became entangled in her emotions. This was not the self she recognized. Chen Bing could only internally advise herself to face it with a professional attitude and not mix in too many personal feelings. Lu Xiaoyang continued eating, finding the meal quite standard. It wasn't particularly delicious, but he couldn't find any faults. Considering the emotional value added by the view, it was worth the price. Chen Bing raised her head again, forcing herself to cast aside her wandering thoughts, and said, "If you're in a hurry, I can arrange for someone to start demolishing that wall in the yard right away." "Sure, no problem. The construction can start anytime." Lu Xiaoyang nodded while eating. "It's a bit of a pity." Chen Bing watched Lu Xiaoyang wolf down his food, having completely set aside her worries about the dishes. She was indeed more drawn to the ambience here. "What a pity?" Lu Xiaoyang asked in confusion. Chen Bing smiled. "The pond in front of your yard is simply a natural scenic spot, but it's a pity the water quality is a bit dirty. It would be great if the street could tidy it up." "Oh, you mean that?" "It's already being cleaned up," Lu Xiaoyang said with a smile after taking a sip of tea. "It started this morning." "What a coincidence." Chen Bing's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, shrugging with a smile. "Yes, it started work this morning. Isn't it a bit too coincidental?" "Yes, it really is too coincidental." Chen Bing couldn't believe it, almost doubting whether her mouth had been blessed. When she visited the house, she took many photos and she found that water hole too regrettable. That place looked as if it had been abandoned for many years. How could this coincidence happen? She never expected that a casual comment would turn into a reality. "Indeed, it really is too coincidental." Lu Xiaoyang continued eating with a smile. After finishing the meal, he parted ways with Chen Bing. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at his phone. It was only 8 o'clock, and there was still plenty of time to return with nothing to do. He was now in the West Outer Ring and happened to pass by Wei Kai's supermarket, so he decided to drop by for a chat. This was how life was in a small county town with pitifully few entertainment activities. Having made up his mind, Lu Xiaoyang started the car and quickly arrived at Kanyuan Community. He had been there twice, so he knew the way well. Right next to the community entrance was the Jiahe supermarket run. Speaking of the name of this supermarket, Wei Kai's wife is named Song Jia, and the Jia character is taken from her name. However, the name Wei Kai is not really suitable for a supermarket. Thus, he used the character he instead, and Jiahe also sounds like family harmony. Community supermarkets are like this. They don't need to be overly upscale or fashionable. What matters is the feeling of familiarity. Wei Kai now had 2 children, and in the evenings his wife usually went home to look after them, so he mostly stayed at the store to keep an eye on things. The glass door was wide open, and Lu Xiaoyang quietly walked in. Wei Kai was behind the transparent cigarette counter, engrossed in his phone. "Boss, do you have the 1982 law fight? Pack me a case." Lu Xiaoyang knocked on the counter, and Wei Kai looked up, recognized the visitor, and with a snap, put down his phone, surprised and delighted. "We don't have the 1982 law fight, but how about the 2025 Pepsi? Have you tried it?" "Forget it, it's too high in sugar." Lu Xiaoyang shook his head with a smile. Wei Kai pulled Lu Xiaoyang to sit at his tea table. He didn't drink much tea, but having seen others do it, he had set one up for himself. "That's enough, make it a bit lighter. I might not sleep well tonight." Lu Xiaoyang quickly stopped Wei Kai, who was pouring tea as if it were free. If you can't sleep, you can't sleep. You're currently unburdened, unlike me. Wei Kai shrugged nonchalantly. So Yangzi, do you have any plans for what to do next? Share with me, I can give you some advice. I'm still thinking. I'm not in a hurry at all. Lu Xiaoyang leaned back comfortably in the chair. In front of Wei Kai, he truly felt relaxed. Indeed, there's no rush. Your current state makes me envious beyond measure. Wei Kai's heartfelt sentiment was sincere and unmistakable. Lu Xiaoyang crossed his legs, a smirk playing on his lips, and asked, do you dare say that in front of your wife? Wei Kai's chubby neck stiffened. She often reminisces about her single days in front of me. Why would I be afraid? Lu Xiaoyang blinked, mimicking him. Honestly, I envy you too. At just over 20, you've settled down and have 2 children. You're nearing a state of completeness. Who wouldn't envy that? What's there to envy? Once you get married and have kids, you'll understand that it's all just trivial matters. You'll have your own headaches and won't be envious anymore. Wei Kai busily prepared tea while spreading the negative emotions of someone who's been through it. This is one of the most enthusiastic pursuits of those who have entered marriage. All right, I was just being polite, giving you a way out. It truly is your fault if you take it seriously. Lu Xiaoyang clicked his tongue twice. Damn, Wei Kai realized he had been outmaneuvered. To be honest, advertising isn't bad at all. Look at your years of experience. However, calling it an advertising company here feels a bit too grand. A print shop would suffice. As long as the location isn't bad, just handling printing and copying can sustain you. Add a few other services, and it would be absolutely no problem. You don't need to worry. I've made some contacts in Yunzhou over the years. I can help pull in some jobs. When it came to serious matters, Wei Kai's expression became much more earnest. Forget it, fatty. I really don't plan on touching advertising again. Lu Xiaoyang said without a moment's hesitation. While dining with Chen Bing, he illustrated his psychological activities when facing clients. Though somewhat exaggerated, it wasn't devoid of genuine emotion. He had spent enough time in the advertising industry and truly didn't want to be involved anymore. By the way, how's the supermarket? You seem pretty relaxed here. Lu Xiaoyang glanced around and casually asked, the supermarket isn't as laid back as you think. Wei Kai poured tea and pushed it toward Lu Xiaoyang, lamenting. Everyone says the supermarket is leisurely, but that's far from the truth. Running a supermarket requires constant supervision. You can't leave for a moment. With the impact of online shopping, supermarkets can't even afford staff. Just watching over things can be nerve-wracking. If a couple or older parents help out, then it's not so labor-intensive. Otherwise, there's hardly any profit left. It was manageable back then. Wei Kai plopped down, not waiting for Lu Xiaoyang to speak before continuing. You know, my parents' supermarket opened early and had a good location. Back then it was truly profitable. As they put it was like having a money printing machine at home. Now with so much competition in town, one supermarket after another keeps opening, and it's impossible to compare earnings to the past. Lu Xiaoyang took a sip of tea and nodded. He was somewhat aware of this situation. They had gathered for meals every year and had often heard Wei Kai talk about it. If you want to open a supermarket, choose the right location. Don't worry about sourcing, at least you have me, and I won't let you take any wrong turns. Wei Kai smiled reassuringly. Actually, it's not that exaggerated. You won't make a fortune, but you can still earn a bit. Lu Xiaoyang chuckled, shaking his head. The supermarket was just something he casually mentioned in response to Wei Kai. He wasn't genuinely considering it. He had come to chat with Wei Kai, but since the topic had come up, Lu Xiaoyang felt that his thoughts could be shared. So what about the restaurant industry? What do you think, Wei? Restaurants? No one wants to touch that. Lu Xiaoyang was surprised. Wei Kai shook his head vigorously, even more decisively than when discussing advertising. The disdain on his face was unmistakable. If there were a physical manifestation of restaurant before him, Lu Xiaoyang had no doubt he would spit at it. Lu Xiaoyang was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? Is it illegal to run a restaurant in Yunzhou? Yangzi, don't even think about it. You've never done it, so you have no idea how deep the waters of the restaurant industry are. It's not the same as opening other types of stores. It's not something you can learn in just a few days. Here in our county, many young people have stayed outside and consumption is stagnant. Not to mention whether you can endure the hardships, it's really not worth the risk. Just look at the restaurant at the previous intersection. Do you know how many signs have changed in 2 years? Lu Xiaoyang silently shook his head. 4. Wei Kai held up 4 fingers, his tone filled with exclamation before bursting into laughter. That's why I say advertising is the way to go, one after another. It's them who are getting fed. Lu Xiaoyang listened and laughed, taking a sip of tea. Despite Wei Kai only having completed high school and not having traveled far, he had developed a business acumen over the years. Especially in a county town, he was even more knowledgeable than Lu Xiaoyang. He listened attentively to Wei Kai's words. Fatty, what you say makes a lot of sense. The restaurant industry really isn't doing well right now. It's not just Yunzhou, it's like that nationwide. Online information is not hard to notice. Lu Xiaoyang picked up the teapot and poured tea for both of them. However, just because the market is bad doesn't mean everyone is struggling. The key is to be strong in your own skills and to have real techniques. I'm not just rambling. I had to face clients in the past as well, and the competition in the advertising industry is fierce. To retain clients, Lu Xiaoyang clearly knew what he relied on. That's for sure. Some people always have good business. But Yangzi, you need to decide whether you want to learn on your own or hire a high-priced master chef. Opening a restaurant is no small investment, so think it through. Don't act impulsively. Don't worry, I won't act impulsively, Lu Xiaoyang replied. Besides, even if you have great skills, it doesn't mean you'll have business right away. You have to endure the wait. Many restaurants that might have been decent never got to see their day and just faded away. They couldn't hold on. Lu Xiaoyang nodded and asked, let's change the subject. What do you think about the barbecue stall we ate at a few days ago run by Brother Xiang? He had no doubts about Li Jiangxiang's culinary skills. His main concern was still his understanding of Li Jianxiang as a person, which was crucial. He needed to further understand Li Jiangxiang's character management abilities and experience. After all, he truly preferred to be a hands-off manager, and his partner had to be trustworthy. Lu Xiaoyang seemed to hear the sound of someone slurping noodles. Excuse me, is anyone here? Yes, someone's here. No sooner had his voice fallen than a woman rose from the workstation at the back. A bowl of Lu Xiaoyang took a sip of tea and raised his eyebrows. Not learning, what about a partnership? Wei Kai hissed, his eyes filled with skepticism. Brother Xiang's skills are definitely reliable for opening a store, but you know he doesn't open one himself due to lack of funds. Can you come up with that? If he wants technical skills, that would indeed be a challenge for me. As for money, it should be manageable, Lu Xiaoyang said, taking a sip of tea with utmost elegance. Wei Kai was taken aback by his friend's antics. He shook his head and smiled, raising an eyebrow. Don't be ridiculous. You're currently buying a house, preparing for marriage, and opening a restaurant. This is no small sum. Who is being ridiculous? I know what I'm doing. Lu Xiaoyang's voice was calm and steady. Yangzi, are you serious? Do you really want to do this? Wei Kai finally confirmed that Lu Xiaoyang seemed to be serious and was not joking with him. After thinking for a moment, he looked up earnestly and said, if you can really bring something to the table, and if you genuinely believe it's feasible, then I think it's possible. Brother Xiang's skills are undeniable. To be honest, I've had this idea before. Oh really? So why didn't you pursue it? Was there a disagreement? Lu Xiaoyang did not expect this to be the case. Wei Kai shook his head and said helplessly, no, I never even discussed it with anyone. You should know that all the family money is with my wife. The little I have in hand isn't enough to even open a restaurant, let alone cover expenses. I tried to discuss it with her, but the moment she heard it was about the restaurant, she absolutely refused, saying no way was she going to let me get involved in the restaurant business. If you ask for my opinion, if you can truly bring out some funds and are serious about this, I think it could work. Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, I think Brother Xiang's skills are indeed impressive, and that's what sparked this idea. Besides, I happen to be looking for something to do. Moreover, I want to make sure that Brother Xiang is on board with it. If he's not interested, it would be pointless. He hoped for the best scenario where he could invest some money and then be a hands-off manager. Wei Kai tapped his fingers on the table randomly and said, however, I want to remind you of one thing. From what I know, Brother Xiang has been approached by a few parties for cooperation, but none of those discussions materialized. What do you mean? These parties are all established restaurant owners. When they talked about cooperation, they wanted him to invest his skills aiming to control the management. But Brother Xiang is very adamant about wanting to retain management rights. His stance is that he needs to steer the direction himself to have confidence in making it work. Wei Kai paused almost incredulously. Lu Xiaoyang nearly couldn't contain his excitement. He was thrilled that others were unwilling to let go, as he was more than happy with that arrangement. He had originally worried that if he only invested money, it might come across as insincere. This was simply a match made in heaven. Wei Kai, unaware of Lu Xiaoyang's excitement, continued. Not to mention you are an absolute novice in the restaurant industry. They certainly won't agree to let you meddle. But you also must ensure that you're comfortable with this situation, otherwise there would be no point in discussing it. How did Brother Xiang's previous restaurant fare? I heard it was quite good and very popular locally. So why did he stop? Lu Xiaoyang prompted. It was due to family issues. They were seeking medical help for their child, and the couple couldn't manage it anymore, and with financial constraints, they had to transfer the business. I find him quite impressive and very down-to-earth. You know, I mentioned him to my mother last time. She said she knew Brother Xiang's mother, and there were quite a few familiar faces in their village. My mom said she had heard about him for a long time. When he was running his restaurant outside, he didn't return home for several years, but he donated money to the village every year, providing food for those in need. Lu Xiaoyang and Wei Kai chatted until nearly 10 o'clock. When he got up to leave, the supermarket was also about to close. Lu Xiaoyang had initially come to chat casually and did not expect Wei Kai to know so much about Li Jinxiang. Now he felt even more confident in the latter. How did you get here? Wei Kai asked as he lowered the rolling shutter, looking at Lu Xiaoyang, who was stretching beside him. I drove. You bought a car? I hadn't heard about it. Wei Kai said, swinging the electric bike, key in his hand, while glancing along the road. Lu Xiaoyang shot him a glance, and said, "You never asked, did you?" "I had no idea. Didn't you say you hadn't bought one for the new year?" "What kind of car?" "Let me see." Wei Kai replied, a bit curious. "Look." Lu Xiaoyang pointed to the silver Tesla shining under the streetlight, playfully tossing the key high in the air and catching it steadily. "No way, a Tesla." Wei Kai was stunned, glancing from the car to Lu Xiaoyang, confirming it was real, finally resigned. "And here I am driving an old Bora. You driving a Tesla is just unbelievable." Wei Kai exclaimed, visibly frustrated as he snatched the key and stormed toward the car. It was truly remarkable. Cars nowadays are no longer rare. The real concern is family and friends. Lu Xiaoyang was quite satisfied with the emotional value of the moment. "Yangzi, I was just worried about you these last few days. It turns out you really made quite a bit of money. You know, with your work you always talk about working late into the night. I never imagined it could be so profitable. Did you win the lottery or something?" Wei Kai said, drooling with excitement. "Just think of it as winning the lottery," Lu Xiaoyang replied, surprised that his childhood friend casually guessed right. "This car is so much better than my junky Bora. I have to take it for a spin." Lu Xiaoyang was indifferent, allowing him to drive. While Wei Kai drove a Bora, he was not poor. Over the years of running the supermarket, he had saved quite a bit of money. Lu Xiaoyang knew that aside from the house they lived in, there were also 2 other properties rented out. This might have been due to parental assistance. That being said, he was the only son, and the money earned during those years was all thanks to Wei Kai. This guy had always lived comfortably. Yet in a county town after getting married, and without needing to show off, the Bora was low maintenance, so he never changed it. If he really wanted to, replacing it with a luxury brand would be effortless. After Wei Kai had enough driving, Lu Xiaoyang returned home already past 10. Lu Xiaoyang parked the car and intentionally went to take a look at the pond. At this moment the pond had returned to under the moonlight. He could see that the water level had already dropped significantly. According to the construction plan, the water extraction would take 2 days. The next day, Lu Xiaoyang got up early to go jogging. When he returned from jogging, he saw that the workers had already arrived on site, ready to continue extracting water. Although it was just after 7, no one in the village seemed to mind the noise. There was a bit of excitement in the air. Even a tedious water extraction process drew a crowd of elderly villagers who had finished their breakfast. Su Chunliang was also present. He stood with his hands on his hips, inspecting the pond, looking quite spirited. Lu Xiaoyang spotted him, and Su Chunliang noticed him too. "Are you sure about that?" Su Chunliang was uncertain if he understood correctly. "Are you saying you want to follow me to Lu Xiaoyang nodded seriously, like a chick pecking at food. "Of course, it's definitely possible. It's even a help." Su Chunliang chuckled. "I was worried we wouldn't have enough hands. You say the older folks can't go down and the young ones have to work. I thought I'd have to force myself to go down. If you want to go, that would be wonderful." As he spoke, he pointed to the mud already revealing itself at the edge of the pond, and said, "However, I must remind you in advance, although there's protection, the smell that clings to you is quite strong." Lu Xiaoyang was unfazed. It's fine, it's fine. I remember catching fish in the river at the village when I was very young. I've always remembered it over the years, and later I saw people catching fish in videos. I've always wanted to try but never had the chance." Seeing his genuine interest, Su Chunliang stopped persuading him and readily said, "All right, I'll call you when the water is drawn down. I'll make sure to leave a few for you." "Great, then it's settled." At 11 o'clock in the morning, Lu Xiaoyang heard the sound of the water pump outside gradually stop, and the voices grew much livelier. Without waiting for Su Chunliang to call him, he ran out on his own. He even changed into an old set of clothes he no longer intended to wear. Although his childhood memories of fishing in the river had become vague and only fragmented, the delightful feeling had never faded. Sometimes he even dreamed about it. He remembered that in the small river at the village when he was young, he held the fish in both hands as he pulled it out of the water, and the fish's tail splattered mud on his face. He also recalled the wonderful sensation of the fish bumping against his legs underwater. Lu Xiaoyang came outside. At this time, many people were already standing by the pond, creating a lively scene. Those who didn't know would think there was a street performance. Several older individuals were even directly holding water buckets and waiting. In short, everyone appeared to be in high spirits. Lu Xiaoyang moved closer and saw that the water in the pond had been drawn down to knee depth, and he could already see quite a few fish swimming. The key was that they were indeed of considerable size. Lu Xiaoyang easily found Su Chunliang, but the problem was that he was currently surrounded by a crowd. Everyone was chattering away, and Su Chunliang, holding a set of waterproof overalls, was struggling to manage the situation. He had underestimated the enthusiasm. Originally, he thought the young adults would be at work during the weekdays and worried about not having enough people to go down. But in reality, when the notice to distribute the fish was sent out in the group, the fishing enthusiasts who usually enjoyed fishing all hurried back, excitedly joining in. However, Su Chunliang had only borrowed 6 or 7 sets of waterproof overalls. Everyone scrambled to get in the water, creating a scene that was getting slightly out of control. Now he had to start calming everyone down so they could patiently wait on shore for the fish distribution. "Bring me a set." An old man who looked to be over 70 squeezed forward. Although his back was slightly hunched, his steps were still, his face was tanned to a deep brown, almost excessively so. It was clear he was an experienced angler. Su Chunliang was handling the excited crowd when he noticed the old man pushing forward and his own expression darkened. Second brother, it's one thing for the young folks to cause a ruckus, but what are you doing joining in? Aren't you afraid of falling? I'm not afraid. I've been to every river around here. I've never seen anyone fall. Why would I fall this time? The old man with the dark face retorted. You're not afraid, but I am. Although the pond posed no real danger, he still couldn't let older individuals take risks. Not to mention, if someone were to fall, it would be quite troublesome for him. Compared to that, repairing 10 ponds wouldn't be worth it. Erlay, if you want to go down, you better keep an eye on your second uncle. If he falls and gets hurt, just wait and see how I'll settle the score with you. Su Chunliang shouted loudly at a young man who was also causing a ruckus nearby, then took a horn from someone beside him and yelled, no one is allowed to go into the water without a waterproof suit. This is not a joke. If anyone causes trouble, don't blame me for getting angry. The water is shallow, you won't drown. But you never know what might have been thrown in there. If someone gets hurt, that's a hassle. Su Chunliang had been a village leader for many years and his authority was still present. After putting down the horn, the scene indeed quieted down significantly. Those with clothes can catch fish, those without should wait patiently to handle the fish, lift the fish, and distribute the fish. After shouting, Su Chunliang ignored any dissent and directly squeezed out of the crowd. He had already spotted Lu Xiaoyang, who was making his way toward him. Secretary Su. Lu Xiaoyang quickly greeted him. He hadn't expected that catching fish would be so lively. His eyes were fixed on the waterproof suit in Su Chunliang's arms, fearing that it might be taken away. Su Chunliang also noticed the eager look in Lu Xiaoyang's eyes, feeling a bit amused, but also satisfied. In the few days they had known each other, they had only met a handful of times. But in those few encounters, Lu Xiaoyang left an impression of being exceptionally steady. During their first meeting, the young man had promised to personally fund the pond renovation in just a few minutes. The second time was even more decisive. After glancing at the proposal for just a few minutes, he casually transferred nearly 50,000 yuan without batting an eye. The third meeting left the most profound impression. At the groundbreaking ceremony, after Su Chunliang finished his speech, he saw Lu Xiaoyang from afar. At that moment, the street office director beside him, who spoke eloquently, and Lu Xiaoyang, who was hidden from the crowd with his accomplishments, formed a striking contrast. Lu Xiaoyang smiled lightly and turned to walk away. That scene left Su Chunliang with an indescribable feeling. Lu Xiaoyang was too composed. His composure was unlike that of a typical young man in his 20s. This left Su Chunliang both amazed and somewhat regretful. The maturity of the young man was indeed admirable, but conversely, having such a young age, yet lacking vitality and passion, was surely a cause for regret. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyang finally resembled the young person he was supposed to be. However, it was unexpectedly, while catching fish, something Su Chunliang had never anticipated. Xiaoyang quickly put on that suit. You'll be able to get into the water soon. In other words, Lu Xiaoyang's 50,000 yuan had only earned him an undisclosed donation certificate, and it seemed the only real request was to go down and catch fish. This Su Chunliang would naturally defend to the end. Thank you, Secretary Su. Lu Xiaoyang took the waterproof suit and was already eager to try. Su Chunliang smiled and nodded, not bothering to say much more, and quickly turned to maintain order. Lu Xiaoyang looked down at the suit in his hands, and when he looked up, he hadn't noticed when the dark-faced old man had quietly approached him. He had just witnessed the standoff between the old man and Su Chunliang, instinctively tightening his grip on the suit. Which family are you from? The dark-faced old man scrutinized him. Lu Xiaoyang pointed to the yard behind him and said, Grandpa, I just bought this house. Oh, you bought it? The old man seemed to suddenly understand. You're quite lucky. You just moved in and have already encountered this good fortune. As he spoke, his eyes inevitably fell on the suit in Lu Xiaoyang's hands, and he squinted, asking, do you know how to wear this? Lu Xiaoyang is not very fond of fishing anymore, yet he has long been familiar with the group of fishermen. Undoubtedly, this is a lovely and dedicated group, sometimes evoking a sense of pity. The old man in front of him has a complexion that is not merely dark, it bears the marks of wind, frost, rain, and dew. These are the honors of a glorious life. Lu Xiaoyang secretly admires the old man, but admiration aside, there is no way he will yield his clothing. It is not out of stinginess. At the old man's age, even if he were to give it up, it would be of no use. Su Chunliang's earlier attitude was quite clear. Old man, whether I wear it or not seems to matter little. Lu Xiaoyang said helplessly. Then what is important? The black-faced old man instinctively pressed on. What is important is that even if you wear it clearly, I would still gladly offer it to you. The black-faced old man was pleased that Lu Xiaoyang at such a young age had such insight and understanding. However, before he could express his joy, Lu Xiaoyang continued. You probably can't even get into the water, right? Why don't we ask Secretary Su? The old man wanted to retort, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he merely glared sulkily. Old Man Secretary Su is also concerned about your health, right? Upholding the tradition of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, Lu Xiaoyang kindly said, "How about this? You can rest assured I will set aside 2 big ones for you later." Upon hearing this, the black-faced old man's eyes widened even more. What kind of statement was that? Setting aside 2 big ones for him. The young man has no sense of fairness. Wasn't this just rubbing salt in his wounds? Whether bought or given by others, how could it compare to catching? Lu Xiaoyang watched the old man toss out a few good words before turning to leave. Observing his stubborn back, he scratched his head in confusion. This old man has quite the temper, huh? Lu Xiaoyang noticed that the black-faced old man was radiating anger even from behind, and he did not quite understand what was going on. Soon Lu Xiaoyang changed into his fishing suit, and by the time he returned to the pond's edge, some people had already started to wade in. Each person held a scoop net, and the tools for holding the fish were varied and unique. There were large plastic basins, buckets, and metal basins, all clearly gathered on the spot with no two alike. Lu Xiaoyang quickly gathered his tools and prepared to set off. As soon as he stepped into the mud, he felt as if his feet were fitted with suction cups, smoothly sinking in with a squelching sound. Several people began their arduous trek from different directions. Lu Xiaoyang held the scoop net in one hand and the plastic basin in the other, straining to pull out his left foot, taking a step forward, then shifting his weight to move his right foot, repeating the process. Finally, after quite some time, the 6 of them gradually arrived at the water's edge. Splash! A palm-sized crucian carp leapt out of the water, landing directly in the mud before Lu Xiaoyang. Having left its water source, the fish flailed its tail vigorously, struggling in vain. Lu Xiaoyang joyfully set down his basin and crouched to pick up the fish. The first catch, arriving at the water, made things noticeably easier. Lu Xiaoyang, quick-eyed and quick-handed, noticed a ripple on the water's surface. The next moment, the scoop net was in the water, and a lively crucian carp emerged. The people in the water were lively, and those on the shore were just as animated. By the time school was out, many more children had gathered. The chatter was incessantly lively. That kid, didn't he see to the left? Is his eyesight problematic? Is he foolish? There's a huge fish right by your left leg, right in front of you, can't you see? Just throw the scoop net away and grab it with your hands. Are you young and foolish? At first, Lu Xiaoyang did not pay much attention, but then he recognized that the voice sounded familiar. Looking up, he indeed saw the black-faced old man standing on the shore, one hand on his hip, while the other pointed. It was clear that he was the one shouting. "Yes, I'm talking about you, kid. To the left, there's a big fish by your leg. Can't you see it? Hurry, grab it." Lu Xiaoyang realized that the old man hadn't entered the water and was unhappy. This was clearly just a chance for him to direct from the sidelines. Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but find it amusing. Just then, he suddenly felt a hard bump against his calf. Wearing a heavy fishing suit and being in the water, it felt quite apparent that the fish was not small. Lu Xiaoyang wasted no time thinking and unhesitatingly threw aside the scoop net, quickly bent down and plunged his hands into the water like lightning. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyang's left hand touched something slippery that he couldn't grasp with just one hand. It was certainly large. Not caring that water might fill his suit, he quickly lowered his body and forcefully encircled it with both hands. Got it. But the fish was struggling, nearly wriggling free. Lu Xiaoyang pressed down deeper, holding it tightly. Lu Xiaoyang used all his strength to lock onto the fish, which continued to struggle, almost escaping his grip several times. He had it. Lu Xiaoyang had completely forgotten his image with his chin nearly submerged in the water. Finally, he confirmed he had a firm hold. Lu Xiaoyang slowly stood up, his hands emerging from the water raised high, as a nearly half-meter-long carp joyfully thrashed its tail in his grasp. The beautiful scales of the fish shimmered under the sunlight, looking stunning. Lu Xiaoyang was thrilled and excited, shouting to the suddenly quiet black-faced old man on the shore, "Old man, how does this one look? He'll save it for you." The black-faced old man said nothing, his eyes fixed on the fish, lost in his imagination. He could hardly fathom how beautiful it would be to catch or fish this huge one himself. If he had caught this fish himself last night after fully charging his battery, he could have paraded through the streets until the power ran out. What a pity. This kid is so infuriating. "Hey, old man, don't go." Lu Xiaoyang, puzzled by why the old man suddenly turned to leave, called out kindly, "Wow, that's a big one." Su Chunliang shouted through the loudspeaker while maintaining order at the scene and announcing the catch results. When he saw the big fish Lu Xiaoyang had caught, he immediately shouted out. Cheers erupted from the shore, along with excited shouts from the children. Lu Xiaoyang was deeply moved by the atmosphere, holding the fish high to show the people on the shore. Looking at his basin, he had already made quite a few catches. However, his plastic basin was not very deep, and if he held the fish too long, there was a risk it might jump out. Lu Xiaoyang did not want to knock it unconscious. "Shall Lu bring the fish up first? There's no rush," Su Chunliang reminded him through the loudspeaker. So Lu Xiaoyang dragged the basin toward the shore with great effort. Lu Xiaoyang moved clumsily through the muddy water. A crowd had gathered on the shore, either waiting for him or simply to see the big fish. The black-faced old man stood outside the crowd, his eyes filled with envy. "Come on, old man, come." Lu Xiaoyang keenly spotted the somewhat lonely figure and waved his hand to call out. The old man hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist the temptation and walked over. "Old man, you direct, and he'll execute. This counts for both of us." Lu Xiaoyang squatted down, still holding the big fish and smiling. Looking at Lu Xiaoyang's bright smile, the black-faced old man suddenly realized that this kid wasn't so infuriating after all. Outside the crowd, Wu Wei stood in a suit by the pond observing the gathering. Today they were set to drain the water, and as the person in charge he needed to make an appearance. Moreover, he knew they would be fishing today. Although he wasn't a resident here being part of the construction team, he had his mind set on bringing back a couple of fish to enjoy. "Xiao Lu." Hearing Su Chunliang calling out Xiao Lu and Xiaoyang, Wu Wei knew exactly who he was referring to, although he was initially puzzled as to why he couldn't see anyone. It wasn't until he saw a young man covered in mud dragging a basin to the shore that he dared to recognize him. "This is..." Wu Wei hesitated at first. Only when he heard Lu Xiaoyang speak did he truly confirm his identity. It was hard to blame Wu Wei for not remembering clearly or for having trouble seeing. He had only met Lu Xiaoyang once, just a brief communication about the plan the day before. Just like Su Chunliang, Lu Xiaoyang had left the impression of being taciturn and somewhat reserved. Seeing such a stark contrast in appearance now was enough to make him unsure. "Bro, is that you?" After leaving the fish behind, Lu Xiaoyang squeezed his way out of the crowd astonished. He finally had a moment to catch his breath. This work was more physically demanding than he had anticipated, but the joy was doubled. Over the years, the pressures from work had made him question if he was suffering from mild depression. It had been a long time since he felt such a refreshing release. Lu Xiaoyang turned at the sound, spotting Wu Wei, who was impeccably dressed and seemed a bit out of place at the sight. "Oh, President Wu. Hey, little brother, I almost didn't recognize you just now. What brings you down here?" Hearing himself referred to as President Wu brought a sense of clarity to Wu Wei's mind. While dealing with Su Chunliang here, he was always addressed as Manager Wu. It was true that the younger generation understood etiquette better. Wu Wei suddenly remembered that technically Lu Xiaoyang was the client in the true sense. How could a client take on such labor? Wu Wei found it puzzling. "President Wu, fishing is quite thrilling. You should give it a try, as such an exciting opportunity doesn't come by easily." Lu Xiaoyang, grinning broadly, wiped sweat from his forehead with his arm, completely unaware that a streak of mud had also joined his cheek. Wu Wei observed Lu Xiaoyang's fair cheeks, smeared with mud, radiating an indescribable vigor under the sun. Soon Lu Xiaoyang took the basin and set off again. Wu Wei watched Lu Xiaoyang struggle through the muck, yet his spirit was invigorated. He felt a gentle pang of envy, as if something had nudged him inside. Covered in mud, Lu Xiaoyang's eyes sparkled with vitality. But what about himself? After all, he was just in his early 30s. Standing in his tailored suit felt like being sealed away. Even when he smiled, he subconsciously maintained a composed demeanor. He envied such simple joy, something he had experienced but had long since lost. Wu Wei glanced at the few people busy catching fish in the pit. As if having made a certain decision, he quickly returned to his car. When he came down again, he had changed into sportswear. This was what he usually wore to play basketball. Old Shun," Wu Wei shouted from the edge of the pit. Indeed, his two employees responsible for the water drainage were down there. President Wu. The man called Old Shun was thoroughly enjoying fishing when he heard the shout and turned to look at Wu Wei on the shore. "Come here." Wu Wei beckoned with his finger. Old Shun hesitated but moved closer to the edge. Wu Wei continued to beckon. Old Shun, confused, moved a bit closer. "President Wu, we haven't finished yet. Just come up first." Old Shun was reluctant. "Old Shun, give me your clothes and it'll go down," Wu Wei finally said. "President Wu, are you joking? It's so dirty down there." Old Shun was hesitant as he was having so much fun. "Not joking. President Wu, don't go down there, it's too dirty. He'll manage." Old Shun pretended to be confused and urged, "Your clothes don't look cheap, you just go back up and avoid getting muddy." "What do you mean expensive? This is just a couple of bucks, hurry up and let me try it." Being the leader, Wu Wei made his intentions clear, and Old Shun could no longer pretend. Reluctantly, he climbed back onto the shore. "I say, President, will you struggle to lift 5 kilograms of watermelon, so why are you bothering with such a dirty and tiring job?" Old Shun grumbled while taking off his shirt. "Hurry up, no more nonsense." Wu Wei, seeing the cheerful figure in the water, grew increasingly impatient. Ultimately, the 6-mile community's fishing competition ended successfully. Later, a large fish was caught that overshadowed Lu Xiaoyang's catch, but his fish was still noteworthy. In the end, Lu Xiaoyang only kept 2 smaller crucian carp. That was enough for him. He couldn't cook fish and had no intention of doing so. Since the fish had to be killed fresh, he turned around and sent them to Wei Kai. In the following days, the pond returned to tranquility. With the fish caught and the water completely drained, the mud beneath was exposed. The mud in the pond couldn't be cleaned, yet it needed sufficient sun exposure before any excavation could be arranged. Of course, Lu Xiaoyang didn't remain idle during the next few days. Chen Bing was continuously refining the plan, needing to communicate on various details. The two didn't meet, but they maintained contact through their phones. During his free time, he rode his little electric scooter around the streets for leisure. He also visited the barbecue stall 2 more times. Although he hadn't mentioned anything about the collaboration, from his perspective, his trust in Li Jinxiang had grown, as had his confidence in the partnership. In truth, he had originally not been in a hurry about the matter. However, since the opportunity had arisen, he felt it was feasible and decided to go along with it. Soon it was Thursday. In the evening around 9 o'clock, Lu Xiaoyang strolled to the barbecue stall again. This time he was ready to have a proper talk with Li Jinxiang. Business was doing well, and Lu Xiaoyang sat down and ordered. The aunt who had served them when he and Wei Kai first came was the one cleaning the tables today. Lu Xiaoyang now knew that this aunt was Li Jiangxiang's mother-in-law. "Brother, you really support my business too much, though as per usual today's drinks are on the house." Li Jinxiang handed out a large bundle of meat skewers to each table. When he arrived at Lu Xiaoyang's side, he placed the skewers and big shrimp he had ordered in front of him. "However, after this meal you're not allowed to eat barbecue again." In a week, this was Lu Xiaoyang's 3rd visit. They would chat for a while once Li Jinxiang finished his work. Despite Li Jiangxiang's confidence in his cooking skills, he was slightly taken aback by this enthusiasm. "Brother Xiang, you aren't upset that I ordered too little, are you?" Lu Xiaoyang joked. Li Jinxiang quickly waved his hands. "How could that be? Little brother, I truly appreciate your recognition of my skills, but you really can't eat any more these days. Barbecue is fine occasionally, but too much isn't good for your health." Seeing that Li Jinxiang was very sincere, Lu Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, Brother Xiang, I'll listen to you. After today, I won't eat any for now." Today he really didn't need to come by so frequently just to clarify things. Indeed, no matter how delicious something is, it can't withstand being consumed too often. The two exchanged a few casual words before Li Jinxiang got busy. This was the peak time with many people around, so Lu Xiaoyang planned to wait until it was less crowded to discuss serious matters. As time passed, and it was already past 10, the barbecue stall began to quiet down. Li Jinxiang started to relax, squatting beside the tricycle used for grilling, and began to tidy up the skewers. Lu Xiaoyang was eating leisurely and had nearly finished his meal, so he stood up and walked over. "Xiang Ge." Li Jinxiang looked up at Lu Xiaoyang and smiled. "Brother, are you done eating? Someone has already settled your bill at that table." "Someone paid my bill." Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback, thinking it was a joke, and laughed. Who was so kind? However, Li Jinxiang did not seem to be joking at all. He raised his hand and pointed to the table in the corner, saying, "Look over there." Lu Xiaoyang followed his direction and saw a figure sitting with their back turned. The person was wearing a black hoodie with the hood pulled over their head and seemed to be focused on eating. "Xiang Ge, you're not joking with me, are you?" Lu Xiaoyang asked. "I'm not joking, it's a very beautiful girl." Li Jinxiang stood up, his eyes glinting with a teasing light. "A beautiful girl?" Lu Xiaoyang cast a doubtful glance at Li Jinxiang, confirming he did not seem to be joking. After hesitating for a moment, he could only turn and walk towards the person. Chen Bing. Other than Chen Bing, Lu Xiaoyang couldn't think of any girl he knew here. But since she was here, why didn't she say hello? It didn't make sense. Lu Xiaoyang approached the table, but did not see her face. "Hello," he greeted. When the person looked up, he was instantly stunned. "Teacher Xia." It turned out to be his brother's homeroom teacher, Xia Ran. Lu Xiaoyang never imagined he would encounter her here. On the table in front of Xia Ran were a small plate of crayfish, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and several skewers of meat. Beneath the black hoodie, her delicate and beautiful face seemed to be slightly flushed from the spice. Her slender fingers were covered in the red sauce from peeling the crayfish. "Hiss!" Xia Ran gasped lightly at the spice, glancing at Lu Xiaoyang, but being unable to speak, she hurriedly lifted her cup and took a sip. Lu Xiaoyang did not expect this beautiful girl to be so fierce. Alone, she was eating skewers, crayfish, and drinking beer. "Hello, sorry." Not sure if it was the lingering spiciness from the crayfish or the beer. After taking a sip of beer, Xia Ran placed the cup far away in fright and picked up a bottle of mineral water to drink instead. Then she waved her fair hand to fan herself. Lu Xiaoyang watched her adorable appearance and wanted to laugh, but out of politeness he held it back. He patiently waited until Xia Ran calmed down a bit before speaking. "Just now the boss had someone help me settle the bill. I was wondering about it, but I never expected to meet Teacher Xia here. It's really too kind of you. It seems you still remember the last time." Lu Xiaoyang looked at the girl in front of him, who seemed out of place in this street stall. Yet strangely, there was an indescribable sense of harmony. "It's not kindness, but it's what I should do. Last time I transferred money, you didn't accept it, and this time we just happened to..." Xia Ran's face was still red, but her expression was serious as she said, "However, you didn't order much. Oh, what I paid wasn't as much as last time. Teacher Xia is really too meticulous." Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the empty plate of crayfish Xia Ran had cleared, and with a slight smile he asked, "Then how about..." I order a few more things to even it out. Sure. Xia Ran's eyes brightened, seeming to think it was a clever idea. Lu Xiaoyang asked, so Teacher Xia, are you here alone? If it's convenient, can I sit here? You can pay the bill, but I'm worried I can't finish it alone or it wouldn't be good to waste food. Indeed, Xia Ran nodded without much thought. Lu Xiaoyang nodded as well. He didn't call anyone over, but went straight to Li Jianxiang to order more food. Xiang Gu had an order of medium-sized crayfish over there. Lu Xiaoyang did not see Li Jianxiang's wife and mother-in-law, probably because they left early when it was less crowded. Li Jianxiang was versatile, excelling at both cooking and grilling. All right. Li Jianxiang winked at him with bright eyes. As the two grew closer over the past few days, Lu Xiaoyang had started to see Li Jianxiang smile more often. However, this lively expression was a first for him. Lu Xiaoyang knew it was mostly due to Xia Ran's beauty. He returned to Xia Ran's side and sat down across from her. Teacher Xia, do you still want to drink this beer? From her earlier reaction, Lu Xiaoyang could tell that Xia Ran probably hadn't drunk much. The bottle of beer had only been poured into one cup, and the cup was nearly still full. Xia Ran immediately shook her head, looking a bit frightened. I heard that drinking beer helps with sleep, but I didn't expect the taste to be so terrible, even worse than when I first tried it in college. No wonder Teacher Xia is eating alone here. It seems you have insomnia. Lu Xiaoyang opened a set of utensils and poured himself some beer, smiling. If that's the case, it's better not to try it lightly. If you've hardly drunk before, forcing yourself to drink might actually keep you more awake, making it harder to sleep. It's not insomnia. Oh, I accidentally locked my house keys inside. I had no choice but to stay at a colleague's place for the night, but I find it hard to sleep in an unfamiliar environment, so I thought I'd give it a try. Xia Ran said, her tone a bit dejected. Oh, I see. Lu Xiaoyang raised his cup, not yet bringing it to his lips, and said with a smile, Teacher Xia, if you accidentally lock your keys inside, you can just call a locksmith to open the door. Are you worried about not having identification? Don't worry, once the door is open, you can let the locksmith test the keys. If they work, he'll believe you. Reality isn't like the skits where you need a bunch of IDs. I know I've called someone, but it's night, and I'm not at ease. Oh, so that's what you're worried about, Teacher Xia. You did the right thing. Being cautious is wise. As they spoke, the crayfish arrived. Xia Ran's eyes lit up when she saw the crayfish, but upon glancing at the little mountain of crayfish shells in front of her, she immediately asked, do you like eating crayfish? Yes, I love it. Lu Xiaoyang was not polite at all. Without wearing gloves, he picked up a crayfish and said, I really want to taste it, but I'm worried I can't finish it. With Teacher Xia here, I feel much more at ease. You can help me out, right? Seeing Lu Xiaoyang so sincere, Xia Ran hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Lu Xiaoyang deftly peeled a shrimp, its flavor spicy and fragrant. Li Jiangxiang's skill in handling the spatula was no less impressive than that of a barbecue chef. Teacher Xia, please eat. You said you would help, and I really can't finish all this. Lu Xiaoyang pleaded. Xia Ran looked at the freshly served lobsters, eager to dive in, but remembering she had already eaten quite a bit, she felt a bit shy to take action. Moreover, she had deliberately ordered the smallest portion because she didn't want to eat too much. To be honest, she felt a bit unsatisfied. Xia Ran nodded lightly. If she didn't eat, it would truly be a waste. Teacher Xia is so young, yet you've already become a class teacher. You must be very capable and quite popular in class. Lu Xiaoyang initiated the conversation while peeling the shrimp. Xia Ran focused on eating, paused her movements, and let out a barely audible sigh. Actually, I was tricked into it. Lu Xiaoyang was somewhat taken aback by her words. Seeing his disbelief, Xia Ran set down the small lobster in her hand, furrowed her beautiful brows, pondered for a moment, and said seriously, some teachers of my age really don't want to be class teachers, so we younger ones have no choice but to take on the role. However, I am indeed quite popular. What subject do you teach, Teacher Xia? Lu Xiaoyang asked. Mathematics. Lu Xiaoyang noticed that Xia Ran was very focused while eating. Although her movements in peeling the lobsters weren't particularly skilled, she was earnest, as if she were completing an important task. Occasionally, she would be caught off guard by the spiciness, instinctively wrinkling her nose before quickly taking a sip of mineral water. Soon a plate of lobsters was successfully devoured by the two of them working together. Xia Ran quietly checked her stomach and then felt a bit relieved. Seeing that she seemed to have no energy left, Lu Xiaoyang took the initiative to help finish the remaining skewers of meat she had. He noticed Xia Ran's gaze subtly drifting toward the beer she had originally poured for herself, seemingly captivated by it. Teacher Xia, do you still want to drink beer? Xia Ran shook her head, but her eyes didn't wander away. Lu Xiaoyang seemed to understand and chuckled. Oh, you're worried about not being able to sleep at your colleague's house, right? Xia Ran nodded. I have to supervise the morning reading in the classroom early tomorrow. The thought of lying in an unfamiliar environment on a strange bed, possibly tossing and turning all night, sent chills down her spine. Actually, there's a way around it. Lu Xiaoyang raised his glass, thought for a moment, and smiled. What way? Xia Ran's expression brightened as she looked at him. I can accompany you back to call a locksmith. This? Xiaoran hesitated for a moment. It was only their second meeting, and they hardly knew each other well. However, because of Lu Zhaoyang's connection to Lu Xiaoyu, she naturally felt a bit more trust toward him. Moreover, after this meal, Lu Xiaoyang had left a good impression on her. Looking at it now, this seemed like the best solution. Would I be bothering you too much? Xiaoran already accepted the idea internally. It's no trouble at all. After eating so much at night, I could use a stroll. In fact, I should be thanking you for not giving me a chance to slack off, Lu Xiaoyang said with a smile. Xiaoran gazed at Lu Xiaoyang for a moment before chuckling. You're quite an interesting person. Just now I treated you to this plate of lobsters, yet most of it ended up being eaten by me. Now you're accompanying me to call a locksmith, and it turns into me helping you avoid slacking off. Xiaoran felt that Lu Xiaoyang was somewhat different from the peers she had met before. It's all the same, it's all the same. Lu Xiaoyang laughed heartily. He hadn't even realized it until now, but it did seem to be the case. Xiaoran got up to settle the bill. Lu Xiaoyang didn't make a show of himself, calmly sitting and finishing the last 2 skewers of meat at a leisurely pace. After a while, Xiaoran returned. The boss didn't charge us. Lu Xiaoyang was a bit surprised and turned to look at Li Jianxiang, who was busy tidying up. He guessed what had happened. Clearly, Li Jianxiang misunderstood their relationship, giving him face. Lu Xiaoyang felt a bit helpless, turning his head to see that Xiaoran seemed somewhat unhappy. Teacher Xia, isn't this a good thing? It's okay, the free meal counts as you treating me. Phew. Upon hearing this, Xiaoran did not seem to feel any happier. You know the boss. Why didn't you say so earlier? Just now Li Jianxiang not only waived the charge for the plate of lobsters, but also said that if he had known Xiaoran was acquainted with Lu Xiaoyang, they wouldn't have charged for the meal. She insisted on paying, but the boss refused to accept anything. Now she not only failed to treat for the lobsters, but also ended up taking advantage of the situation. I've been here often, so I've become somewhat familiar with the boss. It's just a plate of small lobsters, Teacher Xia, don't take it to heart. If he had been dining alone, Lu Xiaoyang definitely wouldn't have accepted a free meal. But with Xiaoran present, Lu Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't dismiss the other party's kindness. He called out to Li Jianxiang, and after exchanging pleasantries, left with Xiaoran. Xiaoran rode her electric scooter, pushing it along. The early spring night was just right, cool and refreshing. After a hearty meal, a leisurely walk was most suitable. The two walked side by side in silence for a while. You? Xia. They both spoke simultaneously and quickly halted. They exchanged glances, and Lu Xiaoyang smiled. Teacher Xia, you go ahead. Xiaoran lightly smiled. I heard from Lu Xiaoyu last time that you just returned to Yunzhao. Last time in the restaurant, Lu Xiaoyu had mentioned a series of details about Lu Xiaoyang. At that moment, Xiaoran was only thinking about repayment and hadn't really paid attention. It was only on the way back that her colleagues teased her, and now walking side by side with Lu Xiaoyang, she finally remembered. Yes, I just returned a few days ago. So you were working in a big city before. What brought you back here? Because I love my hometown. This was the second time Lu Xiaoyang had said this to a girl since returning. He was clearly much more confident than before. He had expected Xiaoran to find it amusing, but to his surprise, she nodded seriously. I thought Teacher Xia would find it funny. Why would it be funny? I think that's wonderful. Because Lu Xiaoyang wanted to say that in this era talking about love for one's hometown seemed rather laughable, didn't it? Then what about you, Teacher Xia? What brought you back to Yunzhao to teach? It wouldn't be love, would it? Lu Xiaoyang had never asked and naturally regarded her as a Yunzhao local. He didn't think that an outsider would come to a place like Yunzhao. It's a bit of both. It's a thought I had during my studies. Back then I encountered an excellent teacher who inspired me to become a teacher like her, so I returned here. Xiaoran said. So it sounds like Teacher Xia, you are also a student from Yunzhao No. One high school, which makes us alumni. Lu Xiaoyang was not too surprised. Yunzhao County has only 3 high schools, and among them No. One high school has the strongest faculty and a decent performance, so it definitely has more students. Yes, that's right, but I only studied at No. One for half a year before transferring schools. Teacher Xia also did not find this unexpected. So that means the teacher who influenced you, Teacher Xia, is also from Yunzhao. Which one is it? Maybe I know them. Lu Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Teacher Lu Guiying. Lu Xiaoyang froze at the mention of this name, cautiously asking, is Teacher Xia from the class of 58? Yes, how did you know? Teacher Xia also paused, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. We can't be classmates, right? I'm sorry, I only stayed for half a semester, so I don't remember many faces. No, we are not classmates. Lu Xiaoyang quickly waved his hand. He had guessed based on the name Lu Guiying. Originally, he was just asking casually and did not think that Teacher Xia would mention a teacher he happened to know. Yunzhao High School has nearly 40 classes in each grade with so many teachers in the school. How could it be so coincidental that it was someone who had taught him? But coincidentally, Lu Guiying was indeed his math teacher. Because Lu Guiying was particularly strict, they all secretly referred to her as Old Lu. Lu Xiaoyang clearly remembered that Lu Guiying had a leg disability and often leaned on a cane. He wasn't very good at math, otherwise his grades could have improved further. He had often been scolded by Lu Guiying for his poor performance in that subject. High school teachers generally follow the same class from first year to third year. Teacher Xia was obviously younger than him, so if she also had been taught by Lu Guiying, she was probably 3 years his junior. Thus Lu Xiaoyang was able to guess right away. When Teacher Xia heard Lu Zhaoyang's explanation, she also felt it was quite amazing. At the same time, having a common teacher subtly brought them closer together. Teacher Lu should have retired 2 years ago, right? Lu Xiaoyang asked. Teacher Xia nodded happily. Yes, I can't believe you care so much about Teacher Lu. It seems she had a significant impact on you. Oh, I initially fell in love with math because of her. Teacher Lu is indeed a good teacher. Lu Xiaoyang found it difficult to respond. There is no doubt that Lu Guiying is a good teacher. However, the reason he knew her so well was purely because he was often lectured by her. He even inquired about Lu Guiying's age, eagerly anticipating her retirement. He felt embarrassed to tell Teacher Xia about this. However, it seemed that Teacher Xia had opened up and began to actively talk about school matters, including his younger brother Lu Xiaoyu. When Lu Xiaoyang heard Teacher Xia mention her brother, he realized she was familiar not just with math, but also other subjects. He knew that this seemingly young and excessively beautiful girl was a very responsible teacher. After a few minutes, they arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau housing complex where Teacher Xia lived. At the entrance of the community, Lu Xiaoyang saw a locksmith advertisement posted on the notice board. There's a phone number here, let me call. He volunteered, quickly taking out his phone. Yes, Xinhua Road Industrial and Commercial Bureau housing complex. The cost is fine, building number. Lu Xiaoyang looked at Teacher Xia, who had already extended 3 delicate fingers. Building 3. I'll wait for you downstairs. Lu Xiaoyang hung up the phone, flashed an okay gesture, and said casually, It's done, we'll be over soon, let's wait down there. I really need to thank you today, otherwise I would definitely be unable to sleep tonight. Teacher Xia said sincerely. Lu Xiaoyang smiled. Teacher Xia, please don't be so polite. First of all, we are high school alumni, and secondly, we are both students of Teacher Lu Guiying. Moreover, you are my younger brother's homeroom teacher. By all accounts, I must help with this small favor. If you must thank someone, I think it should be the delicious food that brought us together. Speaking of delicious food, that plate of crayfish. I never expected that a street stall would taste so good. If it weren't for this unexpected incident today, I probably would never have discovered it. Teacher Xia felt a bit regretful that she had gotten a free meal because of Lu Zhaoyang's acquaintance with the owner, but she also thought it would be rather pretentious to say so. Recalling the taste of the crayfish, she subconsciously licked her lips. Yes, that boss does have good skills. Lu Xiaoyang suddenly asked, Teacher Xia, do you think if that boss opened a restaurant would the business be good? Of course, the taste is so excellent that it would definitely be recognized. I would definitely go support it. Teacher Xia nodded immediately, and I would recommend it to my colleagues and friends around me to try. Alright, it's a deal. Lu Xiaoyang readily agreed. Teacher Xia turned her head to look somewhat puzzled by this. It's a deal. Then she thought that since Lu Xiaoyang knew the owner, he must be trying to help the owner attract business. The two waited downstairs for no more than 10 minutes when a locksmith arrived on a motorcycle. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at Teacher Xia, who tacitly led them upstairs. 3rd floor East Unit. Lu Xiaoyang hadn't even asked before, he had just learned. Buddy, we need to check some identification. The locksmith said at the door. I didn't bring my ID, but I have an electronic ID on my phone. Lu Xiaoyang didn't waste words, opening his phone to show the locksmith his ID. The key is inside, right? The locksmith asked after taking a look. Yes, I accidentally locked it inside when I went out. I can get it once the door is opened. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at Teacher Xia and then nodded. The locksmith nodded, said nothing further, and squatted down to open his toolkit. For these professional teachers, unlocking was as simple as drinking water. The locksmith fiddled with it for a bit, and in less than half a minute the door was successfully opened. Teacher Xia entered the house and quickly came out with a key. The locksmith took the key, closed the door, and opened it with the key, not asking for any additional identification. The fee was agreed upon as 100. Which one of you will pay? Lu Xiaoyang stood by with his hands in his pockets, not even shifting his position, looking at Teacher Xia. He'll do it. Teacher Xia hurriedly opened her phone. To an outsider, they clearly looked like a couple who had long passed the honeymoon phase, with the girl holding the financial power. The locksmith's footsteps gradually faded away. The door is open, Teacher Xia. I'll take my leave now. Remember to lock the door and stay safe while you are alone inside. The two stood in the corridor, and just before the air turned quiet, Lu Xiaoyang had already spoken. I really want to thank you today. Teacher Xia also sighed in relief. At this time, it was certainly not suitable for her to invite someone in, but sending someone away felt somewhat impolite. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyang brought it up himself. Just saying thank you isn't enough. Lu Xiaoyang walked down 2 steps, turned back with a smile, and said, Next time I want to eat crayfish, Teacher Xia should treat me, how about that? No problem. Teacher Xia nodded silently, noting this down in her mind. She didn't like owing favors, especially to someone she had only met twice. Although this person seemed to not be in a hurry for her to repay. Lu Xiaoyang casually walked out of the residential area where Xia Ran lived, his hands resting behind his head. Unlike Nan City, the small county of Yunzhou saw few cars on the streets at midnight, and the nightlife was vibrant. At this moment, there were hardly any cars on the streets of the small county, and the shadows cast by the streetlights were long with a cool evening breeze, bringing a sense of ease. Lu Xiaoyang walked back along the path he had come, his pace neither hurried nor slow. He had not intended to rush back to discuss matters with Li Jinxiang, but since the store had not opened yet, and he had just secured a potential client, Lu Xiaoyang felt it was better to act quickly. "Xiaoyang, why are you back again? Did you forget something?" Li Jinxiang, taking the opportunity to clean the bamboo sticks and paper towels on the ground, while some guests at two nearby tables laughed and chatted, asked with a puzzled expression upon seeing Lu Xiaoyang return. "I didn't forget anything, Brother Xiang. I just have something I want to discuss with you," Lu Xiaoyang replied with a smile. "Oh sure." Over the past week, Lu Xiaoyang had visited frequently, and they would chat whenever they had a moment. So hearing Lu Xiaoyang say this now, Li Jinxiang didn't think much of it. He casually set the broom aside, pulled out a stool to sit down, and gestured for Lu Xiaoyang to join him. Then he smiled and said, "There are still some dishes over there. How about I cook something? I noticed you didn't drink much today." "No, I won't drink or eat, Brother Xiang. I have a small idea I want to discuss with you, and also want to hear your thoughts." Lu Xiaoyang waved his hand, and after sitting down spoke with a more serious tone, "Brother Xiang, I won't beat around the bush. All right, what's the matter?" Li Jinxiang, having just pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, was slightly confused by Lu Xiaoyang's unusual tone, and he looked up and asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyang leaned slightly forward and said, "Brother Xiang, I know you are looking for a business partner. If you think I'm reliable, I want to partner with you to open this restaurant." "Opening a restaurant? Xiaoyang, are you saying you want to open a restaurant?" Li Jinxiang lit his cigarette, took a puff, but before he could exhale, his fingers holding the cigarette froze in midair as he looked at Lu Xiaoyang in surprise. If it weren't for their interactions in recent days, Lu Xiaoyang had left him with a very stable impression, otherwise Li Jinxiang would have thought he was joking. "Yes, but to be precise, Brother Xiang, with your superb culinary skills, I would just be investing some money, and we would collaborate," Lu Xiaoyang corrected with a hint of a smile. "Invest some money." Li Jinxiang took another puff of his cigarette, and the smoke blurred his vision a bit, a wry smile creeping onto the corners of his mouth. He didn't doubt the sincerity of Lu Xiaoyang's words. He simply felt that Lu Xiaoyang, being so young, clearly had not thought through what this investing some money really meant. "Xiaoyang, you've never worked in the catering industry. Why the sudden interest in this field?" Li Jinxiang flicked the ash from his cigarette and kindly reminded him, "This industry may seem simple, but there are many concerns. It's tiring and carries significant risks. Brother Xiang, to be honest, I never considered this before returning to Yunzhou. It was only after tasting your cooking that I had this idea." Lu Xiaoyang said sincerely, "I know you currently lack sufficient funds and are trying to find someone to collaborate with, which is why this idea came to me." He had evaluated Li Jinxiang, and it was only natural for the latter to assess him as well. "Xiaoyang, I really appreciate your recognition. You're right, I have discussed partnerships with others before. However, since you've never worked in catering, you might not fully understand the risks involved. If it's not managed well, the losses can be substantial." Li Jinxiang explained with a sincere expression. "Brother Xiang, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I understand that every investment carries risks." Lu Xiaoyang interrupted him with a smile, his tone relaxed. "You also know I was in the advertising industry before. To be honest, I've seen more bankrupt companies than most people. You have to understand that we dealt with so many companies, and many of them thrived in their first year only to vanish a year or two later. I've considered these things. You can rest assured this is not a hasty decision." A puff of smoke escaped Li Jiangxiang's lips, drifting between the two of them. He no longer beat around the bush and straightforwardly rubbed his chin, saying, "Xiaoyang, you know restaurants can vary in size. A restaurant like mine, which features barbecue, won't be too small. The money invested isn't a trivial amount. You've seen my situation. I have enough confidence in opening a restaurant, but..." Lu Xiaoyang understood that this was a sign of disbelief in his ability to provide such a large sum. However, he wasn't surprised that Li Jinxiang would doubt him. After all, if he himself met someone who claimed to invest after knowing them for only a few days, he wouldn't believe it either. "I'm not too clear on the specifics, but Brother Xiang, I believe you must have done your research. How much money is needed?" Lu Xiaoyang asked calmly. Li Jinxiang hesitated for a moment before responding honestly. Although Yunzhou is a small county with low consumption, to open a decent restaurant, it would take at least 500,000 to 600,000. If it's larger and the decor is a bit more elaborate, it could be around 700,000 to 800,000. "Is 700,000 to 800,000 the scale you envision, Brother Xiang?" Lu Xiaoyang asked. He was somewhat surprised not to see a hint of the expected shock or disbelief on Li Jiangxiang's face. Nonetheless, hearing this question, Li Jinxiang instinctively nodded, his eyes reflecting a bit of longing. 700,000 to 800,000, whether in terms of area or equipment, I can't say it would be luxurious, but it would definitely ensure customers have no complaints. Lu Xiaoyang tapped his fingers on the wooden table and looked up after a moment saying, "All right, Brother Xiang, if you have no objections, I'll cover this amount." You're covering this money. Li Jianxiang tightened his grip on the cigarette, but with his thumb and index finger forgetting to smoke, and looked at Lu Xiaoyang in astonishment. The scene today was the same as when Lu Xiaoyang had dinner a few days ago. Even the tone of his speech was the same. But what had they discussed a few days earlier? How had the little county changed from a few years ago? For example, new buildings had been constructed, the river's water level had risen significantly, and a new vegetable market had opened. And now Lu Xiaoyang claimed he would take out 500,000 to 600,000, or even 700,000 to 800,000 to partner with him in opening a restaurant. Brother, are you joking? Li Jianxiang was jolted back to reality by a burning cigarette stub that had been extinguished, which he threw to the ground. Brother Xiang, do I look like I'm joking? Lu Xiaoyang didn't say anything further and directly took out his phone, opened the banking app, and showed him the balance. He had 2 million in his bank account. This should be enough, right? Brother, are you really serious about this? Li Jianxiang looked at the string of numbers on the phone screen, finally believing him, his voice trembling slightly. He believed it, yet still found it hard to accept. Of course I'm serious. Lu Xiaoyang put away his phone with a smile and said, if you still don't believe me, I can transfer some money to you now as a deposit. How about that? No. Li Jianxiang quickly shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly. It's not that I don't trust you, Xiaoyang, it's just, this is too unexpected. I'm a bit too surprised. Being able to reopen the restaurant was Li Jianxiang's biggest dream. After meeting so many people and facing numerous setbacks, he never expected that a young brother he had only recently met at his barbecue stall would give him such a big surprise. This surprise came so suddenly. Bro, weren't you in the advertising industry before you came back? I didn't expect this field to be so lucrative. Why didn't you continue working in it? Did you really want to come back? Li Jianxiang took a deep breath, lit another cigarette, and smiled as he asked. Brother Xiang, it's just that I got lucky and saved some money. I was working overtime every day and my parents are back home always worried about me. So I decided to come back early to do something I enjoy. It's just fate that I ran into you. Lu Xiaoyang smiled. As night fell, the streets became increasingly deserted. Li Jianxiang calmed his emotions, smoking half of the cigarette in silence, while carefully choosing his words. Xiaoyang, to be honest, I am extremely grateful that you trust me and are willing to invest this money. I can't guarantee how much profit we will make, but I am at least confident. My skills have never let me down. Li Jianxiang looked at Lu Xiaoyang seriously, adding a bit of caution and steadiness to his tone, and sincerely said, since you really have this idea, there are some things I must clarify with you in advance. When partnering in business, I believe it's best to lay everything out from the start so we can get along for the long term, otherwise we might not even be able to remain friends. Lu Xiaoyang nodded, his expression calm. You're right, Brother Xiang. If you have anything to say, feel free to say it. You have the money, so technically you bear the greatest risk. However, if we really cooperate, I have one requirement: all daily operations of the shop, including the kitchen and staff, must be my responsibility. Li Jianxiang exhaled deeply. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyang's expression didn't change, he quickly explained, Xiaoyang, you've never worked in the catering industry. There are many intricacies involved, like kitchen management, staff arrangement, dish selection, food waste, and so many daily operational details. If I don't take charge, I really won't feel at ease. Lu Xiaoyang's expression remained unchanged. Li Jianxiang didn't show it, but he was a bit nervous inside. In the past period, he had encountered many people who faltered on this crucial point in negotiations. He had run a shop and had also lost money. This was the baseline of his confidence in being able to succeed, not to mention that Lu Xiaoyang was a complete novice. But don't worry, apart from management, all accounts will be completely transparent. Daily revenue, expenses, food procurement costs, staff wages, any accounts can be checked and supervised by you at any time. Li Jianxiang will only earn what I should earn. I absolutely won't take a cent that doesn't belong to me. For major investments and renovations, I'll discuss all of it with you. Li Jianxiang finished speaking in one breath, and then looked at Lu Xiaoyang with a hint of apprehension. Lu Xiaoyang had anticipated all this, and naturally had no objections. He smiled directly and shrugged his shoulders. Brother Xiang, I've been waiting for this very sentence from you. Let me also state my position. I'm investing money purely because I trust your skills, Brother Xiang, and trust you as a person. As the saying goes, professionals should handle professional matters. Even if you let me manage, I am powerless. I'm just a simple investor, which I would be more than happy to be. So let's go with what you said. You'll be in charge of the shop's operations. I believe in you, Brother Xiang, but if I really don't have a good feeling about the bigger direction, I need to be allowed to express my concerns. Of course, I'm just mentioning it. You make the final call. Li Jianxiang was taken aback by what he heard. After spending these days together, he had thought that since Lu Xiaoyang was willing to invest, there was a good chance they could reach an agreement. However, he never expected things to go this smoothly. This was complete and utter trust in him. In an instant, the stone in Li Jianxiang's heart was set free. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was over a decade younger, he couldn't help but feel a surge of indescribable gratitude. This young man seemed to be carefree and full of life. Lu Xiaoyang was sitting here discussing an investment close to $1 million. Xiaoyang, rest assured, I will remember what you said. I have never let anyone down in my life, and I would never squander your sincerity. This restaurant, I will do everything I can to make it succeed. After that, the two finally broached another unavoidable. Li Jinxiang carefully considered his tone again. Xiaoyang, since you're providing all the capital, I'll first share my thoughts on shares. I have only my skills and management to offer. My idea is a 60-40 split. You take 60 and I take 40. What do you think? Brother Xiang, 60-40 is fine, but... Upon hearing the word, Li Jinxiang's heart tightened. In fact, his request wasn't unreasonable. However, he was worried that Lu Xiaoyang wouldn't understand the catering industry and might think he was being greedy. But then he heard Lu Xiaoyang laugh and say, I think it should be you with 60 and me with 40. No. Li Jinxiang was taken aback by Lu Xiaoyang's words, his expression changing slightly as he waved his hands repeatedly. Absolutely not. You are the one investing all the money. I can't take such a large advantage. You take 60, I take 40. However, since Xiaoyang has brought this up, I will add one more thing. Once the restaurant is stable and profitable in the future, I hope to buy back a portion of shares, increasing my stake a little as a way to fulfill my wish. Let's do this, Brother Xiang. Let's each take a step back. I'll take 49, and you take 51. Li Jiangxiang's expression grew excited, wanting to stand up. Lu Xiaoyang pressed down on his thigh and said, Brother Xiang, let me finish. First of all, I don't like to meddle in other people's affairs, so even if you give me management rights, I wouldn't be. Secondly, holding shares doesn't mean anything to me, it's just a number. It's actually you holding shares that gives you a real sense of belonging. I will fully dedicate myself to this restaurant. I'm ultimately doing this for myself. If we don't make a profit, those numbers won't mean anything, right? So as I said initially, you take 51, I take 49. And I promise you, once the restaurant is on the right track, I will at least give up 9 more of my shares to you, and I will completely become an investor. Lu Xiaoyang finished speaking. The night breeze blew by, and the two fell into a moment of silence. After a while, Li Jinxiang walked away to grab a bottle of beer and 2 cups, filling them up. Then he raised his glass. Xiaoyang, I won't say anything else. This toast is to you. Lu Xiaoyang also raised his glass, and the two clinked them together. On Saturday, Chen Bing brought people over to officially commence the clearing and demolition work in the yard. She was still driving that familiar Corolla, followed by a van carrying several dusty workers with a truck trailing. A middle-aged worker jumped out of the van first and called out to the younger workers to start unloading tools and moving equipment. Lu Xiaoyang, this is Master Zhang Zhizhong, who has collaborated with my uncle for many years. You can rest assured about his skills and sense of responsibility. We are quite familiar with each other, and he will mainly lead the team here. Chen Bing introduced the two, then turned to Zhang Zhizhong. Master Zhang, this is my friend Lu Xiaoyang. These 2 courtyards belong to him. Hello, Boss Lu. Zhang Zhizhong grinned, revealing a set of slightly yellowed teeth stained by smoke, his demeanor appearing warm and genuine. Brother Zhang, calling me that is too formal. I'm not really a boss. You can just call me by my name, Little Lu, or Xiaoyang is fine. Lu Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile. All right, you can just call me Old Zhang. Next, Chen Bing led Zhang Zhizhong around, pointing out all the areas that needed to be demolished. This entire wall should be torn down, and the auxiliary rooms on both sides of the courtyards should be demolished. The plaster in these rooms needs to be scraped off, and the floor tiles need to be smashed. Chen Bing and Zhang Zhizhong were communicating as they walked ahead, while Lu Xiaoyang listened from the side. One thing to note is that the original plan was to keep one of the auxiliary rooms as a kitchen. To open up the 2 auxiliary rooms, Chen Bing had proposed 2 plans. Lu Xiaoyang didn't fully understand the technical terms, but he could grasp the meaning clearly. The first plan involved creating a door opening and adding a beam. However, the downside was that sections of the wall would need to be retained on both sides. The second plan pursued a more thorough sense of openness, using large-span steel beams to completely replace the walls, achieving an unobstructed space. For these 2 plans, Lu Xiaoyang leaned more toward the second one. However, a day later, Chen Bing regretfully sent him the cost assessment. The result was that whether reinforcing the walls or adding beams handling these structures was considered meticulous work, and the labor costs were not low. In fact, the costs were almost comparable to rebuilding. Therefore, Chen Bing suggested that they might not need to open up the space after all, and could slightly widen the middle passage instead. Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment, feeling that the layout would still be too small. Having spent so much money, he didn't mind building a couple more rooms. It might be better to simply proceed with the demolition. He quickly had an idea. If they decided to demolish, why not build the kitchen in the middle of the 2 courtyards? This way it could serve a dual purpose, while conveniently distinguishing the front and backyards. There was even an unexpected bonus. This arrangement would help resolve the previous issue of obstructing the living room's light. It was truly a multi-benefit solution. Chen Bing also thought it was perfect. Thus they finalized this new plan. The process of handing over the details was simple, and once Zhang Zhizhong confirmed everything, he turned to gather the workers to begin preparations. Only Chen Bing and Lu Xiaoyang remained in the courtyard. Chen Bing didn't linger and walked straight into the house, which was Lu Zhouyan's bedroom. Lu Xiaoyang thought Chen Bing had further instructions, so he followed her without asking much. Upon entering, Chen Bing indeed saw the lonely mattress on the floor, just as it had been when she visited a few days ago. She turned her head and asked somewhat incredulously, "You haven't been sleeping on this mattress all these days, have you?" "Yes, isn't that what it's for?" Lu Xiaoyang replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, not sensing anything wrong. Chen Bing was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to tease him half-heartedly. "You really know how to live." "Not really, mainly it's quite comfortable to sleep on," Lu Xiaoyang said with a smile. Chen Bing cast a glance at him. Spending money to buy 2 houses and being generous with the renovations. Yet he had bought a mattress and was sleeping in a bare room, without even a table and chairs. Many times she genuinely felt she couldn't understand Lu Xiaoyang. "So what will you do next? Once they start working, you won't be able to stay here?" Chen Bing asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang's expression turned helpless. "Yes, I was thinking too, simply thinking that even with renovations with so many rooms, I could at least find one to stay in, right? Looks like he'll have to rent a place nearby temporarily," he sighed. Now that everything was being demolished and smashed, there really was no space for him. "Well, you should find a place quickly. Once they start working, there will be dust everywhere in a couple of days, and this mattress." Chen Bing couldn't help but laugh. "It's so expensive, it would be a shame to get it dirty." Lu Xiaoyang forced a bitter smile. He was concerned about this too. It didn't matter much to him. While they were talking, Zhang Zhizhong walked in rubbing his hands and asked, "Little brother, Lu, have we prepared the firecrackers?" "Firecrackers?" Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, we must set off firecrackers when we start work for good luck," Zhang Zhizhong said. After speaking, he looked at Chen Bing in confusion, as she surely knew this local custom. "Sorry, I didn't know, but are we allowed to set off firecrackers here?" Lu Xiaoyang also looked at Chen Bing in confusion. He knew that there was a custom of setting off firecrackers for construction back home, but in the city he thought it would definitely be prohibited, so he hadn't considered it. "You can set them off, no one cares," Zhang Zhizhong nodded. Chen Bing, meeting their gazes, lightly tapped her forehead, and with a slightly apologetic smile said, "That's my oversight, I forgot to remind you." "Then I will go buy a string right now," Lu Xiaoyang said immediately. "Do you know where to get them?" Chen Bing asked. "Well, I really don't know, but I can ask around on the street," Lu Xiaoyang replied nonchalantly. "Let's go, I'll accompany you," Chen Bing said. "No need to drive anymore." Lu Xiaoyang instinctively reached for the car keys, but Chen Bing pointed to the quiet electric bike parked by the wall in the yard. "Don't drive, it's more convenient to ride this." "All right," Lu Xiaoyang responded, and walked toward the electric bike, but Chen Bing got closer. The keys for the bike were right there, and Chen Bing pushed the footrest aside and sat down first. Lu Xiaoyang stood there, not expecting Chen Bing to give him a ride. "Get on." Chen Bing seemed completely unaware that there was anything amiss, and turned to say, "Oh, okay." Lu Xiaoyang shrugged and carefully sat down. He wasn't so exaggerated as to have a male chauvinist attitude that prevented him from letting a girl give him a ride. Mainly, he couldn't remember the last time he had been ridden by a girl on a bike. Fortunately, the electric bike chosen by Lu Xiaoyang is relatively large, so the two of them do not feel cramped when seated. "Are we leaving?" Chen Bing quietly reminded. "Oh right," Lu Xiaoyang said, pushing down on the pedals with his feet and wrapping his hands around the backrest. In the next moment, the bike sped away with a lively burst. Chen Bing's cycling speed was much more graceful than Lu Xiaoyang had anticipated. Once out of the yard, they saw Chen Bing's Corolla parked by the roadside. Lu Xiaoyang suddenly recalled the teasing phrase about the 3 aunties of the road. He wasn't sure if Chen Bing drove slowly, but her cycling speed was definitely not dawdling. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. "What's so funny?" Chen Bing asked, turning her head. "Nothing, nothing," Lu Xiaoyang quickly replied. He couldn't bring himself to mention the 3 aunties. The breeze swept Chen Bing's hair across Lu Xiaoyang's face, so he had to turn his head occasionally to avoid it. Once on the main street, Chen Bing stopped in front of the nearest supermarket. Fireworks and firecrackers are usually sold at designated locations, right? Lu Xiaoyang followed her into the supermarket, puzzled until he heard Chen Bing ask the shopkeeper for a few boxes of cigarettes, and then a few bottles of water, followed by, "Boss, do you know where I can buy firecrackers?" "Head west for 2 intersections, then turn right." "Okay, thank you." Lu Xiaoyang understood now. It turned out Chen Bing also needed to ask. "He'll pay." Lu Xiaoyang insisted on paying first. He could tell this was for the workers. "Designer Chen, you don't know the place either." "Well, now I do, and besides, Yun Zhao, I should know it better than you," Chen Bing said, a hint of cunning in her eyes. Lu Xiaoyang nodded, something he couldn't deny. The two of them got back on the bike and continued forward following the boss directions, and indeed, they found the fireworks store smoothly. Lu Xiaoyang purchased a pack of firecrackers, and the two of them immediately returned. "Secretary Su." As soon as they entered, Lu Xiaoyang saw Su Chunliang standing in the yard smiling and chatting with Zhang Zhizhong. The other workers were sitting on the ground nearby waiting for the firecrackers to be set off before starting work. Xiaoyang, your renovation here is a joyous occasion. Of course I had to come and take a look. Thank you for remembering Secretary Su. With the house about to start construction, Lu Xiaoyang wasn't sure if any applications were needed, so he had called Su Chunliang yesterday to inform him of today's work. He didn't expect Secretary Su to be so considerate as to come by personally to check it out. Regardless, Lu Xiaoyang felt warm inside. Let's set off the firecrackers first, then we can start working. Zhang Zhizhong stepped forward to remind them. The firecrackers were unpacked and laid out on the ground, and Zhang Zhizhong handed Lu Xiaoyang a lighter. A series of crackling firecrackers erupted in the yard. Lu Xiaoyang looked around the yard and suddenly felt a bit emotional. Finally, it seemed he was getting closer to the life of his dreams. After the firecrackers, Zhang Zhizhong signaled to the seated workers to begin work. Let's take a photo for a keepsake, Chen Bing suddenly suggested. Lu Xiaoyang hadn't yet reacted to what she meant when Zhang Zhizhong clapped his hands and laughed. Right, auspicious start, we need to take a photo together. Come. Zhang Zhizhong waved to a young worker and was about to hand over his phone. Use mine. Chen Bing also proactively handed over her phone and took out a red banner that read auspicious start. Only then did Lu Xiaoyang realize they were taking a photo for the start of construction. So in the open area of the yard, Lu Xiaoyang stood in the middle with Zhang Zhizhong and Chen Bing on either side, capturing a group photo. They'll create a construction group later and send the photo there. Chen Bing didn't look at Lu Xiaoyang. Instead, she quietly said to Zhang Zhizhong, I want to take a photo with the owner alone. Zhang Zhizhong didn't say anything and simply stepped aside. It was not uncommon for designers and owners to take photos together. Lu Xiaoyang stood there like a puppet wanting to hold the banner, but to his surprise, Chen Bing directly took it back. Zhang Zhizhong stood nearby, already lighting a cigarette. Seeing Chen Bing put away the banner and slowly exhale smoke, he didn't think much of it, just felt a little strange. After the photo was taken, Zhang Zhizhong called for the workers to officially start demolishing the walls. The yard began to get to work and soon dust started to rise. Secretary Su, there's really no place to host you here, Lu Xiaoyang said apologetically. No need to host, Su Chunliang smiled back. The three of them moved outside the yard. Xiaoyang, this is the honor certificate I mentioned to you a couple of days ago. Oh, I brought it for you. Su Chunliang handed over a small red booklet embossed with honor certificate. Thank you, Secretary Su. Lu Xiaoyang took it from him, actually having forgotten about it since he last heard about it. What trouble could this be? I still need to thank you on behalf of everyone. Su Chunliang waved his hand and laughed heartily. Manager Wu told me that the weather has been nice these days, and the drying effect is great. In about half a month, we can continue construction on the pond. After chatting for a bit, Su Chunliang left. While Lu Xiaoyang was talking to him, Chen Bing had been quietly standing by, without saying a word. Once Su Chunliang walked away, she curiously looked at the certificate in Lu Xiaoyang's hand, and asked, Lu Xiaoyang, you've only been here for a few days, and the village secretary even came to your house to present a banner. What good deed did you do? Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the certificate in his hand, and joked seriously. Nothing much, just helped an old lady cross the road, and they insisted on establishing a model, saying they had to award me a prize. Chen Bing pouted, clearly not believing him, and turned to look at the pond walking over. The pond, which had been full of water just a few days ago, was now completely drained. Chen Bing remembered when she and Lu Xiaoyang had dinner that day, they talked about this pond. At that time, she heard it was suddenly being managed, and lamented how coincidental it was, thinking Lu Xiaoyang was really lucky. The latter had agreed with her. Now looking back, she recalled that Lu Xiaoyang's smile at that time seemed to hide other meanings. Connecting it to what Su Chunliang had just said, Chen Bing looked at the red booklet in Lu Xiaoyang's hand and reached out to ask, can I take a look? Lu Xiaoyang hadn't intended to show it to anyone, but since Chen Bing had already touched it, he couldn't hide it anymore. Generous donation. After reading the certificate, Chen Bing instantly understood and asked in surprise, you donated? Why did the pond start being managed right after Lu Xiaoyang bought the house? So it was his donation. 50,000 yuan to manage a pond. Compared to that 1,000 yuan mattress, this was truly a silent luxury. Lu Xiaoyang shrugged, feigning mystery, as he gestured for Chen Bing to lower her voice. Keep it down. Aside from Secretary Su, who just arrived, and a few members of the village committee, nobody else should know about this money I'm putting up. Anonymous donation. The calm expression on Chen Bing's face vanished in an instant, replaced by profound astonishment. Why? She could imagine that with Lu Xiaoyang's character, he wouldn't boast about donating money. But anonymous? No particular reason, just felt it unnecessary. Lu Xiaoyang shrugged nonchalantly, showing no sign of concern over the matter. Chen Bing was so astonished that she didn't know what to say. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Xiaoyang noticed the dust rising in the yard and reminded her, you'd better move your car quickly or it will be covered in dust. It looks like I should hurry to find myself a place too. Okay, sure, Chun Bing suppressed the turmoil in her heart and withdrew her thoughts, saying softly, "The demolition here will take some time. I don't need to supervise it. I should leave now." "All right, I'll go check out some houses," Lu Xiaoyang said, clapping his hands. As he watched Chun Bing's car leave, he looked around the yard, realizing that this place was indeed uninhabitable. He then took out his phone and made a call. "Hey brother, what made you think to call me?" A cheerful laugh from Gao Kaiyun came through the line. The last time they collaborated on buying a house went very smoothly, so naturally Lu Xiaoyang thought of her when he needed to rent a place. "Sister Yin, are you working today? I have something to trouble you with." "I'm at work. What trouble?" "Just go ahead and tell me, brother." "I want to rent a house." "Rent a house?" Gao Kaiyun's voice was full of surprise. "But brother, didn't you just buy a house?" "Oh, the place here has started renovations, and there's no place to stay, so I need a short-term rental. I'll discuss it at the store." "Sure, I'll be waiting for you," Gao Kaiyun replied. After hanging up, Lu Xiaoyang hopped onto his electric scooter. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived at the store where Gao Kaiyun worked. Gao Kaiyun was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyang, she smiled and walked down the steps, saying, "Brother, you're here. Let's go inside and sit." Once inside, Zhang Hui greeted them with a smile. He remembered Lu Xiaoyang, the customer, who bought 2 bungalows in one go, as he had assisted Gao Kaiyun with the transfer procedures. "Brother, do you have any ideas about the rental?" As they sat in the negotiation room, Gao Kaiyun asked first. Lu Xiaoyang sat down and said, "Sister Yin, I just need a short-term rental for a few months. It would be best if there is a similar small yard nearby, but if not, a nearby community will do." "Okay, I understand. I'll check the system for you right now," Gao Kaiyun said as she stepped out to grab a laptop. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyang remembered something and added, "By the way, Sister Yin, I'm not sure if there are any suitable shops available, but please keep an eye out for me as well. It should be suitable for dining with a larger area, preferably a single floor or a 2-story layout would also work." Li Jinxiang said, "Time waits for no one, and he will start looking for a house immediately. I mentioned that I would also help look for one when I have time." Gao Zeyun, who was focused on her computer, looked up in surprise and asked, "Brother, are you planning to open a restaurant?" "I guess so, in partnership with someone," Lu Xiaoyang nodded. "You don't look like someone who would run a restaurant." Gao Kaiyun couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, what do you think I should be doing?" Lu Xiaoyang glanced down at himself and smiled as he retorted, Brother, you look quite refined, a bit like a college student, more like someone who would work in an office." Lu Xiaoyang laughed. She wasn't wrong. He used to be a white-collar worker sitting in an office. He just wondered if she had seen him struggling to catch the subway and bus back in the day. "So, brother, do you have any specific requirements for the shop?" Gao Kaiyun asked. Lu Xiaoyang replied, "Ideally, the location should be good with high foot traffic, convenient parking at the entrance, and a layout that is preferably rectangular and eye-catching at the front. However, it's not very realistic to meet all these conditions. Let's first look at the area and location. It will be fine as long as they are somewhat close. We can go see them in person later." "Is this urgent?" "The sooner the better for the shop. I need to find a place to live quickly because my current residence is already under construction and I'll soon have nowhere to stay." "All right, I understand. I'll start looking for you right now." "Okay, let's first look at the places for living. There are indeed 2 registered courtyards available for rent here. Given your situation, it would be best if you can move in with just your bags. One of them is not fully equipped, which is not very suitable, but this one is quite good. It has all the necessary furniture." Lu Xiaoyang leaned closer to look at the screen. Indeed, while the facilities were not very new, they appeared clean and tidy, perfect for moving in with just a bag. "This one is good, Sister Yin. It's quite nice, to be honest. There have been several waves of customers who were interested, but the landlord has a bit of a quirky personality. This was originally prepared as a wedding house for his son, but after his son and daughter-in-law moved away less than 2 years later, the house has been vacant ever since. The landlord has strict requirements for tenants, and several times it hasn't been rented out." As she spoke, Gao Kaiyun took out her phone and said, "Brother, since you just bought a house here, we're practically neighbors. Let's talk and see if we can persuade him." Soon Gao Kaiyun made a call, and after a brief conversation, she happily turned back and said, "Brother, let's go now. The landlord happens to be home. This grandpa loves fishing. It's never gone this smoothly before. Today we're quite lucky." Without delay, the 2 of them hopped on their bikes and left. Lu Xiaoyang was already quite familiar with this area. Upon arrival, he was pleasantly surprised to find that it was less than 100 meters in a straight line from his small yard. "Hey, it looks like the landlord is already here." The front gate was open, and there was an electric bike parked outside with fishing rods and gear laid on top. Gao Kaiyun pushed the slightly ajar door open, and Lu Xiaoyang followed her inside. A thin old man was bending over, watering the flowers in the yard. The layout of this small yard was similar to the one he bought with the main house and 2 auxiliary rooms. The yard was tidy with some flowers and grass planted in the open space. "Uncle, have you been here for a while?" Gao Kaiyun greeted the old man. The old man turned his head upon hearing the voice. When he saw the dark, sun-weathered face of the other person, Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile. Wasn't this the black-faced old man who had been directing him to catch fish a couple of days ago while standing on the bank with his hands on his hips? Is it you, young man? And Master Hei's stern face softened slightly upon seeing Lu Xiaoyang. Ni's sun-weathered sharp eyes swept over him in a single glance. Brother, do you two know each other? Gao Kaiyun asked, genuinely surprised by their reaction. We've met. Just the other day he taught me how to catch fish at the pond. Lu Xiaoyang nodded with a warm smile. And he had never imagined that Master Hei, the gruff, sun-bronzed elder, was his prospective landlord. In their brief encounter fishing days earlier had after all laid the first thread of acquaintance. Well, now that is a stroke of luck. Things just got much easier. Gao Kaiyun beamed, stepping lightly between. Master Hei was notoriously difficult to negotiate with. Previous tenants seeking long-term leases had endured his meticulous scrutiny, and yet Lu Xiaoyang intended only a short-term rental. Gao Kaiyun had entered the meeting with quiet doubt, planning to appeal to neighborhood goodwill, until this unexpected rapport unfolded before her eyes, anchoring her confidence at last. So you're the one renting the house. And Master Hei still held his watering can, and as the subject arose, the deep grooves on his face shifted faintly, neither quite a smile nor its absence. At first he'd been cold toward Lu Xiaoyang, yet the young man had insisted on placing that large fish directly into his bucket. And not that he'd asked for it, the boy had simply pressed it upon him. That gesture lingered in his memory. In setting down the watering can, he turned back to Lu Xiaoyang with quiet curiosity. You've just bought that house beside the pond. Surely one home is enough. Why two? More than enough. I'm renovating it, so I need temporary lodgings nearby. Lu Xiaoyang explained. Yes. I showed Xiao Lu photos of our place, and he chose it instantly. Said the upkeep is impeccable, the living space utterly comfortable. And since we're neighbors, renting to him feels entirely trustworthy. Gao Kaiyun chimed in supportively. And Master Hei said nothing, merely bent down, dipped a ladle into the bucket beside him, and poured water onto the neighboring rose bushes. Water droplets scattered across the leaves, and only the gentle rush of flowing water filled the courtyard. Assuming his old stubbornness had resurfaced, Gao Kaiyun hurriedly interjected, Uncle, my brother is sincere about renting, and we're all neighbors here. Your house sits empty anyway, and I know. Master Hei cut her off without turning, poured 2 more ladles, then dropped the ladle into the bucket and faced Lu Xiaoyang directly. I heard. You funded the restoration of that pond. How did you hear that? Lu Xiaoyang paused, mildly startled, but not truly surprised. It wasn't a secret worth guarding. A flicker of quiet pride crossed Master Hei's face. That's none of your concern. I heard it. And you clearly didn't want it known. Lu Xiaoyang scratched his head with an easy, bashful grin, saying nothing. And he simply feared the elder might heap undue praise upon him. Fine. You may rent it. Treat the place well, and tend the flowers while you're at it. The key hangs on the door. This, and Master Hei's sudden, unhesitant agreement left Gao Kaiyun momentarily flustered. And had she not witnessed his exacting standards with prior tenants, she might have mistaken his demeanor for habitual amiability. Uncle, what about the lease terms? The rent. And seeing him turn to leave, Gao Kaiyun quickly called out. Pay what you think fair. And are you off fishing? Could you take me along sometime? Lu Xiaoyang, relieved by the elder's decisiveness, saw no need to linger, even though he hadn't yet stepped inside the house. And after all, he'd lived comfortably in the bare, unfinished shell of his newly purchased home. This furnished residence would surely surpass it. Now that the lodging was secured, he seized the moment. Leisure deserves equal attention, doesn't it? And you Master Hei halted mid-step, skepticism glinting in his eyes. And no, I don't, Lu Xiaoyang admitted, plainly shaking his head. But I plan to buy rods and learn. With a master like you guiding me, it'd be perfect. Master Hei gave a slow, deliberate nod, his tacit acceptance. Not only after he'd disappeared beyond the gate did Gao Kaiyun chuckle. I never imagined you two knew each other. Truly a fated connection. Indeed, a rare coincidence. I barely know 3 people here. Lu Xiaoyang agreed warmly. And even today's surprised me. I'd have called it miraculous yesterday. Indeed, a rare coincidence. I barely know 3 people here. Lu Xiaoyang agreed warmly. And even today's surprised me. I'd have called it Gao Kaiyun led Lu Xiaoyang through every room. The interior proved even cleaner and more meticulously maintained than the photograph suggested. To Lu Xiaoyang, it was perfection. And they returned to the shop immediately to sign the lease 6 months at 1,000 yuan per month, the same rate Master Hei had listed with the agency. Sister Yin, how much is the agency fee? I'll transfer it to you right away. Only after Gao Kaiyun had tucked away the signed contract did Lu Xiaoyang broach the matter. Yet she waved it off instantly. No fee. This was just a favor. Absolutely no charge. That won't do, Sister Yin. You found the place and negotiated the terms. I insist on compensating you. Lu Xiaoyang pulled out his phone, ready to send the payment. Would 1 month's rent suffice? And that was his usual practice when renting elsewhere. If I say no, it's no. If you press this, I won't help you find commercial space. I'll simply decline to serve such a demanding client. Gao Kaiyun feigned indignation. Last time you bought property, you purchased 2 units at once. I'm already deeply grateful for your patronage. This is merely a rental taking less than half an hour. If you treat me like a stranger, I will be offended. All right, Sister Yun, I'll accept your kindness. In recognizing her sincerity, Lu Xiaoyang slipped his phone back into his pocket. He'd offered payment earnestly, but her conviction dissolved his insistence. In true reciprocity required no ledger. Only genuine goodwill repaid in time and trust. Leaving Gao Caiyun's office, Lu Xiaoyang pedaled leisurely through town. Nate explored nearly every corner of the county recently, but until now had paid little mind to available commercial spaces. By late afternoon, returning to the courtyard, he found the central wall entirely dismantled, brick debris already slated for removal. Zhang Zhizhong, dust smudging his face, greeted him. Xiao Lu, move your mattresses and belongings soon. Tomorrow we begin demolishing the auxiliary rooms. Dust will be heavy. Understood, Brother Zhang. And Lu Xiaoyang stepped into the kitchen and retrieved several bottles of soft drinks. Purchased the day, he bought the refrigerator untouched until now. He carried them outside to Zhang Zhizhong and handed them over with a smile. I've secured new lodgings. I'll move in shortly. Little Lu, you are too polite. Zhang Zhizhong chuckled, brushing off the dust from his hands. He did not insist, further accepting the bag and turning to toss drinks to his assistants. Everyone smiled and thanked him as they received their drinks. I see you don't have much stuff. Zhang Zhizhong took a sip of Sprite and said with a grin, we have a vehicle and plenty of people just right to help you move it all. No need to trouble you, Brother Zhang. I'll just call a cargo tricycle to move it over. It's very close. Lu Xiaoyang waved his hand to decline the good intention without a second thought. These guys have been busy all day doing hard labor, and he didn't want to trouble them. He could easily call a cargo tricycle for just a few dozen yuan. If he were a bit more ruthless, he could even borrow a tricycle and save those few dozen yuan. He remembered there was one in the village committee courtyard. What's the trouble? Little Lu, do you think the vehicle is a bit dirty? Don't worry, we have bags, we can lay them down, it won't be. Zhang Zhizhong was very enthusiastic. He waved to the flatbed truck that had just arrived, saying, pull the truck over here first. Don't load the bricks yet, help move some things first. Lu Xiaoyang wanted to say something, but several people who had just drunk the beverages flocked over with excitement. He opened his mouth and helplessly gave up the struggle. To be honest, there wasn't much stuff. 2 mattresses took up space, but were quite light. Besides that, there was just a refrigerator. The other small items could easily fit into the trunk. A few big men moved everything onto the truck in no time, hardly taking longer than the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. What more could Lu Xiaoyang say? He could only express his gratitude repeatedly. Once everything was loaded, Lu Xiaoyang rode his electric scooter ahead to lead the way. In no time, they had moved everything over. On the way back, Lu Xiaoyang made a detour to the supermarket to buy a pack of cigarettes. When he returned to the courtyard, the flatbed had already backed into the yard again, starting to load things up. Zhang Zhizhong was smoking, watching from the side. Brother Zhang, share these cigarettes with everyone later. Lu Xiaoyang approached and handed over the cigarettes. Zhang Zhizhong was slightly taken aback, took the cigarette he had in his mouth down, and hurriedly waved his hand. No need for that, brother. You're being too polite. It's fine, Brother Zhang. Everyone's been working hard, it's just a few boxes of cigarettes. Lu Xiaoyang didn't give him a chance to refuse and directly tossed the cigarettes into the driver's seat. Zhang Zhizhong glanced at the cigarettes that had landed on the seat, exhaling smoke with a helpless smile. This is quite a matter. I originally wanted to save you some money, but now it's costing more. Brother Zhang, don't be so polite. That's not how the account is calculated. Everyone has worked hard, and I should express my gratitude. Zhang Zhizhong smiled, saying, you're indeed a well-educated young man, so straightforward in your dealings. Normally, it wasn't unusual for clients to buy them some water or drinks. But very few would be willing to buy cigarettes, let alone a whole pack. That had never happened before. On the contrary, many were calculating, trying to find ways to get them to work for free. Lu Xiaoyang chatted with Zhang Zhizhong while casually taking a few photos. He felt that the entire renovation process of the courtyard could be turned into a series of photos to hang up as a keepsake in the future. Little Lu, I heard from Xiao Bing that you just returned from out of town. Zhang Zhizhong asked. Yes. You really have ideas about this house. With these 2 courtyards connected, it's so spacious now. The decoration plan is very elegant, it's bound to turn out beautifully. Zhang Zhizhong sighed and smiled. Little Lu, you're not that old, it seems you're preparing for a wedding, huh? A sort of. Lu Xiaoyang readily agreed. In this area, once one reaches a certain age, buying a car or a house is naturally geared towards preparing for marriage. You really have a vision. Living in this house after it's done will definitely be comfortable. I see the pond in front is also being worked on, and once it's finished it will look even better. While Lu Xiaoyang was enjoying Zhang Zhizhong's praises, he suddenly saw an elderly lady walk in through the main gate, looking to be in her 70s. Hello, auntie. Lu Xiaoyang quickly stood up to greet her. Young man, did you buy both of these houses? The elderly lady curiously surveyed the surroundings and asked Lu Xiaoyang. Yes. Lu Xiaoyang thought it was too noisy and might have disturbed the neighbors. However, the elderly lady just nodded, stood for a while to look around, said nothing, and left. Realizing she was purely curious and just wanted to check out the commotion, he felt relieved. This also reminded Lu Xiaoyang, and he turned to Zhang Zhizhong, saying, Brother Zhang, we absolutely must not work during lunch. We shouldn't disturb others' rest. We should also take a break ourselves. All right, you can rest assured about that, little Lu. Zhang Zhizhong readily agreed. It wasn't until evening that Chen Bing hurried over again. Xiao Bing is really attentive. With me watching here, you're still worried. Zhang Zhizhong was washing his face in front of the water pipe when he saw her and couldn't help but smile. Unintentionally spoken words were taken to heart. Chen Bing's face turned slightly red as she saw the torn-down wall, and the construction waste near the main house had already been loaded onto the truck. She said, I came by to take a look just to confirm the kitchen's location and structure with Lu Xiaoyang. As she spoke, she took out the blueprints she had with her. Since it was decided later not to keep the auxiliary buildings and to recover the kitchen and dining area, they hadn't discussed this part in detail yet. Look, the bottom is a solid wall and the top is glass. The height is currently set at 1 meter. The advantage of this is that the wall skirt height can block the outside view, but doesn't hinder people inside from looking out. After finishing, Chen Bing looked at Lu Xiaoyang, waiting for him to nod in understanding before continuing. The south-facing wall will be fully divided with half glass, leaving a glass sliding door in the middle, allowing direct access to the yard. This way, when the door is open in summer, the breeze will come in from the south and exit from the west. The kitchen will stay cool without needing air conditioning. The wall skirt below can have a set of low cabinets for tableware and miscellaneous items, which won't take up space or block the light. The west side has the best afternoon light. The sunlight will shine in at an angle, and it will be very beautiful. The only issue is that it will definitely be hot in summer. There are two solutions. One is to apply heat-insulating film, which is low cost and easy to install. This time Chen Bing looked at Zhang Zhizhong, who nodded and said it was correct. The second solution is to plant a tree on the west side of the yard, enriching the greenery and solving the problem of westward sunlight, killing two birds with one stone. Didn't you want a pavilion? In fact, this dining area is like a pavilion in the yard. It has light on all sides without wind. In winter, when the sun is low, sunlight can shine through the glass, making it warm. In summer, the high sun and eaves with trees block direct light. This plan was evidently well practiced in Chen Bing's mind, and she spoke without pause, clearly satisfied with the proposal, her eyes sparkling. No need for the heat-insulating film. Let's plant a tree instead. Lu Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows and said, planting a tree will sprout in spring and shed leaves in autumn, adding to the scenery. Beautiful. This proposal is absolutely splendid. Xiaobing, the way you presented it makes me yearn to see it completed right before my eyes. Zhang Zhizhong couldn't help but applaud. He had certainly reviewed the proposal, but now with Chen Bing's explanation, it felt as if it had ascended to a new level. Chen Bing smiled, looking at Lu Xiaoyang and asking, is it as you imagined? Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, pointing at the blueprint with his finger, and looked up at the already cleared yard, as if merging the image in his mind with the empty space before him. Better than I imagined, he said with a rare seriousness in his tone. Last time you mentioned that the kitchen could resemble a pavilion, I thought that was a brilliant idea. Now with your explanation, I can already visualize it in my mind. He walked to the base of the southern wall that had yet to be fully demolished, gesturing. The sliding door will open here, allowing it to be open in the summer and closed in the winter to bask in the sun. Perfect. Upon hearing the last sentence, Chen Bing's lips curled into a slight smile. She remained silent, quickly marking a few notes on the blueprint. Zhang Zhizhong, smoking nearby, glanced at Chen Bing and then at Lu Xiaoyang, crushing the cigarette, but underfoot, and laughed. Planting trees is good, it's practical. They'll build a fence under the trees to avoid getting mud everywhere while watering. All right, let's settle on that. Lu Xiaoyang clapped his hands. I have nothing else for the kitchen. Chen Bing closed the blueprint and glanced at him. He was turning to look at the vacant lot to the west, seemingly already selecting tree species. In the following days, the yard almost turned into a dusty demolition site. The central courtyard wall was torn down, leaving just the 4 auxiliary rooms on either side. During the day, Lu Xiaoyang wandered around looking for a house, and by noon and evening, he would come over to check on things. He would buy some cigarettes and water for everyone, and also urge them to finish work on time. He was concerned that they might rush to meet deadlines, creating noise that could disturb the neighbors. However, there was one issue: finding suitable shops was not going smoothly. In the past few days, Lu Xiaoyang had also looked at several shops with Li Jinxiang, but the situation was not optimistic. Some were available for rent, and there were a few suitable for dining, but they were all ordinary small shops that couldn't meet their needs. Finding a shop that was truly suitable for a restaurant of a certain scale, while also considering all aspects, proved to be elusive. Although business is tough nowadays, as Wei Kai once said about a restaurant that changed its sign 4 times in 2 years, many indeed closed down. Yet there are still those who rush in to take over. What are the odds that they want to open a shop just as someone else is looking to? If it really doesn't work, we might have to consider that Jian Gongjian we looked at the other day, Li Jianxiang said, thinking over the barbecue stall in the night. Xiang, do you not think that place is too small? Lu Xiaoyang asked, taking a sip of tea and looking up. It is. Li Jianxiang answered without hesitation. It is certainly small, and by my standards it definitely won't be enough in the long run. He then showed a wry smile. But right now we don't have better options. Our specialty is barbecue and summer is just around the corner. This is a crucial opportunity. If we miss this window, even if a suitable place comes up later, we will likely miss this year. Compared to Lu Xiaoyang's calmness, Li Jianxiang was obviously more anxious. He had come across such a good opportunity and naturally wanted to seize it with all his might. Lu Xiaoyang understood Li Jianxiang's urgency, and after a moment of thought said, Xiang, let me ask the agency again tomorrow to see if there are any good news. Li Jianxiang nodded slowly upon hearing this. Although he knew the hope was slim, he also had no— Xiang, don't worry, there is always a way out. We'll find a solution, Lu Xiaoyang said, gently patting Li Jianxiang's shoulder twice. The latter took a puff of his cigarette, subconsciously nodded, and seeing the smile on Lu Xiaoyang's face felt a bit more at ease. In the next moment, Li Jianxiang couldn't help but laugh at himself. At this moment, he was still less stable than a young man over 10 years his junior. The next day, Lu Xiaoyang came early to find Gao Kaiyun. In the past few days, Gao Kaiyun had also suggested 2 places, but the outlook was similarly bleak. Moreover, the small county town was not that large. They had already explored all the potential options in 2 days. Brother, there's nothing we can do. We've checked almost everything that could be found, and right now there are really no suitable options. Gao Kaiyun initially thought this would be an easy task, but after searching she realized that there were simply no suitable candidates. Not that there were none, but the ones that met the criteria were already in operation. Now she had to admit her own incompetence. I know, Sister Yan. Lu Xiaoyang sat on the sofa in the negotiation room, crossing his legs. He had been coming here quite often lately. If there are no rentals available, could buying be an option? Buy? Gao Kaiyun gasped. Are you saying we won't rent, and will buy directly instead? Yeah, if we can't rent, I wonder if there are any suitable places to buy. New developments are also an option, but the location shouldn't be too remote. Lu Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. That was his thinking. Since renting was so difficult, it would be better to buy a place directly. Real estate prices had dropped significantly in recent years, and now they had stabilized. Buying a shop didn't seem to cost much, and the most important aspect was stability. Once it started operating, there would be no need to worry about the landlord's whims. Of course, there was also the temptation of property ownership itself. For Lu Xiaoyang, who had never dared to dream of owning a commercial property, this was quite alluring. Gao Kaiyun's eyelids twitched. Transitioning from renting to buying felt like a sudden windfall to her, provided she could find a suitable property, of course. However, one thing she no longer doubted was whether Lu Xiaoyang had money. The image of him buying the small courtyard was still vivid in her mind. Brother, I need to ask this thoroughly. Gao Kaiyun did not dare to be too assertive and quickly confirmed. The key is the area. It needs to be over 200 square meters. The location, parking, and business district can be assessed on-site, right? Exactly, Lu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll go confirm that now, Gao Kaiyun said as she walked out, heading to the store manager's office. Commercial properties are not very fluid in the market. Some shops are genuinely for sale, but it's hard for the average person to get the news. The information you can access is likely to be very challenging to act on. Gao Kaiyun trotted out in her high heels, already planning how to approach Sister Su. If this deal goes through, it would be incomparable to just renting a courtyard. Lu Xiaoyang poured himself cup after cup of tea, patiently waiting. Finally, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. Gao Kaiyun entered, stepping lightly with an excited expression, holding a laptop. Behind her followed the store manager, Su Jiehuan, whose smile was dignified and reserved. Just a moment ago, when Gao Kaiyun rushed in to ask for store resources, Su Jiehuan initially did not pay much attention. Compared to residential properties, the difficulty of closing a deal on a commercial property was much greater. Most clients were merely browsing, and 9 times out of 10, it was all in vain, making genuine results hard to come by. However, when she heard Gao Kaiyun mention Lu Xiaoyang's name, she immediately began to take it seriously. Being able to buy 2 properties in just a couple of hours with such a generous approach and a composed nature, Lu Xiaoyang's name naturally left an impression in her mind. Wasn't it agreed that they would rent? How did it suddenly turn into a purchase? Su Jiehuan felt less suspicion and more anticipation. Upon further questioning, hearing Gao Kaiyun's response of, if we can't find a suitable rental, let's see if we can buy, she didn't even bother to sigh, quickly helping to search for property information. A commercial property, even at the lower end, could be worth as much as 2 or 3 ordinary residential properties, so as the store manager, she naturally had to take it seriously. Commissions were one thing, but performance was also very important. Brother, due to the short time frame, we have temporarily found 3 properties that roughly meet your requirements. Take a look and see if any of them suit you. If you're not satisfied, we can look again later. Gao Kaiyun placed the laptop on the table and sat down in the chair next to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang perked up, adjusting his slightly stiff backside, waiting to see if there would be any surprises. This one is supposedly the most suitable in terms of conditions, but it does have obvious shortcomings which I will explain in detail. Without wasting any words, Gao Kaiyun clicked the mouse to flip through the photos on the screen, while meticulously introducing first the advantages. It is currently operational, located in a prime area, with established communities, a large foot traffic, and has dedicated parking in front, though the parking spots are a bit limited. The photo of the storefront appeared on the screen, and Lu Xiaoyang glanced at it, momentarily taken aback, revealing an expression of exasperation. Hunyun Building. Isn't this the place Wei Kai mentioned to him before, the one that had changed its sign 4 times in 2 years? As soon as Gao Kaiyun paused, Lu Xiaoyang asked Sister Yun, this place, is it no longer in business? He clearly remembered Wei Kai saying that this establishment had only been operating for just over 4 months. Gao Kaiyun looked at the notes below and quickly added, this store is still in operation, the landlord wants to sell it, and because it is currently running, it is being sold with the lease. However, what she said next completely relieved Lu Xiaoyang. However, this place might not stay open for too long. I've heard that it was taken over from the previous tenant and the landlord intends to sell it. It seems the current operators are not interested in renewing the lease. That means there are only about 3 months left on the lease. Sister Yin, it seems the shop changes hands quite frequently, Lu Xiaoyang said with a hint of melancholy. Yes, well. Gao Kaiyun smiled brightly. Brother, don't rush. What I just mentioned were all the advantages. Now it's time to discuss the disadvantages. If this commercial property has advantages like stars, then its disadvantages are as significant as the moon. It's no surprise you heard about it. This place seems to carry some kind of curse. Over the past few years, restaurants have opened and closed repeatedly, and I don't know how many food businesses have come and gone. Not only is the rental business poor, but even the landlord's personal business isn't doing well, which is why they're now reluctantly selling. I also want to advise you to be very cautious. However, since this information is available, I felt it was important to share with you. In general, Lu Xiaoyang isn't superstitious, but if it's this exaggerated, he thought it best not to be reckless. Let's not consider this one for now. Lu Xiaoyang decisively called for the next one. All right. Gao Kaiyun smiled, not at all surprised, as this was originally just a setup. She promptly began explaining the next one. This one is relatively balanced in all aspects. The community is mature, the location is good, and parking is convenient, making it suitable for dining. However, the area is smaller than you might want. The 2 floors together are about 200 square meters. Upon hearing the area, Lu Xiaoyang lost most of his interest. Renting might be slightly bearable, but now that it's a purchase, settling for less would defeat the purpose. What about the third one, Sister Yun? The third one. Gao Kaiyun took a deep breath, her gaze meeting Su Jihuan's, both of their eyes shimmering with an unspoken excitement. This next one was the most promising focus they had prepared. She clicked the mouse twice to open the pre-prepared materials and turned the laptop towards Lu Xiaoyang, her speaking speed unconsciously quickening. Guanlong community, 2 floors, 400 square meters, bare shell, with a parking lot right in front. The most crucial point is that it is not a bottom floor residential shop, but a community supporting commercial property, perfect for dining. As she spoke, Gao Kaiyun tapped the screen with her finger, her gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoyang's still unchanging expression. This one has first-hand procedures, no handling fees. The key point is the price. Her eyes suddenly lit up and her tone carried an uncontainable excitement. Brother, do you know how much the landlord bought this place for when it first opened? She waited for Lu Xiaoyang's response. Noticing Gao Kaiyun's excitement, he guessed there might be a surprise regarding the price, but he had no idea what it was. So he earnestly shook his head in confusion. Over 7,000. Gao Kaiyun's pitch rose immediately. You really hit the jackpot. The landlord urgently needs money, and it's being sold for less than 5,000. Less than 5,000, brother. That's the same price as the residential units in the community. She couldn't help but slap the table, her smile so wide it was hard to contain. With such solid conditions, it would be hard to find a second one like this, even with a lantern. A commercial property at 5,000 per square meter. Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but be taken aback. This was a commercial property. If the location wasn't particularly terrible, this price was indeed a stroke of luck. Su Jiahuan gently nudged Gao Kaiyun, signaling her to tone it down. Only then did Gao Kaiyun realize she had slightly lost her composure, quickly reining in her expression, but the excitement for Lu Xiaoyang remained. Lu Xiaoyang looked at the exuberant Gao Kaiyun and felt somewhat influenced by her enthusiasm. Xiaolu, this time it really is a stroke of luck. The landlord urgently needs money and has released over a dozen properties at once, among which this one is relatively larger. However, as Kaiyun just mentioned, there is a strict requirement. It must be paid in full to transfer ownership. Su Jiahuan spoke, pausing as her gaze fell on Lu Ziyang's face, a mix of anticipation and testing, as if waiting for an answer. She knew this was the most suitable option, but she wasn't sure if Lu Ziyang could afford to pay in full. After all, the last time he bought 2 properties, it was only over 700,000, which was nothing compared to this. Lu Ziyang seemed not to have heard the requirement for full payment, immediately asking, "Oh, this Guanlan sounds familiar, but I don't quite remember. Where is this located?" Indeed, he was somewhat interested. The location is quite good. Su Jiahuan quickly stood up and pointed at the map of Yunzhou County on the wall of the conference room. After seeing it, Lu Ziyang nodded. 400 square meters, 5,000 per square meter, totaling 2 million. For him, buying it meant peace of mind for his entrepreneurial venture, which was entirely worth it. The location of the Guanlan community is indeed excellent, considered a riverside property with a view. It radiates a large area surrounded by several mature residential communities. Aside from the low occupancy rate, the other conditions can almost be said to perfectly meet the requirements. "Can we go take a look?" Lu Ziyang asked. "Of course, no problem. This key." Gao Kaiyan looked at Su Jiahuan, who immediately nodded, saying, "The key is with the property management, I'll go get it." Lu Ziyang first asked about the location and then insisted on going to see it in person. If it were other clients, they would undoubtedly emphasize the requirement for full payment. However, Gao Kaiyan had witnessed Lu Ziyang buy 2 properties in one go and casually donate 50,000 to repair a pond. Is 2 million a lot? Indeed, it is a lot. But after spending time together these days, she developed a blind trust in Lu Ziyang. In fact, when Lu Ziyang casually mentioned, "If we can't rent it, let's buy it," she didn't even doubt whether he could. Gao Kaiyan couldn't explain why, it was just an intuition. The 3 of them immediately split into 2 groups. Lu Ziyang and Gao Kaiyan rode an electric scooter to the shop, while Su Jiahuan drove to get the key. Upon arriving, they found that the shop's door was open. To be precise, someone was already viewing it. Another agency was showing the property to a client, and Gao Kaiyan seemed to know the other agent, exchanging a brief greeting. While Gao Kaiyan was on the phone informing Su Jiahuan, Lu Ziyang silently circled the upper and lower. He didn't understand the technicalities, but based on his understanding of restaurant spaces, his first impression of this shop was that it was square and comfortable. Moreover, the location was at the corner of an intersection. Although it was on an internal community road, it was well structured with good visibility. One could foresee that in the future, as the occupancy rate here increased, it would definitely become a prime location. Lu Ziyang no longer hesitated and directly called Li Jinxiang. "Xianggu, are you free now?" "Ziyang, what's up?" "I'm currently out looking at properties." "Then don't look anymore till I've found a place that might be suitable. Come take a look." "Really? Where is it?" "I'm at Guanlan Community." "Guanlan. Okay, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Gao Kaiyan hurried upstairs and whispered at the stairway, "This property just became available today. Oh, I didn't expect someone else to be faster than us." She didn't say much, but Lu Ziyang noticed Gao Kaiyan's expression had grown tense, seemingly worried that the other party would snatch the property. Before long, Su Jiahuan arrived first. Shortly after, Li Jinxiang also showed up. Gao Kaiyan was no stranger to this partner of Lu Ziyang, having seen him several times over the past few days. She quietly stood aside, waiting for his evaluation. Li Jinxiang thoroughly inspected the shop, going around it 2 or 3 times, scrutinizing it carefully, yet he remained silent throughout. Lu Ziyang glanced at Gao Kaiyan and Su Jiahuan beside him, seemingly guessing something, and simply pulled Li Jinxiang aside to avoid the 2. "Xianggu, what do you think?" Lu Ziyang asked directly. Li Jinxiang looked back, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes as he said, "The shop itself is fine. It's simply the ideal layout for a restaurant. Spacious square, whether for the dining area or the kitchen, and the private rooms above are easy to plan, plus parking is convenient." He listed a string of advantages. Lu Ziyang felt proud of their good fortune and smiled as he asked, "Xianggu, this property can't be all advantages. There must be some drawbacks, right?" Li Jinxiang lit a cigarette, took a puff, and nodded, saying, "There are drawbacks. The Guanlan community still has a low population density. It will have to rely on clientele from surrounding communities to support it, which poses a significant challenge for the restaurant's initial operations." Upon hearing his analysis, Lu Ziyang couldn't help but admire him. He knew this information from Gao Kaiyan beforehand, but Li Jinxiang managed to analyze it himself in such a short time, clearly having done his homework. "Well, but Ziyang, rest assured." Li Jinxiang suddenly smiled confidently. Having known him for so long, Lu Ziyang had never seen such a determined look on his face. "This isn't a big problem for us. However, we can use this reason to negotiate some concessions on the rent." Lu Ziyang felt relieved and asked, "Xianggu, what do you think is a suitable rent for rent at this location?" Li Jinxiang crossed his arms, scanning the nearby shops, and seriously calculated for a moment. "If it's normal, the annual rent would be around 100,000, and we should be able to negotiate it lower initially." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyang's heart swelled with joy. 100,000 annual rent means he can break even in 20 years. He knew that normal shops typically take 30 years to recoup investments, so buying it would indeed be a great deal. All right, no problem, Lu Xiaoyang said with a hearty laugh. Li Jinxiang, confused, shook his head earnestly and said, just saying okay isn't enough. We need to discuss this with the landlord and try to secure a longer lease. Seeing him so serious, Lu Xiaoyang decided not to keep it from him any longer and chuckled. Xiangge, what do you think about me buying this place? Buy it. Li Jinxiang was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the shop before looking back at Lu Xiaoyang, his face filled with disbelief. Xiaoyang, are you saying you want to buy it? Such a large area. We're supposed to be renting, right? Lu Xiaoyang shook his head calmly and said, the landlord is only selling this shop, not renting it. But, no, that's not possible if the investment is too large. A hint of joy crossed Li Jiangxiang's face, but he quickly shook his head in refusal. After seeing Lu Xiaoyang's bank card last time, he no longer doubted whether Lu Xiaoyang could afford it, or rather he felt that such a large investment was too daunting. Li Jinxiang looked at the shop, his eyes betraying a hidden fondness. If he could muster the funds, he would definitely consider buying it. But he couldn't. While Lu Xiaoyang might be able to invest all the funds initially, buying another shop now meant that the unilateral investment was already beyond his capacity. It was a psychological burden he couldn't bear. This shop's unit price is 5,000. This statement left Li Jinxiang in disbelief. That's impossible. The average price of residential units in this community is already over 4,000. How could this location be so cheap? Lu Xiaoyang was even more surprised. He had no idea how much research Li Jinxiang had done. He not only knew the occupancy situation, but also had insights into the rental and property prices. However, this only gave him more confidence. Xiangge, do you think this price is very valuable? Lu Xiaoyang asked, already knowing the answer. If it's 5,000, it's very valuable. Considering the rental return, this price is simply superb. But, after his excitement, Li Jiangxiang's expression turned conflicted. Lu Xiaoyang could see the concerns in Li Jiangxiang's heart and directly interrupted, saying, there's no but. Xiangge, didn't you say time waits for no one? Finding a property a day earlier allows us to start preparing earlier, and it counts as catching up. This landlord is eager to sell and requires full payment, which is just right for us. Li Jinxiang fell into a moment of silence, lowering his head as he took a long drag from his cigarette. Rationality told him that this place was an exceptional investment and would not go wrong. Moreover, this was his dream. Having his own shop would allow him to build his restaurant according to the most ideal standards without concerns. Yet he hesitated. Lu Xiaoyang's initial unilateral investment was too large, and he felt an enormous struggle and pressure inside. Even if he was confident, what if? What if he incurred losses or failed to achieve the desired operation? After a while, Li Jinxiang suddenly threw away the cigarette, but in his hand looked up and stared directly into Lu Xiaoyang's eyes, saying, Xiaoyang, I guarantee you in 1 year, just 1 year. 1 year later, if you want to keep this shop for personal reasons, then consider it as if I never said anything. If you don't want to keep it, our restaurant will use its profits over 1 year to take over this shop entirely. Lu Xiaoyang understood. Li Jinxiang was clearly promising him this store would yield over $1 million in profit annually. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyang was also bewildered. Lu Xiaoyang understood. Li Jinxiang was clearly promising him this store would yield over $1 million in profit annually. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyang was also bewildered. Wouldn't that require hiring someone specifically to handle the cash at the register? Xiangge, don't put so much pressure on me, it's making me really anxious. Lu Xiaoyang hurriedly cracked a joke, hoping to lighten the serious atmosphere. Moreover, two big men engaging in such a deep vow and intense gaze was truly something he wasn't accustomed to. Also, as you said, Xiangge, this shop is a great deal. You never know, we might not even get it if we wait too long, so let's secure it first and discuss it later. Lu Xiaoyang looked towards Gao Kaiyun and Su Jiahuan, who were waiting for them to finish their conversation, and quickly changed the topic. All right. Li Jinxiang nodded in agreement, lighting a cigarette to calm himself. Lu Xiaoyang approached the two women and said decisively, Sister Yun, Manager Su, we are definitely taking this shop. All right. Gao Kaiyun blinked, almost instinctively nodding. Ever since she last brought Lu Xiaoyang to buy a house, she felt a bit unaccustomed to bringing other clients. Chattering and hesitating is never pleasant. This time, even though she was prepared, Lu Xiaoyang's straightforwardness still caught her off guard. This isn't fruit shopping at a supermarket, it's a property. People simply don't operate like this. Su Jiahuan was equally taken aback, perhaps even more so. Last time she mostly heard about it, this time she was witnessing it firsthand. Not to mention, a shop, even an ordinary residence, usually requires 3 or 4 rounds of visits, habitually looking for faults and attempting to negotiate a price, followed by back-and-forth discussions with the landlord. Gao Kaiyun envied having a client like Lu Xiaoyang. It wasn't about the commission, it was the comfort of working. However, as the store manager, she knew her professional duties. The most urgent matter now was to confirm with the landlord and secure this deal as soon as possible. Su Jiahuan stepped aside to make a call, and soon returned with a smile. I've already confirmed with the landlord, they'll come over to sign the agreement soon, and we can pay the deposit. The fastest we can transfer ownership is in a day or two. Gao Kaiyun's eyes immediately lit up with joy as she sincerely said, "Congratulations, brother, for finding a satisfactory shop. With such a smooth start, your restaurant's business will surely thrive and prosper in the future. I also need to thank Sister Yuan and Manager Su for their efforts. After all, it's professionals handling professional matters, otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Lu Xiaoyang responded with a smile, feeling his mood lighten now that the property matter was progressing. Li Jinxiang looked at the shop with gleaming eyes, already contemplating how to arrange the layout. However, just as they were chatting, Lu Xiaoyang noticed two groups of clients entering the very shop he had just said it. Not only the one he was interested in, but several smaller shops nearby were also being viewed by others. This can only be called fate. Little Lu, you have a connection with this shop. Otherwise how could such a good property be up for sale right when you were looking? Su Jiehuan played peacemaker, raising her hand to signal Gao Xianxing, "Send this account to the brother. Once we sign the agreement, let's transfer the deposit first." Lu's phone vibrated slightly as Gao Kaiyun sent over a payment account. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the screen and casually asked, "What's the usual amount for the deposit?" Su Jiehuan replied, "There's no fixed standard for the deposit, but since this is a full payment, it might be slightly higher. 100,000 or 80,000 is considered normal." Lu Xiaoyang nodded, focusing on the account name, and was slightly surprised as he said, "Hengxin Liquor Factory. Are these properties owned by Hengxin Liquor Factory?" "That's correct." Su Jiehuan looked over and gently nodded, speaking somewhat ruefully. "These shops belong to Hengxin Liquor Factory. Their profitability hasn't been good in recent years, and their financial situation isn't optimistic either. This isn't the first time they've dealt with fixed assets." Lu Xiaoyang nodded thoughtfully. Hengxin Liquor Factory is a well-known liquor brand in Yunzhou County, and the owner of the factory is named Chun Hengxin. In Yunzhou, Chun Hengxin and his Hengxin Liquor Factory are quite famous. People of his age, and even older, have heard of Chun Hengxin's story. Legend has it that in the early days of the factory's establishment, there was a batch of liquor that didn't meet quality standards. Chun Hengxin insisted on publicly discarding it, even if it meant a loss of over 100,000. This story has been passed down in the county for decades, becoming a legendary tale. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyang had a slight connection with Chun Hengxin. When he was in middle school, he received a scholarship from Hengxin. The amount was modest, only 500 yuan. However, for him at that time, it was a considerable sum. This money not only allowed Lu Xiaoyang to treat his classmates to several meals, but also enabled him to buy a pair of sneakers he had longed for. This kindness and warmth have stayed with him ever since. Now he was about to buy a shop from Hengxin, which made Lu Xiaoyang feel a bit sentimental. Is this considered a form of return? As they waited, the number of people viewing the property grew increasingly larger. 3 or 4 waves of clients had come in succession, and almost every wave had at least 2 agents along with clients, which meant more than 10 people were now gathered around. Several shops were being viewed repeatedly, creating a bustling atmosphere. Lu Xiaoyang and Li Jinxiang didn't think too much about it. For Gao Kaiyun and Su Jiehuan, being in a county, several agencies were naturally very familiar with each other. They greeted familiar agents while gradually losing some of their calm. At that moment, a high-pitched female voice suddenly rang out. "Manager Su, for just a few small shops, you personally leading the viewing is really too thoughtful of you." A well-dressed, middle-aged woman in her 40s walked out from the shop, accompanied by a mature-looking middle-aged man, clearly a powerful client. "Good properties wait for no one. Manager Li is equally quick to act," Su Jiehuan responded politely with a smile. After a brief exchange, everyone returned to their respective clients. "This property's price is too low." Gao Kaiyun watched the continuous stream of clients and furrowed her brow, feeling a bit worried. It's a bit in demand. She had only seen such a spectacle a few years ago when the housing market surged. Several clients were competing for one property. Now she was witnessing it again. But seeing it potentially happen to herself, she couldn't feel happy about it at all. "However, we have already made an agreement with the landlord, and there shouldn't be any unforeseen changes, right?" Li Jinxiang, upon hearing this, asked with slight suspicion. Lu Xiaoyang looked at the people coming and going, and amidst his silence, he felt a sense of seriousness. Gao Kaiyun's smile began to wane. After years of navigating the real estate industry, she was all too aware of what this situation signified. With the price pushed down so low, the news spread quickly, and all the agents pounced. Clients didn't even need to be like Lu Xiaoyang, who was already planning to buy a commercial property. Who doesn't have a few wealthy clients at hand? There were plenty of people eager to seize this opportunity. "Sister, what's the price of this property?" A young agent emerged from within, calling out to Gao Kaiyun. The two clearly knew each other. "You should take your client to see it. Are you worried about the price going up?" They were all acquaintances, and even if disputes arose, it would just be a matter of competing skills, hardly a real conflict. Those with capability would reap the rewards. Gao Kaiyun turned her head, her smile diminishing further. She lowered her voice and said to Lu Xiaoyang and the others, "The situation is not looking good. These people are all drawn here by the scent. The price is too low, and it seems they're all tempted now." Li Jinxiang furrowed his brows. Gao Kaiyun looked at him and helplessly responded to his earlier question. "I only gave a heads up. We haven't even signed a contract yet, so it doesn't count. Even if we had signed, if the buyer is willing to increase the price and pay the penalty for breach of contract, what can we do?" She glanced at Lu Xiaoyang, whose expression remained unchanged, unsure of what he was thinking. At this moment, a competent agent should provide psychological support to the client, preparing them for the bidding war ahead. However, Gao Kaiyun did not wish to see Lu Xiaoyang enter into the bidding at this point. Yet the current situation was already beyond her control. At this moment, a Volkswagen car stopped by the roadside, and a middle-aged man in a shirt stepped out. "Who just contacted me?" The middle-aged man scanned the crowd, hesitated as he noticed the many eyes on him, and asked, "Are you all here to look at properties?" Everyone nodded. Su Jiahuan took the lead and hurriedly said, "Manager, we were the ones who contacted you, Jian Real Estate, and we agreed on this unit 218. Manager nodded, just about to speak, when nearby Manager Li, also known as Li Man, quickly approached. "Manager, I'm from Anjia Real Estate, and I have a very sincere client here." Li Man pointed at the middle-aged man behind her, smiling as she spoke. Manager paused, glanced around, his expression slightly troubled. "Manager Li, we should follow the order of arrival, shouldn't we?" Gao Kaiyun maintained her smile and spoke. This statement was ineffective against peers. What she truly wanted to convey was for Manager to hear. Before Manager could respond, Li Man already chimed in with a smile. "Sayun, you can't say that. The listings are shared among everyone. Client satisfaction is most important. Now that there is competition, shouldn't the seller be worried about making more money? What do you think, Manager?" "Exactly, we're all here, fair competition. Whoever has a sincere client should take it. There's no use in arguing." Manager remained silent as two other agencies chimed in cheerfully. "Are you all looking at this commercial property?" Manager smiled and inquired, noticing that besides Li Man's side there were indeed two other agencies interested. Now there were four agencies. Not only did Manager not anticipate this, but Lu Xiaoyang and Gao Kaiyun also didn't expect the competition to escalate so quickly. "These properties require full payment," Manager casually reminded them. As an assistant, if clients were eager to bid, he certainly couldn't refuse his boss from getting more money. "Manager, I'm very interested in this commercial property. It'll increase the price by 8,000 on top of the original price, and I can pay in full right here, completing all the signing processes today. I hope to be considered first." Surprisingly, it was an inconspicuous, overweight man who unexpectedly initiated the bidding war. With this price increase, the previously friendly atmosphere suddenly turned tense, and the scene became charged. All the agents understood that this property would inevitably be determined by bidding today. Even Gao Kaiyun and Su Jiahuan fell silent. Li Man from Anjia Real Estate shrugged at Gao Kaiyun, who sighed, unable to summon any anger. How could she be angry? Every veteran in the real estate business had participated in such bidding wars. It was just that now they had become the victims. Li Jiangxiang's body tensed, his jaw clenched instinctively, his eyes filled with anxiety and unwillingness. The once favorable situation was now being snatched away. 80,000 is a bit low, I'll raise it by 100,000. With another shout, the scene suddenly fell silent. This competitive atmosphere of raising prices was quite thrilling. The initially shouting, overweight boss remained unperturbed, even turning to glance at his competitors with a smile. After a while, the previously silent businessman, next to Li Man, seemed to confirm that no one would continue, and then calmly said, "I'll raise the price by 150, paying in full on the spot." Who? Everyone in the room seemed to exhale collectively. 3 rounds of bidding, from 80,000 to 100,000, finally raised to 150,000. No one tore their masks off, no one was confrontational, and even smiles were exchanged. Yet everyone felt a sense of impending danger. Li Jiangxiang's gaze dimmed. He was already under pressure regarding Lu Xiaoyang's investment in this property, and now it was even less possible for him to think about competing. Gao Kaiyun's lips trembled slightly. Su Jiahuan was silently signaling her she understood. Clearly she was being prompted to remind and test Lu Xiaoyang's attitude, who had remained silent. However, she didn't want to. Compared to her earlier silence and lack of expression, Lu Xiaoyang's face now bore a hint of excitement, as if he was enjoying the show. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyang felt a bit excited. He could barely be considered a wealthy person now, but he had never spent money so directly and violently before. 160,000. 180,000. The first 2 clients consecutively called out new prices. Lu Xiaoyang almost clapped in excitement, contemplating whether to join in. He didn't notice that the silent middle-aged man beside Li Man was curiously observing him. For some reason, he felt that the calm demeanor of this young man suggested he would be a formidable competitor. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoyang remained silent. Just when he thought Lu Xiaoyang wouldn't participate suddenly, he hadn't expected that Lu Xiaoyang could maintain his composure better than himself, playing a final hand. The middle-aged man smiled, curious about what price Lu Xiaoyang would call out. Of course, others also noticed Lu Xiaoyang stepping forward. All eyes were on him, expecting that the young and impetuous man would call out a significant price. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoyang was destined to disappoint their expectations, for he suddenly realized that he held an unbeatable trump card. As long as he threw out this trump card, manager Bai would likely find it hard to refuse. Or rather, manager Bai would find it challenging to refuse his boss Chen Hengxin. In comparison, 80,000, 100,000, those bids seemed utterly weak. As everyone's gaze focused on Lu Xiaoyang, waiting to see if he would make a stunning move, the person in question suddenly looked towards Bai Yunfeng, the calmest representative on site. Lu Xiaoyang earnestly asked manager Bai, if the house is taken away, will my deposit be fully refunded? Deposit? Where did that come from? Everyone present, without exception, was left in confusion. Meanwhile, the bidding was heating up, with voices turning red and hoarse. You're not actively participating, yet you're asking for money back. Bai Yunfeng, equally puzzled, frowned slightly, maintaining a polite tone. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean by deposit. Lu Xiaoyang was not surprised and displayed a restrained smile. You see, manager Bai, about half an hour ago, after we confirmed our intention for this property, I transferred a deposit of 100,000 to your company's account about 15 minutes ago. Brother, you sent the money already? Gao Caiyun's expression tightened, instantly asking with concern. Transferring money without even signing a contract was quite a bold move. What if the other party does not recognize it and disputes arise? Of course, a large company like Hengxin generally wouldn't behave this way. However, based on their experience, such situations should definitely be avoided. Lu Xiaoyang stepped forward again, raising his voice a few notches so that everyone present could hear clearly. What I'm saying is, since we communicated over the phone, it should be considered as a verbal agreement, and it is reasonable for me to transfer the deposit. Hearing this, the onlooking agents and participating bidders began to grasp the situation. This wasn't a concern about the deposit. This was clearly an attempt to play mind games. The mention of the deposit was false. It was the prior agreement they were emphasizing. However, one agent showed no sign of panic, instead displaying a hint of disdain. If this had started earlier, there might have been some opportunity. But now that everyone had taken their positions and started to bid, could the arrows of action be recalled? Brother, we just discussed this issue, and it doesn't make much sense to go over it again, right? The bald, middle-aged man still wore a smile, shrugging his shoulders, a gold ring on his thick finger dazzling in the light. This matter. Li Jinxiang frowned, about to step forward to support the argument. Lu Xiaoyang stepped forward, interrupting Li Jinxiang, and continued loudly, Xianggu, I know what you want to say. You want to question me about transferring money without even signing a contract. Aren't you worried Hengxin won't acknowledge it, right? I'm not worried. Lu Xiaoyang replied to himself, his righteous demeanor resembling that of a defender of justice standing in a courtroom. His eyes slowly scanned the crowd as he calmly said, compared to what everyone has heard about Old Master Chen's story back in the day, when Old Master Chen founded Hengxin Brewery, a batch of wine was deemed substandard merely due to slight flavor differences which the untrained could hardly discern. Old Master Chen would rather incur losses of hundreds of thousands than compromise on his reputation. This story is well known in Yunzhao, and Old Master Chen stands as a model representative for us people of Yunzhao. These stories have inspired us since childhood, as our teachers told us. The onlooking agents and bosses began to display intrigued expressions. At this point, if they still couldn't see Lu Xiaoyang's strategy, they would have wasted their time. I know, Xianggu, you want to ask why I am so certain, right? Li Jinxiang opened his mouth, though momentarily at a loss. He soon caught on and nodded in agreement. At this moment, others watching Lu Xiaoyang's solo performance couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who the hell asked? It was all self-questioning and answering. Speaking of which, the influence Old Master Chen had on me wasn't just this story. He established the Hengxin Brewery brand in our hometown and actively engaged in educational philanthropy. In fact, when I was in middle school, I once received a scholarship from Hengxin. 500. While it wasn't a lot, it was immense warmth for me at the time, providing me with great encouragement. In my heart, Old Master Chen is not only the epitome of trustworthy entrepreneurship, but also a pride of our Yunzhao County. Lu Xiaoyang concluded his speech. As his voice fell, he raised his fist high and swung it down. This motion was like a heavy hammer, leaving the onlookers' expressions difficult to interpret. There was shock, a hint of disdain, and an indescribable sense of regret. Clearly, everyone realized that if the snake has its vital point, Lu Xiaoyang had just struck at it. They were not afraid of contention, nor of competing fiercely, nor of verbal sparring. Yet Lu Xiaoyang was akin to an unexpected rogue coming out from the side. This wasn't the usual strategy they were accustomed to, yet they found themselves unable to refute it. Because the owner of Hengxin, Old Master Chen, indeed valued his reputation. Gao Caiyun and Li Jinxiang, along with the others, maintained tight control of their expressions, waiting to see if the situation would truly turn around. Bai Yunfeng watched the personal performance with a mix of surprise and amusement after a moment's astonishment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bai Yunfeng said nothing, but took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, finance office. This is Bai Yunfeng. Please check if there was a transfer of 100,000 10 minutes ago. After a silence of several seconds, a clear reply came from the other end of the line. Manager, we did receive a remittance of 100,000. The remitter is Lu Xiaoyang, noted as the deposit for shop 218. Okay, I understand. Bai Yunfeng put his phone on speaker, and everyone heard it clearly. All eyes turned to him, waiting for his final decision. Bai Yunfeng hung up the phone, looked at the crowd, and without any circumlocution stated calmly, I apologize, everyone. What Mr. Lu has said is indeed true. The deposit has been received in advance, and there was prior notification. As long as Mr. Lu transfers the full amount within the agreed time frame, this shop will be prioritized for Mr. Lu. Phew. Lu Xiaoyang noticed beside him that Li Jinxiang's clenched fist slowly relaxed, while Gao Kaiyun lowered her head and rubbed her eye corner. His expression eased at that moment, and he let out a huge sigh of relief. Of course, there was also a touch of pride. He was quite satisfied with his impromptu performance. After a brief silence at the scene, the sound of buzzing conversations arose. Li Jiangxiang's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Gao Kaiyun and Su Jiahuan looked at Lu Xiaoyang, filled with surprise and, of course, joy. They did not expect Lu Xiaoyang to have such a trick, completing a magnificent turnaround. One can only say that being in the real estate circle had led them to form a habitual way of thinking, completely overlooking this possibility. And what about the other agents present? They too had not considered Lu Xiaoyang's method at all. For Lu Xiaoyang, it was indeed a case of hitting the mark by chance. It was precisely because of that 500 yuan from years ago that he felt a sense of trust towards the old man, Chen Hengxin, whom he had never met, allowing him to make such a decisive payment. The other agents, although their expressions were somewhat defeated, could not say it was a significant blow. Besides, there were other shops available. Seeing no hope for this shop, some had already begun to prepare for their clients. At that moment, Bai Yunfeng walked up to Lu Xiaoyang and gently smiled, saying, Congratulations, Mr. Lu, you have secured this shop. Lu Xiaoyang smiled faintly. I apologize, manager, I was a bit rash in my urgency earlier. Not at all. Bai Yunfeng waved his hand with a sincere smile. You are right. Since it was discussed beforehand, it should count as a commitment. Mr. Chen values credibility, and you have helped me uphold this principle. Lu Xiaoyang did not expect Bai Yunfeng to be so easy to talk to. Here's my business card. Once we sign the agreement, we can proceed with the name change as early as tomorrow. Lu Xiaoyang accepted the business card with both hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, manager Bai, but I'm still unemployed and don't have a business card at the moment. Bai Yunfeng was slightly taken aback, surprised, but did not dwell on it. After all, Lu Xiaoyang was quite young and was making a 2 million purchase. Even if unemployed, he was certainly not from an ordinary background. Before long, both parties completed the signing of the agreement, and soon after other shops were also taken down. Bai Yunfeng then went on to handle related matters. The name change process indeed proceeded very smoothly. The next day, after making the full payment on the spot, the shop's name change was successfully completed. Not only Lu Xiaoyang, but also 5 other shops underwent name changes together. Among the other buyers, 2 familiar faces from the previous day's competition surprisingly appeared. The bald owner bought 2 small shops, while a mature middle-aged man secured a shop of over 200 square meters not far from the one Lu Xiaoyang purchased. Once the name change was completed, Lu Xiaoyang handed over the subsequent matters to Li Jinxiang. It was time to dive into the intensive renovations. Lu Xiaoyang's ideal was to be a hands-off boss. Moreover, in all aspects of the restaurant, Li Jinxiang was much more professional than he was. He intended to strictly adhere to the initial agreement. Unless Li Jinxiang took the initiative to seek his help, he would not easily intervene. After enjoying 2 days of peaceful life, the house of the black-faced old man was not only kept clean, but the kitchen was also quite impressive. Finally, he could seriously ponder improving his culinary skills. During these 2 days, he settled down, waking up early each day. After exercising, he developed a new habit of visiting the vegetable market. Near his residence, there was a farmer's market that opened every morning, offering all kinds of the freshest vegetables. Early in the morning, many elderly people came to buy fresh vegetables. Not far away, there was a poultry and seafood market that operated all day. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat. One could say everything was available. This noon, Lu Xiaoyang took a nap and continued to browse the poultry market. After circling around, his steps finally stopped in front of a shop that had signs saying free-range chicken and local. A plump woman in her 30s, slightly under 40, was lazily reclining in a lounge chair, sweetly dozing off. Hey, big sister, Lu Xiaoyang called out. The big sister slowly opened her eyes, saw Lu Xiaoyang, and smiled as she rubbed her eyes. Little handsome guy, you're back again. I'm back again, Lu Xiaoyang replied cheerfully. This was not his first time visiting. To be precise, he had recently visited 3 times in a row. The story begins with his discovery of a large iron stove at the black-faced old man's house. Originally, Lu Xiaoyang was eager to learn home cooking, but upon seeing that large iron pot capable of holding a big stew, he suddenly had new ideas. Thus, he planned to stew a free-range chicken for his working friends, treating them a bit. However, he was self-aware and knew his own limitations. Therefore, over the past few days, Lu Xiaoyang had specifically gathered teaching videos and diligently studied. Moreover, he was not just talking the talk without walking the walk. He had actually bought 2 chickens, testing them himself and learning from his mistakes. Now he was confident that his cooking had reached a standard above that of a typical small restaurant. Today he had made arrangements with Zhang Zhizhong to have dinner together after work. Still one? The big sister asked directly. No, today I'll take 2. Lu Xiaoyang confidently held up 2. Alright, shall we chop it directly? Yes, chop it into pieces directly. The big sister quickly grabbed 2 already cleaned free-range chickens from the side, one hand pressing down on the chicken while the other held a knife. With swift movements, the chopping board soon echoed with rhythmic sounds. Little brother, are you running a restaurant? The big sister was busy but didn't miss the chance to chat with Lu Xiaoyang, smiling as she said, if you buy regularly from me and order in large quantities, I can give you a discount absolutely favorable. Lu Xiaoyang had only bought 3 times, perhaps due to the timing being too consistent, which led to a misunderstanding. However, strictly speaking, it wasn't really a misunderstanding. He immediately laughed. Sister, I can't decide. If there's a chance, I'll introduce the boss to you, and it's up to him to say yes. Alright, tell your boss that once he tastes it, he can tell the difference. I guarantee these are genuine free-range chickens. The big sister took the opportunity to enthusiastically promote her goods. Okay, I'll let him try it later, Lu Xiaoyang responded. Chop the free-range chicken into pieces, soak in cold water to remove blood, boil in cold water with ginger slices and cooking wine to remove the scum, then rinse with warm water and set aside. Heat the iron pot, add a little cooking oil, and sauté the scallions, ginger, star anise, cinnamon, and dried chili until fragrant. Although this wasn't his first time cooking, he had already gained some proficiency. But after all, this was the first time he was inviting someone over to showcase his skills. Lu Xiaoyang did not dare to be careless. After arranging the firewood, he cautiously opened the blogger's teaching video to humbly learn and solidify his knowledge. Add light soy sauce for freshness, a little dark soy sauce for color, season with salt to taste, and stir-fry evenly. Lu Xiaoyang listened to the narration while carefully washing the chicken pieces. Since he was inviting a group of hardworking men today, Lu Xiaoyang was very generous, not only buying 2 large fat free-range chickens, but also a big piece of fresh ribs. A combination of meat and vegetables, the portions were substantial. As the sun began to set, Lu Xiaoyang placed a large black iron pot on the stove. Although it wasn't as impressive as an old-fashioned earthen stove, this was still a wood-burning iron furnace, which was quite stylish. Lu Xiaoyang watched the time, estimating when the workers would finish, and lit the fire to burn the wood. Soon the dancing flames licked the bottom of the pot and emerged from the cracks. Lu Xiaoyang, with a towel draped around his neck and a spatula in hand, was on high alert. As the bottom of the pot gradually heated up, he poured in some oil. Then he tossed in scallions, ginger, star anise, cinnamon, and several bright red dried chili peppers all at once. With a sizzling sound, the rich aroma of the spices instantly exploded under the heat of the oil. Lu Xiaoyang took a contented breath, nodding in satisfaction. Without much hesitation, he quickly added the washed and drained chicken pieces and ribs into the pot. High heat, fierce flames. Stir fry. In May, the weather was already quite hot. Standing in the open yard by the burning stove, Lu Xiaoyang quickly felt the sweat bead on his forehead. With the spatula flying, he kept his eyes glued to the chunks of meat in the pot. The meat rolled back and forth in the iron pot with grease sizzling out, and the surface began to turn a light golden brown. The color became enticing, and the rich meat aroma filled the entire yard. A splash of light soy sauce for freshness, a touch of dark soy for color, a little salt, and stir fry. Lu Xiaoyang pulled the towel from around his neck to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, mumbling the seasoning method he had already memorized. After a few days of practice, his cooking skills had lost the initial awkwardness and chaos, and he had started to develop a basic technique. As he continued to stir-fry, the aroma emanating from the iron pot became increasingly rich and intense. Lu Xiaoyang lifted the kettle and poured the pre-prepared boiling water into the pot, filling it completely, ensuring all the meat was submerged. Next, he added the pre-cut potatoes, rehydrated dried mushrooms, and a handful of fresh green beans, all into the pot. The already full iron pot now appeared even more overloaded. Bang! The heavy wooden lid was slammed down. Lu Xiaoyang squatted down, bending over to reduce the fire under the stove slightly. Next came the slow simmering over a low flame. Being a child from the countryside, he often tended to large pots when he was young, so these were basic skills that posed no challenge to him. The fire in the stove was quite hot, but he didn't want to step away. He just moved his stool and sat a bit farther away. The firewood occasionally crackled, and the heat surged out through the gaps in the pot lid. The aroma of the chicken, the ribs, and the earthy scent of the mushrooms freely wafted through the yard. Lu Xiaoyang occasionally bent down to add a couple of sticks of wood to the stove. From time to time, he would lift the pot lid and stir with a large iron spoon. The time passed leisurely, and an hour went by with the flickering flames. The time was almost right. Lu Xiaoyang cautiously lifted the pot lid, and the aroma that had been tightly sealed suddenly rushed out. It was rich and thick. Lu Xiaoyang blew out a breath, seeing that the soup in the pot had thickened and gleamed with a tempting sheen. Without needing to check, Lu Xiaoyang could confidently determine from experience that the chicken was now tender and falling off the bone, and the ribs looked like they would separate with just a slight shake. The potatoes and green beans had now completely changed color. Both had soaked up the broth. One was soft, and the other was glistening. They looked even more enticing than the meat. Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but swallow hard just from looking at it. Indeed, practice leads to true knowledge. The results of his 2 sessions of practice exceeded what he had imagined. Taking a glance at the time, he estimated that Zhang Zhizhong and the others should be finishing their work soon. Lu Xiaoyang covered the pot again, preparing to increase the heat to reduce the broth. With a burst of high heat to reduce the broth, Lu Xiaoyang sprinkled a handful of chopped scallions into the pot. In the rising steam, flecks of green dotted the small mountains of meat, enhancing the rich aroma that made anyone drool. If he hadn't already eaten for 2 consecutive days, Lu Xiaoyang would have almost succumbed to the temptation and started eating. He took a photo, feeling satisfied, and then covered the pot. This meal was substantial. The meat aroma was overwhelming enough for several people to feast upon. Soon the firewood at the bottom of the pot was no longer visible, but had not yet burned out, perfectly maintaining the temperature. Lu Xiaoyang took his time, boiled a kettle of water, and brewed himself a pot of tea, waiting patiently. Although Yunzhao was a small county, coffee was still available. However, without overtime work and the pressure of work, Lu Xiaoyang was less interested in coffee. Recently, he had started learning to drink tea. After about half an hour, Lu Xiaoyang heard lively conversations and footsteps coming from the door. He knew that the guests had arrived. Wow, it smells so good. Before the people arrived, a surprised voice came from the entrance. Zhang Zhizhong entered, surrounded by several workers. Zhang Zhizhong, leading the way, was followed by a few younger workers, each carrying a couple of packs of beer. Xiao Lu, your skills are incredible. Zhang Zhizhong looked in astonishment at the large iron pot that was still simmering with a rich aroma, his nose twitching involuntarily. We could smell the aroma, even outside the alley. Even if we were lost, we could find our way here by the scent. The others were too amazed to speak at first, but their eyes were eagerly fixed on the large iron pot. Brother Xiaoyang, don't tell me this is all you're doing. No way, right? There must be a chef hiding somewhere. A young worker joked with a grin. After a hard day's work, being able to eat a big piece of meat and drink a couple of beers felt like a heavenly experience to them. Good lad, I'll take that as a compliment. Lu Xiaoyang laughed as he stood up, greeting everyone. But just smelling the aroma isn't enough. You have to taste it to truly appreciate it. Over the past few days, Lu Xiaoyang had become familiar with everyone. There were even 2 workers who were barely 20, much younger than him. Lu Xiaoyang had already been prepared, taking out 2 sturdy stainless steel bowls placed nearby. This dish was so hearty that ordinary plates or bowls simply wouldn't suffice. Only these could hold enough for everyone to enjoy. Before the dish was revealed, everyone had already started to get excited at the sight of the steel bowls that were larger than their faces. Under their eager gazes, Lu Xiaoyang lifted the pot lid. Boom! In an instant, steam erupted. After simmering for over 2 hours, the rich aroma burst forth unabashedly. The eyes of everyone present instantly widened. The pot was bubbling with steam, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air. The onlookers were utterly captivated by the chunks of meat within. 2 younger ones instinctively clutched their stomachs, their throats bobbing as they quietly swallowed their saliva. 2 large stainless steel bowls were completely filled. A small table had already been set up, and the group gathered around, beer placed before them. 2 of them even removed their shirts, exposing their bare backs. Wow, this is some serious iron pot stew. Just the color of the meat is making my head spin with cravings, said one of the younger men. His name was Zhang Xiaoyi, a distant relative of Zhang Zhizhong from the same village. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with appetite. Look at you, I'm different. All I can think about is wanting to eat more. Another person stared intently, reluctant to shift his gaze. Among them, the oldest Zhang Zhizhong was the most composed. However, the amazement in his eyes never faded. Little Lu, this stew must have been simmering for quite a while, right? At least 2 hours. Brother Zhang, you're spot on. It's just over 2 hours. Lu Xiaoyang smiled and gestured for everyone. Come on, don't be polite. I won't hold back. Ooh, just help yourselves. I'm sure you're all hungry. Let's eat a bit first, then we'll toast. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped being polite and eagerly picked up their chopsticks. A man picked up a piece of chicken, unable to wait, took a bite, and was almost overwhelmed by the flavor, exclaiming, "This firewood stew is truly different. It's so tender and not at all chewy, it's bursting with flavor. The ribs are even better." Another person exclaimed after tasting a rib, "This is completely tenderized, it's both bouncy and fragrant. This skill is truly remarkable." Zhang Zhizhong took his time, laughing until he finished his cigarette. He then leisurely picked a small piece of green. As he bit into it, the originally indifferent expression on his face gradually disappeared. Oh, these green beans are something special. They've soaked up all the meat juices and chicken broth. So fresh and fragrant. This might even be better than the meat. He hadn't even tasted the meat yet, but that one bite of green bean made him believe that no meat could surpass its deliciousness. Wow. Lu Xiaoyang sat nearby watching their exaggerated reactions, feeling both proud and he had indeed studied some tutorial videos and even practiced his skills twice. While he believed his cooking shouldn't be too bad, he didn't think it would be to such an extent. Seeing their expressions, he wondered if a Michelin-starred chef had arrived. Xiaoyang, you should eat too. Zhang Zhizhong, noticing the younger ones devouring their food without regard for manners, felt embarrassed and made way. Brother Zhang, don't worry about me. Just enjoy your meal. Lu Xiaoyang said this while also picking up his chopsticks. He wanted to see if it was really as exaggerated as they claimed. Here we go. As Lu Xiaoyang picked up a rib, it was so tender that just a slight shake of the chopsticks made the meat wobble. Whoa! Lu Xiaoyang hurriedly caught the meat in his mouth. It was still a bit hot, but he immediately forgot about it. The soft, tender meat melted in his mouth and a rich, intense flavor burst forth. He couldn't help but munch eagerly, feeling utterly amazed. He could hardly believe that he had made this. Only he knew that he had truly only cooked twice. Could this be talent? Lu Xiaoyang was marvelously surprised by the skill he had unlocked. The meal was a joyous occasion for both host and guests. Everyone had a good tolerance for alcohol, and the beer was consumed quickly. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoyang was also quite good at drinking. Amid the clinking of glasses, he held his own. Just as the meal was progressing into the later stages, his phone suddenly... Lu Xiaoyang pulled out his phone and was surprised to see a message from Xia Ran. Are you busy? He looked at the profile picture and seemed to see that bright smile flashing before his eyes. He raised an eyebrow and sent over the photo he took before boiling the meat. Is this during a meal, eh? Xia Ran quickly replied. How do you know this is my cooking? Lu Xiaoyang typed quickly. Xia Ran replied, but I don't know, nor did I. Come on, let's toast. At that moment, someone shouted and raised their glass. Lu Xiaoyang laughed heartily and clinked glasses, with everyone feeling immensely joyful. Xia Ran then replied again, asking, what delicious food is this? Lu Xiaoyang listed country chicken ribs, green beans, potatoes, shiitake, mushrooms. Lu Xiaoyang scooped out a rib with an iron spoon, thoughtfully adding a close-up shot of the rib. The high-definition image perfectly captured the texture of the rib soaked in broth, glistening with oil. It looks just so-so, Xia Ran replied. But Lu Xiaoyang recalled how she looked with her cheeks stuffed while eating crayfish. That remark of so-so seemed unconvincing. He vividly imagined her drooling with desire. Next time I'll treat Teacher Xia to taste it. After a brief acknowledgement, Xia Ran added, I have some good news to tell you. What good news? I met Teacher Lu and I mentioned you. Teacher Lu invited you to her home. Lu Xiaoyang was stunned for a full 30 seconds, feeling as if the beer he drank had evaporated in an instant. Teacher Xia, are you joking with me? Is this a funny joke? Xia Ran countered. Lu Xiaoyang found it not funny at all. However, he simply could not believe that Lu Guiying would invite him to her home. Or rather, he didn't believe that she even... Teacher Xia, I was in the class. No, I was in the 2 classes taught by Teacher Lu, and I was the most academically challenged student. Yes, the one with the worst math score. I don't believe Teacher Lu still remembers me. Xia Ran quickly replied, at least you're self-aware. Along with a clapping emoji. Isn't it possible that precisely because you were so academically challenged, Teacher Lu remembers you vividly? Lu Xiaoyang thought carefully, and it did seem like there was a possibility. A scene flashed through his mind. In the high school office, Lu Guiying was tapping the table with her knuckles, a dreadful math paper spread before her, and unfortunately it bore his name. So Teacher Xia, what you said is true. Of course. Lu Xiaoyang typed, then deleted, then typed again, continuing to delete. He felt somewhat speechless. He had never thought he would one day visit Lu Guiying's home. After all, during high school, he had been hoping for her retirement. What, don't you dare go? Xia Ran seemed to have guessed something. How could that be? Lu Xiaoyang quickly replied. Emotionally, Lu Xiaoyang truly did not want to go. After all, both math and Lu Guiying had left him with unpleasant memories. However, so many years had passed. He had returned to Yunzhou, and he would still be around this area. Would he dare not visit a teacher's home? If this got out, wouldn't it make him the laughingstock? He simply couldn't afford to lose face. Actually, I've wanted to go for a long time. The bond with my mentor is as heavy as a mountain. I must pay a visit. Lu Xiaoyang replied without a hint of embarrassment. Oh wait. His face turned red. It was because of the alcohol. Really? Absolutely. Teacher Lu misses you a lot. As soon as I mentioned your name, she smiled so happily. Really? Lu Xiaoyang looked at the message, wondering if he was seeing things due to the alcohol. He didn't know that after all these years, Lu Guiying still remembered him. It was simply a bit unbelievable. Back then at his age, he had a rebellious streak, and the more he struggled with math, the more frustrated he became. Lu Guiying was a nationally recognized teacher, a rarity at Yunzhou No. 1 high school. She had indeed taken the time to speak with him seriously a few times, but unfortunately, she couldn't change his status as a subject matter prince. Many teachers expressed their regret for him back then. Lu Xiaoyang was quietly reflecting when he saw the message sent by Xiao Ran, and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Yes, Teacher Lu said you are the only student she has taught for so many years who has ever fallen asleep standing in. Teacher Lu said you were quite remarkable, like a special splash of color in her glorious career, so she really wants to meet you. Lu Xiaoyang then understood he had been tricked by this girl. In the end, of course, he agreed. After a few more casual chats, they set a time, and Xia Ran took the initiative to end the conversation. Lu Xiaoyang put down his phone and saw Zhang Xiaoyi, who was sitting diagonally opposite him, staring wide-eyed and grinning mischievously. Brother Yang, are you secretly chatting with your girlfriend? Look at how happy you are. When did I ever chat secretly? Lu Xiaoyang shot back defiantly. He was chatting openly with his phone. Where did I get a girlfriend? Wait a minute. Am I really smiling with such joy? After a series of realizations, Lu Xiaoyang ultimately shook his head with his hands on his temples. He must have had a bit too much to drink. He hadn't even noticed that the corners of his mouth were indeed slightly lifted. Moreover, he realized he felt a little excited. Come on, cheers. Today we must thank Brother Yang. This delicious stewed chicken is simply extraordinary. Zhang Xiaoyi raised his glass and exclaimed loudly. From now on, Brother Yang could consider opening a restaurant. I've even thought of a name for you, Brother Yang's stewed chicken. The business will definitely explode. Everyone I know and even those I don't will be called to support your business. Lu Xiaoyang thought to himself that this could almost be considered a prophecy, because he really planned to open a restaurant, and he had even bought a shop. Having tried it a couple of times, he could make stewed chicken this flavorful. Without anyone praising him, Lu Xiaoyang began to suspect he might actually have the talent of a genius chef. Perhaps once the restaurant opens, he could introduce a signature dish. The more Lu Xiaoyang thought about it, the more enjoyable it seemed, or it might actually work. The only thing was he didn't want to report to the restaurant kitchen every day. Maybe he could limit it to 2 special orders per week, operating on a reservation system. As the drinking party neared its end, Lu Xiaoyang's phone rang. It was Li Jinxiang. Lu Xiaoyang kept his promise from earlier. Since they had decided to cooperate, he unconditionally trusted Li Jinxiang and did not intend to interfere with his pace. However, Li Jinxiang also had his own principles. Whenever it involved spending money, every detail had to be recorded clearly. Once a large expenditure was involved, Li Jinxiang insisted on confirming it with Lu Xiaoyang. Now that the shop was entering the preparation stage, it was indeed a time for spending. This had led to the two of them meeting more frequently lately. Li Jinxiang hurriedly said over the phone that he wanted to come over and discuss the plan with him. Lu Xiaoyang naturally would not refuse. Just right, they had almost finished eating. As soon as they finished, the crowd left, and Li Jinxiang hurried over. Without even taking a moment to speak, he first grabbed the cold tea that had long gone lukewarm on the table and gulped it down. Xianggu, are you okay? In just a few days, Li Jinxiang not only looked unkempt, but his face also appeared visibly thinner. Lu Xiaoyang asked with concern. I'm doing well, actually. Though Li Jinxiang looked tired, his eyes indeed had much more sparkle than before. This is the pricing for some equipment. Oh, I compared the prices, and it should be one of the best options. Xiaoyang, take a look. Li Jinxiang handed over a densely packed quotation list. Lu Xiaoyang casually glanced over it. It listed various equipment, such as steamers, refrigerators, and disinfection cabinets. Xianggu, you look too busy like this. How can you manage to eat properly? Lu Xiaoyang expressed some concern. Oh, opening a restaurant isn't it always like this? There are many things to do in the early stages. Being busy is inevitable. Being busy is normal, but if you keep this up, what will happen when the restaurant opens and you're too exhausted? Lu Xiaoyang placed the quotation list on the table and said seriously, look, you not only have to supervise the renovation and urge for progress, but you also need to handle the paperwork. And then there are so many equipment purchases and customizations. That's not all. You still need to find suppliers, and after that you have to taste the dishes and finalize the menu. Not to mention you also need to hire staff. Lu Xiaoyang counted on his fingers the tasks Li Jinxiang had to undertake, and his scalp began to tingle. Xianggu, even if you're a superhuman, you can't work this hard. This really won't do. If the restaurant hasn't even opened, and you collapse first, what will we do? Li Jinxiang chuckled good-naturedly and scratched his messy hair. But there's no choice, time is tight. Otherwise, who knows when it will be finished? I don't know how long the opening might be delayed. This really won't do, Xianggu. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head. I understand some things must be handled by you personally for your peace of mind, but for some things you can't do everything yourself. You shouldn't strain yourself too much. He genuinely wanted to share some of the burden, but after considering it, he realized these were things he couldn't help with. He was completely an outsider. I've just found an agency to handle the permits. Li Jinxiang nodded and said, I'm not familiar with many units in Yunzhou, and running around indeed wastes time. I found an agent to handle the business license, operational permits, fire safety, and environmental protection, all for 2,000 yuan. That's great. Lu Xiaoyang immediately nodded in agreement. As for other aspects, For the others, I must keep an eye on them. No one else can replace me. That may not necessarily be true, Xianggo. You are right to oversee the renovation on-site, but you don't need to monitor it constantly. I think it's better to find a trustworthy foreman. You just need to steer the direction. By the way, you know mine is currently under renovation. The foreman is quite a decent guy. I'll let him help keep an eye on things. Lu Zhaoyang's eyes lit up. When it comes to professional layout and standards, he might not be as good as you, but in terms of on-site management and construction, he is a professional. Li Jianxiang knew rationally that this was too demanding. He wanted to find someone to help keep an eye on things, but he wasn't completely at ease. This restaurant was the starting point of his career's resurgence, and coupled with the fact that it was a property purchased by Lu Zhaoyang himself, the psychological pressure from such a massive investment was immense. Therefore, in all aspects, he had to push himself to give his all. That settled, then Brother Xiang. At this point, Lu Zhaoyang had to emphasize his tone, sincerely advising, "As a partner, I solemnly protest you cannot burden yourself like this. I understand the urgency, and I understand your concerns about quality, but it should not come at the cost of your health." Lu Zhaoyang stated firmly, "You are the helmsman of our restaurant. Only with your state stabilized can our establishment thrive. You must take care of yourself." Li Jinxiang stared blankly at Lu Zhaoyang's serious expression, suddenly moved. The emotional string that had been tightly wound for days by his wife's persistent persuasion finally relaxed. Finally, he nodded with a sense of relief, saying, "All right, I'll listen to you." This partner, who was clearly over a decade younger than him, gave him an unexpected sense of confidence and stability. This was something he had never encountered before. Seeing this, Lu Zhaoyang wasted no time and immediately called Zhang Zhizhong. Zhang Zhizhong understood the situation quickly, and upon hearing it was about introducing a new business, he said there was no need to reschedule. He would come over right away. It turned out he hadn't even gotten home yet. Before long, Zhang Zhizhong arrived. Lu Zhaoyang briefly introduced the situation, and upon hearing it was a 400 square meter shell, he was intrigued about the restaurant's renovation. A month to complete. Zhang Zhizhong was taken aback by the timeline. That's too tight. Zhang, it is indeed challenging, but time waits for no one. Li Jinxiang tapped his cigarette, thoughtfully speaking steadily. It's already May and the weather is getting warmer, which is a crucial period for the restaurant industry. We must race against time to open as soon as possible, so I kindly ask for your diligence. Costs are negotiable. As he spoke, Li Jinxiang took out a stack of blueprints from his bag and handed them to Zhang Zhizhong. Take a look at these, Zhang. These are my designs, and feel free to raise any issues. We're all familiar faces, a costs can be discussed easily. Zhang Zhizhong took the blueprints and began to peruse them. He had worked in renovations for over a decade, but most of his experience was with home renovations. The plans were densely annotated, detailing everything from layout divisions to kitchen arrangements. Most importantly, the plans were densely annotated, detailing everything from layout divisions to kitchen arrangements. Most importantly, the electrical routing, waterproofing, exhaust ducts, and fire safety measures were all exceptionally well done. As the saying goes, an expert sees the nuances. Although Zhang Zhizhong came from an unconventional background, after so many years he could appreciate the aesthetic that comes from professionalism. The blueprint's handling of the details for restaurant renovations was nothing short of perfect. Every hard standard was meticulously annotated, from high-power electrical wiring to waterproof coating ranges and heights pipeline routing and fresh air systems. If he knew how short of time this was completed in, he would probably be even more astonished. This drawing is indeed professional and quite beautiful, Zhang Zhizhong exclaimed while looking at the drawings. He took out a cigarette and eagerly offered one to Li Jinxiang, curious. "Manager Li, which company are you with? I should have heard of such skills before." Brother Xiang is not from a decoration company," Lu Zhaoyang replied with a smile. Lu Zhaoyang laughed. "If we're talking about skills, Brother Xiang's true prowess lies in his culinary arts. He is undoubtedly a seasoned chef. The owner of this restaurant is Brother Xiang." "I can't believe it." Zhang Zhizhong shook his head, incredulous. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I truly wouldn't have believed it. Honestly, with this level of expertise and professionalism, you look completely like a seasoned designer." "You're too kind, Zhang." Li Jinxiang raised his hand to rub his brow, a humble smile on his face. "I've just seen so much that I've been forced to learn a bit. When I first opened a restaurant years ago, everything was inadequate, and I was complained about and corrected countless times. Later, when I had the opportunity to open a new one, I took the chance to explore and learn bit by bit, which is how I picked up some knowledge. I still can't compare to true professionals." "You're being too modest, President Li. I, Zhang, don't have a high level of education, and I'll say this honestly. I mostly do home renovations, and all my people are good at that. If it comes to on-site coordination, scheduling, and managing people, I can guarantee that there won't be any mistakes. But when it comes to specific acceptance standards and kitchen requirements, I can only say I understand the basics. I can't claim to have everything under control." Zhang Zhizhong casually switched from calling him Manager Li to President Li. He spoke candidly without a trace of bravado. Even if Li Jianxiang truly understood everything, he would still need to make things clear. Li Jianxiang's face was weary, yet his eyes remained clear. He quickly nodded and said, "Rest assured, Zhang, I've considered these matters. You only need to help me keep an eye on the construction progress. I'll handle the standards, compliance details, and dimensions for subsequent equipment myself. They'll be on site every day for us to communicate. I won't make things difficult for you." Zhang Zhizhong nodded, rubbing his hands and murmuring over the blueprints. 30 days for the construction period is no small challenge. The coordination of the construction team and processes must be meticulously aligned. There can be no waste of time. By the way, can construction be done here at night? Li Jianxiang immediately replied, "Yes, no problem. The store is not adjacent to residential buildings, so as long as it's not excessively loud, we can proceed." That's good, that's good. Zhang Zhizhong, satisfied, said with a serious expression, "One main difficulty is still coordinating manpower. It must be perfectly synchronized with this timeline. If necessary, Brother Zhang, I can pause my side's progress. The priority is to ensure the shop's side." Xiao Bing probably won't be too happy about that, Zhang Zhizhong chuckled. "I really want to go see the site right now." "Zhang, if it's convenient for you, we can go right now," Li Jianxiang said with great enthusiasm. "All right, let's go then," Zhang Zhizhong replied without a moment's hesitation. Lu Xiaoyang felt a sense of inferiority watching this. This fervor for work was something he once had, but after working late too often it had truly worn him out. Now he just wanted to lie flat in peace and expressed respect for such ambition. Friday arrived, the day when he had made plans with Xia Ran to visit teacher Lu Guing. When visiting a teacher's home, he certainly couldn't go empty-handed, so he had to buy some gifts. Lu Xiaoyang wandered around the mall and eventually chose a jar of high-quality honey and 2 cans of tea. Back in the car, Lu Xiaoyang sent a message to Xia Ran. "Teacher Xia, what time are you going to teacher Liu's place? Shall we go together?" "It's okay, teacher Xia, let's go together," Lu Xiaoyang insisted in his message. Soon after, Xia Ran called him directly. "You don't have to wait for me." "It's okay, teacher Xia, let's go together," Lu Xiaoyang insisted in his message. Soon after, Xia Ran called Lu Xiaoyang. "Actually, you don't have to wait for me." On the other end, Lu Xiaoyang could hear the noisy school broadcast. He firmly replied, "It's fine, teacher Xia, I'm not bothered at all. Have you finished work? I drove and can pick you up. Really, it's no trouble at all." To be honest, high school teachers, especially a strict teacher like Lu Guiying, still made Lu Xiaoyang a bit apprehensive even after so many years. Although he didn't want to admit it, he felt more at ease with Xia Ran by his side. Okay, that sounds good. Xia Ran thought Lu Xiaoyang was being kind, so she didn't refuse anymore. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaoyang arrived at the residential complex where Xia Ran lived. She was already waiting by the roadside. Even before Lu Xiaoyang stopped the car, he saw her standing there like a picture. She tilted her head slightly, seeming to ponder something deeply, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Lu Xiaoyang slowly parked his car in front of her, but Xia Ran didn't notice. "Teacher Xia." Lu Xiaoyang rolled down the window completely and called out. Xia Ran was wearing a clean, elegant ivory-colored knitted top, paired with simple light-colored straight-leg pants. Her outfit was simple yet graceful, devoid of any flashy decorations. Her long hair fell casually over her shoulders, soft and obedient. For some reason, seeing this girl made the evening breeze seem much gentler at that moment. Xia Ran beamed a smile upon seeing Lu Xiaoyang, waved her hand, approached the car, opened the door, and sat inside, saying, "Thank you. Sorry for the trouble of coming to pick me up. Teacher Xia, you're too polite. I'm just a warm-hearted person." Lu Xiaoyang chuckled and casually asked, "What were you pondering just now, so lost in thought?" Xia Ran turned her head to look at Lu Xiaoyang for a few seconds and playfully said, "I was thinking about something, but I can't tell you. They say a girl's thoughts are hard to guess." Although Lu Xiaoyang felt a bit curious, he didn't press further and instead asked, "So, Teacher Xia, you mentioned buying things. Are you preparing to buy a gift for Teacher Lu?" "No, I'm not buying a gift. I need to buy some vegetables," Xia Ran replied. "Vegetables?" Lu Xiaoyang was about to start the car again, but paused, confused. "Are we bringing them to Teacher Liu's house?" "Yes, we need the vegetables for later." "Oh, is there anything you want to eat?" "You can choose, but it has to be simple. I'm worried that if we rush, we won't be able to manage. By the way, can you cook?" Xia Ran looked at him with anticipation. "I am okay, I guess." Lu Xiaoyang nodded instinctively. "I can cook, but my skills aren't that great." "Phew, that's great. As long as you can cook, it's better than me." Xia Ran's eyes sparkled. "Then how about you take charge of cooking? I'm afraid my skills might really shock you, but if you're not scared, I can give it a try too." "Wait." Lu Xiaoyang pressed his forehead, feeling more and more confused. "Teacher Xia, aren't we going to Teacher Liu's house as guests?" "So are we." "Oh, is it you who are planning to cook for ourselves? Isn't it a bit unconventional for a teacher to have us cook for ourselves? So is there no one else at Teacher Liu's house? Are we really going to cook by ourselves? Moreover, is it just the two of us visiting?" Xia Ran replied, "Yes, but it's not exactly a visit. Oh, we're just going to check in on the teacher and have a meal together. I almost go every week when I have the time. Uncle Song is temporarily away on a business trip these days, and I just found out yesterday." Xia Ran nodded. Usually when I go to teacher Liu's house, it's Uncle Song who cooks. I originally wanted to ask you to come another day, but then I thought since we are both students of teacher Liu there shouldn't be too many rules. It's fine if we just whip up a few simple dishes ourselves. Yesterday I told teacher Liu that you were coming today, and she was very happy, and said it was no problem. Lu Xiaoyang suddenly caught the key point. At that moment he raised his hand like an eager student. Wait a minute. Did teacher Liu only just find out that I'm going? But didn't we set this time a few days ago? It was getting more confusing. Xia Ran smiled. No, last time when I mentioned you teacher Liu remembered you very clearly. I told her that I would bring you along next time, and she agreed, so I made an appointment with you. Oh, okay. Lu Xiaoyang felt a bit defeated, and looked at Xia Ran with interest, asking, so teacher Xia, what dish are you planning to challenge yourself with? Teacher Liu has very simple tastes when it comes to food, and I'm also quite simple. It really depends on what you want to eat. Xia Ran's big eyes were fixed on Lu Xiaoyang, as if she wanted to say, he should also keep it simple. Lu Xiaoyang, understanding the hint, thought for a moment, and tentatively said, how about we keep it simple? I think something greener and pesticide-free would be good. That would be perfect. Xia Ran was very pleased with Lu Xiaoyang's response. In that case we can't go to the Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment, and said, if we're not going to the supermarket, where are we going? Xia Ran asked. Most of the vegetables in supermarkets are stocked in the morning. After a whole day of picking through them, they are no longer fresh. The situation at the vegetable market is much better, but it also depends on luck. I know a place that has absolutely fresh produce. As Lu Xiaoyang spoke, he started the car. Lu Guiying lived next to the school district of Xiaoyangno, one high school right on the eastern outer ring. In recent days Lu Xiaoyang had been wandering around and knew that many people from nearby villages set up stalls to sell vegetables along the outer ring road when it was time to get off work. These vegetables were grown in their own fields, some from their gardens, and some from greenhouses. They might not look great, but compared to those in the market, they generally had much less pesticide. The car drove along the eastern outer ring for a while. It was already after work hours and the roads were crowded with vehicles, especially electric bikes. After passing an intersection, the side road suddenly became lively. There are so many people here. Xia Ran leaned on the car window, curiously looking outside, her voice filled with excitement. She usually had little opportunity to cook. Aside from some vague memories from her childhood, it had been years since she last visited such street stalls. The bustling scene before her seemed particularly interesting. Lu Xiaoyang walked a short distance forward, found a place to park the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and smiled, saying, isn't it lively? It's fresh and organic. Oh, let's buy some here and eat with peace of mind. Xia Ran remained silent, but nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. The two got out of the car and soon walked into the bustling crowd of vendors. Both sides of the road were filled with various tricycles, and many villagers had set up stalls here. Some spread their goods directly on the tricycles, while others arranged them in baskets laid out on the ground. The vegetables were diverse, vibrant green leafy greens, plump red tomatoes, carrots, still carrying wet soil, and green beans. The two walked slowly as Xia Ran was curious about everything and wanted to take a look at it all. Lu Xiaoyang naturally was in no hurry and occasionally squatted down to inspect the greens. Arriving at a stall, he picked up a small bunch of vegetable hearts, pinching the stem with his fingertips, looking experienced, and imparted to Xia Ran, do you see? It's full of moisture. Oh, just by looking you can tell it's fresh. Xia Ran maintained a serious expression, listening intently. For the knowledge Lu Xiaoyang shared, she nodded earnestly, indicating that she understood. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyang felt a sense of accomplishment. This little skill he learned from the aunties at the market. Now he was applying it right away, not expecting it to impress Xia Ran so much and earn such a sense of achievement. Then at a small stall, Lu Xiaoyang noticed some plump tomatoes and decided to buy a few. How much are these tomatoes? Lu Xiaoyang squatted down to take a look and asked. 2 yuan 60 per jean, freshly picked this afternoon. The stall owner was an elderly man who was preparing a bag as he replied. Can you give me a discount? Lu Xiaoyang lifted a tomato in his hand and shook it slightly. This is already quite cheap. I hardly make a few cents on it, the old man said sincerely and earnestly. How about 2 yuan 40? I'll buy a few more. Lu Xiaoyang continued to negotiate. All right then. The 2 bags contained 4 or 5 tomatoes each. 2 jean 6 liang 6. Lu Xiaoyang took out his phone, turned to Xia Ran, who had been quietly watching the bustle without speaking, and asked softly, Teacher Xia, for 2 jean 6 liang, no discount, at 2 yuan 60 per jean, how much should that be? Xia Ran was taken aback for a moment, surprised by the question, but quickly replied 6.76. 6.76. Lu Xiaoyang nodded, scanning the code. Sir, the money has been transferred. Lu Xiaoyang showed his phone to the old man, as there was no notification of payment. You transferred too much. The old man pointed at his phone and said. No worries, sir, let's just leave it at that. Lu Xiaoyang reassured him, having transferred 8 yuan, which Xia Ran also noticed. Why did you bargain? You ended up paying more than the original price after haggling. As they turned to walk away, Xia Ran couldn't help but ask. Teacher Xia, I see you probably haven't bought anything here before, let alone bargained. Lu Xiaoyang questioned. Xia Ran looked as curious as a child. They were only 3 years apart. Even though Xia Ran grew up in Yunzhou County, she shouldn't be so out of touch with the crowd. Indeed, Xia Ran nodded. So you should know that bargaining is a crucial process when shopping in the market. I mainly want you to experience it. Let's put it this way, bargaining is an attitude. Not haggling over prices means less joy. Paying those extra cents isn't a big deal for us, but the elderly might be quite happy as those few extra cents can buy a couple of bonds. Lu Xiaoyang continued with a smile. However, I only haggle a little. I don't dare to push too hard. My psychological endurance is limited. Seeing the girl's sudden realization, Lu Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows and asked enticingly, Teacher Xia, would you like to give it a try? Xia Ran's eyes widened slightly at the suggestion, clearly intrigued. At that moment, her attention was drawn to a tricycle selling helmets by the roadside. 30. The vendor held up a helmet. 15. Do you sell? A customer inquired. Xia Ran withdrew her gaze, nodding with eagerness. Lu Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised and found it amusing. He looked around and mused, so what should we buy next? How about 2 eggplants? Seeing a round eggplant on an auntie's tricycle, Lu Xiaoyang said. Xia Ran immediately nodded eagerly. At this moment, she was fully interested in bargaining and didn't care much about what to buy. The two approached the auntie's tricycle, and she greeted them. Xia Ran mimicked her, picking up a round eggplant, her clean pale pink nails pinching the eggplant stem, secretly showing Lu Xiaoyang the moisture-rich interior. Lu Xiaoyang smirked, giving a thumbs up in approval. Auntie, how much are these eggplants? He proactively asked. 1 yuan 50 per jean, the auntie replied with a smile. Lu Xiaoyang gave Xia Ran a knowing glance, signaling that it was her turn to take the lead. Xia Ran took a deep breath, seemingly gathering her strength. She glanced at Lu Xiaoyang, who clenched his fist to encourage her. Xia Ran knew they would pay the original price anyway, so she felt no pressure. With a determined gaze, she shouted, 70 cents per jean, is that all right? Lu Xiaoyang's eyes widened in surprise. This skill of slashing the price in half was usually passed down mainly in clothing stores. He had never seen it in a vegetable market. The auntie was momentarily at a loss for words. Both of them were somewhat stunned by the number. Little girl. The auntie stared in disbelief at the assertive Xia Ran, then glanced at the speechless Lu Xiaoyang. If it weren't for the fact that the girl was so pretty, she might have thought this was a deliberate provocation. We can bargain a couple of cents here and there, but there's no way it can be that cheap. The price doesn't even cover the electricity and labor costs. The elderly lady was nearly brought to tears by the beautiful girl before her. Auntie, let's not haggle. Just charge 1 yuan 50, Lu Xiaoyang said, ignoring everything else, and quickly grabbed 4 or 5 eggplants to hand to the auntie. The two of them carried the groceries they had bought, walking towards the parking area, one in front of the other. Suddenly, the one in front, Xia Ran, stopped and turned abruptly. Lu Xiaoyang hit the brakes, sharply, standing still with a serious expression. Xia Ran stared at him for a moment. Lu Xiaoyang blinked innocently and asked, what's wrong, Teacher Xia? Xia Ran remained silent for a while before muttering, I know you want to laugh. If you want to laugh, then just laugh. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head earnestly, his expression serious as he said, I didn't. Didn't you? Xia Ran frowned slightly, completely unaware of her own adorableness. Could the giggles she heard behind her be just a figment of her imagination? In her confusion, just as Xia Ran was about to turn around, Lu Xiaoyang, unable to hold back any longer, turned his head away, his shoulders shaking slightly. Xia Ran huffed, her cheeks flushed, and angrily said, we were planning to buy at the original price. That's why I know. Since it was already exposed, Lu Xiaoyang no longer pretended, turning to her with a smile. But Teacher Xia, you really frightened that lady. The lady must have thought such a beautiful girl quite formidable. Xia Ran clenched her fist and defended herself, but the place where we bought the helmet clearly returned half the price, and the boss happily agreed. Teacher Xia, your observations are indeed meticulous, but helmets and vegetables are quite different. Industrial products like helmets and clothes have higher profit margins, so there is room for negotiation, whereas vegetables have lower profit margins. In fact, Xia Ran had more or less come to this realization herself later. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyang burst into laughter, saying, Teacher Xia, do you believe it? That lady will definitely talk about you at dinner with her family, and shall proudly say you won't believe how formidable that young girl is. Ooh, I thought I misheard. Don't say any more. Xia Ran exclaimed angrily. Just when she thought it would be fun to be with Lu Xiaoyang, now he seemed so annoying. She had just been a little careless and forgotten that Lu Xiaoyang had only bargained 2 dimes while buying vegetables. If she had known, she would have negotiated for the helmet on the spot. But if that were the case, it seemed there would be no sense of it. Xia Ran was battling with her thoughts. As they were about to reach the parking area, Lu Xiaoyang noticed an elderly lady standing behind his car, looking down at something, seemingly inspecting it. The elderly lady occasionally looked up to check her surroundings, her expression anxious and apprehensive. Lu Xiaoyang and Xia Ran exchanged glances and walked over. What's wrong, ma'am? As they got closer, Lu Xiaoyang asked and immediately understood what was going on. There was a noticeable scratch over 10 centimeters long on the left rear side of his car. It stood out glaringly on the brand new silver Tesla. "Young man, is this your car?" The elderly lady with gray hair and a slightly hunched figure looked at Lu Xiaoyang, her face filled with anxiety and unease. "Yes." Lu Xiaoyang approached calmly. There was no need to ask. The situation was already quite sure enough. The elderly lady pointed to a nearby dilapidated tricycle and cautiously said, "It wasn't intentional, I bumped into it." A big vehicle passed by and honked, which startled the lady. A bystander chimed in to help explain. "It's just a small scratch." Lu Xiaoyang had just opened his mouth, but before he could continue, the elderly lady shakily pulled out a handful of money from her pocket. A bunch of bills that looked like a lot, but upon closer inspection, there wasn't much money. Most were small denominations of 10 and 5 yuan with 3 bright red bills standing out. "Young man, please don't call the police. They'll give you 300 yuan, is that all right?" The elderly lady took out the 3 largest bills, handing them over with a cautious, forced smile. "I'm old, and I don't have much income." Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the tricycle parked nearby, which still had 2 bundles of spinach on it, and the car's bed was filled with unclean dirt. If he guessed correctly, the elderly lady had just finished selling her goods and was preparing to head home. For this elderly woman, 300 yuan must have taken a long time to earn through frugality. Her husband is in the hospital, and her child fell last year and can't work yet. An old man chimed in, bringing the atmosphere to a freezing point. "It's all right, ma'am. This little scratch I can spray a bit, and I'll be fine." Lu Xiaoyang couldn't bear to hear such misfortunes, and his eyes felt a bit sore. "That's not acceptable. Oh, I must give you this money." The elderly lady stubbornly insisted on handing the money to him. "Ma'am, are the spinach on the tricycle for sale?" Lu Xiaoyang did not take the money and pointed at the tricycle. "Then it's settled. I'll take these 2 bundles of spinach instead as compensation." Lu Xiaoyang stepped forward and took the spinach in his hand, smiling. "All right, ma'am, now we're even. You don't owe me anything. Just go, and be careful next time." Lu Xiaoyang firmly pushed the money back. Thank you so much." The last 2 bundles of spinach wouldn't even sell for a single yuan. The elderly lady was so emotional that she was almost speechless. "Quickly go, ma'am." When the tricycle left, Lu Xiaoyang turned to Xiao Ran and waved the spinach in his hand, smiling. "I told you I felt like something was missing, and now it's complete. We can make a soup." Xiao Ran's lips curled slightly, as if she was seeing this senior who was only 3 years older than her for the first. Before this, her impression of Lu Xiaoyang had remained at that of an interesting, easygoing, and occasionally teasing ordinary classmate. Just now, while browsing the roadside stalls, picking vegetables and bargaining, he had a grounded, fresh aura that she found delightful. Even after she made a joke about the half-price negotiation, he laughed without restraint. Although she appeared to be angry, she knew that a part of her found Lu Xiaoyang's youthful mischief quite amusing. In her eyes, he was just a casual, playful guy with a hint of street-smart cleverness. However, what happened just now truly reshaped her understanding. It was evident that Lu Xiaoyang drove a new car. To be honest, the scratch would pain any car owner, let alone. When the elderly lady took out the money, Xiao Ran even secretly felt a bit anxious, wondering how Lu Xiaoyang would handle it. She envisioned that he would ask for less compensation, but she never expected that he would end up taking only the 2 bundles of worthless spinach, thus settling the matter. Not only did he not pursue the elderly lady's responsibility, but he also used the gentlest and most dignified approach. Xiao Ran could see that this kindness was not mere superficial politeness or a momentary soft-heartedness, but rather a profound and intrinsic understanding and generosity. Lu Xiaoyang watched the elderly lady pedaling the tricycle with great effort. He suddenly thought of his grandmother, whom he hadn't seen for many years. If this were his own grandmother facing such hardships outside, he couldn't imagine how heartbroken he would feel. "Does teacher Xiao have money?" Lu Xiaoyang suddenly turned his head and asked. "Oh." Xiao Ran turned her head, looking down at the bag in her hand, saying, "I have about a few hundred yuan here." She opened her bag, pulling out a few banknotes, around 4 or 5 in total. "Lend me." Xiao Ran had already guessed his intention, and before he could finish, she had proactively stuffed the money into his hands, saying, "Take it." Lu Xiaoyang ran out, caught up with the old lady on the tricycle, and stuffed the banknotes into her hands before running back. Xiao Ran looked at him with a sense of curiosity, as if she had just met Lu Xiaoyang. "Teacher Xia, do I have flowers on my face?" Under the gaze of such a beautiful woman, Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a bit shy. "I didn't expect. You are a good person," Xiao Ran suddenly exclaimed. "What do you mean?" Lu Xiaoyang widened his eyes. "Before this, was I not seen as a good person in teacher Xia's eyes?" "No. I didn't mean to say you aren't a good person, it's just." Xiao Ran realized her words could be misinterpreted, smiling as she shook her head. After thinking for a moment, she said, "You know, it seems that many people nowadays have a short temper. When faced with unhappy situations, they quickly release their pent-up anger." Lu Xiaoyang understood. "So teacher Xia is saying that many people are too filled with grievances nowadays, right?" Xiao Ran nodded. Lu Xiaoyang felt that her words were clearly heartfelt, so he patiently waited for her. Sure enough, after a pause, Xia Ran continued, I have a colleague who is very gentle with others and is patient with students. After an exam, she accidentally spoke a little loudly to one student who perhaps was under too much pressure. Unexpectedly, his emotions spiraled out of control, and my colleague was later complained about by the student's parents. And then, Lu Xiaoyang pressed for more details. He sensed that Xia Ran's emotions were low, feeling that the situation was likely more complicated than just a complaint. Xia Ran continued, then this parent not only complained to the school, but also went to several departments in the education bureau one by one. Later, from other students, it was learned that this parent had placed excessive pressure on their child, who not only suffered from depression, but even had suicidal tendencies. The school learned about this, and the education department was informed, but what? The clouds in the west were painted into hues of sunset. The two sat in the car, isolated from the noise outside. But it didn't help at all. This parent made a scene everywhere, complained everywhere, and it seemed everyone was afraid. The final outcome was that this colleague was suspended. Her classes had to be covered by others, but the parent was still not satisfied. They insisted that my colleague must not lose her job. Xia Ran stared out the window, seemingly looking at something, her tone filled with confusion as she asked, why do so many people seem to have such resentment towards their surroundings nowadays? This question was too broad for Lu Xiaoyang to answer. From his perspective, everyone seemed to be living too hard in this society. People were struggling to survive. Some people's grievances might not even be what they wanted, or perhaps it was shaped by life itself. This isn't just one person's problem. The car arrived at the family compound behind Yunzhao No. One middle school. This compound was only a little over 10 years old, considered relatively new compared to other family compounds in the county. Lu Xiaoyang told the security guard at the gate that he was a student visiting a teacher, and without further questioning, the guard let him pass. He parked the car and went upstairs. Xia Ran knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened from the inside. Hello, Teacher Lu, I'm Lu Xiaoyang. I wonder if you remember me. Lu Xiaoyang saw a small, elderly lady sitting in a wheelchair, smiling warmly at him. The slight nervousness he had felt instantly vanished. Previously, Lu Guiying had only used crutches, but now seeing her in a wheelchair made Lu Xiaoyang's heart soften. She scrutinized him for a moment, smiling brightly as she said, Lu Xiaoyang, it feels like you haven't changed much over the years. When Sharon mentioned you, I thought you were someone else. I never imagined that one day you would come to see me. Although many classmates have visited, I never thought you would come. What you said before today, I couldn't even dare to dream of coming to see you. This voice had always been accompanied by the sound of a ruler slamming on the blackboard. Now, however, it felt very warm to Lu Xiaoyang. He walked into the room and placed the gifts and vegetables he had brought on the table. Why are you bringing gifts when you come to my house? You can't bring them next time, or else I won't let you in through this door. Lu Guiying said. Teacher Lu, don't take it to heart. The students have started working, and I just want to express a little gratitude. It's not a valuable thing. It's not about the value. I'm just happy to see you here. Lu Guiying pushed the wheelchair back to the living room and invited Lu Xiaoyang to sit down. Xia Ran was quite familiar with the place, directly going to wash the fruits before coming to the living room. Teacher, are you feeling well? Lu Xiaoyang asked after sitting down. I'm okay. I used to use crutches, but I'm not at the point of being unable to live without a wheelchair. However, I'm used to sitting, and it's more convenient to use a wheelchair at home. Lu Guiying smiled and said, Sharon told me how you two met. I didn't expect you to have a younger brother with such a big age gap, and he is actually Zioran's student. Yes, there's quite an age difference between us siblings. Lu Xiaoyang scratched his head, smiling as he said, but Teacher Xia is quite lucky to have met my brother. Unlike you, Teacher Lu, who had to deal with me. My brother's math grades are much better than mine. Ha ha ha. Lu Guiying burst into hearty laughter. Perhaps due to her age she had gained some weight, but overall she looked much friendlier than before. Lu Xiaoyang also felt much more relaxed. Sharon, you wouldn't believe that Xiaoyang used to have excellent grades. But his math was a total disaster. He was my Waterloo during my teaching career. In the end, I couldn't help improve his math scores. Otherwise, he could have gone to a much better school. I remember he graduated from an ordinary first-year university. What a shame. Yes, you still remember that. Lu Xiaoyang looked at Xia Ran in surprise, thinking she was just joking, but Lu Guiying seemed to know him quite well. Teacher Xiao's math grades must be very good, right? Lu Xiaoyang shifted the topic to the somewhat quiet Xiaoran. That's an understatement. She is the most talented student I've seen in my years of teaching, Lu Guiying said, her face filled with pride. Lu Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised. He knew Xia Ran couldn't possibly be like him, but to have Lu Guiying describe her talent was a bit astonishing. No wonder she could instantly provide the answer to 2. 6 times 2. 6. If it were him, he would have to pull out his phone and use the calculator. After a while, Xia Ran, full of the spirit of a host, got up and went to the kitchen. Xia Ran, are you really all right? Lu Guiying asked with concern. I'm fine, teacher. Xia Ran's eyes were resolute. Lu Xiaoyang originally intended to help, but Lu Guiying was in high spirits, chatting away. Lu Xiaoyang didn't want the conversation to revolve around him for too long, and effortlessly shifted the topic to Xiao Ran. Lu Guiying was quite enthusiastic about this proud student. I've taught for decades and seen many bright students, but none like Xiao Ran who is truly exceptional. This is a treasure for any teacher. Xiao Ran studied in one of the top mathematics programs in the country. I've met her mentor, and her logical talent is rare. She is very suited for cutting-edge research, and if she is willing to delve deep, she will be among the top in the industry in the future. Lu Xiaoyang, who struggled with mathematics himself, naturally felt some admiration for those who excelled. Her logical reasoning is truly a gift hard to come by. I wonder how many mentors are fighting to have her pursue their PhD programs. Lu Guiying looked at Xia Ran's graceful figure in the kitchen, her face full of pride. Lu Xiaoyang felt a tremor in his heart, and he was momentarily taken aback. He knew Xia Ran surely belonged to the intelligent crowd, yet he never imagined she was this smart. She truly was a genius. The shadow in the kitchen was hard to reconcile with the girl who had blushed at the market. How could such a talented teacher like Xia come to our school to teach? A genius like her teaching in high school is surely a waste. As soon as he said this, Lu Xiaoyang wished he could slap himself. Saying such a thing in front of an experienced teacher had a hint of disrespect towards the teaching profession. He hurriedly corrected himself. If the students taught by teacher Xia knew this, they would surely feel very lucky. Lu Guiying didn't pick up on the ambiguity in his words, or perhaps she just didn't think much of it, chuckling. Indeed, your brother's class is quite fortunate. Xiao Ran should be pursuing a PhD. Two professors even got into a dispute over her. However, Xiao Ran has her own plans as she decided to come to high school to teach a class of students. A class 3 years. Lu Xiaoyang keenly grasped the crux and pressed on. Yes, 3 years. Lu Guiying looked toward the kitchen. That's right. For some reason, when Lu Xiaoyang heard this news, he felt a slight tightening in his heart. Teacher Lu, let me help. Lu Xiaoyang stood up. All right, go ahead. It's your own students coming to your house, and you still have to do it yourself. The teacher is embarrassed. I suggested changing the time or ordering a few dishes from a restaurant, but Xiao Ran insisted on trying it herself. I know her well, as she has never cooked before. Am not afraid her dishes will taste bad, just worried that her eagerness might dampen her confidence. Lu Guiying murmured softly. Lu Xiaoyang smiled and said, don't worry, I can cook a couple of dishes. Am not a master, but they should be edible. As he stepped into the kitchen, he found Xia Ran was looking at her phone. Stir-fried shredded potatoes, to make them crispy and flavorful. The key is to stir-fry over high heat. An authoritative voice was coming from the video. She was watching a cooking tutorial. Lu Xiaoyang leaned and noticing Xia Ran's serious expression as if she were channeling the video. Teacher Xia, is there a dish you need help with it? Xia Ran turned her head upon hearing his voice, her pretty face slightly drooping. This one is a bit difficult. Lu Xiaoyang saw 2 perfectly peeled potatoes. Is it harder than math problems? Much harder. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head with a smile and turned to wash his hands at the sink. Leave it to me. Standing in front of the cutting board, Lu Xiaoyang began his work. His technique wasn't exactly fluid, but it was not difficult to cut the potatoes into acceptable strips at a steady pace. The cutting board made rhythmic thud-thud sounds, steady and orderly. Xia Ran watched in surprise. She had even doubted Lu Xiaoyang's claim of being able to cook. Now it seemed like he was indeed telling the truth. Teacher Xia, could you help me find some scallions and garlic? I need to see where they are. Lu Xiaoyang, worried that Xia Ran might feel disengaged, kindly assigned her a task. Teacher Xia, wash this eggplant as well. Do you want to try? Just cut it into pieces. Lu Xiaoyang, don't call me Teacher Xia anymore. Oh, just call me. Perhaps after witnessing Lu Xiaoyang's adept cooking skills, Xia Ran felt she could no longer comfortably use the title of teacher. All right, Lu Xiaoyang readily agreed. They continued cooking and making soup. With Xia Ran's help, Lu Xiaoyang didn't feel bored at all. Soon the 3 dishes and 1 soup were ready. Lu Guiying had already wheeled herself to the kitchen entrance, watching the lively scene. It was rare for them to have such a bustling time at home, and she felt very happy. Xiaoyang's cooking skills are quite impressive and the taste is excellent. Lu Guiying tasted the shredded potatoes first, giving a thumbs up without hesitation. She turned to ask, Xiao Ran, what do you think? It's delicious. Xia Ran's response was brief, but her eyes sparkled, clearly very satisfied. She wasn't surprised, as she had been beside Lu Xiaoyang while he cooked, and she had already believed the taste would be good. However, it was still much better than she had anticipated. Xiaoyang, you just got back and don't plan to leave. Do you have any plans for what to do next? Lu Guiying Well, Lu Xiaoyang hesitated, wondering if running a restaurant counted as his career. Strictly speaking, it did, as he had invested money. But he had only invested money. What Lu Guiying was asking about was clearly different from that. Seeing Xia Ran happily eating the dishes, he simply stated, Teacher, I'm planning to open a restaurant. What do you think? Xia Ran was taken aback by this, looking at him in surprise. Lu Guiying answered seriously without a hint of doubt. As long as you have a skill, you will never go hungry. However, running a restaurant is definitely tough, And if you are to be the chef yourself, even if your skills are mature, you need to continually improve yourself to maintain the restaurant's competitiveness. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang finally felt Lu Guiying was like a teacher. Since he entered, she had been amiable, as if she had transformed into a different person. Lu Xiaoyang even doubted whether she was the same Lu Guiying who had been eager for retirement. After the meal, he and Xia Ran took the trash downstairs. In the car, Xia Ran suddenly said, "Lu Xiaoyang, do you know that the food stall we used to eat at has disappeared?" "What happened, teacher Xia? Did you go eat there again?" Lu Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Of course he knew. In recent days, Li Jinxiang had been working non-stop and couldn't set up the stall. His wife Lan Chunying had tried to run it for 2 days, but it was very hard to manage. Moreover, there were too many preparations for the new store, and with tight time, they simply stopped operations. "No, I just saw it missing a couple of days ago." Xia Ran shook her head gently. "Oh, maybe they moved. If I find out, I'll let teacher Xia know. I still owe you a meal. We agreed to go eat crayfish, right?" "Yes, then I must find them," Lu Xiaoyang said confidently with a smile. They got into the car. As they just left the neighborhood, Xia Ran turned her head, curiosity glinting in her eyes as she asked, "So are you really planning to open a restaurant?" Lu Xiaoyang retorted, "What do you think, teacher Xia? Is it feasible?" "To be honest." Xia Ran pondered her words. "Of course. The truth is your cooking actually tastes pretty good, but opening a restaurant." Xia Ran did not continue. Her meaning was clear. "Oh." Lu Xiaoyang sighed sadly. "I thought teacher Xia enjoyed the meal just now, but it turns out it was all a ruse." "No, it's true. I think the flavor is great." Xia Ran hurriedly replied. "I think it tastes wonderful, but from an objective standpoint, I believe opening a restaurant still carries some risks." This destined high IQ genius was indeed quite easy to deceive. Lu Xiaoyang smiled confidently. "Teacher Xia, I believe what you say, but that's only because you haven't tried my signature dish. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't say that." "What signature dish?" "Iron pot braised chicken." Lu Xiaoyang wasn't exaggerating that this dish had already been tested by several people. If he had more time to prepare today, he might have made a portion to take to teacher Liu's house. If it has a special touch, then I think it would be much better. "Then I will borrow your good words, teacher Xia. If I really open a restaurant, I will definitely invite you to eat, and I will give you discounts in the future. Then I will promote you more. I have many colleagues." Upon arriving at their destination, Xia Ran got out of the car. Lu Xiaoyang leaned out and asked, "Teacher Xia, you brought the keys today, right?" Xia Ran lowered her head and rummaged through her bag, pulling out a set of keys and shaking them in the air. They waved goodbye to each other, and she turned to enter the neighborhood. The next day, Lu Xiaoyang casually strolled around the small courtyard. After a week, the demolition work was complete. Not only were the walls between the 2 yards removed, but 2 accessory buildings were also taken down, along with the wall coverings and floor tiles in each room. Construction waste was promptly removed that same day. Lu Xiaoyang increasingly admired Zhang Zizhong's leadership skills. All the work was organized efficiently. However, it was not easy for Lu Xiaoyang to run into him anymore, as Zhang Zizhong had to inspect various construction sites. Especially after Lu Xiaoyang introduced Zhang Zizhong to help oversee the shop, he had to delegate 2 other small projects to others. Nonetheless, even if they couldn't meet by chance, Zhang Zizhong would still contact Lu Xiaoyang every couple of days to set a time to check the site. In these past 2 days, the new kitchen had been marked out and the foundation dug. Next, it was time to start building the walls. Simultaneously, for other rooms, such as the bedroom and study, the installation of ducts and pipes had to begin as well. Just as Lu Xiaoyang arrived, Chen Bing quickly followed him. "The progress is smooth now. Oh, there are some materials you need to choose, like tiles. Shall we go take a look when we have time?" Chen Bing spoke up. "Sure," Lu Xiaoyang replied, then asked a concerned question. "I think we have confirmed the blueprints. Does that mean I can contact someone to install the charging pile now?" He hadn't driven his Tesla much and hadn't worried about charging yet. However, installing it sooner would naturally be better. "Yes, no problem. When engineer Zhang arrives, verify the locations and just contact them later." 10 minutes later, Zhang Zizhong arrived. Having not seen him for 2 days, he appeared to have a hint of fatigue. "Why does it look like engineer Zhang hasn't woken up?" Chen Bing was joking, but Zhang Zizhong nodded seriously. "I really haven't. We worked on the site until after 3 in the morning yesterday." Zhang Zizhong looked at Lu Xiaoyang with a bitter expression, and without further ado, Lu Xiaoyang already knew what was going on. "Little Lu, that Mr. Li is too relentless. I've never seen anyone so driven. He's like a workhorse." "I was just joking. I see him rushing back and forth, working too hard. I joked with him about whether he should get more people to shorten the project by 2 days. I was really joking. You know, I can arrange the workers and coordinate the processes to perfection. There's no..." As a result, Mr. Li took it seriously. Zhang Zizhong seemed somewhat apprehensive as he spoke. "Fortunately, while he is anxious, Mr. Li is quite generous with the budget. I had no choice but to find some people from my hometown and rent a car to bring them here. It's been years since I've pushed myself this hard on a construction site." Lu Xiaoyang chuckled, inwardly unsure of should he condemn Li Jinxiang or praise Zhang Zizhong. Li Jianxiang was already eager to open, and then he went to tease him. Who could he blame? The three of them then engaged in small talk and began to verify the layout of some sockets and switches with Lu Xiaoyang. After confirming everything was correct, Zhang Zhizhong stayed behind to hold a meeting with the workers. Lu Xiaoyang and Qin Bing then went together to her uncle Zhao Dahai's building materials city to choose tile switches and lighting fixtures. Led by Qin Bing, Lu Xiaoyang walked into the showroom, but unexpectedly after just a few steps he was stopped in his tracks by Zhao Dahai. "Oh, Bing, brother Lu is here. Why didn't you take him to the office for a cup of tea to rest?" There's no rush in looking at. Compared to their first meeting, Zhao Dahai's attitude was much warmer at this moment. "No need, Mr. Zhao, it's not a bother. I can just look at things directly. I don't want to waste your time." Lu Xiaoyang politely declined. "It's no trouble at all, not at all. We in business are least afraid of trouble. Come on. I have 2 jars of good tea I've been saving, but haven't met anyone with the right temperament to drink it with. Today we must try it." Zhao Dahai was especially enthusiastic, directly pulling Lu Xiaoyang's arm and insisting on taking him. Lu Xiaoyang was baffled by his intentions. Zhao Dahai naturally had his considerations. Initially, he thought Lu Xiaoyang was just a familiar friend of Qin Bing's here to buy some goods. However, after learning about Lu Xiaoyang's renovation budget for the 2 courtyards, his curiosity was piqued. Later, he vaguely learned another piece of information from Zhang Zhizhong. Zhang Zhizhong was overseeing the renovation of a shop, and it seemed that Lu Xiaoyang was the real boss. Now Zhao Dahai intended to get to know Lu Xiaoyang himself if he didn't show up. Lu Xiaoyang was practically half-dragged, half-pulled into Zhao Dahai's office. His enthusiastic demeanor and strength felt as if they were the actions of a long-lost relative. Zhao Dahai, being in the home furnishings business, had his office beautifully decorated. A heavy antique solid wood tea table occupied nearly half the room, clearly worth a fortune. Even after sitting down, Lu Xiaoyang's mind was still filled with doubts. When they first met, Zhao Dahai had also been all smiles, but that had been a polite and distant kind of warmth. It felt like there was a layer of glass between them. Today, however, was different. His warmth seemed to have shattered that glass, pressing right up against Lu Xiaoyang's face. Given this situation, it was clear that Lu Xiaoyang was perplexed. Qin Bing was equally astonished, and when she saw her uncle open the topmost cabinet, she was even more baffled. She knew her uncle very well. Although Zhao Dahai usually smiled broadly when meeting people, there were different levels to his smiles. The tea leaves on the top shelf were his prized collection, and the guests he would serve them to were few and far between. "Here, Xiao Lu, this was given to me by a very respected master when I visited Fujian last year. The flavor is very pure and authentic, but unfortunately there's not much of it, and I can't bear to drink it myself." Zhao Dahai cheerfully displayed the tea leaves. "You and Xiao Bing are both young people, and you probably don't drink tea often. Give it a try. Mr. Zhao, I only drink occasionally. Please don't waste your good tea. I'm afraid I can't tell the difference." Lu Xiaoyang politely declined. Zhao Dahai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, just take your time. As long as you drink it, how can it be considered waste?" Hot water was poured into the teapot, and the fragrance of the tea wafted through the air. While observing the tea infusion, Zhao Dahai casually asked, Bing, has there been any issues with the renovations on Xiao Lu's side? Were the workers and materials smooth?" "Everything has gone smoothly, uncle," Qin Bing replied. "That's good to hear. If you encounter any issues, feel free to tell me." I've also reminded Zhang Zhizhong to pay extra attention. After collaborating with old Zhang for so many years, he is quite reliable and won't drop the ball. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhao." Lu Xiaoyang expressed his gratitude again. "I understand, uncle," Qin Bing responded, but her heart was filled with more confusion. "I've reviewed the plan Bing prepared, and I must say it's quite imaginative. I even envy it. Our Yuan Zhao doesn't have any decent villas. In the past 2 years, we've built a few units in 2 neighborhoods, but their locations are too remote without supporting facilities. On the other hand, Xiao Lu's 2 courtyards, once connected and tidied up, are even more comfortable than living in a villa." Zhao Dahai smoothly changed the topic, praising her work. "Mr. Zhao, you flatter me. It was just a coincidence that I decided to renovate, aiming for a more comfortable living experience." Xiao Lu is being modest. "This isn't just a simple renovation, this is a genuine upgrade." After finishing his praise, Zhao Dahai turned to Qin Bing, saying, "By the way, you'll need to consider appliances and soft furnishings later. Just let Bing know when the time comes. I'm familiar with the owner of Yunzhao Electrical City. We've been friends for many years. Once you select the styles, have Bing bring them to me, and I'll give a nod to get them at cost price." "Okay, I understand, uncle." Qin Bing agreed, but her confusion deepened. Her uncle was very pragmatic when it came to business matters. Of course, this didn't mean that her relationship with him was poor. Zhao Dahai had always been supportive, even helping her secure her current job. However, Zhao Dahai was a businessman who viewed things from a commercial perspective. Judging people based on their worth was standard practice. Qin Bing couldn't comprehend why her uncle was suddenly so warm toward Lu Xiaoyang. Could it be just because Lu Xiaoyang had a higher renovation budget? A budget of 2 to 300,000 was indeed not low, but it wasn't enough to make her typically shrewd uncle treat him with such special care. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, I really appreciate your help. Lu Xiaoyang also found it puzzling, but he didn't intend to trouble himself over it. He didn't plan to take advantage, but since the kindness was offered, he felt he should express his gratitude. Oh, there's no need to be polite. You and Bing are friends, so we are not outsiders anymore, Zhao Dahai said. After finishing a cup of tea, Chen Bing glanced at Lu Xiaoyang and timely spoke up. Uncle will go pick materials now. All right, the important matters come first. You two go ahead and call me anytime if you need anything. Zhao Dahai courteously escorted them to the door and patted Lu Xiaoyang's shoulder, saying, Shall Lu come often in the future? Don't be a stranger. As they exited the building materials city, Lu Xiaoyang raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight. He squinted and smiled. Your uncle is really enthusiastic. He really is, Chen Bing replied, glancing back with equal confusion. With Chen Bing's dedicated efforts on the plan, Lu Xiaoyang only needed to choose the styles and colors he liked. As for dimensions and materials, she would help with those. After Lu Xiaoyang finished selecting his items, he bid farewell to Chen Bing. You go ahead. I'll follow up on the rest, and I'll contact you if there are any issues. Lu Xiaoyang nodded and drove away. Chen Bing waited until the silver Tesla drove out of the estate before turning back to Zhao Dahai's office. Lu Xiaoyang nodded and drove away. Chen Bing waited until the silver Tesla drove out of the estate before turning back to Zhao Dahai's. Chen Bing closed the door and directly asked, Uncle, what's going on today? Zhao Dahai set down his teacup, looked at her for 2 seconds, and suddenly smiled. Bing, do you not know what Zhang Zhizhong has been busy with lately? I know he's been keeping an eye on the construction site. Chen Bing replied. Then do you know which construction site it is? Zhao Dahai poured himself a cup of tea and gestured for her to sit down. Chen Bing sensed that this question had some deeper meaning. After thinking for a moment, she said, I know a few days ago it seems Lu Xiaoyang introduced a job to Zhang Gong. It was some kind of shop, but I haven't inquired into the details. She guessed that her uncle probably wanted to discuss something related to this. Indeed, Zhao Dahai leisurely sipped his tea and after setting it down laughed. The street shops in the Guanlan neighborhood, 400 square meters purchased in full, estimated to be 2 to 3 million, registered under your friend Xiao Lu's name. Zhang Zhizhong himself said the shop's construction period was very tight. Old Zhang was pulling people from everywhere and still couldn't keep up. A few days ago he asked me for help with manpower. The shop he is supervising now belongs to your friend. Chen Bing remained silent. She stared at the swirling tea in her cup for a long time. Her fingers just grazed the rim of the cup, and she suddenly gripped it tightly, completely forgetting about the heat. 2 courtyards cost over hundreds of thousands, a car over 30,000, and the shop is estimated to be over 2 million. Chen Bing was stunned by these figures, completely forgetting how to react. From the Tesla to the 2 courtyards, and now a set of shops has emerged. Chen Bing only knew that with her salary, she would have to go without food and drink for decades to earn that much. It seems you really don't know. Zhao Dahai picked up the kettle, noticing his niece's surprised reaction, and then shook his head with a smile. This Xiao Lu is indeed quite deep. I completely misjudged him. And this doesn't even account for the renovations. Bing, do you know what this means? You're so invested in this. Could it be that you and Xiao Lu aren't just ordinary friends? Chen Bing remained silent. She had done a lot of psychological work on herself and had just managed to focus entirely on her official duties. Bing, uncle will say something straightforward. This Xiao Lu is a rare find in Yunzhao. Zhao Dahai paused, pouring himself a cup of tea. If you really have that intention, don't be so reserved. Some doors, if you don't push, will close on their own. Chen Bing lowered her head, her fingers gripping tightly enough to turn pale. In a voice only she could hear, she said, I've already missed the opportunity. What? Zhao Dahai indeed did not hear clearly. It's nothing, uncle, I'll go busy myself now. Chen Bing put down her teacup, stood up abruptly, and walked out without looking back. As the door closed behind her, she stood in the corridor, suddenly forgetting where she had intended to go. She stood there for 5 seconds before remembering it was the materials area. But her feet felt rooted, unable to move. General, support troops, eat that pawn. Under the streetlight in the alley, several figures gathered. Lu Xiaoyang sat on a small stool among a group of old men. In recent days, he had gradually become familiar with some faces around the area. These old men were his chess friends. He would come to play with them whenever he had time. Sometimes he would watch them play, and other times he would join in for a couple of games. Still eating pawns and being greedy for small gains. They're going to steal the game. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head at the old man who had just suggested a move and retracted a cannon. The old man across from him glared angrily. Don't mention, a true gentleman does not speak while watching chess. It's fine to say such things at first, but once everyone is familiar, it no longer holds weight. The old man, lacking any intimidation, glared once more before bending down to discuss strategies with those beside him. Lu Xiaoyang smiled and looked up, noticing Li Jinxiang had somehow appeared beside him. Li Jinxiang held a file folder, sweat beading on his forehead. Xiangge, when did you come? You didn't say. Lu Xiaoyang stood and asked with a smile, I knew you were home anyway, it doesn't matter whether you say it or not. Li Jinxiang glanced at the chessboard behind him, his tone filled with envy, as he said, you're living the life of a behind-the-scenes boss, it's too relaxed. It makes me envious. Xiangge, don't say that. We set rules beforehand. The management rights are in your hands. I wouldn't dare interfere, fearing it might affect your performance. But if you need my help, just let me know. No, I was joking. But the envy is indeed real. Li Jinxiang waved his hand and handed over the. Lu Xiaoyang looked at the file folder, feeling somewhat helpless, unsure whether to take it or not. I'm telling you, Xiangge, you really don't have to run back and forth like this. I have a general idea of the renovation and procurement expenses. When I have time, I can come to you and ask for it, right? That won't do. Li Jiangxiang's expression turned serious. We agreed that I would have management rights. These initial expenses aren't small and are not everyday expenditures. It's essential to be clear and discuss it, so I feel assured. Yes, what you said makes sense. I'm still one who wholeheartedly believes once in love. Lu Xiaoyang tried to lighten the mood with a little joke. Just then a voice beside them interrupted. Are you going to play or not? Are you going to play cards? Let's play. Lu Xiaoyang's eyes lit up, not giving Li Jinxiang a chance to speak, pulling him over and seating him at the card table. Xiaoyang, I don't have time to play this, I'm busy. Xiangge, just a little while. No, this is purely wasting time, I won't. Young man, don't rush around. Being able to waste time is also a skill. An old man shuffled the cards and said to Li Jinxiang, when you reach our age, you might understand. A person doesn't have that many significant matters to be busy with. It's all just wasting life. The difference is when playing cards, you can waste it happily. Li Jinxiang seemed a bit taken aback by the old man's unexpectedly philosophical words. Before he could ponder what it meant, the old man had already dealt the cards in front of him. Lu Xiaoyang shook the cards in his hand, signaling him to relax. Just enjoy wasting life, Xiangge. The cards had been dealt. Li Jinxiang could only smile helplessly and pick up the paper cards in front of him. At first, as he touched the cards, his mind couldn't help but dwell on the various trivial matters like the water and electricity construction and ingredient procurement, until he was scolded by the old man beside him. Li Jinxiang, a man in his 30s, felt a bit embarrassed, and his face turned slightly red. Finally, he focused, seriously staring at the cards in his hand. In the first round, he lost. Li Jinxiang unconsciously sat up a bit straighter. The cards had clearly been so close to winning. In the second round, he lost again. A heavy defeat. One of the old men he partnered with was too foolish and dragged him down. That old man. Li Jinxiang couldn't help but glare at the old man with white hair. In the third round, Li Jinxiang stared at the cards in his hand. This hand was a bit too good. He finally got a good hand, and instinctively Li Jinxiang sat up straight. The old man beside him glanced at him. Boss Li, why are you sitting up so straight? The cards won't run away. Li Jinxiang remained silent, but his fingers gripped the cards tightly. Finally, he won. It was incredibly hard-earned. Li Jinxiang wiped his forehead and exchanged a glance with Lu Xiaoyang, his expression clearly filled with joy. In the fourth round, Lu Xiaoyang passed him a card, and Li Jinxiang took it, pausing midair. He stared at the card for 2 seconds before suddenly slapping it down on the table. I'm leaving. The sound startled even himself. The alley fell silent for a moment. Li Jinxiang stared at his hand, then at the scattered cards on the table. The hand that had just slapped the table was slightly numb. 3 years had passed. Since his restaurant closed, he hadn't slammed the table like that again. Before slapping the table was to urge suppliers to deliver goods quickly to drive away drunken men occupying tables. Today this table was brought by Uncle Wang from his home, missing a leg, and propped up with 2 bricks. He actually slapped the table for the cards on 2 bricks. Boss Li, your luck is quite good. The old men laughed hard. Li Jinxiang couldn't help but grin along. Wasting life like this seemed to be much more enjoyable than he had. The cards landed on the table with a crisp sound of claps. The few people gathered around the table were all agitated, their faces flushed as they shouted. There was of course a punishment for losing the game. Stickers were to be placed on their faces. Don't say that Li Jinxiang couldn't believe it. Even Lu Xiaoyang thought he had misheard at first. These old men still had a childlike heart. The key was that it was late at night and the lights were dim. With stickers on their faces, one might scare strangers unexpectedly. Without any surprises, Li Jinxiang's face was soon covered with stickers. Or rather, no one could escape the fate. Li Jinxiang, invested in the game, somewhat forgot what he had come for. He forgot about the equipment details in the document bag, forgot the invoices and receipts. He also forgot about the renovation plans that had been swirling in his mind for days. On this early summer night, he was single-minded and immersed in the game before him, waiting for the night to grow deeper. Only then did the crowd gradually disperse. As Li Jinxiang slowly began to remove the stickers from his face, his hand suddenly froze in midair. What's wrong, Xiangge? Lu Xiaoyang chuckled. Let's go have some tea at my place. Li Jinxiang's face still showed the excitement from the shouting during the game. He looked at the stickers in his hand, smiled, and then let out a heavy sigh. His expression was so complex that even Lu Xiaoyang couldn't understand it, there was a sense of relief mixed with a bit of entanglement. Lu Xiaoyang thought he intentionally let Li Jianxiang play cards to help him relax. There should have been some effect after all. It's nothing. Li Jianxiang's voice was a bit hoarse, just feels like I haven't relaxed like this in a long time. Li Jianxiang scratched his head. He hadn't relaxed like this in a long time, not to mention playing cards an activity that vented emotions. He yawned and waved his hand, suddenly feeling a bit sleepy. Let's deal with the documents now. Xianggu, if you're tired you should sleep. This is something even a child knows. You can look at this anytime, no rush. Lu Xiaoyang pressed down on the document bag. This was his purpose and it had been achieved. Naturally, he wanted Li Jianxiang to rest well. In the past, Li Jianxiang would never have been pleased to waste time. However, this time he surprisingly didn't express any opposition. What you need right now is a good sleep. Lu Xiaoyang looked into his eyes, speaking with firm conviction. Okay. Li Jianxiang nodded. The next day, Lu Xiaoyang woke up early. He went for his daily run and had breakfast. Suddenly, the old man with a dark face arrived. Hey old man, you're here. Is there something up? Lu Xiaoyang was a bit surprised to see the old man, as he had been thinking about going fishing with him. I rented this house to you. There were quite a few cardboard boxes and bottles piled up in the previous room. I called someone to clear them out. The old man with the dark face walked into the yard and said, I can manage it alone or it's no trouble. Even though Lu Xiaoyang said this, the old man still made a phone call. Not long after, another old man of similar age arrived on a tricycle. Oh, is this your relative? The scrap collector looked at Lu Xiaoyang and asked the old man with a dark face curiously. This house is rented by me, Lu Xiaoyang replied. Oh. The scrap collector had a surprised expression on his face, examining Lu Xiaoyang as he laughed. Did you manage to get this old guy drunk? How could he be willing to rent out such a precious house? Upon hearing this, the old man's face grew even darker. What nonsense are you talking? I've been planning to rent this house for a long time. I just hadn't found a suitable tenant. Lu Xiaoyang recalled what Gao Kaiyun had said about the old man being hard to deal with, and it seemed that there was indeed some truth to it. However, he felt fine. You're joking, old man. The two old men exchanged playful banter, clearly showing the close friendship they had built over many years. The old man with a dark face didn't slack off, either, helping to sort the scrap. With nothing to do, Lu Xiaoyang decided to pitch in as well. Old man, are you going fishing today? Him? Besides eating and sleeping, nothing can stop him from going fishing. The scrap collector was stuffing cans and bottles into a woven bag and looked up with a smile. Only when his son gets married, plus maybe when he has a grandson in the future, could he reluctantly put his fishing rod away. Oh, for everything else it probably wouldn't work. You're talking nonsense. The old man with a dark face felt this was slander. Oh right, you're quite keen on stealing eggs, aren't you? The two of them exchanged jests. Rather than arguing, it felt more like a friendly joke. Things were quickly weighed and loaded onto the vehicle. After settling the bill, it amounted to over 50 yuan. Old man, are you going fishing later? Can I join you? Of course I can take you, but you're not working, huh? You seem very relaxed. The old man with a dark face put the money away and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Oh, I'm on vacation recently. Lu Xiaoyang smiled and said, staying at home all day isn't a solution. I thought I'd develop a healthy and beneficial project, and I think fishing is great. The old man with a dark face nodded, clearly satisfied with this answer. He scrutinized Lu Xiaoyang closely, seemingly evaluating whether he was cut out for fishing. Lu Xiaoyang puffed out his chest. Do you have fishing gear? The old man asked. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head. No, I can just buy a set. Then we'll set off in half an hour. I'll take you to buy the things first. All right. Half an hour later. Xingyao Fishing Gear Store. As soon as the old man with a dark face stepped in, the owner, who had been lying on a recliner watching short videos, jumped up. The small county town was just this big, and the fishing circle was even smaller. A player as obsessed as the old man with a dark face was naturally not without fame. Old man, it's been a while since we last met. What are you getting today? Some bait or looking for something else? The old man with a dark face stepped aside to let Lu Xiaoyang, who was curiously looking around, come through. Get this kid a full set of gear. Sure, no problem. The middle-aged owner's gaze fell on Lu Xiaoyang, smiling warmly. Little brother, you're a newbie, huh? The old man is taking on a little apprentice. As he spoke, he turned and walked to the shelf, pulling out several fishing rods in succession. Brother, take a look at this comprehensive big fish rod made of high-carbon reverse silk material with maximum waist strength. It's effortless to catch big catfish and carp in the reservoir, and you won't feel any fatigue even after a whole day of fishing. Moreover, the paint quality is imported, scratch-resistant, and waterproof. It won't peel or fade even after 10 or 8 years of use. The owner kept talking, a stream of professional jargon flowing out. Various models, actions, and materials came tumbling out of his mouth, sounding even better than singing. Lu Xiaoyang stood still, listening intently. However, in less than half a minute, his mind became completely confused. Lu Xiaoyang remembered that when he was young, fishing was as simple as tying a line to a stick. It was nothing like the complexities of today. Terms like tuning, waist strength, material weight, and rod length bombarded him, leaving him with a tingling. According to the shopkeeper's introduction, the items needed were numerous. However, the stern-faced old man dismissed them one by one. It seemed to him that Lu Xiaoyang was merely acting on a whim. It was quite possible that after half a day by the river all enthusiasm would dissipate. The extravagant fishing box was entirely unnecessary. Don't recommend those expensive items to him. This kid is just looking for a way to pass the time and play around, no need for such high-end gear. The old man pointed to a budget-friendly rod in the corner of the shelf and decisively stated, just take that comprehensive stream rod for a bit over 300. The carbon fabric is adequate, it's lightweight and perfect for fishing for crucians and carps, it's sturdy and durable, so there's no need to worry about a beginner's clumsiness. Basic fish line float and hooks will suffice. A complete set is enough, no need to pursue anything too advanced. Also keep the price to a minimum, no need to worry about giving me a discount. Hearing the old man's words, the shopkeeper smiled awkwardly, putting away the high-end fishing rod, and replied, all right. Listening to the old man, they'll get a practical entry-level set for the young man right away. No need for a fishing box. An umbrella is unnecessary as well. If you want a net, just grab a basic one. Lu Xiaoyang readily complied and selected the items according to the old man's suggestions. It was only when he was about to check out that he noticed a fisherman's hat on the wall. A proper angler should have such a stylish hat. Lu Xiaoyang was thrilled and decisively chose to take it. Besides, he didn't want to get as sunburned as the old man. Additionally, he picked a decent canvas folding chair. Old man, there's a rebate on these purchases, right? He asked with a smile as they exited the fishing gear store. What's so strange about that? A good fishing rod can easily cost over 1,000. If you get everything set up, it can be quite an expense, the old man said, without holding back. After securing the equipment on the electric bike, Lu Xiaoyang looked at the old man's professional setup, and then at his own entry-level gear costing just over 300. Though it didn't compare, it was still somewhat respectable. Climbing onto the bike, Lu Xiaoyang followed the old man all the way to the riverbank. The bike stopped by the roadside, and the two of them carried their things to the water's edge. 2 meters apart, they each set down their gear. Get your stuff out and let me adjust it for you. The stern-faced old man didn't rush to fish himself. Instead, he helped Lu Xiaoyang tie the line, adjust the float, and attach the hooks. His fingers were rough, but his gaze was sharp. His movements were exceptionally swift, threading the needle and quickly organizing everything. Thank you so much, old man. I'm lucky to be with you. If I had come here on my own, I wouldn't have managed to set this up, and my patience might have run out. Lu Xiaoyang was not being polite. He spoke from the heart. Since you've never done this, of course you're inexperienced. If you want to fish often, you'll need to learn these things yourself. The stern-faced old man was not only passionate about fishing, but also found great satisfaction in teaching a pure novice like Lu Xiaoyang, guiding him step by step. Lu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, eager to learn. The old man finished setting up the fishing rod and handed it to Lu Xiaoyang before turning to prepare the bait. Pay attention to the water amount. It shouldn't be too much or too little. If there's too much water, add a bit more bait. The old man demonstrated while explaining. After adjusting, he directly divided a small portion and gave it to Lu Xiaoyang, saying, use this for now, you'll handle it yourself shortly. This is how you cast the hook. Don't use too much force, but rather finesse with a flick of the wrist. Lu Xiaoyang was surprised to find that the seemingly stern old man was remarkably patient. The old man patiently demonstrated each step in detail. Thankfully, Lu Xiaoyang had decent manual skills and quickly grasped the essentials after a bit of practice. Naturally, he was deeply touched by the old man's warmth and patience. He silently vowed to give all the fish he caught to the old man. With that silent promise made, fishing officially began. Lu Xiaoyang sat comfortably in his chair and casually asked, old man, I heard that beginners have a protective charm. Since it's my first time, it should be easier, right? The stern-faced old man looked over and shook his head. I've never heard of such a thing. Lu Xiaoyang rubbed his hands, thinking to himself that soon he would not just have to hear about it, because he would soon witness it firsthand. 10 minutes passed. 1 fish, 2 fish. The old man caught 2 crucians, each about half a pound. The fish scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, and at that moment Lu Xiaoyang felt joy. However, in his own hands his rod remained empty. Where was the promised beginner's luck? Lu Xiaoyang wasn't disappointed, but felt a bit puzzled. Suddenly he saw his float dip violently on the water's surface. A flicker of delight crossed Lu Xiaoyang's eyes as he yanked the rod. Whoosh! The hook leaped from the water, splashing a spray. Unfortunately, it was just that, a splash. Aside from that, he didn't even catch a glimpse of a fish. You pulled too quickly, the old man remarked, looking over. When the float sinks, you need to wait a moment for the fish to bite the hook properly. Lu Xiaoyang nodded. After a while, whoosh. But not too late. By then the bait would be completely eaten. Whoosh. When pulling, don't use too much force. You need to master the right amount. Whoosh. 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 Lu Xiaoyang alternated between pulling and letting go of the rod. The old man had already caught 4 fish, and the net in the water looked heavy. Lu Xiaoyang, on the other hand, was busy, but couldn't even catch a glimpse of a fish. The old man couldn't hide his amusement and feared that Lu Xiaoyang would be too discouraged, or otherwise he would have laughed out loud. Come, let's switch places. An hour later the old man suggested. It's all right, old man. This is quite good. Lu Xiaoyang was not the least bit disappointed. Whether or not he caught any fish he didn't mind too much. As long as he could experience joy, that was enough. For now he discovered a different kind of happiness. He may not catch fish, but he could feed them. He made his bait into a large tight ball and tossed it in. Not long after he saw the float begin to tremble and subside. Lu Xiaoyang stayed calm, steadily watching the float. He observed it sink and rise. Finally, he slowly pulled up the rod. Unsurprisingly, the bait had been completely consumed, leaving nothing behind. Looking at the empty hook, Lu Xiaoyang smiled. He was curious about how the fish could be so clever, managing to eat the bait without biting the hook. Lu Xiaoyang relaxed in his chair, shaping a new batch of bait into an even larger ball and tossing it into the water. Splash! The sound of the hook hitting the water was quite loud. The old man looked over wide-eyed, watching Lu Xiaoyang as he sat there amused at the floating bobbing of the float. What you are doing is not fishing. You are clearly here to feed the fish. The old man Huai was somewhat annoyed at the lack of ambition. In his eyes, Lu Xiaoyang's carefree attitude was nothing but a sign of improper conduct. It's the same, old man. I genuinely intended to fish, but the fish aren't biting. Since I can't catch any, I might as well feed them, Lu Xiaoyang replied with a smile. The old man Huai opened his mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Strictly speaking, this kid's mindset was much better than those who sighed in disappointment when they couldn't catch a fish. For a novice, he couldn't be too demanding. Even as the old man turned to chat with Lu Xiaoyang, his eyes remained fixed on the bobber on the water. Suddenly, he spotted the bobber jolt violently and then disappear beneath the water. It was a matter of instinct. The old man reacted in unison with his thoughts and flicked his wrist. He saw the bobber shoot up high, then a vibrant plump carp sprang out of the water, flailing energetically. The old man's earlier discontent vanished in an instant, and he felt joy once more. Regardless of how peculiar the kid's thoughts were, he was undeniably bringing good luck today. In such a short time, he had already caught 4 fish. Lu Xiaoyang watched as the old man with a dark face caught fish one after another and felt genuinely happy for him. There was not a hint of envy or jealousy. He continued to enjoy himself. Once the bait ran out, he prepared more, and soon enough he had unknowingly used up more than half a bag of bait he had just bought. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes. The next second, a robust orange cat emerged. Lu Xiaoyang's eyes lit up as he put down his fishing rod, crouched down, and clapped his hands, calling out, "Mimi, come here, and I'll give you some fish." The orange cat looked up at him with a round head full of caution. Instinctively, Lu Xiaoyang smiled and softened his voice a bit, saying, "Come here, Mimi." The orange cat tilted its head, its eyes showing wariness. After staring at him for several seconds, it seemed to see through him and realized he had no fish. It turned and walked over to the old man Huai without looking back. The orange cat meowed a few times, then circled around the old man's legs, occasionally rubbing against his pants. It was a sight full of affection. Lu Xiaoyang stood frozen in place, speechless. He considered himself somewhat handsome, yet his charm was no match for the dark-faced old man in the eyes of a cat. Of course, he could guess that the reason was likely their familiarity. Even the cat thinks you don't smell like fish. The old man Huai was naturally pleased to witness this scene. He then reached into his catch and tossed a small fish onto the ground. The orange cat happily meowed and rushed to grab the wriggling fish. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head as he watched the orange cat dart towards him, its round, fluffy backside in view. He had never expected this cute little creature to be such a snob. However, he couldn't hold it against a small cat. He was the one who had not lived up to expectations. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyang quickly remembered that he still had 2 sausages in his pocket, which he had initially planned to eat if he got hungry. "You're lucky, aren't you?" After the orange cat finished the small fish, Lu Xiaoyang immediately opened the sausage and began to entice it again. "Mimi, come here, it's delicious meat." Lu Xiaoyang's tone was gentle, almost unconsciously softening his voice. This time, after hesitating for 3 seconds, the orange cat finally took a step forward. Lu Xiaoyang took a bite himself, broke the remaining sausages into pieces, and placed them on the ground. The orange cat finally acknowledged his gesture, lowered its head to sniff, and cautiously began to eat. Lu Xiaoyang also felt very relaxed and happy watching the adorable sight of the orange cat eating. Ever since he was young, he had always liked small animals. Seeing the orange cat eat cutely, Lu Xiaoyang took out his phone and snapped a photo, unable to resist posting on social media. "Encountered a high cold cat night, wondering whether I should adopt one." After waiting for the orange cat to finish eating, Lu Xiaoyang put away his phone. However, to his surprise, the plump orange cat did not rush to leave. Instead, it simply wandered to the side and quietly basked in the sun. Lu Xiaoyang chuckled, taking a long time to retract his gaze. It must have been influenced by the orange cat, otherwise why would he suddenly yawn? He reshaped a larger ball of bait and tossed it into the water. Only then did he realize that this was precisely the laid-back state he had always envisioned. Forget about home renovations or opening a restaurant. Nothing could compare to the precious relaxation of basking in the sun like this. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the sinking bobber and then at the slowly rising sun. He placed the fishing rod aside, pulled down the fisherman's hat on his head, and closed his eyes. 2 minutes later, the old man, Huai, caught another 2 fish. Suddenly he noticed that it seemed overly quiet beside him. Goodness! Turning his head, he saw Lu Xiaoyang lying back in the chair, the fisherman's hat covering his face with only his chest gently rising and falling. This kid had actually fallen asleep. The orange cat was also nearby, squinting, its eyes curled up into a large ball. It too seemed to be asleep. The old man Huai looked on with a hint of helplessness. This kid was not here to fish at all. His relaxed demeanor made it seem more like he was on vacation. And this cat too. Surprisingly, the harmony between this person and cat was indescribable. Who says fishing has to be frantic, that you must catch a certain number of fish? Spending time so leisurely was precisely the ideal way to pass the time. The old man Huai murmured to himself, easily convincing himself of this. He then shook his head and resumed fishing. When Lu Xiaoyang lazily awakened, he suddenly felt a bit disoriented about where he was. I've never seen anyone fish like you. The old man Huai couldn't help but tease him when he saw Lu Xiaoyang awake. There's morning fishing and wild fishing, but he had never seen anyone sleep fishing. The key was that this kid looked quite comfortable while asleep. Lu Xiaoyang smiled awkwardly and said the sun is too warm, it would be a waste not to take a nap. Eventually lunchtime was approaching. The morning fishing session was coming to an end. The old man Huai, not knowing where he found a bag, simply placed 2 sizable crucian carp inside. Here, take this. No, old man, I don't want it. Lu Xiaoyang was intently packing up his brand new fishing. What the old man said was true. There was not a hint of fishy smell. In contrast, when the old man Huai lifted the fish basket, it was bustling with sounds. If Lu Xiaoyang had caught something, he would have planned to give it to the old man. However, he was temporarily unable to do that. Take it, the old man insisted. Young people generally lack patience. After a whole morning, without catching a single fish, it was fair to say, he was a bit pitiful. The old man didn't want Lu Xiaoyang to give up halfway, as it was not easy to find a young apprentice. The old man was indeed enthusiastic and persistent, leaving Lu Xiaoyang with no choice but to accept the fish. What should I do? After the old man's figure disappeared into the distance, Lu Xiaoyang looked at the 2 still lively fish and felt a bit troubled. He really didn't want them. Not only did he not want them, but he was also optimistic about the full harvest he would receive. Originally, he had planned to give everything to the old man. The main issue was that he didn't know how to cook fish or kill fish, so taking them was pointless. Lu Xiaoyang suddenly remembered something and quickly looked around. He didn't know when the orange cat had run off, as he no longer saw it. Of course, even if it hadn't left, such large fish were not suitable for it. Besides, it was still the old man's kind gesture. Lu Xiaoyang stood by the roadside carrying a bag, while 2 fish inside the bag occasionally thrashed. Unexpectedly, Wei Kai was even quicker than him. In just a short time, he had already left a message on Lu Xiaoyang's social media. Did you catch any? Don't hesitate to send some my way. This guy's children love to eat fish. The wild fish Lu Xiaoyang had given them from the pond last time made everyone in the family very happy. He was clearly thinking about it. Just wait. Lu Xiaoyang replied and hopped on his bike, heading towards Wei Kai's supermarket. These fish look stunning. Just looking at them, you can tell they are big, and the meat quality is exceptional, completely different from those raised in a pond. Wei Kai found a basin and started to keep the 2 fish alive. Of course they are. Lu Xiaoyang took a sip of tea and said boastfully, these fish are really strong underwater. They pulled the fishing line straight, making me work hard to reel them in. Only when they were almost out of energy did I manage to pull them up. Wei Kai initially listened attentively, but his expression turned a bit strange. These fish may be lively, but at that size, do you really need to struggle? Of course. Having boasted enough, Lu Xiaoyang suddenly stood up, saying, I'm leaving. You are just an outsider who knows nothing, so I won't talk to you anymore. Don't go. I just told my wife that she would bring over dumplings later. You have to stay for those. Dumplings. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang halted. Most likely the dumplings were made by Wei Kai's mother-in-law, and they were delicious. He had eaten them before and still remembered the taste. All right then, I'll reluctantly give you this favor. Come sit down and have some water first. Wei Kai invited Lu Xiaoyang to sit and began to inquire about the preparations for the restaurant. After finishing the dumplings, Lu Xiaoyang returned to Grandpa Hei's small house and unexpectedly received a message from Xiao Ran. Are you thinking of getting a cat? Lu Xiaoyang was a bit dazed by such a serious question, I could sure. He had casually posted on social media, not expecting Xiao Ran to specifically ask. I have a friend whose cat just had several kittens. She's worried about how to give them away. If you're interested, I can ask. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at Grandpa Hei's yard. The current environment was actually quite suitable for raising a cat. Once his yard renovation was complete, there would be even more space. For a cat, this would be a paradise of freedom. After thinking about it, Lu Xiaoyang realized he was indeed quite imagining such a big yard without any small animals felt incredibly dull. Alright, thank you, Teacher Xia. You're welcome. I'm afraid it's too small for proper raising, so let me check when it would be suitable. Moments later, Xia Ran replied, I just asked. The kittens are only about 40 days old and haven't fully weaned yet. They can't leave their mother for another 10 days or so. They can only be taken after 2 months. Alright, I'm not in a hurry. They'll wait patiently. After replying, Lu Xiaoyang began to secretly plan where to set up a nest for the kitten in the small yard. Days flew by in a hurry. After the pond was drained, the mud underneath had completely dried and solidified due to days of sun exposure. The excavator arrived on time. The roaring machinery entered the site to begin the dredging operation. Mud was transported away in truckloads, and the bottom of the pond began to flatten. Next, they worked on the surrounding slopes of the pond, smoothing out the originally uneven terrain to create a gentle incline. They selected a small area along the waterline for partial concrete hardening to prevent soil erosion due to rain. Then it was time to introduce a new water source. As the clear river water flowed in, the entire community became lively over the next few days. Many people watched the progress day and night. Everyone is very invested, but unfortunately we lacked funds before and couldn't do anything. Su Chunliang stood by happily telling Lu Xiaoyang in a low voice, they don't know who donated the money, but everyone is still very grateful to you, little Lu. You've done a great thing for everyone. With the pond project successful, both the higher-ups and the community residents held a consistent good impression of. Naturally, he was also grateful to Lu Xiaoyang. This is all thanks to Director Zu's hard work and diligence, and to General Wu for working overtime. Lu Xiaoyang smiled. To be honest, for a pond project like this, regardless of the cost, he was quite surprised at how smoothly and quickly the process was pushed forward. He realized that Su Chunliang and Wu Wei must have put in a lot of effort. No need to mention it. This is our duty. Once this side is completely finished, Director Su and Brother Lu, you must give me a chance to sit down together. Wu Wei warmly invited. In the past, Lu Xiaoyang would have politely declined. However, the restaurant's open, not to mention this could at least help gather a table. You are too polite, General Wu. It doesn't matter who treats, however, I know a restaurant with delicious food. We can go try it another day. Oh, which one are you referring to, Brother Lu? This question struck a chord with Wu Wei. He had eaten at any decent restaurant in Yunzhou, and seeing Lu Xiaoyang's mysterious expression, he was naturally curious. You'll find out in a few days, General Wu. I'm sure it won't disappoint you. After dealing with the two, Lu Xiaoyang turned to look at the progress of the yard renovation before returning to the rented house of Grandpa He. Before long, he received a message from Xia Ran saying she would bring over the cat. Lu Xiaoyang said he would go pick it up, but Xia Ran insisted on inspecting his living environment to see if it was conducive to the kitten's growth. Thus, Lu Xiaoyang had no choice but to send over the location of Grandpa He's house. Soon Xia Ran arrived carrying a hollow pet cage with a fluffy kitten curled up on a cushion inside. Today, Xia Ran was dressed in a dark outfit exuding a heroic aura. Meanwhile, the chubby orange kitten in her arms looked adorably clumsy, creating a delightful contrast. Xia Ran, full of curiosity, followed Lu Xiaoyang into the yard and noticed the spacious open area that was well ventilated. The activity space was absolutely ample. Xia Ran glanced down at the timid little kitten in the cage, her eyebrows instantly relaxing as she exclaimed, this environment is too superior. The kitten playing and wandering around here is like a small paradise. Not at all. Lu Xiaoyang did not know why he felt so proud inside after being complimented by Xia Ran. On the surface, he remained calm, but in his heart, he silently calculated that this was just a temporary rented yard. Once the two houses were fully renovated, at that time the courtyard would be larger and the layout more comfortable. Only then would it truly be a blissful paradise for the kitten. Xia Ran bent down to open the cage door softly, saying, let the little one out to explore and get familiar. The kitten timidly peeked out, cautiously stepping onto the ground, first curling up against the wall to test the waters, but soon began to stroll leisurely around the yard. The little kitten initially lingered by Xia Ran's feet for a while, then mustered up courage, taking tiny steps to explore other places. With its adorable appearance, it trembled slightly with each step, looking utterly charming. It seems it likes this place very much, though with such a spacious area it can frolic around freely in the future. Xia Ran's eyes curved with a smile. If its siblings knew it had moved into such a great place, they would surely be envious. It's not just the spaciousness they would envy, they would also envy me as an excellent caretaker. Lu Xiaoyang crouched down softly, calling out, Mimi. However, the little kitten seemed not to hear or was in. Seeing this, Xia Ran chuckled. It doesn't know you yet, though it needs time to get familiar with you. Lu Xiaoyang nodded, thinking it was just a matter of a few meals. After feeding it a couple of times, their relationship would improve naturally. Initially, adopting a cat was just a whimsical thought he had. Now, with the little cat right in front of him, the fluffy little creature's crisp cries instilled a sense of responsibility in him. At that moment, Xia Ran walked over to a stone table nearby and opened her backpack. She then began to take out items at a leisurely pace. A bag of goat milk powder, a can of kitten kibble, and a small pack of probiotics. To Lu Zhaoyang's astonished expression, she then pulled out a foldable litter box. The litter box was only the size of a shoebox along with another bag of tofu cat litter. As if that wasn't enough, she finally took out a neatly folded small blanket, a cat toy, and 2 instruction leaflets for deworming medication. The litter box was only the size of a shoebox along with another bag of tofu cat litter. As if that wasn't enough, she finally took out a neatly folded small blanket. I was worried it was too small and that you as a guy might not be able to handle it, so I took care of it for 2 days and bought the necessary supplies in advance, Xia Ran said responsibly and attentively like a young parent. Feed it goat milk twice a day in small amounts mixed with warm water that's not too hot. The kibble needs to be softened before it can eat. If it's too hard, it might not be able to digest it. I chose this shallow litter box since its legs are short, it can't jump into a high one. With each piece of advice Xia Ran gave, Lu Zhaoyang nodded in response, then assured her, Teacher Xia, don't worry, I will take good care of the little one. Plus I often go fishing. I promise this little fellow will eat well and won't suffer any grievances. Xia Ran immediately raised her hand seriously saying, no way. Absolutely not. Huh. It's only 2 months old, it can't eat fish, and there are many things it can't eat. Xia Ran said with a serious expression. Oh, I understand. I was just using it as an example, saying it won't be mistreated. Teacher Xia, rest assured I will only feed it once it grows up. Lu Zhaoyang's reassurance finally eased Xia Ran's mind. Then he thought of something and asked with a smile, by the way, is it a boy or a girl? Shouldn't the first thing I do be to name it? It's a male cat. Xia Ran felt a bit shy looking at Lu Zhaoyang. Actually, I have already thought of a name for it. I don't know if you will like it. Oh, what name is that, Teacher Xia? Lu Zhaoyang said nonchalantly, whether I like it or not doesn't matter, as long as the cat likes it, that's good. I believe the name you come up with will sound much better than mine. Lu Zhaoyang walked over to the water tank, bent down to rinse off the dirt on his feet, and then heard Xia Ran say 2 words, function. Lu Zhaoyang was momentarily stunned, doubting he had heard correctly. What? Function? Xia Ran explained naturally and with anticipation. Because its fur has 3 colors like the 3 solutions of a trigonometric function, it's very special. Lu Zhaoyang gasped. To be honest, that name had a uniqueness that carried a touch of sophistication. Should we call it triangle then? Lu Zhaoyang asked tentatively, thinking there should be distinctions between formal names and nicknames. No, Xia Ran shook her head gently. Triangle doesn't sound good. Oh, let's call it function. The concept of a function itself is complete. Do you think it sounds nice? Function. Lu Zhaoyang repeated it a couple of times, and indeed it sounded quite pleasant. Function, function. He repeated while rinsing off his feet with water. It's quite a nice name. Lu Zhaoyang smiled as he looked up. Really? Xia Ran asked joyfully. Really, Lu Zhaoyang replied with a smile. Function, how unique. If we ever go out, the child won't have to worry about having the same name as someone else. Function, function. Lu Zhaoyang crouched down softly, calling to the little kitten that was running around on the ground. He began to pack away the cat supplies. Lu Zhaoyang noticed Xia Ran looking around the yard with great interest. Especially when she spotted the iron stove, her gaze lingered on it. Lu Zhaoyang proactively explained, there's also a large iron pot that comes with it. The chicken stew I mentioned is made using this set. If you had given me a heads up, I would have cooked some for you to taste, Teacher Xia. Oh, Xia Ran remembered Lu Zhaoyang mentioned that his specialty dish was chicken stew. Having tasted a few of his home-cooked meals last time, she was indeed looking forward to it. Noticing Xia Ran's interest, Lu Zhaoyang said, Teacher Xia, let me give you a tour around here. Xia Ran's eyes lit up. Is it convenient? It's very convenient. Lu Zhaoyang smiled. This is a place I rent. There isn't much here that belongs to me. As they entered the room, the furniture was new and clean, with many places still decorated with auspicious symbols. A pair of wedding photos hung on the wall. Xia Ran was slightly surprised and leaned closer to admire them. Lu Zhaoyang came forward to explain, this apartment was used by my landlord's son for his wedding. After the wedding, they lived in another city, so it's been empty for a long time. I haven't rented it for long. I see. Xia Ran stood at the door looking at the more festive master bedroom. Her eyes widened as she gazed at Lu Zhaoyang, thinking he lived in this beautiful wedding room. Lu Zhaoyang noticed her thoughts and quickly explained, I can't possibly stay in this wedding room. I live in a side room next door. Black Uncle hadn't said anything, but he felt out of place staying in someone else's new house. Usually he was alone and rarely came to these 2 rooms. After the tour, and once everything was explained, Xia Ran prepared to leave. However, she felt a pang of reluctance for the little kitten she named Function. Teacher Xia, if you ever want to see Function, you can come visit anytime. Lu Zhaoyang comforted her. She thought so too. She wasn't at ease leaving a little cat in the care of a big guy like Lu Zhaoyang. A few days later, Li Jinxiang brought news that the store renovation was completed. So soon. Lu Zhaoyang was initially incredulous. He had never been involved in the renovation matters, but he was quite familiar with the timeline. Originally, the construction was scheduled for a month and a half, yet after several compressions, it was completed in just over 20 days. Xiaoyang, let's go take a look early tomorrow morning. After tidying up and training the staff, we can open for business in a few days. Li Jianxiang appeared even more fatigued than he did a dozen days ago. However, he seemed to be in high spirits, even a bit excited. Great, Brother Xiang. The next day, Lu Xiaoyang stepped into the shop he had just purchased a month ago. Nearly a month had passed, and it could be said to be completely transformed. The first floor hall contained ordinary booths. The floor tiles were smooth and firm, and the walls were adorned with elegant and comfortable wallpaper. Whether it was the stove position, vegetable washing area, or storage compartments, everything was arranged clearly. It appeared not only bright and clean, but also sophisticated and reassuring with its large glass windows and open kitchen. The second floor had private rooms. It was grand, elegant, and meticulously done. All the hard installations are complete, and the water, electricity, and kitchen are finished. The soft furnishings are basically in place, and the last kitchen equipment will be installed today. Lu Xiaoyang was accompanied by Li Jianxiang, who introduced the situation. Of course, there was also Zhang Zhizhong. It's truly remarkable that it was finished in such a short time. Lu Xiaoyang looked around and couldn't help but admire. Thanks to Zhang Gong, if it weren't for his coordination everywhere, it would have been very difficult to meet this deadline. Li Jianxiang expressed his gratitude to Zhang Zhizhong beside him. Mr. Li, please don't say that. Zhang Zhizhong waved his hand, his eyes filled with exhaustion, yet undeniable pride. I did my duty to coordinate and ensure progress. It wasn't difficult at all, so it's not worth mentioning. Lu Xiaoyang could see that in just over half a month Zhang Zhizhong had visibly lost weight. He knew that to meet the construction deadline, all progress had been meticulously arranged. All independent processes that did not affect each other were ensured to maximize construction volume wherever. As a result, the renovation of Lu Xiaoyang's small courtyard had been halted for several days because the workers were reassigned by Zhang Zhizhong. From what he knew, the impact was not limited to his own house. Clearly, this required a considerable amount of effort to balance various aspects. Brother Xiang, I think your gratitude shouldn't just be expressed verbally. Lu Xiaoyang teased. Of course, besides the agreed-upon fees, there will be additional bonuses to thank everyone. Li Jianxiang nodded in agreement. Mr. Li is quite generous. Everyone who came to work here left happily knowing they could earn money. Nobody had any complaints about working overtime, or in fact, they were quite pleased to make a little extra. Zhang Zhizhong's words were uplifting and sincere. As long as money could be earned, even he felt a bittersweet joy, with more joy than pain. After chatting for a bit, several construction workers arrived. Zhang Zhizhong greeted them and went upstairs to soup. With only two of them left, Lu Xiaoyang's expression became more serious as he suddenly said, Brother Xiang, according to our agreement, the management of this restaurant is entirely in your hands. I have adhered to this agreement and have not interfered, but now there is a serious issue I must mention. Li Jianxiang was somewhat surprised by Lu Xiaoyang's rare serious demeanor and nodded instinctively. Lu Xiaoyang had not meddled at all. Even regarding expenses, he only checked in periodically. Since their collaboration began, Lu Xiaoyang had not only fully trusted his work, but had also provided him with unwavering support. Such a perfect partner was truly hard to come by. Now that Lu Xiaoyang suddenly seemed so serious, Li Jianxiang felt an inexplicable sense of unease, fearing he might have fallen short somewhere. Lu Xiaoyang sighed deeply and spoke in a solemn tone. I need to raise a serious protest. Brother Xiang, as the core manager of this restaurant, you also need to take a breather and rest well. Li Jianxiang felt a weight lift from his shoulders upon hearing this, his fatigued expression revealing a mix of relief and amusement. However, Lu Xiaoyang did not smile. Instead, he spoke seriously. Brother Xiang, I am serious and not joking. Now that the renovation is nearing completion and we are close to opening, I know it is difficult to fully relax, but please try not to push yourself too hard. Even just getting a good night's sleep would help. This is a marathon, and we still have a long way to go. Li Jianxiang felt Lu Xiaoyang's concern and genuinely felt a warmth in his heart. Don't worry, Zhang. The next step was staff training. Some of the staff were newly hired, and for key positions Li Jianxiang had directly poached talent from other restaurants. After the training came internal tastings, followed by a small-scale trial operation. With the completion of the pond renovation, the restaurant was ready to welcome its trial opening. Lu Xiaoyang's courtyard renovation had also reached the final stages. The indoor walls, flooring, water, and electricity, and doors and windows had all been completed. Only the outdoor courtyard construction remained. The final leveling of the courtyard floor and stone slab installation, the arrangement of the reserved flower bed, and the final transplanting of some roses and other green plants. Lastly, the installation of outdoor wall lights and other tasks. The house with 3 glass walls that served as a restaurant kitchen had been completed between the 2 courtyards. This made the entire courtyard appear distinctive and upscale. Under the night sky, Lu Xiaoyang held his cat function, gazing at the courtyard, and couldn't help but smile and sigh. Over the past month, he had hurriedly settled in and rushed to renovate his exclusive small courtyard. Afterward, he rented a place, temporarily invested in the restaurant, and bought the shop outright. Looking back, so much had happened in just 1 month. Perhaps not so many incidents, but he had spent a considerable amount of money. In the past, he wouldn't even have dared to imagine it. Now he was finally beginning to see some results. He soon would have his own little courtyard to reside in, a hobby of his own, and a small social circle. And yes, also a business that he didn't need to worry about. With this thought, a faint smile appeared in Lu Zhouyan's eyes, and he felt a sense of clarity and calm in his heart. At this moment, he felt he was finally approaching his ideal laid-back lifestyle. His relaxed life was just beginning to unfold. The laid-back life has only just begun, Lu Zhaoyang murmured. At this moment, Function in his arms meowed. Lu Zhaoyang looked down and smiled, saying, "Function, you agree, don't you?" Meowed. The sea breeze is cool, carrying a hint of salty scent brushing against the face. Lu Zhaoyang slowly opens his eyes, gazing at the scene before him. At this moment, he is lying on a white lounge chair, a large sunshade above him shielding him from the blazing sun. Looking into the distance where the sea meets the sky, it is hard to distinguish which is the sky and which is the sea. Soft little hands occasionally fall onto his shoulders, skillfully kneading his neck and gently massaging him, bringing immense comfort. Not only that, but someone beside him is peeling grapes, gently placing them into his mouth after the skin is removed. Lu Zhaoyang squints, slightly biting into the fruit and feeling the sweet juice burst in his mouth. The sound of waves crashing against the shore in the distance is soothing like a lullaby. Lu Zhaoyang feels a wave of contentment wash over him. This is the pinnacle of life. No cases, no clients with grim faces, and no incessant phone calls demanding attention. Just this sunshine, these waves, and the refreshing breeze. Suddenly a flattering voice comes with the sea breeze. It's somewhat familiar yet tinged with a hint of insincerity. Yang Ge. Lu Zhaoyang turns his head to glance, and no wonder it's familiar. It's Wei Kai's chubby face. Not only is the voice peculiar, but this guy's expression is also quite strange. Smiling like a blooming flower. Yang Ge. When did this guy become so polite? Yang Ge, your life is probably no less than that of a celestial being. Without time to ponder, Lu Zhaoyang nods slightly. Indeed, this life is truly celestial. Look at this blue sky, this beautiful sea, and this sunshine. Wei Kai's voice carries an exaggerated tone, suddenly shifting. It's just a pity, such a pity. What a pity. Lu Zhaoyang's interest is piqued. Sunbathing with red wine at hand, sunshine, and sandy beach within reach. Plus someone is specially massaging his shoulders and peeling grapes. What could be regrettable about this? It's a pity that our country implements a monogamous system. Wei Kai exclaims in exasperation, pounding his thigh. Just think, you have a yard, a car, and money. Oh, what more? Lu Zhaoyang blocks a delicate wrist, handing him grapes. Why had he never thought of this before? Wei Kai's words really make him. Wait a minute. Lu Zhaoyang suddenly jolts awake. He had never entertained such thoughts, and why is Wei Kai dressed like a matchmaker? Just as he is pondering, a coarse shout rings in his ears. Lu Zhaoyang shudders, opens his eyes, and finds himself enveloped in darkness. He reaches out to remove the sun hat covering his face. Where have the sea, the lounge chair, and the sunshade gone? They have all vanished. The sunlight is a bit glaring. He is not by the sea. He is clearly by the river, having accidentally fallen asleep again. An old man with a grim face stands beside him, holding a fishing rod that nearly pokes his face. What's wrong, old man? Lu Zhaoyang yawns. No wonder he had fallen asleep. That scoundrel Wei Kai had taken advantage of his slumber to disturb his peace of mind. Such wickedness. However, to be fair, he had really managed to catch up on sleep, yet when it comes to this, he still can't resist. And he had slept so soundly. Lu Zhaoyang takes a sip of water from the bottle beside him, finally sitting up straight. The old man with a grim face stares at him with bulging eyes. His face is so dark that there is no room for further evolution. Otherwise, Lu Zhaoyang's relaxed demeanor. This guy isn't here to fish. Every time he comes, he first feeds half a bag of bait, then covers his head and falls into a deep sleep. What's wrong? We're leaving, the old man says with a dark expression. Oh, after getting enough sleep, Lu Zhaoyang slowly rises. Usually he would sneak away after getting enough sleep. This is the first time the old man actively calls him to leave. Not knowing what was going on, he hurriedly began to pack his things. Where are we going, old man? On the way, Lu Zhaoyang notices they are not headed home. You'll know when we get there. The old man rides an electric bike, leading the way without looking back. After a few minutes, they arrive at the seafood. The old man is here. The grim-faced elder stops at a fish stall. The owner walks out with a smile upon seeing him. The old man hands over the fish he caught. Lu Zhaoyang understands now. They came to sell fish. No wonder he was curious earlier about why the old man caught so many fish. He couldn't possibly eat them all himself. Oh, this handsome guy is with the old man. The owner curiously looks at Lu Zhaoyang. Yes. Does the handsome guy have fish to sell? Don't worry, wild fish, my prices are very fair. Ahem. Lu Zhaoyang scratches his neck, feeling a bit embarrassed. He glances at his bike, thinking, do I look like someone who has fish? He has been fishing a lot these days, but caught very little, not even a single fish net. Even if he caught something, he would just release it before leaving. Just these few. The old man notices Lu Zhaoyang's slightly awkward expression and steps in to help him out. All right. The owner goes inside to weigh the fish and turns back saying, "Old man, the carp is 6 pounds. The Crucian carp is 6 pounds, same price as before. He'll transfer the money to you." After speaking, the owner comes out with 2 transparent bags, both filled with water. Oh. Lu Zhaoyang sees that they are densely packed with fish fry. He seems to have guessed something. The old man takes one bag, and Lu Zhaoyang dutifully takes the other. "Old man, are these for releasing into the pond?" "Yes." Sure enough, the old man nods. The two ride back to the pond. The pond, once filled with dead branches and leaves and poor water quality, has now undergone a transformation. The water is clear and clean, and the surrounding slopes have been reinforced and protected. Now there is no need to worry about rain washing away the soil on the shore. Surrounding the pond there is even a red paved path winding around. It can be used for residents to stroll and walk. There are also willow trees planted around. However, they are still small and will take some time to grow into a scenic view. "Let me do it, old man." Lu Zhaoyang naturally wouldn't let the old man go down to release the fish, so he takes. After finishing releasing the fish, the old man looks around and casually asks, "How's the renovation of your house going?" "It's okay, the renovation is nearly done, but it still needs to dry for a while." Lu Zhaoyang smiles. "Next time I'll take you to check it out, old man." The grim-faced elder says nothing, his gaze shifting to Lu Zhaoyang's yard not far away. "Oh." Lu Zhaoyang slaps his forehead, laughing at himself for being formalistic. It's so close, practically at arm's length. If he were truly inviting with sincerity, why wait until another day? "Old man, if you have time, you can go see it now." "All right." Lu Zhaoyang smiles, waving his hand after you, old man. By chance, Zhang Zhizhong was also there. He was busy with 2 others wrapping up the final touches on site. Uncle He gazed at the yard, now completely transformed beyond his imagination, and he couldn't help but be astonished. Lu Zhaoyang was willing to donate tens of thousands to the village for the free renovation of the pond, leading him to suspect that money was no object. However, he never expected it to be so abundant. This was not just a matter of not lacking funds, it was a bit extravagant. The yard was paved with both tiles and bluestone slabs, with a reserved flower bed and a wooden grate trellis. Of course, the most eye-catching feature of the entire yard was the glass kitchen in the center. Inside was a circular island countertop, trendy and unique looking, incredibly cool. Just this one room elevated the originally ordinary yard to several levels higher. Moreover, there was something inside. It was like a hidden paradise, yet the outer wall of the yard remained untouched, maintaining its original. If one hadn't stepped inside, they would never have known that such a cozy and comfortable little retreat existed behind the somewhat dilapidated walls. Uncle He took a casual glance at Lu Zhaoyang. At this age, one would usually be eager to shout about being the strongest, yet this kid was entirely composed. Just then, Lu Zhaoyang's phone rang. It was Li Jianxiang. Lu Zhaoyang stepped aside to answer the call. Yes, okay. After a series of affirmations, Lu Zhaoyang hung up and returned with a smile, asking Brother Zhang, "Uncle, are you free tonight to help try some dishes at the shop?" "Try the dishes." Zhang Zhizhong immediately reacted, "Is everything over there all set?" "Yes, just now Xiang Gu called, everything is ready. He wants to do a small-scale tasting before opening." "Absolutely. I wouldn't miss it for anything." Zhang Zhizhong's feelings towards the restaurant he had been overseeing were certainly unquestionable. Uncle He was puzzled and instinctively wanted to decline, but Lu Zhaoyang had already interjected, "Old man, you've lived here for most of your life. With your extensive experience, you've surely tasted all the good food. If you have the time, please help to evaluate the flavors and provide your valuable feedback." Not to mention, with Uncle He's local status, as long as the food was good, he would naturally promote it for them. Uncle He opened his mouth, but swallowed his words back. This kid's words were somewhat agreeable, so he reluctantly decided to help with the task. "If you had said this earlier, I wouldn't have sold those 2 fish." Uncle He felt a bit regretful about the fish he had sold. Bringing gifts was somewhat inappropriate. If he had just brought 2 of his caught fish, it would have been perfect. "I just found out too, Uncle. It's no problem. We're all family." In the evening around 6, Lu Zhaoyang got in the car and picked up Uncle He. Lu Zhaoyang noticed that Uncle He had even changed into a new outfit, demonstrating the importance he placed on this event. Driving all the way to the Guanlon community, Lu Zhaoyang parked the car in the outer parking lot before walking towards the restaurant. Xiangji Barbecue. The brand new shop sign was particularly eye-catching. Regarding the shop name, Li Jian had not proposed to retain the original name, but had discussed it with Lu Zhaoyang. Lu Zhaoyang didn't care much, and casually asked what the previous shop was called. Upon learning it was called Xiangji Barbecue, he immediately expressed support for keeping the name. As mentioned earlier, the occupancy rate of the Guanlon community was still not ideal. Moreover, the nearby shops had previously been under the ownership of the distillery and had not been in operational status for a long time. Thus, until now, the restaurants adjacent to this one had been idle for quite some time. Now looking around, several neighboring stores were indeed tightly locked, giving off a rather desolate vibe. Uncle Hay glanced at the surrounding environment and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, opening a restaurant in this place is indeed quiet. Unless you have real skills otherwise. Uncle, you mean this place is too remote, right? Lu Xiaoyang chuckled. My friend previously ran a restaurant elsewhere, and he definitely has some real skills. After you try his dishes, you'll understand. At the restaurant entrance, Li Jinxiang was welcoming customers with 2 waitstaff. Dressed neatly and looking cheerful, he resembled a groom. Congratulations, Xiangge. Xiaoyang is here. Congratulations. Li Jinxiang approached looking quite jubilant. Xiangge, let me introduce you. This is my neighbor and the landlord. I'm currently renting from Uncle Su. Uncle, this is the owner of this restaurant, Li Jinxiang. Congratulations, boss. Li, wishing you prosperity. Uncle Hay said politely. Thank you, Uncle Su, for coming. If there are any shortcomings today, please don't hesitate to point them out. Li Jinxiang said courteously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he intended to lead the 2 upstairs. Xiangge, there's no need for formality. We can go up ourselves. Lu Xiaoyang waved his hand, leading Uncle Hay into the restaurant. As soon as they stepped through the door, 2 waitstaff bowed their heads and welcomed welcome. Their gazes fell on Lu Xiaoyang's face, and they cheerfully called out again, hello, Mr. Lu. Hello. Lu Xiaoyang nodded in response. Although he didn't interfere with the management, he had been here twice, so the staff naturally recognized him. He had made many requests, but Li Jinxiang insisted that as an investor his position must be respected. However, he still wasn't used to being called boss. As they walked inside, Uncle Hay looked at the decor of the restaurant. While it wasn't extravagantly luxurious, it was indeed elegant and thoughtfully designed. Uncle Hay's internal appraisal kept rising. Recalling the waitstaff's expressions, he turned and curiously asked, does this restaurant have something to do with you? Lu Xiaoyang wasn't planning to casually disclose this matter, but since he was being asked, there was no need. Sort of, uncle. I invested a little money in this restaurant. Oh. Uncle Hay was slightly taken aback, feeling quite astonished. It felt as if he was just getting to know Lu Xiaoyang, scrutinizing him. This was truly beyond his expectations. Since they met, he had continuously helped with the pond renovation, bought and renovated houses, and now opened a restaurant. One after another, this kid was constantly surprising him. What truly troubled him was that it was hard for Uncle Hay to associate the calm and composed Lu Xiaoyang, who was a restaurant owner, with the sleepy kid he had been fishing with by the river just a few days ago. This kid was tall and quite handsome. Uncle, why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Lu Xiaoyang found Uncle Hay's gaze somewhat strange. No. Uncle Hay waved his hand. He had been subconsciously searching for someone of a similar age among his acquaintances to explain to him. How old is young Lu, and how many siblings do you have at home? Uncle Hay asked with a warm smile. Lu Xiaoyang was unaware that he had caught the attention of the old man quietly. It was not surprising to discuss personal matters during casual conversations. Old man, you used to work at a unit, right? Suddenly Lu Xiaoyang realized that he didn't know much about the old man, so he took the opportunity to ask. He only knew the old man's surname was Su, which he learned from party secretary Su Chunliang. Education Bureau. Oh. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the old man. It was a bit unexpected. Judging by the old man's complexion, he had thought he worked at the post office. However, he quickly deduced that the old man must be a physical education teacher. If this really tastes good, I'll make an exception and help promote it, the old man said seriously. Thank you very much. Lu Xiaoyang noticed the curiosity in the old man's gaze. Since they had arrived early, he decided to show the old man around. After a round of exploration, they finally went upstairs. After a while, people began to arrive one after another. Li Jinxiang led 2 people upstairs, chatting and laughing as they entered the private room. After introductions, Lu Xiaoyang learned that both were Li Jiangxiang's fellow townsmen. They were both in the catering business, one working in a township below and the other in Yunjiao County City. After a while, 2 more people entered one after another. They were suppliers that Li Jinxiang found, one supplying meat and the other supplying vegetables. Then there were also leaders from the Guanlan community property and the owner of the tobacco and alcohol shop at the entrance of the Guanlan community. Lu Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised and felt more admiration for Xiangge. He still remembered the first time he met the other party, who was taciturn and depressed. And now, when he became busy and immersed himself in his career, it was as if he had transformed into a different person. A property manager and neighbor from a nearby shop. Even before the business opened, Li Jinxiang had not only made acquaintances with these people, but had also specifically invited them over. This showed how thorough and proactive he was in handling matters. Later, Zhang Zhizhong arrived, and he had already met the old man. Seeing someone chatting with the old man, Lu Xiaoyang stood up and went outside. Xiangge, have all the preparations for the opening been made? Lu Xiaoyang came downstairs and approached Li Jinxiang. Don't worry, Xiaoyang, everything is ready. Li Jinxiang spoke with the seriousness of reporting to a major shareholder. Oh, that's good. Lu Xiaoyang rarely inquired about the store's affairs, trusting the process. Except for the promotional aspect. This was his expertise. However, since the renovation and preparations began, Li Jianxiang had meticulously communicated every expenditure with him. Yet he had not consulted him at all regarding the promotional plan from start to finish. This made Lu Xiaoyang feel a bit uncomfortable. He had been contemplating many marketing strategies commonly used in big cities during these days. For example, organizing a lottery for a free meal, creating some hype, encouraging customers to create short videos with positioning and share, offering free food. He even distilled a sole selling point for the barbecue shop, such as slow roasting over charcoal for 3 hours or a secret soul sauce. After holding back for a long time, Lu Xiaoyang had to tentatively suggest, "Xiang, go about the promotion. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know." He was just short of directly asking the other party to consult him. However, Li Jianxiang seemed to misunderstand and continued speaking to himself. "We tested the dishes today, and we'll focus our promotion on a few nearby communities. During the trial operation, our waitstaff will promote the shop along the street. Additionally, I've talked to several stores in the communities about tobacco and alcohol, and will distribute some coupons and advertisements. Furthermore, during off-work hours, we'll launch free tasting events, bringing our specialty skewers to the surrounding areas for tasting and evaluation." It's now the era of short videos. Although I haven't done it before, I plan to launch 2 promotional activities, sharing on moments or short videos to give away food or beer. In the early days, it might be inevitable to have fewer people, but as long as we establish an initial customer base, word of mouth in this familiar county is far more effective than advertising promotions. Li Jianxiang spoke with confidence, relying on his skills as his strongest support. "Xiaoyang, do you have any opinions on these measures?" Finally, the other party asked, but Lu Xiaoyang suddenly fell silent. Clearly, his approach was flashy tactics from big cities. In contrast, what Li Jianxiang had just mentioned was grounded in the small county, practical and down-to-earth strategies. His plan seemed too extravagant. "I have no objection, Xianggo. I think your considerations are thorough, and I believe they will be effective." 2 minutes later, Wei Kai arrived. He was not only familiar with Li Jianxiang, but also a childhood friend of Lu Xiaoyang. Naturally, he couldn't miss this occasion. The 2 bosses are personally welcoming at the door. This is too embarrassing. With President Wei's stature, of course, we must give him a warm welcome. Lu Xiaoyang laughed lightly. Li Jianxiang beside him also smiled brightly. To be honest, the location is a bit off, but the quality here is not low at all. Wei Kai had been busy taking care of his child these days. Although he often asked Lu Xiaoyang about the restaurant's progress, he had not come to see it in person. Now that he saw it, the place was a bit worse than he had imagined, but the decoration was much more impressive than he had anticipated. "It's okay, I think it's just so-so, it can manage," Lu Xiaoyang said dismissively. "What do you mean just so-so? This quality. No, I must go in and take a..." Wei Kai was eager to squeeze inside. "Let Xiaoyang accompany you for a look. I still need to greet the guests here," Li Jianxiang said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyang, the behind-the-scenes investor, walked into the shop, with Wei Kai acting as his guide. Here, the first floor is the hall, and this side is the kitchen operation area. Wei Kai was astonished, unable to help but exclaim, "This decor and environment are absolutely top-notch in Yanjiao. Plus, with Xiang guest skills, as long as we get through the early phase, there will be no problem." Lu Xiaoyang unpleasedly patted his friend's big belly and feigned displeasure. "What do you mean by getting through the initial phase? Do you think today's meal is free? You must help promote it. Over the years, you've made connections with various suppliers and bosses, so you need to mobilize them to help promote it." "Don't worry, I won't forget that," Wei Kai replied. After looking around the shop, he stared at the brand new equipment and environment, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Xiaoyang, how much did you invest? This expenditure is not ordinary. Opening a restaurant comes with different costs. There are big ways to do it and small ways to do it." Clearly, what lay before him had completely exceeded his expectations. "This place is so remote. How can you be so confident to renovate it like this? What if? Since we've decided to do it, of course we must have confidence. Why? Don't you believe in me or in Xiang Ghost?" Lu Xiaoyang didn't mention that the place was his, otherwise Wei Kai would be shocked again. "That's not it. I have confidence in both of you and wish you 100 blessings, but in the catering industry these days, it's hard to say there are no concerns." Wei Kai was indeed worried for him. "Don't worry, the opening is just around the corner, and the answer about business will be revealed soon." Lu Xiaoyang wrapped his arm around Wei Kai's shoulder and said, "Besides, you should have confidence in Xiang guest skills, right? Of course you don't need to say that. I haven't eaten in a month and I really miss it." Wei Kai patted his belly. "This is my partner, Lu Xiaoyang." During the meal, Li Jianxiang introduced him to the group. It was the first time Lu Xiaoyang faced outsiders as a partner. He and Wei Kai were the youngest at the table. Wei Kai was slightly plump and didn't appear as immature as Lu Xiaoyang. Lu Xiaoyang rose and nodded in greeting to those present. Most who didn't know him were surprised to varying degrees by his youthful face. Particularly the 2 bosses who had nearly sealed a deal, with Li Jianxiang, their expressions turning complicated. Lu Xiaoyang was the one who had snatched the deal from them. Learning that the man seated beside Uncle He was the vegetable supplier for the restaurant, he grew interested and struck up a conversation. Mister, Wang, do you own vegetable greenhouses? Wang Wei chuckled. Just call me Old Wang, it's friendlier. Our cooperative does have many greenhouses. After all, this region is a vegetable hub mostly for transport. We pick and sort at dawn, load the trucks early, and deliver to your door. Rest assured, everything's fresh. Lu Xiaoyang nodded and turned to another supplier to inquire about fish farming. He was deeply intrigued. The meal concluded with everyone thoroughly pleased. Lu Xiaoyang and Wei Kai knew Li Jiangxiang's skills well. Now they had moved from a street stall to a fully equipped kitchen. Compared to before, the flavors and presentation were even more exceptional. For first-timers like Uncle He and Zhang Zhizhong, their eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, with your skills, I dare say everyone else in Yunzhou is a novice. Rest assured, this business will thrive. From now on, whenever I need to treat guests, it'll only come here. Zhang Zhizhong, thoroughly intoxicated, clasped Li Jiangxiang's hand in a heartfelt confession. These words only deepened the turmoil in the two bosses' hearts. They exchanged glances, each sighing inwardly. Li Jinxiang had once discussed partnerships with them, and they had tasted his cooking. Today's meal went as expected. Li Jiangxiang's culinary prowess was undeniable, but as seasoned businessmen, their mindset leaned toward gaining an upper hand. What they called a partnership essentially reduced Li Jinxiang to a high-level employee. Now they had to confront a reality. The county was small, though if cooperation failed, competition was inevitable. Fortunately, their main business differed from barbecue. But summer was approaching. After the banquet, the two glanced back at the signboard, both thinking the same. This summer would bring an unstoppable wave of popularity here. In the car on the way back, "Kid, you've got good instincts." Uncle He, having drunk, spoke in a deeper but louder tone than usual. "Your partner is quite talented. Exceptional skills, adept management. Someone this capable shouldn't be obscure. I've never even heard of him." Lu Xiaoyang briefly explained Li Jiangxiang's background to Uncle He along the way. Of course, he didn't disclose Brother Xiang's private matters, only mentioning he had returned to his hometown from elsewhere for certain reasons. The restaurant's opening was set for 3 days later on June 1st. Back home, Lu Xiaoyang edited a few photos he had taken and posted them on his social feed to build anticipation for the opening. Unfortunately, his social circle wasn't in Yunzhou, so he doubted the effect would be significant. After playing on his phone for a while, he noticed several people had already reposted his update. Among them were Gao Caiyun, Shenbing, and even Wu Wei, whom he had only met twice. Lu Xiaoyang felt grateful and set down his phone after a while, intending to play with the kitten. After a few days of familiarity, the kitten named Function had grown noticeably closer to both the environment and its owner, Lu Xiaoyang. Lu Xiaoyang watched as it clumsily climbed onto a round stool, taking small steps and circling twice. Then its gaze fell on a nearby sofa, as if measuring the distance and making a decision. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyang grinned in anticipation, quickly pulled out his phone, activated the camera, and aimed it at the feline subject. Function seemed to have made up its mind, staring at the sofa with determination. Then it leaped high, then its claws slipped, then it landed straight on the ground. Function paused for half a second, then crouched in place, pretending nothing had happened. Lu Xiaoyang burst into laughter. He could anticipate it because it had happened countless times before. The name Function sounded intelligent, but its actual behavior was debatable. It had severely misjudged the distance and overestimated its jumping ability. More than once, Lu Xiaoyang's phone already held several such videos. He opened a chat and sent the newly recorded video to Xia Ran. After a long pause, Xia Ran replied, "Don't you bully Function. I'm innocent. I didn't bully the little one. It insisted on performing. I couldn't stop it." Xia Ran watched the video over and over again. She knew it was the kitten's own doing. She found it utterly adorable. Having cared for the cat for 2 days, she had grown somewhat attached. "Teacher Xia, if you don't believe me, you're welcome to come for a home visit and see for yourself. If the cat is in a good mood, it might gladly give a live demonstration." "I was just thinking that," Xia Ran replied. Putting down his phone, Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment and sent another message. "I found the street stall owner." Really, absolutely true. They both remembered their promise to eat lobster and drink beer together again. A night passed without a word. Lu Xiaoyang still adhered to his early sleep and early rise routine. After a jog around the area as the sun rose, he checked on his little courtyard as usual. The courtyard now appeared new every day. Each morning a glance brought a refreshing feeling, significantly boosted. Upon reaching his doorstep, Lu Xiaoyang noticed a truck parked by the pond with 2 people busily unloading goods. Su Chunliang was watching from the side. "Secretary Su, you're here so early." Lu Xiaoyang, curious, approached and greeted him. "Oh Xiaoyang, you've been jogging, truly the vigor of youth." Su Chunliang turned to see Lu Xiaoyang drenched in sweat and laughed. "Just a bit of exercise, or are you going to collapse here?" Lu Xiaoyang looked at the seedlings being unloaded from the truck, unable to identify them. He recalled that the plans only specified a row of willow trees. "Yes, since there's a bit of budget left, I thought with the pond looking so beautiful, why not plant a row of flowers as well? It would brighten everyone's mood, wouldn't it?" Su Chunliang's words carried a touch of pride, as they were not only for the villagers, but also a form of gratitude towards Lu Xiaoyang, the nearest benefactor. Is that so? What kind of flowers are these? Lu Xiaoyang looked down with curiosity. Naturally, he did not recognize them. These are called irises. They are quite popular in big cities, often found by lakes, and the blue flowers are stunning when they bloom. This one is called canna. Just bury it in the soil, and when it blooms it looks as beautiful as a peony and can flower throughout the summer. We'll plant them today. In just a few days there will be a large patch of flowers here. Xiaoyang, just wait and see. That sounds amazing. Lu Xiaoyang was indeed welcoming this news. After a moment's thought he asked, Secretary, do you need my help? To be honest, he had rested enough these days. He had begun to understand what it meant to completely relax. It was not something just anyone could achieve. Some people were just born to toil, and when they finally had the chance to rest, they felt uneasy. He wasn't that serious, but he indeed felt a bit restless from lying around too much. Finding something to do. Little Lu, are you sure? But I must tell you in advance, this job has a very limited budget, only 80 yuan a day for one person. Su Chunliang was slightly taken aback, but then laughed heartily. Unlike the last time when they went fishing, he didn't refuse when Lu Xiaoyang volunteered. 80. Lu Xiaoyang hadn't expected there would be reimbursement. Yes, I called a few idle women from our village. It's 80 yuan a day, and we'll also provide lunch. Lunch included? Then I must do it. Lu Xiaoyang chuckled. Originally, he just wanted to lend a hand, but now that he knew there was money to earn, and even lunch, it felt like a pure surprise. All right, then let's meet here at 7:30. Su Chunliang smiled, and turned back after Lu Xiaoyang's figure disappeared behind the wall. He didn't refuse like before when Lu Xiaoyang wanted to catch fish. Previously, he thought it was unreasonable to ask Lu Xiaoyang to work after he had donated so much. Now Su Chunliang often strolled around the courtyard that was under renovation. He didn't know the exact costs, but was sure it wouldn't be a small sum. Lu Xiaoyang's low-key electric car, often parked in the alley, was now known to cost over 300,000. Clearly, he enjoyed the process and valued the sense of participation. He was no longer as clueless as before. After finishing his meal, Lu Xiaoyang changed into another set of clothes and arrived at the site on time. Su Chunliang, along with the village committee and several older women in their 50s and 60s, were chatting and laughing. Little Lu, as a young man, take the initiative to do some physical labor, digging holes in front while they plant in the back. Su Chunliang handed Lu Xiaoyang a shovel. All right, no problem. Lu Xiaoyang was eager to do some physical work. If it were too easy, he would find it uninteresting. Oh, how is there a young handsome guy here? A round-faced older woman squinted her eyes and looked Lu Xiaoyang up and down teasingly, saying, I thought it would just be us old ladies planting flowers. Suddenly, a fair young man appears, making the work seem more enjoyable today. The nearby women laughed and joined in the banter, exchanging lighthearted remarks. He looks delicate. Hope he's strong enough to handle the shovel and do the heavy work. A young man from the city, probably has never shoveled earth before. After a while, he'll probably give up and take a break. Lu Xiaoyang found their comments amusing and, lifting the shovel, assured them, Aunties, don't worry, I promise I won't hold you back. Su Chunliang smiled and waved his hand. All right, enough teasing. Let's get to work and distribute tasks. Dig a tree pit every so often along the pond's edge. Plant the irises by the water and the cannas on the slope, ensuring the depth is just right, so as not to damage the bulbs. It's relatively cool today. Let's try to finish it all in one day. The group agreed and dispersed. Lu Xiaoyang carried the shovel to the waterside slope, bending down to break the soil. He started off at a comfortable pace, but after a while beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He rolled up his sleeves and moved with greater agility. Neat and uniform holes were dug, lined up along the pond's edge, while the older women followed closely behind, carrying seedlings and buckets of water. They placed the irises and cannas, still clumped in their original soil, firmly into the pits, covering them with earth. Lu Xiaoyang was engrossed in his task, while the women chatted about trivial matters, creating a lively atmosphere. The atmosphere was particularly cheerful. I didn't expect this young man to be so capable. The holes he dug are more organized than those of the sturdy men in our village. Lu Xiaoyang worked diligently amidst the older women's playful remarks, while Su Chunliang, who was also working alongside him, initially had the intention of keeping pace with Lu Xiaoyang. But after half an hour, he decided to let that go. As time passed, the sun climbed higher. Lu Xiaoyang straightened up and rubbed his waist, feeling comfortable and content as the shores were filled with planted seedlings. It was also a fulfilling experience. Su Chunliang circled the pond to inspect the progress and walked over to him, saying, At this rate, we should be able to finish most of the planting before noon. The village has arranged a big pot of food for lunch with plenty of buns. Lu Xiaoyang wiped the sweat from his face and grinned. Then I better work harder. I can't let lunch go to waste. During lunch, each person received a box filled to the brim with stew from the big pot. Everyone held 2 buns, and there were no formalities. They sat under the shade of the trees and began to eat. Lu Xiaoyang found the meal particularly delicious. At noon, Black-faced uncle returned. Riding his electric bike, he passed by the pond and immediately noticed the bustling scene by the water's edge. Several village women were bending down to plant seedlings and cover the soil. The pond's bank was freshly turned neat and tidy. The most eye-catching was Lu Xiaoyang, who was sweating profusely as he tirelessly dug holes with a shovel. What a young man. He seems to fit in everywhere. Uncle Black felt a deep sense of admiration. Lu Xiaoyang showed no signs of laziness. Each shovel he dug made his clothes visibly soaked with sweat, looking nothing like a pampered young man from the city. Uncle Black watched with crossed arms for a while, remaining silent, then mounted his bike and left. Once the whole digging was done, Lu Xiaoyang took the initiative to help with watering. By evening, all the work was barely completed. "Xiaoyang, if it weren't for you, we might not have finished today," Su Chunliang said with a sense of relief. "Yes, this young man looks clean and neat, but he works quite hard," an older woman praised from the side. The others nodded in agreement. Su Chunliang also felt it was remarkable. The last time they caught fish, it was, in contrast, this time it was purely physical labor. He had originally worried that Lu Xiaoyang wouldn't be able to keep up, but who would have thought he not only held on, but also worked so vigorously. Afterwards, Su Chunliang got straight to the point and started distributing wages. It was a primitive method, handing out cash. The others seemed unfazed, but Lu Xiaoyang felt a bit surprised. 80 yuan. Free banknotes. Although it wasn't much, having it in hand brought a sense of accomplishment, especially seeing the unreserved delight of the older women. This added to Lu Xiaoyang's happiness. However, by the end of the day, he felt a bit sore all over. "I must admit it had been many years since I had done heavy physical labor. Of course it felt good, in a way a refreshing exhaustion after a hard day's work." Lu Xiaoyang went to the supermarket on the street and got a bottle of soda. 3 yuan. The shopkeeper glanced up, quoted the price, and then returned her attention to her phone. However, Lu Xiaoyang did not pay via scan code as usual, but seriously pulled out his freshly earned salary, placing a 10 yuan note on the counter. "Change, please." Sure enough, it tasted much better than before. Lu Xiaoyang happily gulped it down before leisurely heading home. As he entered the alley, Lu Xiaoyang spotted a figure standing beside his bike from a distance. With a tall silhouette and long hair cascading down, he felt it looked like Xia Ran, but he thought he might be mistaken. How could Xia Ran suddenly appear at his doorstep? Lu Xiaoyang took a couple of steps forward, and the other party seemed to sense him lifting her head to look over. Now that Lu Xiaoyang got a clearer look, it was indeed Xia Ran. "Teacher Xia, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. "We agreed on a home visit, and here I am," Xia Ran said, glancing at Lu Xiaoyang, who was covered in dirt, particularly pointing at his muddy pants and shoes, and laughed. "What have you been doing?" "Digging coal." "If I were digging coal, I wouldn't look this clean. It'd be filthy," Lu Xiaoyang replied as he took out his keys to unlock the door, asking, "Why didn't you give me a heads up, Teacher Xia? What if I wasn't home?" "It's fine, it's not far anyway. Besides, surprise visits are the best way to see the real situation," Xia Ran replied. "You aren't really worried I'm abusing functions, are you?" "Don't worry, I cherish them," Lu Xiaoyang said, guiding Xia Ran into the yard. Hearing the commotion, the kitten joyfully ran out from the living room. Although it had only been a few days, the kitten had visibly grown. Its steps and stature had changed significantly. Its courage had clearly increased. "Now you can rest easy, Teacher Xia," Lu Xiaoyang said as he changed his shoes and walked to the water pipe to wash his face. "MHM." Xia Ran picked up the kitten, stroking the little creature. Even though she had only raised it for 2 days, she hadn't expected to miss it. "However, you haven't mentioned what you were up to, looking all dirty and dusty," Xia Ran asked, curiously blinking her. "Oh, I did some temporary work today." Lu Xiaoyang glanced at his dirty clothes and laughed. "I should probably change into something else." "I wholeheartedly agree," Xia Ran nodded. Lu Xiaoyang went inside, changed his clothes, and came out holding over 70 yuan that he had taken from his pocket, boasting, "This is my earnings from today's temporary work." "Wow, that looks like quite a bit," Xia Ran exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, it's 80 yuan, but I just bought a bottle of water, so now I have a little over 70 left." "Well, that's still a decent amount," Xia Ran smiled brightly. 70 or 80 yuan certainly couldn't be considered much. She had no idea what Lu Xiaoyang had done to earn that money, but it was clear he had put in a lot of effort. Xia Ran thought to herself that it must be because he had worked hard that he was so happy. "Of course, now we can treat ourselves to a big meal. Teacher Xia, what do you want to eat? Today it's on me." Lu Xiaoyang waved the paper bills in his hand. Xia Ran had never encountered someone who would invite her to dinner with over 70 yuan. However, although the money wasn't much, it seemed to carry more sincerity than ever before. "Didn't you say you found that vendor? I still owe you a meal of crayfish, so why not go eat now?" Xia Ran thought for a moment and suggested, "Teacher Xia is so eager to settle debts. Your ambition is commendable, but it's a bit of a shame. What's there to be sorry about? It's a pity that shop hasn't opened yet." Lu Xiaoyang walked back to the water pipe, preparing to rinse off his feet, bending down to roll up his pant legs while smiling and saying, "We'll have to wait a few more days." "Really? Is that vendor going to open a shop?" Xia Ran seemed very happy upon hearing this. "Yes, it must be because of your encouragement." "My encouragement? When did I encourage anything?" Xia Ran was confused. "You did. Didn't you say that if he opened a shop he would surely be popular? I told the vendor, and soon after he decided to open a shop. Xia Ran gently patted her chest, relieved from the scare. Of course, taking care of business is no problem. Their taste is really amazing, so their business must be good too. With teacher Xia's blessing, it's even more unstoppable. Lu Xiaoyang had to confront his Suntob hunger. Let's first tackle the pressing issue of hunger. We should fill our stomachs before anything else. If I had known you were coming, teacher Xia, I would have prepared earlier to let you taste my signature dish, iron pot stew. Unfortunately, there's really not enough time now. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the iron stove and pot with regret. Iron pot stew, this is the second time you're mentioning it. Is it really that delicious? Are you that confident? Of course. Everyone who has tried it has praised it, Lu Xiaoyang said proudly. Although not many have tasted it, the approval rate is indeed very high. Then I must try it next time, he said. All right, but that's for next time. We need to address the issue of our hunger first. It seems we can only go out, Lu Xiaoyang said, feeling tired and hungry after a day's work. All right, I'll treat you. I haven't returned the favor from last time, Xia Ran said earnestly. Teacher Xia, let's save the treat for next time. This time, I'll use the 77 yuan I just earned to treat you to a meal. Lu Xiaoyang pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and waved it about. Xia Ran looked at the money in his hand, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Are you worried it won't be enough? No. Xia Ran shook her head, pointing at the dirt on his pants, feeling a bit awkward and touched. You worked so hard for this money, how can I let you spend it all on me? But isn't money meant to be spent? Lu Xiaoyang blinked and said, besides, I sweated so much to earn this money, I should treat myself well. So in fact I should thank you. Thank me for what? For accompanying me. Lu Xiaoyang laughed. Then. You're welcome. Xia Ran found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Lu Xiaoyang clicked his tongue and said, it's just that there might not be enough money. Of course it's enough, Xia Ran said without hesitation. You know how much a meal costs at our school. This 70 some yuan can buy a lot of meals. Even if it's not at school, it's enough for 2 people to eat well. Lu Xiaoyang's eyes brightened, feeling excited. All right, teacher Xia, how about we make a deal? This meal can cost no more than this much, and we have to enjoy it. Sounds good. Xia Ran said excitedly, a light bulb going off in her head. I have an idea. Oh, Lu Xiaoyang really liked this decisive girl. There was no need for her to ask around. She would eventually. In fact, he quite enjoyed being directed. There's a place that sells grilled cold noodles, which is very good. It's said to be sweet and sour, soft and extremely delicious, very satisfying, and the flavor is superb. Together with a place that sells wontons where the skin is thin, the meat is fresh, and the flavor is rich. Is it really that good? Teacher Xia, are you looking at a guide? Lu Xiaoyang was captivated by Xia Ran's vivid description and her own drooling expression. How could she make herself sound so tempting? So Lu Xiaoyang thought she was looking at some guide drawn in by beautiful pictures. No, Xia Ran said, turning her phone screen towards him. A reflection letter. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at it and was left dumbfounded. This is a note from students in our class who skipped class to eat. I asked them to write a reflection, and this is what they wrote, so I took a picture of it. Xia Ran mischievously blinked. For 2 people, about 30 yuan is enough. Lu Xiaoyang stared at the words on the reflection letter, looked again, and then smiled, saying, actually, it doesn't have to be so frugal. But if it's really that good, then it's worth a try. The place Xia Ran mentioned was not far from Yunzhao No. 1 high school. It was actually a small path outside a nearby community. This area serves the community and can also reach the opposite No. 1 high school, barely qualifying as a small food street. Besides No. 1 high school, there's also a junior high school a bit further away. Xia Ran only knew the general location, but not the specific coordinates. Lu Xiaoyang was much more familiar than her finding the place easily. It should be this one, teacher Xia. In front of them was a wonton shop. The wonton shop had a wide entrance with a small section dedicated to grilled cold noodles. The 2 shops looked like they were cooperating, yet they also seemed independent. The basic version costs 6 yuan, and you can add extras separately, spicy strips for 1 yuan, ham for 2 yuan. The prices are still the same, nothing has changed. Lu Xiaoyang muttered quietly while looking at the menu. What? Xia Ran, who was intently studying the price list, turned her head at the sound. It's nothing. Teacher Xia, which one do you want? Do you want to add anything? No need. All right, then I'll have a basic one and another luxurious one with spicy strips and ham added. Lu Xiaoyang ordered grandly. This stuff is indeed cheap, 70 some yuan is more than enough. Standing at the stall, Lu Xiaoyang felt a sense of returning to his student days. Do you want to add anything? Lu Xiaoyang turned to ask Xia Ran, who shook her head. 1 basic version, 1 with spicy strips and ham. Lu Xiaoyang said grandly. He was really hungry, feeling like he was about to collapse, and had to treat himself generously. All right, take out or eat here. The owner shouted and quickly got to work. We'll also need a wonton, and we'll eat here. Okay, you can settle the bill together later. All right. Lu Xiaoyang didn't even take out his money. He understood the rules here. They hadn't changed much from a few years ago. Soon the 2 of them took their grilled cold noodles and walked into the shop. Inside the shop, there were several tables occupied by customers. It wasn't too crowded, but also not empty. The two of them walked to a table further inside and sat down. Could we have 2 servings of wontons, please? Sure. The wontons were served quickly and soon brought to the table. How does it taste? Even though Lu Xiaoyang was very hungry, he didn't rush to eat. Instead, he gestured for Xia Ran to try it first. In this small shop, Xia Ran was like a star who was trying hard to remain low-key, yet couldn't hide her brilliance. She just sat there quietly, effortlessly attracting almost all the attention. The two of them were so close, sitting opposite each other. Lu Xiaoyang knew that everyone thought they were a couple. Their eyes could clearly be seen, filled with admiration. There were also some gazes directed at him with admiration. Yes, of course, there were also some rather ungracious looks. Lu Xiaoyang was not unfamiliar with this. He used to look at certain people with the same mindset. To put it plainly, it was endless lamentation over flowers blooming in cow dung. Lu Xiaoyang instinctively straightened his back, feeling an indescribable sense of pride within. He was never one to seek vanity, yet in this moment his heart was truly filled with pride. Xia Ran, with a serious demeanor and full of anticipation, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. Wow, this is delicious. So this is the taste of grilled cold noodles? It's a bit different from what I imagined. Xia Ran gazed at the food before her with surprise, causing Lu Xiaoyang to pause momentarily. What? Is this your first time eating grilled cold noodles? Yes, it is. Wow. Lu Xiaoyang exclaimed, shaking his head in slight disbelief. He thought all girls enjoyed this kind of snack. After Xia Ran happily indulged in a couple of bites and tasted the wontons, giving them equally high praise, Lu Xiaoyang finally decided to take a bite himself. It seems the flavor remains unchanged. This is fortunate. This taste is quite good. It seems my treat today was well worth it. Lu Xiaoyang now realized it was Xia Ran's first time eating cold noodles, making it feel exceptionally worthwhile. He discreetly observed the beautiful girl across from him, who seemed somewhat ethereal. He was puzzled, wondering if Xia Ran was raised on dew. No, she's very much indulging in the mortal realm right now. This thought amused Lu Xiaoyang. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the entrance. Lu Xiaoyang instantly spotted 3 students in Yunzhao uniforms walking in. Xia Ran, with her back to the door, paused upon hearing the noise, turned to glance back, seemingly in thought. However, she remained silent and turned back to continue her meal. Just as she was about to finish, Xia Ran stood up. Wait for me for a moment, she said to Lu Xiaoyang before heading towards the 3 boys. They arrived late, but were also nearing the end. Lu Xiaoyang watched this scene and seemed to realize something. Sure enough, as Xia Ran approached, the 3 boys stared at her in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. They had been joking and laughing, but instantly fell silent. Teacher Xia. The 3 exchanged glances. What are you doing here at this time? Xia Ran fixed her gaze on the 3 of them, arms crossed, asking coolly. Lu Xiaoyang found the situation amusing. For the students, encountering a teacher while skipping class was undoubtedly terrifying. But for the onlookers, it became quite entertaining. Not just Lu Xiaoyang, but other customers in the shop also watched with great interest. You 3 go back immediately. If you aren't in the classroom within 5 minutes. Xia Ran looked coldly at the 3, her tone commanding. After the 3 fled in embarrassment, Xia Ran, like a triumphant general, watched them escape. Lu Xiaoyang stepped outside and approached Xia Ran, gently applauding. Xia Ran turned back, her expression somewhat embarrassed, realizing that she had just been seen reprimanding her students. Teacher Xia, there's a question now. Lu Xiaoyang spoke with a serious expression. Xia Ran widened her eyes to look at him as he pondered for 2 seconds before slowly saying, It seems your beloved students haven't paid the bill yet. That's fine, I'll take care of it. Xia Ran hesitated for a moment without any doubt. That won't do, we agreed that I would. Lu Xiaoyang firmly insisted, however, I'm worried. We might not have enough cash. Xia Ran tried to say something, but Lu Xiaoyang waved his hand and continued, Wait for me, I'll go check it out. Xia Ran nodded, her gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoyang as he walked back into the shop. He approached the service window and peered inside, his eyes landing on the chef. Then he stepped aside and directly lifted the curtain at the entrance. Boss, let's settle the bill, including the 3 students who just sat here. Lu Xiaoyang pointed to the table where they had eaten. The boss, wearing a mask, leaned out to look, quickly calculating. That'll be a total of 84 yuan. Lu Xiaoyang pulled out the money and smiled, saying, Uncle Zhao Zhaoxing hasn't returned from the south recently. The boss looked surprised and momentarily unable to recall who he was, replied, He hasn't been back since the new Uncle Zhao. I'm a classmate of Xingzai. I've often come to your shop to eat in previous years. Oh, the boss removed his mask, looking pleasantly surprised at Lu Xiaoyang. I remember you, it just took a moment to recall your name. You're that classmate of Xing. Yes, uncle, we sat at adjacent tables. My name is Lu Xiaoyang. Yes, Xiaoyang. Oh, you all still gather every year. I heard Xing mention you. Xia Ran stood outside the shop, watching Lu Xiaoyang with his back to the door, conversing with someone inside. Although she couldn't see his expression, it seemed they were engaged in a lively conversation. After a considerable time, Lu Xiaoyang finally emerged. Xia Ran gazed intently at him while he remained expressionless. Teacher Xia, I have bad news and good news. Xia Ran nodded, not speaking, but her attention was fully captured by Lu Xiaoyang. Lu Xiaoyang sighed. The bad news is that we really don't have enough money. Xia Ran nodded, still not considering it. The good news is that we are only 5 yuan short. Xia Ran pouted and nodded. Not a big deal, 5 yuan can easily be resolved with a quick scan. But Teacher Xia, we agreed that our maximum budget for this meal is 77. But, no buts, Teacher Xia. I believe that since we made an agreement, we must stick to it. If we must blame someone, it should be the boss. Bad luck. Lu Xiaoyang stated assertively. Xia Ran was taken aback, wondering if she had misheard. I told the boss. Lu Xiaoyang suddenly lowered his voice. I first gave him over 70, saying I would find you for the phone. His voice dropped further. By the way, Teacher Xia, have you heard of the term dine and dash? Xia Ran shook her head in confusion, then nodded. She had seen it in films and dramas. Teacher Xia, you're in luck. With over 70 yuan, you can conveniently enjoy a free meal. Lu Xiaoyang, with a serious expression amid Xia Ran's shocked gaze, said, exactly. We need to make a run for it. Of course, this doesn't really count as a dine and dash. I estimate the boss is too lazy to chase us. We would only be short a few yuan, right? Xia Ran stood there, mouth agape, astonished by Lu Xiaoyang's idea. As a respectable teacher, she had never thought of eating a free meal, especially when it was just a few yuan. She clearly felt it was unethical and should not be done. Yet upon hearing it, she felt a thrill and sighed, ooh, what was happening? At this moment, Xia Ran's heart was racing. Teacher Xia. Without waiting for Xia Ran to respond, Lu Xiaoyang gestured for her to follow. Xia Ran was in a daze, still unable to believe that Lu Xiaoyang intended to skip out on the bill. But then she saw the boss rush out. No, he was chasing after them. Xia Ran's heart tightened, suddenly her mind going blank in an instant. Now she believed it. But this was just too thrilling. Teacher Xia, let's go. Xia Ran had never experienced such a scene. Growing up as a good student and a good teacher for over 20 years, she had always been rule-abiding. She had never encountered a situation where someone fled without paying, let alone being late or leaving early. Acting purely on instinct, Xia Ran completely lost her ability to think. She pushed her bike and hurried after Lu Xiaoyang, walking briskly without daring to look back. You little brat, don't run away. The voice of the boss came from behind. Xia Ran couldn't help but quicken her pace, afraid of getting caught on the spot. Don't chase us. Lu Xiaoyang turned his head and shouted, quickening his steps as he muttered in dissatisfaction. It's just a few bucks, does it really matter? Indeed, does it really matter? Xia Ran's little face was tense, her ears turning red. Once they reached the end of the alley and turned the corner, they both relaxed slightly and instinctively slowed down. Xia Ran's chest rose and fell slightly, still shaken. This tense and thrilling scene truly startled her. Lu Xiaoyang, seeing her anxious expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He leaned on his bike, nearly laughing himself into a bend. Xia Ran stared with round eyes, flustered and embarrassed, even feeling a bit wronged. Why are you still laughing? They chased after us. If we get caught, we'll be utterly humiliated. We should go back and pay them. We escaped by our own ability. Why should we pay? Lu Xiaoyang said proudly. But that shouldn't be the case, Xia Ran insisted. Don't you think it's fun, Teacher Xia? Lu Xiaoyang asked. Xia Ran pressed her lips together, thinking for a moment before falling silent. It is fun, but it's unethical. Xia Ran maintained her honesty while still standing her ground. Lu Xiaoyang pondered and concluded, unethical, but fun. Xia Ran fell silent. Indeed, it was just a few bucks. Although fleeing was wrong, in reality it hardly qualified as a serious moral issue. In truth, aside from a hint of guilt and nervousness, she found it quite enjoyable. But she was a teacher. How could she admit that in front of Lu Xiaoyang? Lu Xiaoyang understood Xia Ran's thoughts and wisely chose not to put this adorable girl in a difficult position. The two continued pushing their electric bike forward. Xia Ran suddenly chuckled. I was so nervous just now that I completely forgot riding the bike would be faster. Yet Teacher Xia runs pretty fast, Lu Xiaoyang teased. In the night, his words earned him a roll of her eyes. At that moment, they arrived at a pocket park at the street corner where 2 swings stood quietly in the night. They sat down one after the other, and the evening breeze gently blew. I've never done anything like this in my life. Xia Ran seemed to finally relax. I know. Lu Xiaoyang looked at her and chuckled lightly. He was confident that she had never experienced such a thing, which was why he acted on a whim. But I don't understand why you wouldn't pay them. You're not a stingy person at all. Xia Ran recalled how Lu Xiaoyang had refused compensation without hesitation when an old lady accidentally damaged his car. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyang's generosity and calmness left a profound impression on her. Even without that incident, she trusted her intuition. Because we had an agreement. Lu Xiaoyang looked at her, his gaze becoming serious. Today I'll treat you to dinner with the money I earned. Paying more would breach the agreement. He couldn't explain why. Deep down, he really hoped that tonight's meal would purely be with the money he earned. However, there was this unexpected incident with 3 students. He initially planned to pay the bill before greeting his classmate's father. Reluctantly, he had to rush a bit, brazenly cutting corners by not paying those few bucks. Xia Ran bit her lip, feeling as if something soft had struck her heart. This was the first time she encountered a meal costing only a few dozen bucks was treated with such significance and seriousness by him. It felt a bit silly yet somehow special. She wasn't sure if it was related to Lu Zhaoyang's intentions, but she found this ordinary meal particularly enjoyable. Lu Zhaoyang, having achieved his goal, noticed Xia Ran still showing signs of guilt and decided to stop playing coy, laughing. "All right, teacher Xia, did you really think the boss was chasing us for money just now, eh? Wasn't he?" Xia Ran recalled the scene of the boss rushing out and still felt lingering fear. Lu Zhaoyang swung on the swing, unable to contain his laughter, leaving Xia Ran utterly confused. "All right, actually that boss is the father of my classmate. I ate there many times during high school. Do you think with our friendship he would chase us over a few bucks? Then, oh, he ran out because my classmate's dad refused to take that 70-some bucks from me and wanted to stuff it back to me, so I told you to run fast." After saying this, Lu Zhaoyang laughed again. Xia Ran pursed her lips, unable to decide if it was funny or a bit vexing. This guy was too good at acting. She had just pushed the bike and her nervous heart was about to soar. "We have a good relationship, so to put it a bit exaggeratedly, I owe my classmate a life debt. Not to mention just eating at his place for one meal, even if I were to eat for 3 months, he would still serve us respectfully and with a smile. Otherwise we wouldn't eat it." Just as Lu Zhaoyang was boasting, his phone suddenly vibrated. Truly speaking of the devil, the voice message from his old classmate, Zhao Xing, came through. Lu Zhaoyang gestured to Xia Ran and directly put it on speaker. Immediately Zhao Xing's cheerful voice burst out from the phone. "Yangzi, my dad sent me a message saying you went to the restaurant to eat. Why did you pay for it? My dad said you ran faster than a rabbit, and he couldn't catch up with you." Lu Zhaoyang glanced at the girl beside him, a smirk on his lips, and replied, "What are you talking about, Xingzi? Isn't it only right to pay for a meal? That's outside. We brothers don't need to be so polite. What kind of relationship do we have? Xingzi, I appreciate it." Lu Zhaoyang cleared his throat and said, "I know we're good brothers, but classmates are classmates. One can't go to your house for a meal without paying the bill. How would your dad run his business? Besides, what virtue or merit do I have to deserve such preferential treatment? Other classmates are other classmates. Can we be the same? Why aren't we the same? I swear." Zhao Xing completely failed to sense any problem as he rambled on. "How can you forget? Back then I chased after that senior in my second year of high school, and her dad was furious and blocked me at the school gate, wanting to beat me up. If it weren't for you stopping me, I might have really suffered. This is something I'll remember for a lifetime. You saved my life." Suddenly the voice on the other end of the phone cut off. 1 second, 2 seconds. Wait. On the other side, Zhao Xing's voice suddenly turned frantic. "My dad said there's a stunning girl with you, and I wanted to ask. Lu Zhaoyang, you're not trying to trick me. Is someone next to you? Is there a girl listening? You little rascal, you're not using my black history to amuse a girl, are you?" Bang. Lu Zhaoyang decisively hung up the call, his expression calm. I can only say that this kid isn't too stupid. However, his reaction was still a bit slow. Next to him, Xia Ran gently swayed on the swing, initially intrigued, then became wide-eyed in shock. Finally, after Lu Zhaoyang hung up, he could no longer hold back his laughter. Buzz buzz. Zhao Xing thankfully didn't call back. Instead, he sent 2 voice messages of 60 seconds each. "Look, our relationship is definitely something to talk about." Lu Zhaoyang showed his phone to the smiling Xia Ran. Of course, he couldn't listen to those voice messages now, so he put away his phone. In the gentle evening breeze, the tenderness in Xia Ran's eyes was concealed by the night. She turned her head to look at the calm, smiling youth beside her. The recent thrilling escapade of dodging the bill was from beginning to end a gentle blunder. This guy is really a bit wicked. She almost believed him, nearly scared out of her wits. However, if it weren't for Lu Zhaoyang's ulterior motives, she felt she might never have this unique experience. Now he no longer went home empty-handed. Every day, occasionally, he could catch 1 or 2. Of course, most of the time, he still came back with nothing. "Isn't your restaurant about to open?" Seeing Lu Zhaoyang show up at the riverbank to fish on time for 2 consecutive days, Old He couldn't help but feel surprised. Lu Zhaoyang was busy putting a large ball of bait on the hook and turned his head to reply. "Just to clarify, Old He, that's not my restaurant. I just invested some money." He wasn't even the controlling shareholder. Calling it his restaurant wasn't quite accurate. "Haha, you seem to be living rather comfortably as a hands-off manager." Old He did not comment. That day during the tasting, he heard a lot of gossip from Zhang Zhizhong, who was sitting beside. The small amount of money Lu Zhaoyang mentioned could not fool him now. The more he learned, the more Old He felt he couldn't quite understand this young man. From what he could see, buying a courtyard, renovating it, and investing in a restaurant, he even purchased a commercial shop for this purpose. Lu Zhaoyang's series of moves were anything but small. Old He wasn't too concerned about the restaurant. but mentioned the courtyard under renovation, which even he, an old man indifferent to worldly affairs, found exceptionally rare. Recently, he had taken any excuse to pass by there, just to take a glance to relish it. Old He initially thought Lu Xiaoyang was the child of a wealthy family. However, he found it odd that the child of a wealthy family would buy 2 courtyards in their urban village. Casually, Old He inquired a bit from Su Chunliang and learned that Lu Xiaoyang's hometown was indeed rural. Lu Xiaoyang had mentioned that he had worked outside for a few years before returning. Now Old He formed his own judgment. Lu Xiaoyang must have achieved some success in entrepreneurship outside before coming back home. Lu Xiaoyang had mentioned that he had worked outside for a few years before returning. Now Old He formed his own judgment. Lu Xiaoyang must have achieved some success in entrepreneurship outside before. This leisurely and carefree mindset must have come from enduring certain storms. It was just a pity for Old He that after searching around, he had no suitable young girl of the right age to introduce to Lu Xiaoyang. He didn't want to bother with distant relatives. June 1st. When Lu Xiaoyang appeared at the riverbank on time again, Old He had fully confirmed his earlier speculation. This young man was surprisingly composed for his age. Isn't today the opening day? How can you still find time to fish? Old He watched Lu Xiaoyang under the sun with a hat over his face, waking up once more from a slumber. Not going. Lu Xiaoyang removed his hat and slowly opened his eyes. Sleeping here was pleasant, but every time he woke up he needed a moment to gather his thoughts to believe where he was. Actually, he wasn't particularly fond of fishing. He just felt that he should have something regular to do. Besides running every day, fishing now also counted as one of his activities. When he was toiling away, he fantasized about how wonderful it would be to lay flat. But only when he actually lay flat did he realize that it wasn't as easy as it seemed. Especially for those who have been tamed by the workplace, truly getting accustomed to doing nothing might require greater talent than diligence. Yes, today was indeed the restaurant's opening day. However, Lu Xiaoyang still decided not to show up. His original plan was only to invest without interfering. The opening was a busy time. As an outsider, he wouldn't be able to help and might even hinder things. So early in the morning, he sent a message to Li Jianxiang telling him he wouldn't be coming. Li Jianxiang assumed Lu Xiaoyang had something to attend to and didn't ask further, simply replying with an acknowledgement. Close to noon, around 12 o'clock, nearing mealtime, Lu Xiaoyang was packing up, preparing to leave when he received a call from Wei Kai. Hey Yanzi, such a big day, why haven't I seen you? On the phone, the background noise around Wei Kai was quite chaotic. I didn't go, Lu Xiaoyang replied while tidying up his things. You didn't come? What are you busy with? How can you not care about such a big event? Care. I do, but I need to clear my mind on fishing right now. Are you joking with me? Wei Kai exclaimed. Who's joking? If you want, you can swing by and pick up the 2 fish I just caught. As Lu Xiaoyang was folding his chair, he curiously asked, but why are you still there? Delivering a floral arrangement for the opening. You're not waiting around for a free meal, are you? What free meal? Do I look like someone who would scheme like that? I'm treating all right. This is to take care of your business, Lu the big boss, and old Li's. I've dragged this guest for half a month just to wait for your opening day. Wei, you're so considerate. Lu Xiaoyang stood up and sincerely thanked him. Unfortunately, Wei Kai didn't appreciate it, saying, who needs your dry thanks? If you have a conscience, run over here and arrange a seat for me. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback. What do you mean? Wei Kai replied irritably, can't get anything to eat, have to queue, it's so annoying, listen to this. Lu Xiaoyang felt as if the phone on the other end was dropped onto an incredibly noisy stage. He moved the phone away from his ear and the screen side was already a cacophony. Voices surged like a tide. This? Lu Xiaoyang maintained his position, stunned. Lu Xiaoyang heard someone shouting through the phone, waiter, add 6 bottles of beer. The noise buzzed all around. Lu Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised and intrigued by the commotion on the other end. He had complete faith in Li Jianxiang's skills. However, the restaurant's location and the surrounding community's environment were not very promising, which was an objective fact. He felt that no matter how good the technique, it was inevitable to go through a tough period at the beginning. How could it be possible for a new business to be booming right off the bat? Did Xianggu come up with some terrifying promotional event? Lu Xiaoyang speculated. Otherwise, it seemed some restaurants do this. To create a buzz for their grand opening, they spare no expense on promotional activities, which is not unusual. Lu Xiaoyang naturally assumed that Li Jianxiang had organized a big event. Wei Kai hesitated for a moment while listening on the phone. It's just half-price beer. Is that really terrifying? Is that all? Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback. During the opening period, offering free drinks wouldn't be too exaggerated, and half-price certainly wasn't alarming. After hanging up, Lu Xiaoyang's curiosity was greatly piqued, and he had already decided to check it out in the afternoon. Old He was eavesdropping with his ears perked up. What's up? He asked as he saw Lu Xiaoyang hang up. Nothing much, just a friend checking in on the business. Lu Xiaoyang wasn't clear on the details and didn't want to say too much. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Xiaoyang arrived at Ashang Barbecue. As he pushed the door open, he was greeted by a blast of cool air. A few waiters were absorbed in their lunch. At a nearby table, Li Jianxiang was sitting across from a short-haired woman in her 30s who looked very capable. The two were occupying a table alone, chatting while eating. "We definitely won't make it today," the short-haired woman said calmly as she broke open a steamed bun. "I know we won't make it, but we need to be as quick as possible, even if it means increasing the wages a bit. Everyone else will get an extra bonus if the workload stays this high for the next few days." Li Jianxiang lowered his head, hastily scooping food from his stainless steel bowl, speaking at an extremely fast pace. "Xiangge," Lu Xiaoyang approached and greeted him. "Xiaoyang." Li Jianxiang's face lit up upon seeing Lu Xiaoyang. Although he was now a major shareholder in the restaurant, all the funding came from Lu Xiaoyang. From the renovations to the grand opening today, no one knew the pressure Li Jianxiang had been under, nor could they truly understand it. Finally, today's lunch business had put his mind at ease. Therefore, he felt much more relaxed in front of Lu Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, have a seat. Just in time for me to introduce you." Li Jianxiang pointed to the short-haired woman beside him and smiled. "This is our restaurant's floor manager, Su Rui." Li Jianxiang then turned to Su Rui and introduced seriously, "Su Rui, this is our investor Lu Xiaoyang. I don't think you've met yet." "Hello, Manager Su." Lu Xiaoyang took a moment to size her up. He had never met Su Rui, but he had certainly heard her name. As the restaurant manager, Li Jianxiang had to focus most of his energy on the kitchen. Thus, someone experienced was needed to oversee the front. Su Rui was someone Li Jianxiang had hired with a high salary. She had just started her job 2 days ago, so Lu Xiaoyang only knew her name, but had not seen her in person. His first impression of her was that she was definitely someone who could control the scene. "Hello, Mr. Lu." While Lu Xiaoyang was sizing her up, Su Rui was also observing him. Having been on the job for 2 days, she had heard about this young investor from Li Jianxiang and other employees. But she never expected him to be so young. He looked about the same age as her younger brother. This young boss had a clean and friendly demeanor, yet exuded confidence. Lu Xiaoyang exchanged a few pleasantries. Though he couldn't see what the lunch service was like, judging from their earlier discussion and the exhausted expressions of the others present. The level of busyness might not be as exaggerated as Wei Kai had said, but it should still be quite good. "Are you short on staff? I have nothing to do. Do you need a hand?" Lu Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Li Jianxiang was busy eating, and before he could swallow his food, Su Rui chuckled lightly and said half jokingly, half seriously, "If Mr. Lu is really interested, you could try working as a waiter. We are indeed short on staff right now. No need to call me Mr. Lu, just call me by my name." "Xiaoyang, what are you joking about?" Li Jianxiang hurriedly swallowed his food and said helplessly, "How can we pay you if you work as a waiter? Just pay me what a waiter should get." Lu Xiaoyang said earnestly, "Xiangge, you don't think that since we're so familiar you can shortchange my wages, do you?" "No." Li Jianxiang was momentarily speechless. Lu Xiaoyang remained serious, as if in an interview. "Don't underestimate me. I have experience. During college I worked part-time at a restaurant for 2 months. To put it bluntly, I was promoted in a short time and was responsible for the busiest area." Li Jianxiang then realized that Lu Xiaoyang was serious. "If you really don't mind the trouble, it would be a huge help for the restaurant. Today's business is much better than expected, and it's too tight to hire people now. Moreover, this is just lunchtime. In the evening we still need to set up outside, and the pressure will be even greater. We really need the manpower." "Don't worry." Lu Xiaoyang was indeed serious. After earning 80 yuan last time, he really enjoyed the feeling of earning cash from short gigs. Lu Xiaoyang looked at Su Rui and declared, "Manager Su, just assign me tasks." "All right then, there's no more Mr. Lu now." Su Rui smiled faintly. "Of course." Even Li Jianxiang said so, and Lu Xiaoyang was even more eager to see just how good the business could be. "All right everyone, let's go set up the tables outside." As evening approached, Su Rui called the waiters to arrange the tables and stools outside. At this moment, the advantages of this shop became evident. This row of shops was elevated above the road below, and the perimeter was separated off, creating an independent area. This made it convenient for the shops to set up outside. Especially since the neighboring spaces were still vacant, they were practically enjoying the entire area all to themselves. If we do not consider the kitchen's capacity, they could easily accommodate as many people as they wanted. The tables were quickly set up. The wooden tables and stools were all new, arranged neatly, looking very imposing and aesthetically pleasing. Not to mention Yun Zhao. Even outside, Lu Xiaoyang had never seen so many tables set up outside. If this gets filled up, it'll be quite a scene. Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but exclaim. 2 hours later, Lu Xiaoyang was already so tired that he could barely stand upright. The numerous tables outside were indeed filled to the brim. Not only outside, but inside, whether in the main hall or the private rooms upstairs, every space was occupied. Guests were filled with laughter and joy, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Xiaoyang was naturally too excited to calm down. This business could no longer be described as successful, it was simply a tremendous success. He could not comprehend how Li Jianxiang managed to achieve this. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out what strategy had such miraculous results. He really wanted to ask for clarity, but he couldn't. He was now a waiter caught up in a whirlwind of activity. Many people felt that being a waiter required little skill. Anyone could do it. In truth, it was not so. In a less busy restaurant, one could manage easily, but in a bustling scene like this one where every seat was taken, providing comfortable service and promptly responding to guest requests was essential. This placed high demands on the waitstaff. Not only did they need to observe everything around them and listen attentively, but they also had to be quick-witted. They had to distinguish between priorities, respond to every situation, and sometimes learn to feign ignorance. Because for some particular customers, once you give them an inch, they would take a mile. According to Su Rui's instructions, each waiter was assigned a fixed number of tables, and neighboring waiters would assist each other to ensure attentive service. Su Rui crossed her arms and walked from outside into the main hall, then up to the second floor, continuously surveying the area. The outdoor seating area was undoubtedly the most crucial. With so many people, it was also quite chaotic. After the first wave of guests arrived, Su Rui realized that Lu Xiaoyang, this secondary boss, did not exaggerate at all. He truly was an experienced waiter. His service was well organized, and he managed the moods of each table with half of the other young waiters were complete newcomers. Although they had undergone pre-service training, they still seemed somewhat lacking in attentiveness when faced with actual service, especially when encountering difficult customers. At such times, Su Rui inevitably had to step in to calm and manage the situation. Only on Lu Xiaoyang's side was everything in perfect order. No one particularly noticed that outside the parking lot several elderly men had parked their cars and were walking towards Ashang Barbecue together. The group was chatting and laughing except for one exception. One old man whose face was as dark as that of the famous judge, Bao, had a hint of resentment in his eyes. Hey, I say, this time old Su really did a great thing. From now on, no one should say he is stingy. Right, old Su is treating today, I didn't expect that aside from the banquet we could have this day. Whoever says old Su is always lost in fishing and knows nothing, we can't rush him. Exactly. That's right. Indeed, the old man with the dark face was the well-known Old He. Out of kindness, he had specially shared Lu Xiaoyang's restaurant advertisement, intending to help promote it. Old He usually didn't post on social media all year round, but this time it did spark a warm response from friends and family. In a short period, the likes skyrocketed to dozens. There were also quite a few comments politely stating they would definitely come to support when they had the time. Of course, there were a few discordant voices among them. Yes, they were referring to his old colleagues. After chattering for a bit, they reached a consensus. They unanimously agreed that Old He was treating. Thus they came. Old He looked at the bustling scene before him dumbfounded. The few old buddies beside him were equally astonished. Old Su, didn't you say you just opened? An old bald man scratched his head, puzzled. Could it be that the new store opening means free food? This scene was as chaotic as a supermarket scrambling for eggs. They simply couldn't imagine such liveliness without free offerings. Impossible, right? Old He hesitated. He wasn't a professional, but during the tasting that day much was discussed. Everyone was advising Lu Xiaoyang's partner to be more patient and to wait for more returning customers. The current situation was clearly unusual, wasn't it? Stop talking so much, let's find a table to sit down. It looks like there might not even be a place to sit. Another old man spoke up. Right, let's sit down first. The old man approached a waiter. Young man, are there any seats available? Sorry, sir, there is no place at the moment. You'll have to wait a bit. The waiter spoke very politely and courteously. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the old men all turned their gazes towards Old He. You, the instigator, should come up with a solution. Old Su, don't you have any acquaintances? See if you can pull some strings for us. We're just a bunch of old men. Cutting in line is acceptable, right? Initially, they thought it would just be an ordinary meal. The buzz was real, but they didn't take the meal itself too seriously. However, upon seeing the packed seating and the need to queue, their expectations shifted a bit. To put it simply, it became something to look forward to. Until now, as they stood outside the crowd, the enticing aroma of barbecue wafted over, making their stomachs. It smelled so good. Not only did it smell delicious, but the skewers on others' plates also looked appetizing. Watching others eat heartily was even more tempting. Old He felt a bit helpless as he noticed the gazes of the others focused on him. He really did know Lu Xiaoyang, who was the boss here. But he couldn't possibly tell his friends that the boss didn't care about anything and was solely focused on fishing. Oh no, that was wrong. He wasn't fishing, but rather feeding fish. It's surprising that you all have spent your entire lives in education, yet you think cutting in line is acceptable. Wait a minute. Old He's words suddenly halted as he spotted a figure busy serving beer. It looked somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. Sir, Lu Xiaoyang, holding an empty beer cup, looked astonished to see Old He. Sir, what brings you here? Are you here to eat? Yes, with a few old buddies, we just happened to come out for a meal and passed by here. Great. Passing by, this place is not easy to come by unless you are intentional. Lu Xiaoyang quickly guessed Old He's intentions. He was clearly here to support his business. But old Hay wanted to save face and was reluctant to say it directly. What a coincidence. It's a bit crowded right now, please wait a moment. Lu Xiaoyang hesitated not at all. He definitely had to uphold old Hay's dignity. Su Rui was standing at the entrance, her gaze flitting back and forth. Lu Xiaoyang approached her and directly said, Sister Rui, I have a favor to ask. I have an elderly relative who wants to support the business. It's quite crowded right now, and I wonder if there's any way to quickly arrange an extra table. Upon hearing him call her Sister Rui, Su Rui modestly nodded and looked at the few old men. While she could instruct Lu Xiaoyang as a waiter during work, it was another matter when he was making requests. There are no small tables left, they've all been used. Without pausing, Su Rui continued, there's a taller folding table in the office on the second floor that can accommodate 4 or 5 people. They'll have someone bring it down. As she spoke, Su Rui stopped a waiter and instructed him to bring the table down. That would be wonderful. Lu Xiaoyang nodded at old Hay and the other old men who were eagerly waiting. Oh, old Su really does have connections here. Even the waitstaff knows him. This relationship is no simple. Lu Xiaoyang, clearly dressed as a waiter, had effortlessly secured a table. The old fellows gathered around, unable to resist teasing him with laughter. Hey, let's talk business. We haven't even eaten yet, but the aroma is quite impressive. How come we've never heard of this place before? One old man inquired. Nonsense. I think you're getting senile. This place just opened. How were you supposed to hear about it? Another old man retorted. Right, I forgot. The first old man slapped his forehead, laughing at himself. The ambience here is quite nice. We could make this our regular spot, meet up often. We're getting old. We can't always just see each other at funerals. Who knows which of us will be the first to go? Another old man sighed with emotion. Old Zhao, can't you say something auspicious? Are you unhappy seeing everyone so cheerful? Uncle Black glared as he spoke. I think old Zhao has a point. We old brothers should meet up more often. After all, every gathering might be our... These elderly men bickering among themselves were no different from children. One word after another they argued noisily, filling the atmosphere with lively energy. The nearby diners found the scene amusing and entertaining, not at all annoyed. All right, the table's here. Sit down quickly. A waiter set up the table swiftly, and Lu Xiaoyang brought over some stools. Uncle Black naturally assumed the role of organizer. Once the old friends were all seated, he and Lu Xiaoyang stepped aside. What act are you putting on here working as a waiter? Uncle Black seized the opportunity to ask the burning question. It wasn't strange for Lu Xiaoyang to be here, but working as a waiter was truly odd. After all, Uncle Black knew this guy was the owner. Uncle Black looked at Lu Xiaoyang's short-sleeved work uniform printed with the restaurant's name and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xiaoyang tugged at his shirt and grinned. Uncle, a moonlighting. Temporary worker, $20 an hour. Like hell, I believe that. Uncle Black cursed under his breath. Lu Xiaoyang was indeed busy pouring tea and fetching water, and he looked quite skilled at it. If he hadn't known the young man's situation, he might have actually taken it seriously. Uncle Black had a bunch of old friends to attend to, and Lu Xiaoyang was too busy to stop. The two didn't chat much. Uncle Black returned to the table and sat down. Several of his old friends, unaccustomed to ordering on phones, were writing down their choices by hand. He'll have a serving of braised pork belly, one old man declared, firmly tapping the table. Old Xiao, braised pork belly. Do you dare eat that at home in front of your wife? Aren't you worried about your blood pressure? What's there to fear? There are so many of us. One piece each won't cause trouble. It's rare for us to get together if we don't indulge a little. What a waste. That made perfect sense. The others fell silent at this remark. Even Old Black was tempted. Then add one serving. But everyone be mindful. Don't overdo it when it arrives. Swish, swish, swish. The order slip was written and handed to the waiter in charge of that section. Old Su, you said you've eaten here before. Is it really that good? How come it's so crowded on the very first day? One old man placed a bottle of national liquor on the table, opening it while asking curiously. Their table was at the edge, and the sight of the overwhelming crowd outside was still quite astonishing. No doubt the inside was also packed to the brim. It's definitely delicious, no question about it. Uncle Black was also puzzled. He wanted to ask Lu Xiaoyang but hadn't had the chance. Uncertainly, he said, it's the first day of business. Why so many people? I'm not sure either. He wanted to ask Lu Xiaoyang if there were any planned customers, and how many. Lu Xiaoyang had no idea what Uncle Black was thinking. In fact, he was equally curious. If he weren't confident in his understanding of Li Jinxiang, he would have thought the same. Right now he too was waiting for a break to ask Li Jinxiang. After a while, Lu Xiaoyang went to the front counter intending to add a dish for Uncle Black's table. Spicy chicken, braised pork, belly, scallion, scented fish. He wanted to add a hearty dish, but seeing their order, he was a bit taken aback by the old men's appetites. Let's just go with a cold shredded cabbage heart. Lu Xiaoyang sighed, helplessly deciding to give them something light to cleanse their palates. There was no helping it. Their tastes were too heavy. A little later, Lu Xiaoyang went to the front counter again, telling the cashier not to charge that table and that he would settle the bill himself. Lu Xiaoyang thought that when it came to fishing, Uncle Black was practically his mentor, having been very kind to him these past days. The old man had also been helpful with the rental situation. Lu Xiaoyang felt he should treat them to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Afterward, he busied himself again and temporarily lost track of the old man. "Brother, you're really working hard." A young waiter working alongside Lu Xiaoyang looked at him with admiration as he rushed around tirelessly. This guy was dashing about with fiery enthusiasm. Anyone watching would think he was the owner. "What can I do? I'm just born to work hard," Lu Xiaoyang chuckled. He couldn't exactly say he was excited about the money he had earned from the crowd. Besides, he truly didn't feel tired at all. Maybe it was just his restless nature. The thought of earning cash from this side gig filled him with an inexplicable, unstoppable drive. By 9 in the evening, tables began to turn over, and everyone grew even busier. Uncle Black and his friends were thoroughly enjoying themselves, already tipsy. "Old Sue, this gathering was a great idea. We old brothers should meet up like this more often." "Exactly. We have so much pension. If we don't spend it now, are we waiting to take it to the grave?" The reluctant host Uncle Black said nothing but silently agreed. This meal had indeed been pleasant and harmonious. The food was delicious, and more importantly, the old friends gathered together reminiscing about many past events. It was wonderful. After eating and drinking their fill, they called the waiter to settle the bill. Soon the young cashier came over, her gaze landing on Uncle Black. Lu Xiaoyang had specifically instructed her it was the uncle as dark as coal. Even without specifying the table, she couldn't mistake him. "Sir, Mr. Lu said your table doesn't need to pay," the cashier said politely with a smile. "No way. Old Sue is treating us. If he doesn't pay, it's no fun," one old man joked immediately. Uncle Black was a bit surprised. He glanced over at Lu Xiaoyang several tables away, who was bent over busily clearing dishes with utter dedication. He hadn't expected the young man to give such instructions. Throughout the meal, he had occasionally cast a glance at Lu Xiaoyang, the busiest person in the room, a young man working with his head down. How would these diners ever know that this was the restaurant's owner? But how could he, an old man, take advantage of such a... Without a word, Uncle Black pulled out 300 yuan and tossed it on the table. Then he called out to his friends and strode away. He had secretly calculated earlier. 300 was more than enough. Did they just leave? Lu Xiaoyang, busy tidying up the table, heard the words of the cashier. He looked up and saw that the table occupied by Uncle He and his companions was indeed empty. The figures of several old men were slowly walking away, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. There are even more now," the cashier said. "All right." Lu Xiaoyang thought they had already given this. He couldn't just return it right. Given the old man's temperament, he was someone who valued face. He would look for another opportunity later. Lu Xiaoyang straightened his back and chuckled softly. "You can take the extra as tips, otherwise it would just benefit the boss." The cashier. "It sounded like you weren't the boss." After saying that, Lu Xiaoyang ignored his little joke and bent down to continue his work. Today he was not a partner, but just a part-time worker making some extra money. The night grew late. There were already very few new customers. The remaining customers were also gradually decreasing. Li Jinxiang, dressed in a white chef's uniform, was sweating profusely, his hair damp, finally able to step out for a breather. "Xiaoyang, you've really worked hard, making you do the waitstaff's job." "Xiangge, you've worked hard too." The two exchanged apologies. Li Jinxiang felt that Lu Xiaoyang was one of the bosses, and now he was helping out as a waiter, which made him feel. But Lu Xiaoyang looked at Li Jiangxiang's drenched hair and flushed face, feeling a different sentiment. Li Jinxiang, the big store manager, was bustling in the kitchen, truly working hard, entirely the stabilizing force of the establishment. And Lu Xiaoyang, he had only spent a bit of money currently, just enjoying the fruits of labor. He felt somewhat like an ancient landlord exploiting good people. "Xiangge, how did you manage it on the first day? The business is so booming." Lu Xiaoyang finally voiced his biggest confusion. Up to this point, he was aware of the promotional plans organized by Li Jinxiang. As someone in advertising, he thought long and hard, and aside from cheating, he truly couldn't understand. There would surely be results, but theoretically it should never have achieved such astonishing effects. It simply didn't make sense. He was too curious. Li Jinxiang wiped his face with a towel, lit a cigarette, and then smiled, saying, "Actually, it's quite simple. I just sent out a business opening information in the group, and I didn't expect so many people to come to support." "What group?" "The property management group." Last time during the tasting, Li Jinxiang had called the property manager of Qianlong Community. Naturally, Lu Xiaoyang assumed this was the property management group of Qianlong Community or nearby communities. If that's the case, placing an advertisement wouldn't be a bad promotional method. Yet the effect still felt a bit exaggerated to him. It still did not make sense. "It's not the property management group, it's more like a fan group." Li Jinxiang chuckled as he explained, "I've been setting up stalls for several months, now shifting from place to place, and it's been quite a hassle. However, luckily during this time I've accumulated some customers." Li Jinxiang took a puff of his cigarette and slowly continued, "Because I was always chased by the city management, the business hours were irregular, and some diners would always leave empty-handed. it wasn't a sustainable approach. After someone suggested it, I created a group for those who recognized our dishes, and many gradually joined. If there were changes to business hours or locations, we could notify them in the group. So with the new store opening, I announced it in the group, and most of the people who came today were from there. A fan group. Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. Fans joining a group and maintaining customer relationships is one thing, but they must at least be a trendy clothing store or a community group that offers points for eggs. Setting up a stall to sell barbecued food. Xianggu, are there many people in the group? Lu Xiaoyang asked. Not many, just about 1 or 200. 1 or 200 people, is that not many? Lu Xiaoyang was left speechless. This was a group of customers with high recognition and loyalty. This is quite impressive. Lu Xiaoyang thought about it again. In their fishing circle, it was equivalent to creating a fish feeding spot. With Li Jiangxiang's skills after such a long time, those who joined the group must be absolute loyal fans. No wonder a single announcement led to such a surge in business. One difference is that a feeding spot won't recognize people and can't be moved. Li Jiangxiang's, however, could relocate. Lu Xiaoyang scratched his head, unable to help, but sigh repeatedly in his heart. If the start was this explosive, he couldn't imagine what the future trajectory would look like. He felt that he wasn't just picking up treasure, he was truly striking it rich. Next, I plan for our restaurant to create social media accounts. I haven't done this before, but with the internet developing rapidly, it feels like opening a channel to communicate with customers. Additionally, based on Su Rui's suggestion, we plan to select some active personal accounts. If they promote dining-related content and meet the like count, we will launch activities like free meals. As for those influencers, our restaurant doesn't need internet celebrities to promote. On the contrary, it might lower the quality. Li Jianxiang habitually began to discuss the next promotional plan with Lu Xiaoyang. Lu Xiaoyang listened attentively, and all he could say was that Li Jiangxiang's management skills were indeed impressive. The key was that in the restaurant industry, the approach was highly targeted. Some may seem rustic, but in detailed analysis, they were very effective. Lu Xiaoyang increasingly felt that his early declaration of not interfering with management was indeed a wise choice. The daily revenue is out. While the two were chatting, Su Rui quickly approached, a look of joy on her face that she couldn't hide. How much? Li Jianxiang suddenly stood up and asked. Lu Xiaoyang followed suit. The amount is close to. Su Rui glanced at the two, her eyes sparkling, and slowly said 150,000. What the heck? Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned. His understanding of the restaurant industry was still limited, but he had a basic understanding of profits. Even at a conservative estimate, the net profit in the restaurant industry should be over 20. Roughly calculating, the profit for a day would be around 30 to 40,000. This is too. That's good. The nearby store manager Li, with his flushed face, showed a satisfied expression, maintaining a calm tone. It's a bit better than expected. Just a bit better. Lu Xiaoyang turned and marveled. Compared to his own shock, Li Jianxiang truly impressed. In an instant, the scale was revealed. This actually only felt like it was acceptable. Oh, Lu Xiaoyang felt as if he were collecting money with a sack on the road. 2 days later, the shop had finally hired enough staff. Lu Xiaoyang, the temporary worker, was naturally honorably dismissed. Lu Xiaoyang appeared at the riverbank to fish again. During these 2 days, old He was away, and he was taken to a new fishing spot by an old fishing friend to try his luck. The old man greeted Lu Xiaoyang and asked if he was going along. Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment, realizing that his skill level seemed the same no matter where he fished. So he decided not to follow along. Today it was yet another day of steady performance. Half a day passed, and he hadn't caught a single fish. Lu Xiaoyang leaned back, pulling his hat down, and decided to take a nap for a while. Just then he received a call from his second aunt. Yang, I've arrived at Yunzhao at your eldest sister's house. Come over for dinner tonight. They'll make you something delicious. Lu Xiaoyang's second aunt had 2 daughters who were his 2 cousins. Both of them were now married and had children. His elder sister was named Xie Xiaoding and currently lived in Yunzhao. The second sister was named Xie Ran and lived in Nanqing. Lu Xiaoyang had always had a good relationship with these 2 sisters. However, now that both of them were married and later had children, their interactions had inevitably decreased. Over the years, he had been studying and working away from home. Except for the new year, their interactions had significant. Like this time, it was somewhat impolite that he hadn't visited during his stay in Yunzhao. On one hand, he didn't like to trouble others. On the other hand, it was about his elder sister's partner. Xie Xiaoding was a nurse, and her husband Wang Lei was a doctor. He wasn't a bad person, but he had a tendency to lecture and sometimes put on airs. This aspect made Lu Xiaoyang somewhat resentful. However, now that his aunt had called, he naturally could not decline. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaoyang sat up again. He might as well try his luck and fish seriously for a couple of fish. If he managed to catch some, it would serve as a gift for visiting relatives. Lu Xiaoyang was determined to try his luck, and unexpectedly his luck turned out to be quite good. Half an hour later, the fishing float on the water suddenly shook violently, then was forcefully pulled down by a powerful force, causing the fishing line to tense up instantly. Lu Xiaoyang quickly stood up, adjusted his stance, and began to wrestle with the fish in the water. After a good while of back and forth, he finally managed to haul up a big carp that looked to weigh about 5 to 6 pounds. Looking at such a large wild carp, Lu Xiaoyang couldn't suppress his excitement. This was his biggest catch since he started fishing. Lu Xiaoyang instinctively turned to share this joy with someone, only to realize that old He was not around today. There were people fishing at a distance though. However, he felt it would be silly to run over and show off. Fishing without anyone to boast felt like losing a significant part of the joy. Lu Xiaoyang felt regretful, but at least he had a gift for visiting relatives today. After a while, Lu Xiaoyang caught another smaller fish. He was completely satisfied. 2 fish were presentable. In the evening, Lu Xiaoyang went to the supermarket to buy some fruit. He then drove to the yuan community. He had been there twice before, but it was 2 or 3 years ago. Fortunately, he had the habit of keeping records, so he could find the door without the awkwardness of calling to ask for directions. He knocked on the door, and it opened quickly. "Elder sister, it's been a long time." The one who opened the door was his elder sister, Xie Shouting, followed by her young son. Lu Xiaoyang greeted with a smile. Xie Shouting greeted him warmly, quickly inviting Lu Xiaoyang inside. He handed her the items he was carrying, and she complained about him bringing things while calling for the 2 kids. "They're at home, brother." In the living room, Wang Lei was scrolling through his phone. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyang, he casually nodded without standing up or acting formal. Wang Lei was about 6 or 7 years older than Lu Xiaoyang, clearly viewing him as a child who hadn't Lu Xiaoyang didn't mind, but his eyes couldn't help but fall on his increasingly thinning hairline. Every time he saw his elder sister's partner, he observed the man's hairstyle. He became increasingly convinced of one thing: hair loss is indeed difficult to treat. In the kitchen, Lu Yueping, Lu Xiaoyang's second aunt, came out upon hearing the noise. "Oh dear, why are you still bringing things when you come home?" Lu Yueping scolded. "Exactly, brother, you brought 2 fish, we have everything at home, why spend this money?" "Aunt, sister, this fish wasn't bought, it was caught today wild. You can taste it later." Lu Xiaoyang replied. With Lu Yueping exclaimed in surprise, opened the bag to take a closer look, and smiled. "You caught this? Wow, it's really big. Well done. Catching your own is truly something special." Xie Shouting laughed. "Your brother also likes fishing, but he's too busy now and can't keep up with it." Lu Xiaoyang knew. In the past, during the New Year visits, he had often heard Wang Lei talk about his fishing experiences. "Come sit on the sofa, you all chat for a while, the dishes will be ready soon." Lu Yueping went back to the kitchen to continue her work. "Have some fruit." Xie Shouting brought out cherries that she had washed. They say big cities have a fast pace, but it's rare for Xiaoyang to slow down and learn to fish. Wang Lei's fishing instincts seemed to kick in. He put down his phone, a faint smile appearing on his face as he spoke casually. "Brother Xiaoyang is joking. You were indeed busy in Nanqing, working non-stop until you were almost exhausted. However, fishing was a new interest lately. Since returning and not having found a job, he just went fishing to pass the time," Lu Xiaoyang replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's smile took on an ambiguous meaning. He was back home after struggling outside, a typical young man without a family enjoying the ease of being unemployed. Wang Lei spoke with a hint of familiarity that Lu Xiaoyang recognized, somewhat advisory in nature. "You've been back for a while and haven't visited home. It's polite to your sister Shouting. You mentioned you're idle now. You should go out more, meet more people to create more opportunities." A typical Wang Lei lecture. In the past, Lu Xiaoyang would have likely responded with silence, pushing back against this preachy tone that he found unappealing. As an underachieving worker, one's self-esteem should not be underestimated. Now, however, Lu Xiaoyang was no longer the same as before. He let Wang Lei speak as he wore a genuine smile, his expression much more serious than when listening to lectures in college. Once Wang Lei started lecturing, he had no intention of stopping anytime soon. In his understanding, or for many people, working in the public sector such as hospitals and schools was considered a proper job. Working in private enterprises or as a freelancer was all seen as unstable. It's not that I'm being long-winded, but at your age, idleness is the last thing you should be doing. Moreover, working at a private company is not a long-term solution, it's unstable and offers no security. You never know what changes may come. Wang Lei spoke frankly, and Xie Shouting patted him on the shoulder with a hint of reproach, saying, "Don't nag your brother, he just got back and needs a couple of days to rest." Wang Lei waved his hand, appearing calm and composed, and continued, "I'm genuinely thinking of Zhao Yi. In our small town, stability is what matters most. You either take exams for a stable job or work in a government enterprise. It's easier to find a partner if you have a stable position." This reminded Xie Shouting, and she paused to ask, "By the way, brother, you just met someone. How is that going?" "Your aunt has been nagging about it since she came." While busy in the kitchen, Lu Yueping perhaps caught the key phrase and walked in with a spatula in hand. "By the way, Yang, I wanted to ask you in person, how's it going with Chen Bing? Aunt Chen Bing is really nice, but our personalities don't quite match. We can forget about being a couple, but we might get along as ordinary friends." "You say that, but I asked Chen Bing and got the same response. I think you two seem quite compatible in many ways. Why can't you get along? Lu Xiaoyang then realized Chun Bing had said the same thing before. In fact, since their blind date, he hadn't really inquired about Chun Bing's thoughts on the matter. Anyway, he didn't have any thoughts in that regard, and since Chun Bing hadn't brought it up, he naturally felt hesitant to speak. However, for a while he sensed that Chun Bing's attitude toward him seemed a bit different. But then that feeling disappeared again. It made Lu Xiaoyang wonder if he was being overly suspicious. It's fine. I heard your aunt say she bought a nice car. Our family's conditions aren't bad, so if this doesn't work out, you can just meet someone else. It's not really a nice car, it's just a Tesla. Lu Xiaoyang corrected him. Tesla? Wang Lei, who was listening nearby, felt quite satisfied, as these conversations validated his earlier statements. However, when he heard Tesla, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his interest was piqued. Oh nice. I'm still driving an old Jetta. Which model of Tesla did you buy? The Model 3? No brother, it's the Y, not the 3. Hiss. Hearing this answer, Wang Lei instinctively sucked in a breath. The cherry he had just popped into his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Tesla and Neo were the models he had always coveted. To him, they represented a stylish choice. Unfortunately, his income did not allow it, and he was still driving that old Jetta he had for many years. Xiaoyang, with your income of over 10,000, buying a Tesla Model Y is quite bold. This has always been something that made Lu Xiaoyang uncomfortable. He couldn't comprehend why relatives in the family were so keen on discussing each other's salaries. It was as if everyone knew about his previous income of around 10,000. Lu Xiaoyang stayed silent while Wang Lei continued to speak earnestly. Don't think that just because you're young and have saved some money to buy a nice car, life is going well. Here, without a stable job and a house, that's the biggest shortcoming. No young woman will want to continue dating you for. Lu Xiaoyang felt like rolling his eyes in annoyance. But Lu Yueping took it in, her heart tightening. The more she thought about this logic, the more it seemed to hold water. That's right. Lu Yueping gripped the spatula a little tighter. Yang, your brother is right. This is indeed the case. You and Chun Bing didn't work out, and this might be the reason. Having a house is too important. I heard from your dad that he is looking for a house, right? Looking for a house is not an urgent matter for now. Xia shouting interjected, but you need to settle your job first. Otherwise, when it comes time to buy a house, you won't have any income records and the bank won't even give you a loan. Brother, I remember you were in the advertising industry before, right? Are you planning to continue with that when you come back? Talk to your brother more. He has been in Yunzhou for a while and knows some people who might introduce you to opportunities. Before Lu Xiaoyang could politely decline, Wang Wei had already taken over the conversation, saying, advertising. I'll ask around when I have time. In Yunzhou, besides government positions, there are schools and hospitals, but their salaries are not very high. You need to be mentally prepared for that. What can I say? Wang Lei probably had a habit formed by being disciplined in a work environment. He was just a few years older than Lu Xiaoyang, but with a stable job, he spoke and acted with a subtle, nurturing demeanor of an elder. He wasn't harsh or ill-intentioned. He just enjoyed playing the role of a mentor. He genuinely believed he was looking out for Lu Xiaoyang's best interests. He also relished the feeling of guiding a younger person. Lu Xiaoyang believed that Wang Lei's previous remarks were all natural expressions, and he probably didn't even realize how annoying he was being. If Lu Xiaoyang didn't respond positively enough, who knows, he might be misunderstood as ungrateful. Lu Xiaoyang still believed it was sincere. Of course, it might not be genuine concern for his job issues. Most likely, it was just the enjoyment of feeling superior in mentoring a junior. Thank you for your kind intentions, brother and sister. Lu Xiaoyang politely declined. I'm not in a hurry about work. After years of working outside, I've never really taken a proper break. I plan to take some time to relax first before making any decisions. Work isn't urgent, but finding a partner can't be delayed. Lu Yueping quickly interjected, earnestly advising. Here, without a stable job, dating is quite disadvantageous. That may be true. Wang Lei chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of realism. Even if you have a nice car, not having a house, it is still a significant drawback. Today's young women are very practical in their thinking. Wanting to start a family isn't easy. After this statement, the atmosphere in the living room grew slightly somber. Buying a house is ultimately an unavoidable major issue when starting a family. She put down her kitchen utensils, her tone urgent. Yang, you need to discuss this seriously with your parents and settle the house as soon as possible. A while ago, I heard they were introducing you to someone. Your parents seemed particularly attentive. But a few days ago when I called, they seemed rather relaxed, which really puzzled me. A while ago, I heard they were introducing you to someone. Your parents seemed particularly attentive. But a few days ago when I called, they seemed rather... At the same time, he began to understand why his parents were no longer anxious. After all, his mother used to call, constantly urging him to hurry and find someone to date. He speculated that it was likely due to the 2 million that had reassured them. His parents were finally at ease. They no longer worried about whether he would end up single. Now that their son has money, not only is marrying a wife no longer a problem, but they are probably also thinking about finding someone with even better conditions. With his parents not in a hurry, Lu Xiaoyang was even more than happy to go along with it. If one had to say, he could barely be considered someone with wealth and leisure now. Fishing and cooking whenever he pleased, it was simply a life akin to that of an immortal. As for finding a partner, it's not that he wasn't looking, but it was better to let things flow naturally without rushing. A close relative like his aunt, of course, had good intentions. Lu Xiaoyang understood this, so although he felt helpless inside, he managed to cope well. As for the matter of buying a house, he wouldn't boast about it since it was brought up now. There was no need to hide it. Is the house already being renovated? Where did you buy it? Is it a new development or a second-hand house? Hearing this, Xie Shouting became interested and pressed for more details. It's not a new community, it's an old district house, just like our hometown, with a small yard. Lu Xiaoyang replied with a smile. An old house. Xie Shouting and her mother Lu Yueping exchanged glances, both clearly surprised. Xie Shouting continued to inquire. Why did you choose an old house, brother? The prices of apartments aren't that high now. If I had known you were looking for a place, I would have asked acquaintances to see if there were any discounts. Buying a new apartment would be much easier. I didn't look at many places. I decided quickly, sis. Lu Xiaoyang chuckled lightly. I just feel comfortable living in an old house, and it's quite peaceful. Besides, we live quite close to each other. Hearing this, Wang Lei couldn't help but laugh again, his tone carrying the usual air of a seasoned person. I said Xiaoyang is still like a college student with quite a romantic sentiment. Living in an old house isn't as comfortable as you think. In summer there are mosquitoes, and in winter there's no heating. It's far less cozy than an apartment. The key is when you're looking for a partner, most girls probably won't think much of it. Honestly, it's just part of the job, it's nothing indispensable. Work at the hospital is stable, so naturally there are more rules. After a meal, although the atmosphere was calm, it was not without liveliness. Lu Xiaoyang listened humbly, not refuting anything, and reached for a cherry to pop into his mouth. If this had happened before, he wouldn't have said anything, nor would he have shown dissatisfaction on his face, but inside, he would definitely feel stifled. Wang Lei was not a bad person, just someone who liked to play the role of a teacher, and this little bit of arrogance sometimes made one's blood pressure rise. But now facing this lecture, Lu Xiaoyang found that his heart remained surprisingly stable. Or rather, he even found it somewhat amusing. He knew that his situation had ultimately changed. In the past, he was someone with little opportunity but a very high sense of dignity in the workplace. Now the biggest change was that he had money, and thus he possessed tremendous confidence. This light-hearted guidance now couldn't stir up any waves in his heart. Since you've bought it, it's good, whether it's an old house or a yard. Lu Yueping interjected quickly. Now Xiaoyang has settled down in Yunzhou. Even if it's not enough, he can always upgrade later. Once it's done, you must let us know. We'll come over to celebrate and have a good time together. Don't worry, Aunt, once everything is tidied up, he'll definitely invite everyone over, Lu Xiaoyang said with a radiant smile. The topic reached a temporary conclusion, and they all focused on enjoying their meal. Brother, come over to our house to play whenever you have time. You probably don't cook much by yourself. How can you keep eating out? If you come, it's just adding another pair of chopsticks. Don't feel like a guest. Xie Shouting said this while taking care of the child during the meal. Alright sis, I'm just worried you're too busy with work. Besides work, you have 2 little ones. You're definitely busy enough. And there's Brother Lei. Weren't you saying there was a chance for promotion? Brother Lei is at a rising stage. Surely he can't spare even a moment at the department, and you can imagine how busy he must be. As soon as these words were spoken, the table fell silent. Lu Xiaoyang had always been more reserved around these relatives, responding when spoken to but seldom taking the initiative to speak in such a social manner. Especially Wang Lei, who seemed visibly stunned. How could he not know that his words were mostly unwelcome by Lu Xiaoyang? But he couldn't help himself. In this family of relatives, his job as a doctor was considered the most respectable. Most others were still in the countryside, so Wang Lei's words always carried weight, and gatherings were often quite lively. Thus Wang Lei had gotten used to this manner of speaking. He had just lectured everyone, and now Lu Xiaoyang was returning the compliment. He was somewhat thrown off balance. It's all part of the job, nothing indispensable. Hospital work is stable, so naturally there are more rules. Throughout the meal, the atmosphere was calm, yet lively. Lu Xiaoyang was relaxed throughout. Wang Lei would occasionally interject with a point or two, but Lu Xiaoyang not only showed no impatience, but continued to indulge him. This meal made Wang Lei feel genuinely happy and very much at ease. Come over to our house whenever you have time, he finally said. The atmosphere rose to another level. After finishing the meal, Lu Xiaoyang took his leave directly. Standing downstairs, he looked up at the brightly lit windows, unable to suppress a smile. The meal was quite good, but today he had managed to keep Wang Lei entertained. However, he was the guest. Lu Xiaoyang sighed, feeling a bit dissatisfied. I need to find someone to cheer me up. Lu Xiaoyang exited the community and got into his Tesla, heading for Wei Kai supermarket. Just as he was about to set off, suddenly his phone lit up. A message from Su Rue popped up in the management group of the 3-person team at the store. Today's sales are about to approach yesterday's, and we hope to set a new record by the end of the day. Lu Xiaoyang replied with a strong emoji, pausing for a moment to calm his emotions. The explosive popularity of the barbecue restaurant in these first few days had genuinely exceeded his expectations. On the first day that evening, Li Jinxiang had calmly informed him that the recent data was due to the opening promotion. After the promotional activities ended and discounts on drinks were canceled, the heat would subside and sales would also drop, accordingly gradually stabilizing. In the future operations, the daily sales were likely to be around 70 to 80,000 or 80 to 90,000. Li Jinxiang spoke calmly, as if it were all quite natural. But Lu Xiaoyang couldn't calm down. Even if Li Jinxiang later mentioned that they were running a barbecue specialty restaurant with a strong seasonal aspect, the peak would only be during these few months. As the National Day approached, business would experience a significant decline. By winter, they might just barely break even. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang still couldn't keep calm. Because even if it was just one summer, if the sales he mentioned were accurate, the profits would be staggering. Oh right, he also had the rent income. He originally didn't want the rent after all, he had bought it, so it was his business to use directly. Li Jinxiang disagreed and insisted on calculating the rent. In the end, Lu Xiaoyang took a step back and set the rent at 8,000 yuan per month, slightly below the market price. This amounts to nearly 100,000 yuan in income for the year. Lu Xiaoyang found himself more composed than ever. Previously, he had only earned his salary through late nights, never having made such easy money. He felt as if it was somewhat unreal. He needed to talk to someone. At the supermarket store, Wei Kai was engrossed in his phone, laughing heartily. Seeing Lu Xiaoyang push the door open, he put down his phone, his smile widening as he teased. "Oh, President Lu, your business is booming lately. What brings you to my little shop today?" Lu Xiaoyang waved his hand nonchalantly, the pride at the corner of his mouth hardly concealed. "Just a small business, barely making a living." "A small business, you say?" Wei Kai sighed dramatically. Right now in the whole Yunzhou, Axiong Barbecue is undoubtedly a phenomenon-level internet celebrity restaurant. Its popularity is simply unbelievable. "I guess." Wei Kai stroked his chin and said, "The daily turnover must be over 100,000, right?" Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback and asked, "How did you guess that?" "What's there to guess?" Wei Kai replied with a meaningful tone, "Don't forget that I was the one who introduced you to your supplier for alcohol. I just ran into him today and he mentioned that the frequency and volume of your restocking lately have been astonishing. Those in the restaurant business know that you can estimate turnover based on alcohol sales." Lu Xiaoyang chuckled, feeling enlightened. "So that's how it is. It turns out each trade has its own ways. I had no doubt that Xianggu could start this business, but I never expected it to be this successful. To be honest, I'm still recovering from the shock of those figures." Lu Xiaoyang unceremoniously took a bottle of Sprite from the nearby refrigerator, opened it, and took a sip. "At first I just wanted to find something to do as long as I didn't lose money. I never dared to think it would turn out this big. You know, when the daily turnover reached 150,000 a few days ago, I remained calm throughout, completely oblivious to the numbers. I calculated it twice, without realizing it." "To be honest, do you regret not making up your mind earlier?" Lu Xiaoyang asked his friend. "It would be a lie to say I don't have any regrets." Wei Kai nodded, honestly feeling a bit wistful. After all, he had initially considered collaborating with Li Jinxiang. Unfortunately, differing opinions at home forced him to abandon the idea. As he said, he could think of ways to make money, but he would never have imagined making money this way. Those who had previously discussed collaboration are now busy banging their heads against the wall at home. This was a joke from the familiar alcohol supplier. Others might take it as a joke, but for those involved it was no laughing matter. For those bosses, not only did they miss out on the collaboration, but they also let slip a massive opportunity and gained a formidable competitor. In a small county, the market is limited. With the sudden emergence of such a major competitor, their businesses would naturally be affected. But speaking of which, it's not just my wife who isn't keen, and I have my concerns too. The restaurant business requires high investment and carries high risks. You know, my situation with elders above and children below, stability is my priority. There's always a trade-off." Wei Kai sighed and smiled lightly. "You're different. You have the money and can make your own decisions. The key is your mindset. You didn't go in with the intention of making a fortune. You mentioned it yourself, as long as you don't lose money, it's considered a gain. Even if you incur some losses, you're mentally prepared. Don't you think that mindset has helped you?" "Is that so?" Lu Xiaoyang nodded narcissistically, touching his face. "Now that you mention it, I really am quite exceptional." "Damn." Wei Kai was speechless. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyang realized that after chatting with Wei Kai for a while, the frustration he had felt after talking to his know-it-all brother-in-law vanished in an instant. To be precise, Lu Xiaoyang felt that his opportunity to collaborate with Li Jinxiang was largely due to Wei Kai. He must repay this favor when the opportunity arises. The next day, Friday, a particularly significant day. After a period of intense construction, Lu Xiaoyang's courtyard was finally completed. Due to concerns about dust during the construction process, the interior hard decoration was finished, but the furniture and appliances hadn't arrived yet, as they were waiting for the completion to come in all at once. The previous night, the initial cleaning had already been completed. Now a brand new spacious courtyard had been established. Today was the day for the furniture and appliances to be moved in. These large items were chosen by Lu Xiaoyang after reviewing styles and discussed with Qin Bing. They had been prepared long ago, but had been stored in Zhao Dahai's furniture warehouse. Zhang Zhizhong arrived early in the morning. Qin Bing had originally planned to take a special leave to oversee the entire process. Unfortunately, her workplace had a last-minute issue, and she had to regretfully miss out. Lu Xiaoyang looked at the fully completed and cleaned courtyard. The gray stone path stretched out in an irregular pattern. According to his vision, he had specifically left a pebble path on the side with both paths complementing each other. Adjacent to the wall was a flower bed surrounded by low stones. Next to it was a plot of land ready for cultivation. The courtyard was large enough to dedicate a significant area for this vegetable garden. Moving to the side, a brand new grape trellis stood erect. The wood grain was clearly visible, and one could imagine the grapes climbing up the trellis providing ample shade. In the corner, the other large gate remained, now repurposed as a dedicated garage. Although it was called a garage, it was actually a spacious awning. It was both beautiful and practical. If needed, it could easily accommodate 2 cars. Qin Bing had fulfilled her initial promise. Of course, the most beautiful part of the entire courtyard had to be the newly completed kitchen. With glass walls on 3 sides, it looked like a transparent box. It was simply stunning. The layout and arrangements inside were equally exquisite and elegant. The matte non-slip floor tiles were warm in color. The wooden cabinets lined the walls, forming a half circle. The stove was on the west wall with an iron pot gas stove and range hood above. Next came the latest model of refrigerator and a sink. At the southernmost end was a sturdy wooden square table complemented by 4 long benches. Along the wall was a set of custom leisure tables with high stools. Perhaps in the afternoon sun one could enjoy a cup of coffee while leisurely spending the afternoon. It would indeed be a beautiful thing. Finally, I fulfilled my mission and completed the project smoothly. Are you satisfied, Xiaoyang? Zhang Zhizhong took this project very seriously. First, Lu Xiaoyang was someone worth his utmost attention. Secondly, such a generous budget was something he had. Satisfaction. It's more than that in my eyes, it couldn't be better. Lu Xiaoyang generously complimented. Lu Xiaoyang looked at the completed courtyard and the workers bustling in and out moving things. His courtyard was officially completed. From now on, he truly had a home in Yunzhou. He could finally embark on a genuinely laid-back lifestyle. Wave after wave of workers came in and out of the courtyard. Furniture and appliances were being moved and systematically unwrapped and adjusted in place. The small courtyard appeared particularly lively in an instant. Take it slow and be gentle when placing it. Be careful with the table and the tiles, don't let them bump into each other. Zhang Zhizhong stood like a devoted old butler on the last shift. His sharp gaze missed no detail. Zhongto, since when did you oversee the furniture moving in? 2 workers carrying a cream-colored fabric sofa greeted Zhang Zhizhong with a smile, saying, "Hey, is this your relative's house? I must say it looks quite impressive." Zhang Zhizhong and Lu Xiaoyang exchanged a glance, both finding a considerable sense of satisfaction in each other's eyes. There was no need to mention the homeowner Lu Xiaoyang. Although Zhang Zhizhong was not the owner, having monitored the renovation throughout, he felt a sense of pride. It was no wonder the acquaintance found it strange. He typically overseeing the moving in of furniture was not within Zhang Zhizhong's responsibilities. In the past, he would usually be there to collect the final payment from the landlord. However, Lu Xiaoyang not only didn't hold back any deposit, but had also fully settled the account ahead of time. In fact, Lu Xiaoyang had even paid several thousand more, giving the workers red envelopes. Therefore, even though this was not Zhang Zhizhong's responsibility, he was extremely dedicated. Zhang Zhizhong chuckled, saying, "Old Zhang, even though this courtyard isn't a relative's, it's not far off. It's all about real relationships, so be extra careful. Don't worry if anything gets scratched or bumped, we can't afford it, not to mention your face, Zhongto. It'll definitely be." The 2 laughed heartily and chatted briefly. Zhang Zhizhong turned around and sincerely remarked, "Xiaoyang, I've done numerous houses in the past, some with courtyards, and while some were willing to spend money, they all pursued luxury and extravagance. To be honest, you are the first I've seen like this, so beautifully idealistic. It doesn't feel like something that would appear in our small county, more like something out of a book. Even I am envious." Zhang Zhizhong gazed at the courtyard, and the admiration in his eyes was unmistakably genuine. Lu Xiaoyang, feeling a bit shy, was still unaccustomed to such direct compliments, replied, "Zhang Gong, you're joking. I don't understand anything. I just did it for my own liking. It's priceless to have something you love. Isn't that the highest realm?" Zhang Zhizhong seized the opportunity to continue, and just as Lu Xiaoyang was unsure how to respond politely, he suddenly thought of something else, and said with a smile, "By the way, Xiang's barbecue, I recommended a friend to go, but he told me he couldn't even get in line. At first I didn't believe it, but after seeing the video he sent, I totally believed it after witnessing the scene of people dining. I truly didn't expect that the restaurant would be this popular as soon as it opened. Jinxiang must be overwhelmed, right?" Zhang Zhizhong looked at Lu Xiaoyang, his eyes filled with emotion. Many in the circle knew that Lu Xiaoyang was an investor in the store, but few understood the details behind the partnership between the two. Previously, he had spent a month working closely with Li Jinxiang, who only casually mentioned the whole matter. He knew how Lu Xiaoyang and Li Jinxiang had discussed it. He understood how the two ultimately reached a quick agreement. At the same time, he was also clear about how Lu Xiaoyang had voluntarily relinquished control. Zhang Zhizhong felt increasingly incredulous precisely because he understood all of this, the composure and grace possessed by this young man at such a young age. At the very least, he felt himself to be vastly inferior. Sorry I went out today and really didn't have time taking a day off. I'll make it up another day. Indeed, Brother Xiang is the backbone of this shop. He is indispensable and has been quite busy. Zhang Zhizhong quietly introduced his friends while Uncle He invited old friends to visit again. This is all to support their business. Now Lu Xiaoyang understands that behind the bustling business there has always been the help of these friends. I really need to thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Zhizhong waved his hand, refusing to take the credit. It's nothing, just a matter of saying a few words. They could eat anywhere. I just introduced them to a good place. The ones who should be thanked are my friends. What I mean is not just that you introduced friends for a meal. Lu Xiaoyang's tone was serious. What I really need to thank you for are the renovations at these two sites, especially the restaurant. If it weren't for your help in coordinating, how could such a large shop be completed so smoothly in such a short time? To meet the deadline, Zhang Zhizhong undoubtedly put in a lot of effort coordinating with workers everywhere, which shortened the construction time to the minimum. If it weren't for Li Jiangxiang's knowledge and guidance, Lu Xiaoyang would have found it very difficult to notice this. This is also why later he transferred some extra money to everyone as a bonus or as a reward for their hard work. In short, it was his little token of appreciation. Oh, come on, this is just what I should do, part of my duty. Zhang Zhizhong shook his head and smiled. Besides, in the end, it's still you two bosses who are open and generous, providing overtime pay, allowing everyone to earn money. As soon as I mentioned it, they all rushed to do it. Brother Zhang, I'll keep my gratitude in my heart, and let's not engage in this mutual flattery in business. Zhang Zhizhong laughed heartily at his words. Typically at this stage, he would be negotiating with the client for payment. Engaging in light-hearted banter with Lu Xiaoyang was particularly unfamiliar to him. By the way, Brother Zhang, I have something else I want to ask you. Lu Xiaoyang certainly wouldn't forget the design fee he promised to Chen Bing. This fee was initially something Chen Bing was resolute about not accepting. Later he insisted even more, and while Chen Bing no longer refused outright, she kept delaying and saying to discuss it later. Now that the entire house's renovation was complete, it was naturally inappropriate to delay any further. However, Lu Xiaoyang knew nothing about design fees and couldn't determine a suitable amount to pay. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Zhang Zhizhong seemed to have heard an unusual term. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, and laughed. We rarely discuss design fees here. Xiaoyang, you must understand that in our area most clients don't really talk about any genuine style and renovations. Even if there's a bit of design, they often expect the renovation company to offer the design service for free. If anyone dares to bring it up, they'll be scolded by clients for being greedy. The more it is like this, the more it becomes a vicious cycle. In fact, intellectual labor really needs to be respected for it to develop positively. Once a laborer of the intellect, now a laid-back individual, Lu Xiaoyang sighed sincerely. While that's true, it's really hard to change things in our small place for the time being. Zhang Zhizhong didn't feel particularly moved as he had long become accustomed to it. Brother Zhang, it's like this. Lu Xiaoyang pointed to the small courtyard and said, in this courtyard, Chen Bing has invested a lot of energy and effort into the plan. I have new ideas and need her to revise and improve it, so I want to give her a design fee. However, I'm not very familiar with the market, which is why I'm asking for your advice. She wouldn't accept it, would she? Zhang Zhizhong was momentarily taken aback and then chuckled. Whether she accepts it or not is up to her. I'm the client. If I feel her work is worthy, then I have to pay her. Even though Zhang Zhizhong had come to understand Lu Xiaoyang quite well, he was still moved by this explanation. In contrast, other clients would never even dare to think about a designer's fees. Lu Xiaoyang, on the other hand, proactively wants to give even when the party involved does not ask. If all the clients he encounters in the future are like this, he can't imagine how fortunate that would be. As for this, there is no unified standard, generally speaking. Chen Bing returned from the office exhausted to her uncle's company. This had already become her daily routine. Not to mention today, she was responsible for overseeing the delivery of furniture and appliances for Lu Xiaoyang. Throughout the day, she made several calls to maintain communication with Lu Xiaoyang and Zhang Zhizhong. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. It was too late to visit today, but she had to return to the company to verify that all the stored furniture had been. In the finance office, a girl with a ponytail came out. She ran into Chen Bing, and before the latter could speak, cheerfully said, Bing, the remaining payment for that big order you had has been received, every penny. Oh great. Chen Bing nodded in acknowledgement. As for money matters, Lu Xiaoyang had never delayed. He hadn't even discussed the price. Twice Chen Bing couldn't help but joke, asking Lu Xiaoyang if he wasn't afraid of being taken advantage of with his temperament. Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment and smiled casually. I never thought about it. Since we are cooperating, it's based on trust. Guessing back and forth would be too exhausting. Chen Bing listened, but thought Lu Xiaoyang's mindset seemed a bit lazy. Although the one being trusted was her, she indeed had never deceived Lu Xiaoyang. However, she still felt that this philosophy of dealing with the world was not very rational. Oh, by the way, it's actually not a big deal if you encounter deception in life. Chen Bing was lost in thought when Lu Xiaoyang suddenly turned around and said, I may not be very clever, but I'm not foolish either. If someone deceives me once, then there won't be any friends left to deal with next time, so I won't have to worry about being deceived again. As Chen Bing reflected on their previous conversation, she walked towards her uncle's office. Suddenly her phone buzzed. It was a message from Lu Xiaoyang. We agreed on the design fee, but we should settle it now. Mom, it's fine not to cook. If you must just stir-fry a simple vegetable. Lu Xiaoyang walked into the kitchen and opened the takeout box containing the lobster and fried chicken placed on the table. Sure, Zhang Shuang replied, concerned, and asked, why did you suddenly come back today, without saying a word? I just wanted to come back, that's all. Lu Xiaoyang opened the lobster, took a deep breath, and nodded in satisfaction. He had decided to come back at the last minute, and specially packed a portion of lobster and fried chicken from the restaurant. Additionally, he was carrying a bucket of draft beer ready to have a drink with his dad. Lu Xiaoyang pretended to be shocked, and asked, what's wrong, Mom? Do I need to report in advance when I go back to my own home? What reporting? I'm just worried something might have happened to you, Zhang Shuang said. Really, nothing happened, Mom. Lu Xiaoyang couldn't laugh at this moment, and began to reflect on himself. His mother's surprise at his return stemmed from the fact that he had come home too infrequently in the past. That's why it was unusual to see him. If there was blame to be placed, it could only be on himself. At the dining table, Lu Xiaoyang took 3 glass cups. Mom, you should try some too. Lu Xiaoyang attempted to invite her. He remembered that his mother rarely drank, but there were 1 or 2 occasions when she would have a drink to unwind during busy farming seasons. This is draft beer, much fresher than what's in that glass bottle, and the taste is different. Lu Dashan usually drank packaged beer, which was placed in the corner of the dining table. It's the cheapest kind of beer, costing just a few bucks per pack. Whenever Lu Xiaoyang thought about how his father had handed him a bank card, and how they had saved money over the years to support his education, he felt a wave of guilt and heartache. He poured beer for his father and himself, and seeing that his mother had not objected, he poured for the 3rd cup as well. Mom and Dad, quickly try this lobster and fried chicken. Let me know if it's good. Lu Xiaoyang eagerly urged them to start eating. Many people he knew had already gone to eat at a Xiang barbecue. It was unacceptable that his parents were the only ones left out. Delicious. The taste is good. After both of them had tasted the dishes, and as expected nodded in praise, Lu Xiaoyang finally felt relieved. Here, Mom and Dad, try this beer and see how it tastes. Lu Xiaoyang took the lead and took a sip. Zhang Shuang tasted it, afterward frowned, and bluntly said, I don't taste anything special about it. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoyang laughed heartily. It's true that it's not particularly good, the main thing is that the taste is quite different. Those who can get used to it should find it pretty decent. Lu Xiaoyang turned his gaze toward his father. Lu Dashan took a big sip, savored it, and nodded, saying the taste is indeed good. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang felt a bit reassured, like a child praised. How much is this? Lu Dashan, having drunk for so many years, could naturally discern good from bad. He took another sip and picked up the bottle on the table to take a look. Not much, just a few dollars a pound. It was fresh beer, costing 28 yuan per pound, but Lu Xiaoyang dared not tell the truth. If he said it, they would definitely feel pain over the money, and it was likely that they wouldn't feel like drinking. After finishing, Lu Xiaoyang then said to Zhang Shuang, Mom, eat more meat. You can enjoy the lobster without worries. I specifically ordered it with garlic, and it's not spicy. The chicken is genuine free-range chicken with very good meat quality. If you want to eat, just let me know in advance, and I can cook for you. Buying like this isn't cheap, right? Zhang Shuang instinctively said. It's not expensive, just a little. After eating and drinking, Lu Xiaoyang felt it was time to speak up. Dad, Mom, I want to update you on the progress of the house. Before Lu Xiaoyang finished speaking, 2 pairs of eyes turned to him, and he continued in a steady voice. The house has now been fully renovated. Renovated? Have you moved in? Zhang Shuang asked with concern. Not yet, but just got renovated. Although I hired a company to remove formaldehyde, there's no rush. I plan to ventilate it first. Lu Xiaoyang said. I was just worried you might be concerned, so I wanted to let you know quickly. If you have time, you can go take a look any day. Zhang Shuang glanced at her husband and said, we definitely need to take a look. Once your dad has a day off, we'll go to Yunzhou. Sure, just let me know in advance when you plan to go, and I'll come pick you up. Lu Xiaoyang said. No need, don't bother with running back and forth. Your dad and I can just take the bus, it's not far, Zhang Shuang replied. What's the hassle? I have nothing to do right now. Oh, it's very convenient for me to come back. Besides, Mom, don't you know that electric cars save money? The fare for you and Dad will exceed what I spend on this round trip, and you'd still end up spending more. Really? Zhang Shuang seemed a bit surprised. Of course. All right, then we'll wait for you to pick us up, Zhang Shuang decisively agreed. Lu Xiaoyang felt quite satisfied with his negotiation skills, and then thought of another matter. He turned to Lu Dashan and said, Dad, when you have time you should learn to drive. Once you get your driver's license we can buy a car for the family. You and Mom can go to Yunzhou and have fun. It would be convenient. I've already inquired and paid the fee. Oh, that's good. Now it was Lu Xiaoyang's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected his father to be so decisive about this matter. He didn't know if the 200,000 yuan he had given his parents had any effect, but he could clearly feel that their mindset had improved significantly compared to before. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyang decided to directly mention the matter of investing in the restaurant. Perhaps it was that strange sense of pride at play. In the past, he felt that his parents didn't understand many things, so he rarely discussed work-related matters with them. As for his failures at work, he never revealed them to his parents. Even when it came to his successes, he seldom mentioned them. He didn't believe his parents would comprehend. At most, he might tell them about his year-end bonus during the year-end just to make them happy. So this time regarding the investment in the restaurant, Lu Xiaoyang hesitated about whether to directly tell his parents. In the past, he believed that as soon as he opened his mouth, they would mostly express their concerns. Worried that he would be deceived, worried that he would fail, worried that he would be overworked. At that moment, he suddenly realized he had never thought deeply about how he had cruelly deprived his parents of their sense of participation in his life. He realized his superior mindset. After studying for several years, he subconsciously felt that he was on a different level than his parents. Now he felt he was wrong. Very wrong. This time the restaurant had succeeded. He had a better mindset and wanted to let his parents share in the joy. However, Lu Xiaoyang also realized a huge mistake he had made in the past. Even if he failed, he could still talk to his parents about it. If you don't talk, do you think they won't know about your struggles and hardships outside? If they don't know, won't they worry in silence? Mom and Dad, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? Zhang Shuang looked over. Lu Xiaoyang quietly set down his wine glass. It's not a big deal. Oh, I just invested some money to partner with someone to open a restaurant. Lu Xiaoyang tried to sound casual. Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuang exchanged glances, and for a moment neither spoke. Lu Dashan sat quietly at the table, thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere around him. His son had grown up. In the past, although Lu Xiaoyang was in Nanqing, the physical distance was not too far, yet he seldom came home. Experiences like now sitting together and sharing a beer were even rarer. Lu Dashan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, he was soon taken aback by his son's sudden news. Yang, did you just say? You opened a restaurant. Zhang Shuang was equally stunned. The couple exchanged glances, and it was customary for her to speak first as she asked incredulously, Is it really a restaurant? Lu Xiaoyang nodded slowly but firmly. Are you partnering with someone? Yes. Is it one of those small restaurants? Lu Xiaoyang paused. He needed to visualize what his mother referred to as a small restaurant and compare it with their actual store to answer the question. If we talk about scale, their restaurant could not be compared to large hotels and banquet halls. However, in objective terms, an area of 400 square meters was certainly not small in a county. The key was that they primarily focused on barbecues, which could be set up outdoors in the summer, making their operational scale much larger than it seemed. This time he didn't hold back his modesty, smiling truthfully. It's not too small. Not too small. Zhang Shuang murmured to herself, needing to recalibrate her thoughts. The room fell silent as the couple tried to digest this somewhat sudden news. Lu Xiaoyang took his time to speak, leisurely sipping his beer. However, his mother's overly cautious questioning almost made him spit it out. Is it one of those dining establishments you see on the road? Though Lu Xiaoyang managed not to spray it out, he accidentally choked, and with a wry smile wiped the corner of his mouth, saying, Mom, you can keep asking, but my answer won't change. Yes, it's a restaurant, the kind where people eat that you see outside. Zhang Shuang nodded in a daze, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Meanwhile, Lu Dashan, who had remained silent, kept a calm expression, revealing no emotional fluctuations. Lu Xiaoyang was not particularly surprised by his father's reaction. However, it was unexpected that his mother, who was usually emotional, did not show any happiness upon hearing this news. After a moment, Lu Dashan finally spoke, his tone betraying his worry. What made you suddenly think of opening a restaurant? You've never done that before, and running a restaurant is no easy task. Lu Xiaoyang was not at all surprised by his father's concern. It was entirely within his expectations. He felt that the older generation liked to worry unnecessarily and overthink things. In the past, he would have rushed to explain his thoughts, persuading his parents and proving that he was definitely right. But now things were different. He had attained a different mindset, which allowed him to approach the situation with composure, understanding his parents' thoughts empathetically. Of course, he still hoped that when he finally revealed the restaurant's operating status, he would see the astonished expressions on his parents' faces. After all, his mindset had been nearly blown away by a series of astonishing figures these days. Aside from Wei Kai, he had not truly set aside his concerns and expressed them. Just as he was silently anticipating, Lu Xiaoyang inadvertently caught a glimpse of the worry deep in his mother's eyes. In an instant it felt as though something had struck him, as if a wall was slowly collapsing within him. Lu Xiaoyang seemed to grasp something profound. He recalled a matter that had puzzled him for a long time. His parents both came from a rural background, embodying the kind of farmers that could be regarded as models. Their income was not high and their days were spent in simplicity, yet despite this they managed to raise 2 children and steadily supported 2 college students. Perhaps they did not provide the best food and clothing. However, he never lacked for care and affection, receiving the best education available to him until he graduated from university. He had gained the ability to establish himself in the city. Moreover, his parents had quietly saved up hundreds of thousands of yuan for his future marriage and home. He had always been curious about how they managed to save so much money. For the younger generation, this was akin to Ultraman's money-making ability. Incredible. Lu Xiaoyang suddenly understood. He felt that he should have realized this much earlier. He looked at the cheap beer in the corner and the clothes his parents had worn for years but were reluctant to throw away. It was precisely because they practiced frugality that they gradually accumulated tens of thousands in savings. Their thinking was outdated, adhering to conventions, yet it was precisely due to their conservatism that they earned the expenses for his and his brother's education and upbringing in tranquility. They seemed to have sealed off their own lives with all their energy, seemingly devoted to the next generation. Lu Xiaoyang realized the magnitude of this sacrifice. This great force moved him, but he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Lu Xiaoyang set aside his feelings of pride and spoke candidly. Dad, you are underestimating the difficulty. The restaurant business is indeed tough. It's not just the small places. Even in big cities, many close down and can't keep running in this environment. It's certainly not easy. Lu Xiaoyang did not rush to express his views or try to persuade his father as he used to when faced with doubts. Upon hearing this, Lu Dashan was slightly taken aback. His previously tense expression relaxed a bit. He was concerned that his son might not understand anything, and upon hearing something from others or getting excited would rush to open a store. The fact that he could articulate this meant that it was not just a whim. So how do you know it's not easy yet still open one? We haven't done this before. Does your partner know what they're doing? Zhang Shuang understood her husband's thoughts and instinctively asked for him. That's right, Mom, my partner knows. Lu Xiaoyang smiled, saying, the market is tough, the environment is bad, and everything is challenging. But no matter how bad it gets, there are always some that do well. Not every restaurant on the road is losing money. Some are profitable. That goes without saying. There are plenty of restaurants making money. If they weren't, why would they wake up early and work hard to keep their stores open? Zhang Shuang chimed in, then pressed further. What kind of person is your partner? Did you know them before? Opening a restaurant together, how are they? We don't want to take advantage of them, but we have to be cautious not to be fooled ourselves. The couple tacitly avoided asking about financial matters. They knew Lu Xiaoyang had 1 million yuan. Even if he bought a house to them, opening a restaurant was not an issue. Their worry was that their son suddenly had so much money, and if he didn't think things through clearly when faced with a situation, he might act blindly and even be deceived. Mom and Dad, don't worry, the person is definitely a good person. They used to run a restaurant in another city, and their hometown is also Yunjiao's. Wei Kai is a neighbor from the next village, my business partner. Is it already open? Yes, it is open. What do they sell? Zhang Shuang asked. The stir-fry we are having now and barbecue. How's the... Zhang Shuang glanced at her husband. The two had quickly accepted and digested this news. Since the restaurant had already opened, their concern naturally shifted to whether it was profitable. How's the business? Lu Xiaoyang deliberately took a deep breath, and when he saw their eyes widen, he smiled and continued, it's not just good, it's exceptionally good. Exceptionally good. Lu Dashan repeated this phrase as he was most concerned about the good part. As for exceptionally good, it was naturally difficult to have a standard for judgment. How exceptionally good is it? Zhang Shuang asked curiously. It's just particularly good, I can't explain it clearly. Wouldn't it be clearer for you to see it yourselves? Lu Xiaoyang could easily share the revenue figures, but he felt it wasn't enough. He was looking forward to his parents seeing it in person. That would be truly thrilling. When was the last time his parents felt particularly proud? Lu Xiaoyang vaguely remembered. It was during the year of the college entrance examination when he was accepted into a decent university, a significant event for the family. In their rural area, they didn't really hold graduation banquets, but his parents were so happy that they invited relatives and friends for a feast. He still couldn't forget the radiant smiles on his parents' faces. Now he felt his parents could be proud once more. After work tomorrow we will go, Lu Dashan decisively stated. Originally he wasn't in a rush since the house had just been renovated. But now that a restaurant had suddenly appeared, he truly couldn't wait. Alright, let's go see it. Zhang Shuang clearly agreed with this decision. Lu Xiaoyang wasn't too surprised. The only thing that broke their plan was how quickly his parents decided on a time. The three of them continued eating, but the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. This stir-fried chicken is really delicious. The shrimp is also quite flavorful. Just a few days ago your aunt went out to eat and brought back some lobsters, but the taste was nothing compared to this. Since Zhang Shuang learned that the food was packed from her son's restaurant, it naturally tasted even better, and she began to praise it without reservation. Lu Xiaoyang saw through the pretense, but chose not to expose it. He didn't know if his mother actually found it delicious, but he thought it was amusing, and this atmosphere filled him with happiness. Lu Dashan didn't offer any praises, but each time Zhang Shuang complimented, he would earnestly respond, seamlessly cooperating. Lu Xiaoyang remained silent, occasionally raising his glass to clink with his father, drinking leisurely. He noticed his mother's beer was nearly finished, and jokingly asked, "Mom, would you like another glass?" "No more, I'm feeling a bit sleepy." Zhang Shuang waved her hand. "Sleeping well is just right, so let's pour half." Lu Xiaoyang cheerfully poured his mother half a glass, and then joked, "This bottle of wine may not look like much, but it's 5 kilograms. We've barely drunk half. You should help me and Dad out a bit. And Dad, you need to drink more, or once I get home my tolerance decreases." Zhang Shuang picked up her glass, looked at it, took a serious sip, and exclaimed, "You know this wine is indeed..." Lu Xiaoyang paused while pouring wine, unable to help but chuckle. Just a moment ago she said it didn't taste good. Hearing that the restaurant was his, she couldn't help but start praising it. Lu Xiaoyang wanted to tell his mother that this wine was not made in their restaurant. However, he felt it was unnecessary to dampen the mood at that moment, so he swallowed the words. After dinner, Lu Xiaoyang helped clean up. By the kitchen sink, Zhang Shuang was washing dishes while saying, "A couple of days ago your aunt wanted to introduce someone to you." "Oh, which aunt?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on. "A cousin, you should remember we haven't seen each other in about 2 years. Lu Xiaoyang listened to his mother trying to jog his memory, but he truly had no recollection. Regardless of which aunt it was, he felt quite resistant to this news. But before he could protest, Zhang Shuang had already quelled his worries. "I said you just met someone your aunt introduced you to recently. The two of you were chatting, so let's not pursue this one for now." Lu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was taken aback that his mother was being so considerate this time. In the past, she wouldn't let such opportunities pass. In his mother's eyes, it seemed that if someone was introduced, they could potentially end up together. Besides, having relatives care about such significant life events meant that he shouldn't take their intentions lightly. Now, even his mother had learned to refuse. "Yang, you just came back buying a car and house. As you said, you haven't settled down yet. I can see that your mind isn't on this." Zhang Shuang glanced back and continued, "Moreover, today you mentioned opening a restaurant, so you probably won't have time to date. Your dad and I have decided not to rush you for now. You can look around yourself, or perhaps you'll find someone more suitable. Regardless of what kind of girl she is, as long as you both are willing, your dad and I won't have any objections." Lu Xiaoyang replied softly, feeling a warmth in his heart. Unknowingly, his parents seemed to have become much more at ease with him. Well, what made him happiest was that in his parents' eyes he was no longer that son who needed to rush to find a wife or risk being single forever. Back in his bedroom, Lu Xiaoyang lay down for a while and suddenly remembered something important. He took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to Xia Ran. "Teacher Xia, could you do me a favor? Could you feed my cat tomorrow? I'm going back to my hometown and originally planned to return early, but now the plan has changed and I won't be back until the evening. I'm worried the little cat will be hungry." On the other side, Xia Ran was stunned for a moment upon seeing the message. "Are you asking me to go to your house?" Lu Xiaoyang found her question both amusing and exasperating, typing back, "Not necessarily. I could just let the little cat find you on its own instead." "How is that even possible?" Xia Ran's message was filled with a series of surprised expressions. "Of course that's impossible. So when you asked that just now, I thought you were joking, which is why I also made a little joke." Lu Xiaoyang sent the message. He paused for a moment while typing, then sent a dog head emoji that he had never used before. He felt that simple text couldn't adequately convey the tone of his speech. Lu Xiaoyang looked at the dog head's naive and silly eyes, feeling satisfied. "So how do I get in?" "Oh, I hid the key to my house in a place. You just need to go pick it up." The next day, when Lu Xiaoyang woke up, he found, as expected, that his father had already left for work. Recently, he had been getting up early in Yunzhou. However, at home, perhaps because he felt too relaxed inside, his sleep quality was exceptionally good, and he naturally woke up after a good rest. "Mom, I'm going out for a stroll." After a quick wash, Lu Xiaoyang went to the kitchen and greeted his busy mother before planning to head out for a walk. The morning in the countryside was fresh. Just a walk could brighten one's mood for the whole day. As soon as Lu Xiaoyang stepped outside, he noticed that the car parked at the door looked different. Yesterday, the car was clearly covered in dust, but now it looked completely renewed. Not just the body, but even the rims were gleaming. Unsurprisingly, there were obvious water stains on the ground around the car. It was evident that it had just been washed that morning. "Mom, did Dad wash the car early in the morning?" Lu Xiaoyang returned home to ask his mother. "Yes, your dad got up early and, having nothing to do, gave the car a wipe before heading to work." His mother's voice was cheerful. "The car isn't even dirty. Why wash it so often?" Next time I come back, don't let Dad bother with this. Lu Xiaoyang helplessly reminded her. Since buying the car, he had returned home twice. Both times the car had been washed early in the morning. Don't worry about your dad, I'll let him wash it. This little task won't tire him out, and it makes him happy. I'm okay then. Lu Xiaoyang felt that saying anything was futile. He stepped back outside looking at his car. He imagined his father carrying a bucket of water early in the morning carefully washing the car. Will this really make him happy? As Lu Xiaoyang walked along the countryside path, breathing in the fresh air, he pondered over his mother's recent words. He seemed to understand the simple happiness of his parents. Often it wasn't about what they themselves gained, but the joy of seeing their child do well that brought them happiness. Lu Xiaoyang was unsure whether it was because he was still young or because he had not yet become a parent. He could try to understand this sentiment, but he was astonished by such selfless dedication and attachment. On his way back from his walk, Lu Xiaoyang received a photo sent by Xiao Ran. In the photo, the cat was happily eating something. Lu Xiaoyang replied, "I thank you on behalf of the cat, Aunt Xiao Ran." A full minute later, Xiao Ran responded with a solitary smiley face. Lu Xiaoyang furrowed his brow, thinking that Xiao Ran, with her innocent and carefree nature, likely did not realize the deeper meaning behind that expression. He kindly explained, "Teacher Xia, don't you know what this expression means? Actually, it's not a smile, it's more like a sigh or a facepalm. You should be careful when using this expression in the future." This time Xiao Ran replied quickly, "I understand." As Lu Xiaoyang walked through the wheat fields, his brow slightly furrowed. Looking at the rising sun in the east, the image of Xiao Ran's angelic face automatically surfaced in his mind, so pure. He didn't quite understand what she meant by "I understand." Had Xiao Ran known all along and just used it? Or did she only realize it after he explained it so enthusiastically? Lu Xiaoyang thought this was clearly not a small issue. He hesitated about whether to ask, even though it might seem a bit foolish. However, it was better than being tormented by curiosity. Just as he hesitated to reopen the chat window, Xiao Ran sent another message. "I don't use this with my students' parents or anyone else." Lu Xiaoyang read it and couldn't help but chuckle, laughing heartily in the open field. His laughter grew loud. Of course, he wouldn't be angry. He just found it hard to imagine that someone as innocent as Xiao Ran would say something so dryly humorous. What would her expression be like at that moment? Thinking about it, she might actually be a bit cute. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran was crouching down watching the cat eat. Having personally fed it for the past 2 days, the little kitten showed no signs of being shy around her. She patted the little cat's head and smiled, saying, "Cat, it turns out that being so blunt is quite fun." In the evening, Lu Dazhan returned from work and a few neighbors were chatting at the entrance of the alley. To his surprise, he saw his son. His son was holding a box of cigarettes, clearly having shared them with a few smokers nearby. "Dad off work?" Lu Xiaoyang had no idea about the surprise in his father's heart and just greeted him with a casual smile. He squatted down, not bothering to stand up. Lu Dazhan nodded in a daze. Lu Xiaoyang, his eldest son, was not particularly shy or the type to avoid people, but he had never stood on the street chatting like this before. Seeing the lively conversation among a few people, even Lu Dazhan felt a bit curious. What could his son possibly be chatting about with them? Just now Xiaoyang said he plans to return to Yunzhou in the future. It's closer, so it will be more convenient for him to come home. An older neighbor a few years senior to Lu Dazhan smiled, revealing his yellowed teeth from smoking. "Yes, it's closer now. Oh, it will definitely be more convenient to go home." Lu Dazhan turned off the motorcycle under him and smiled in response. To him, this was the biggest change. He never expected to see his son so conveniently. Xiaoyang has bought a car now. They say it's not cheap. Since he's working, he can earn money now. Dazhan Yu and Shuaying will enjoy life in the future. The older neighbor chimed in cheerfully. Guangyin was a younger man nearby. This is how it goes in rural alleyways. People chat about everyday matters, and when a good topic arises, those with wit naturally offer praise. It takes a village to raise a child. It's not that easy to enjoy life. Oh, it's still early. The second son is still in school, and we don't know how he'll fare in the exams in 2 years. Since he can attend, we still have to support him to finish his studies. Lu Dazhan felt great joy inside, but still waved his hand humbly. For an ordinary person, having 2 sons brings significant pressure regarding marriage in the countryside. Just the pressure of buying houses for both sons to get married was enough to leave both him and his wife gasping for breath. Fortunately, both sons were doing quite well academically. For their family, the real turning point came when the eldest son won a big prize. With 2 million in hand, Lu Dazhan truly experienced the calmness that comes from having food stored. The key was that winning wasn't the end. Now his son had partnered with someone to open a restaurant, and they said the business was good. Now he truly felt relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about the eldest son anymore. The youngest son was still studying and marriage was still a long way off. With a few years of normal saving, solving the youngest son's life events would be much more manageable. "I'm heading back now, uncle's second brother. We'll chat another day." After chatting for a while, Lu Xiaoyang stood up and went home with his father. Lu Dazhan pushed the motorcycle, glancing at his son, wanting to say something, but stopping short. He had seen his son's recent changes clearly and was naturally very pleased. Though he wanted to say a few words, he found himself at a loss for words. Forget it. Lu Dazhan scratched his head. He had never been a father who was good with words. Let's go now? When Lu Xiaoyang heard that his father had already taken a day off, he immediately decided to set off. It's just to take a look. With a day's time, there isn't much to prepare. Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuang naturally had no objections. The car sped along the way, and soon they arrived at Yunzhao County. Mom and Dad, look, it takes just over half an hour to drive here, so it's very convenient to come to Yunzhao. If we were to take a bus, it would probably take nearly 2 hours. Lu Xiaoyang took the opportunity to start advising his father again. On one hand, he sincerely felt that having a car would make it much more convenient for his parents to come to Yunzhao in the future. Moreover, even if they were in their hometown, they would inevitably encounter days of wind and rain that required going out, making it less arduous. Let your dad learn. This time Zhang Shuang unequivocally expressed her opinion, then said with some concern, but your dad is getting older. I'm afraid he won't be able to learn. Don't worry, Mom, it's not difficult at all. Three-wheeled vehicles, tractors. What has my dad not driven before? They are all Hanson operations which are quite similar. The computer part of the test isn't difficult either. My dad isn't illiterate. He just needs to familiarize himself with the computer. When the time comes, I'll explain it to him alone. There won't be any problems. They chatted idly along the way, and the car ride passed quickly. Passing through the urban area, the car arrived at the Lilliput district. Unlike the towering residential buildings on the outskirts of the county, this area was filled with individual courtyard-style bungalows. Dad, Mom, this is it. This area is called Lilliput. Although it's in the county, it's still a village just like our hometown. Haha. Lu Xiaoyang turned his head and smiled as he introduced it to them. In the passenger seat, Lu Dashan looked at the neatly arranged courtyard outside, but his expression showed no sign of change. Hee. Zhang Shuang couldn't hide her thoughts anymore. Although her son had told them long ago that he bought an old house with a courtyard, seeing it with her own eyes still made her heart sink. This is hardly a house in the county. It looks no different from their village. If one had to say the difference, it was that the house appeared much more orderly. The road surface was somewhat hardened and cleaner. And, well, it seemed to be just that. The car steadily parked at the entrance. Actually, the door on the garage side could have been opened directly. Lu Xiaoyang had thought about backing the car directly into the garage. However, he considered that it was his parents' first time visiting, so it would be more formal to enter through the front door. We've arrived. Lu Xiaoyang got out of the car, opened the door, and waited for his parents to come down. He stamped his feet and waved his hand, introducing Dad, Mom, this is the courtyard. This will be our new home in Yunzhao from now on. After Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuang steadied themselves, they looked up to assess the appearance of the courtyard. The latter felt a chill in her heart again. This house was almost indistinguishable from their old home, simply plain and unremarkable. From the outside, Lu Xiaoyang's newly renovated courtyard indeed bore no difference from other courtyards. He had hardly made any alterations to the courtyard wall, only raising it slightly and adding some anti-theft details. The main gate had been newly replaced, but it didn't seem particularly novel. It merely added a bit of privacy. The rest was truly no different from the surrounding houses. What's wrong, Mom? You don't like it? Lu Xiaoyang noticed his mother's smile was a bit forced, and guessed what she was thinking, suppressing a laugh while feigning ignorance. This was precisely the effect he wanted. It looked ordinary from the outside, but there was a world within. Zhang Shuang smiled, but didn't know what to say. If it were in the past, she would have thought her son bought such a house to save money. However, she knew her son had money and would not be seeking bargains. But, in her perspective, moving from the countryside to the county meant living in an apartment was considered progress. Now her son had moved from a rural bungalow to a county bungalow. Dad, what do you think? Lu Xiaoyang didn't want to make his mother uncomfortable and turned his attention to his silent father. It's quite good. Lu Dashan glanced around and uttered 2 words, quiet. Lu Xiaoyang wasn't sure how sincere his father's words were, or if he was just taking his feelings into account, and he smiled calmly, saying, I think so too. I liked it at first sight also because it's quiet. Lu Xiaoyang didn't rush to open the door, but led his parents toward the nearby pond first. The sun had just set, and a few elderly ladies were chatting under the shade of the trees by the lake. The pond, recently renovated, had clear water. The slopes of the pond were neat and tidy, and the newly planted willows around looked vibrant, along with the flowers and plants that Lu Xiaoyang himself had participated in planting. The scene before them appeared quite beautiful. This pond is quite nice. The water looks clean. Wow, it really looks good, like a small garden. Zhang Shuang's eyes lit up with surprise, and her smile visibly broadened. This pond could be considered a small appetizer. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Lu Xiaoyang then led his parents back to the front door. He used a password lock for the new door. After scanning his face, a voice announced unlocked. The door was slowly pushed open by Lu Xiaoyang as he stepped aside to let his parents go first. Zhang Shuang walked in front, her heart already too afraid to have any expectations. She had originally had expectations. How could a mother not be happy about her son's new house? But with a courtyard that resembled a rural one, she didn't dare to hope too much. Fortunately, they had money in hand, and Zhang Shuaying was silently preparing for the worst until she stepped into the courtyard. In the next moment, a brand new, exquisitely clean courtyard, with even the bluestone slabs spotless, suddenly appeared before their eyes. The couple stood frozen, completely astonished by the scene before them. Stone paths, grape trellises, tall locust trees. The courtyard stone path was neat and tidy alongside a gracefully laid pebble path, looking very elegant. Deep red grapevines stood against the wall, while the old locust tree was lush and green. Over on this wall, flower beds and vegetable patches were neatly divided. And there were flower beds. This courtyard was not at all what they had imagined. At first glance, it was clear that it was actually two courtyards. There were also these beautifully arranged and exquisite items. Soon both their gazes fell in unison on the kitchen in the middle of the courtyard with 3 glass walls. The level of beauty and exquisite detail far exceeded their imagination. Moreover, the main house had beautifully designed windows that were equally stunning. The two remained silent for a long time, both lost in shock. However, this time it was completely different from the shock they had just experienced. Yang is this? The new house. Zhang Shuaying glanced around, feeling like her eyes were not enough to take in everything, her heart filled with, "Of course, didn't I just mention it, Mom?" Lu Xiaoyang joked with a smile, "We've already come in. If it weren't our home, wouldn't that make us thieves? Are these 2 courtyards?" Lu Dashan immediately noticed that the area was off. It was clear that these were 2 courtyards that had been connected. That's right, this is quite a pleasant surprise. These 2 courtyards belong to the 2 brothers. They bought them together. Zhang Shuaying's attention was entirely on the beautiful kitchen, filled with joy as she admired it, and asked, "But is this newly built?" "Yes, this kitchen is newly constructed. The others have not been dismantled, just renovated." "This must have cost quite a bit, right?" Zhang Shuaying stood at the entrance, completely amazed. The transparent sliding glass door of the kitchen revealed a complete set of kitchen appliances. Everything was shiny and brand new, exuding quality. It was truly beautiful everywhere. This was completely different from the old house she had imagined outside the door. "It's all right, you forgot, Mom, I have money," Lu Xiaoyang said with a smile. "Let's not stand outside, let's go inside and take a look." Naturally, Lu Dashan and his wife were pleased. Thus, Lu Xiaoyang stepped aside to lead the way, taking his parents room by room to explore. Zhang Shuaying, excited, was the first to pull open the glass door of the kitchen. Looking at this completely new and spotless kitchen, she felt her eyes were not enough. She bent down, closely examining the bright, clean kitchen utensils, which looked even more impressive than from outside. She hesitated to touch them. At that moment, she completely forgot the regrets about not having an apartment. Which apartment has such a beautiful and impressive kitchen? Zhang Shuaying could confidently say it was the largest and most beautiful kitchen compared to all her relatives' kitchens she had seen. The brand new appliances gleamed silently, conveying elegance. "This kitchen is really big and beautiful," Zhang Shuaying murmured to herself, her eyes filled with joy and amazement. "Isn't it beautiful, Mom?" Seeing his mother's delight, Lu Xiaoyang couldn't hide his pride. He felt no need to conceal his emotions in front of her, proudly showing off. "Look at this range hood, this oven, this refrigerator. All of them are the latest models, all equipped with artificial intelligence capable of communicating with them." As he spoke, Lu Xiaoyang eagerly began demonstrating on the spot. He hadn't even taken the time to fiddle with it himself, but with his parents present, he was enthusiastic about showcasing it. "Help me check what ingredients are left in the refrigerator." The kitchen fell silent for a few seconds, and amidst the anticipation of the 3, a crisp electronic voice sounded. "Sorry, there are currently no ingredients in the refrigerator, only 8 bottles of bottled water." Lu Xiaoyang cleared his throat and said, "Then help me turn on the air conditioner." "Okay, what temperature should I set the air conditioner to?" 25 degrees. "Okay, the air conditioner is on, set to 25 degrees. Also help me turn on the range." "Okay, the range hood is on." The refrigerator executed a series of tasks in response to Lu Xiaoyang. These gadgets might not seem novel to the younger generation, but they were clearly impressive in the eyes of his parents. So advanced. Zhang Shuaying was dumbfounded, her voice lowered significantly, as if fearing to be overheard by the smart appliance. "This whole set must have cost quite a bit, right?" Lu Xiaoyang smiled reassuringly. "Mom, this is a bit more expensive than ordinary items, but not as shocking as you might think. These have been trendy in the past 2 years. They look impressive, but are actually quite hassle-free." "That's true." Zhang Shuaying fondled the items in the kitchen, even the tables and chairs growing fonder with each glance. "Oh, these are all new. They look really nice." "Mom, wait until you try them out. If you find them easy to use, we can get a set for our home too," Lu Xiaoyang said with, No. Zhang Shuaying's expression changed slightly as she waved her hands repeatedly to refuse. "You've bought this here. What use is it to have such good things at home? Besides, I wouldn't be used to it. If you try it more, you'll get used to it." Lu Xiaoyang chuckled and continued to lead his parents to see the other rooms. He had not gone for a lavish style in the entire house's decoration. In his view, such things lacked warmth and a human touch. Thus, most of the solid wood furniture throughout the house was in warm, cozy shades of natural wood. Although Lu Xiaoyang was not short on money, he had not spent excessively on extravagant or flashy items, even for the soft furnishings in the bedroom. Instead, he opted for a minimalist blank style. In the bedroom, besides the bedside tables and the essential wardrobe, there was just a set of small tables and chairs for sitting. The mattress price goes without saying. The bed itself was also quite pricey. However, these details were hard to discern at first glance. Room by room, they continued to explore. Zhang Shuang finally asked the most critical question: how much did it cost to tidy it up like this? Not much, Mom. These 2 courtyards cost about the same as a single apartment. But an apartment couldn't offer such a large courtyard. It couldn't provide this level of comfort. Lu Xiaoyang laughed. But Zhang Shuang actually agreed with her son's reasoning. Every time she visited her relatives' apartments, she felt stifled, uncomfortable. Living in her own courtyard was much more relaxing and reassuring. However, considering that her son's house was intended for marriage, it couldn't just be about her comfort. They had to think about whether a girl would like it. Yet she thought again, as she had just said she wouldn't rush her son about marriage, and now she was nagging about the house. Besides, they had already bought it. There was no point in discussing it further. What do you think? Zhang Shuang looked at her husband. He, even though he usually spoke a little less, should not be silent in their son's newly purchased house. It's quite good. Lu Dashan genuinely found it pleasing, but seeing his wife's gaze, he turned to ask, with such a large area, if it were to be demolished in the future, we should receive a good compensation, right? Before Lu Xiaoyang could respond, Zhang Shuang's eyes lit up as she stared straight at her son. Lu Xiaoyang laughed. Dad, if this place really gets demolished, whatever compensation they offer us will be based on the area, and we should receive the same amount. However, this shouldn't be a concern for 1 or 2 years. In the near future, there shouldn't be any plans, as the relevant departments are still investing funds to improve the residents' conditions here. It's fine if it doesn't get demolished. It's so clean and beautiful now. It would be a pity to tear it down, Zhang Shuang said. Lu Xiaoyang was not surprised by his mother's quick change in attitude. After all, the condition of his house was indeed quite good. Especially for someone who had lived in the countryside their whole life, it was simply irresistible. He had already been confident about this. It was simply easy to manage. One room after another, they had all been checked. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock and mealtime was approaching. Mom, Dad, why don't you take a break? We'll go eat soon, and you can take a look at the restaurant my son opened. The moment the couple heard about visiting their son's restaurant, they hardly had the mood to rest. Zhang Shuang said without hesitation, no need to rest, let's go right now and take a look. All right, then. Lu Xiaoyang could guess his parents' thoughts, so he didn't delay any further. He exited the house and returned. Zhang Shuang took one last lingering glance at the beautiful kitchen, or if it weren't for her eagerness to see her son's restaurant, she would have loved to cook a meal in there. Lu Xiaoyang noticed his mother's gaze and looked deeply at the kitchen as well. Previously he thought it was beautiful, but now it felt different. For a mother who had cooked for her family of 4 for decades, this kitchen appeared exceptionally attractive. Just for this reason alone, the kitchen was worth it. Lu Xiaoyang drove his parents quickly to the Guanlan community. After parking the car, Zhang Shuang and her husband got out, and upon looking up they were instantly stunned. Yang, is this the restaurant you mentioned that you opened with someone? Knowing they had parked here, Zhang Shuang already guessed the answer was likely affirmative, but couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Before them, the 4 large red characters, Ashang Barbecue, were exceedingly eye-catching. Of course, it wasn't just the sign that stood out. It was also due to its solitude. All the neighboring shops on either side were still not open. However, there was liveliness outside, where a large number of outdoor tables and chairs were neatly arranged. Every table was occupied, and the sound of chatter filled the air. The aroma of grilled skewers mixed with the smell of food wafted toward them. This bustling scene was particularly striking. There were simply too many people. She had expected good business, but the scene before her exceeded her imagination. Do we have to wait to eat? Zhang Shuang heard an announcement calling for the next customers, which undoubtedly reshaped her perception. The silent Lu Dashan's gaze fell upon a red scrolling banner above the shop sign. It read, "New store opening, thank you for your patronage and support. Due to the excessive number of diners exceeding the service capacity of this establishment, we recommend that customers without seats consider returning at a later time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused." His wife couldn't read. He wanted to tell her that not only was there a line, but they were also turning people away. Well, because of the new opening activities, there are especially more people today. Lu Xiaoyang observed his mother's surprised expression and, not realizing it, began to comfort her in a somewhat pretentious tone. It should be better in a few days. In fact, the number of outdoor tables was actually fewer than in the first 2 days of opening. This was a decision made by Su Rue, who had informed the group about it. The reason was that although the space in front of their restaurant was large enough theoretically, they could add more tables without. However, adding tables was easy, but the capacity of their kitchen was limited. If customers sat down but the food took too long to arrive, it would harm the restaurant's reputation. Thus, Su Rui resolutely decided not only to refrain from adding tables, but instead to remove some, ensuring the best dining experience for the customers. Li Jianxiang fully supported this decision, and Lu Xiaoyang had no objections either. He just underestimated the Chinese people's desire to join in on the fun. Perhaps some customers were temporarily persuaded to leave, but it seemed there were still plenty willing to wait. Yang, is this really your place with someone? Zhang Shuang still found it hard to believe. Are you really the boss? The couple had worked diligently all their lives in the village, and raising 2 children to become university students was already a tremendous pride. They had never imagined their son would suddenly become the owner of such a large restaurant. This beautiful reality felt almost like a dream. Mom, it couldn't be more real. You could say that your son is one of the bosses. Lu Dashan looked at the busy waitstaff. Since his son was the boss, how could he have the heart to eat? He said, look how busy it is, let your mom and me help out. Is there anything we can do? Yes, at this time we shouldn't be eating, we should help out first. Zhang Shuang immediately agreed, then asked in confusion. Yang, you're the boss, and it's this busy, how can you neglect it? Partnering with someone, wouldn't they have objections? Lu Xiaoyang found it amusing and helpless. No worries, Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry. We have enough staff. You wouldn't even know what to do if you jumped in, as someone would have to guide you, and it would just get in the way of their work. As for me being so free, actually I only invested money in this restaurant and my partner manages it. Professionals handle professional matters, I usually don't get involved, just waiting for the profit sharing at the end. Profit sharing. Zhang Shuang's curiosity was piqued by this word. She couldn't imagine how much money such a busy restaurant could make. However, she suppressed her curiosity and didn't ask. Although no one heard their conversation, they still wouldn't easily discuss money in public. Is that girl the one? Zhang Shuang pointed at Su Rui, who was busy directing things at the restaurant entrance. This girl appeared competent and authoritative, clearly someone in charge. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at Su Rui and quietly explained, she's the floor manager, my partner is in the kitchen, he comes from a chef background and manages the back kitchen. Oh, Mom and Dad, wait a moment, I'll go ask them to arrange a table for us. Lu Xiaoyang didn't like using this privilege, but since it was his parents, he felt reluctant to let them wait idly. Just as he was about to walk over, Lu Dashan reached out and stopped his son. No need to rush, they are waiting, so we can wait too. We're not that hungry anyway. Yes, let's just wait, we shouldn't cut in line like this. This might take a while. Lu Xiaoyang, it's fine, didn't they prepare seeds? Zhang Shuang and Lu Dashan looked at a small table nearby which indeed had popcorn and sunflower seeds. Zhang Shuang couldn't understand why one would wait for such delicious food. Unless of course it was her son's restaurant. Naturally she would wait. Even if she didn't eat anything, she was happy to wait. Lu Dashan, who usually didn't snack, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and popcorn and handed them to his wife. The two sat side by side on a small stool, chatting casually, while their eyes occasionally scanned the crowd of diners. The joy in their eyes was unmistakable. Lu Xiaoyang quietly watched this scene. Suddenly he realized that he seemed to have once again made his parents. Lu Xiaoyang saw that his parents were so resolute in their attitudes, so he decided not to say anything more. As long as they were willing, he naturally didn't mind at all. He then asked a passing waiter for a number. Fortunately, most of the waiters here did not recognize him. Since he had decided to wait, it was best not to be recognized to avoid unnecessary complications. Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuang, the couple, were almost entirely focused on the surrounding customers, occasionally whispering to each other while observing their conversations. Around them, customers were either standing or sitting, all waiting. There are too many people here, let's go somewhere else to eat. Trust me, this place is definitely worth the wait. You better be telling the truth. Absolutely true, if you don't eat here you'll regret it. Every time they heard such a conversation, the couple would exchange knowing glances, a proud look fleeting across their. These people didn't know that this restaurant was opened by their son. After nearly an hour, it was finally their turn. The waiter led the three of them to a table right next to them. Would you like a paper menu, or to order by scanning a code? The waiter politely asked. I can scan the code. Lu Xiaoyang began to order. He was quite familiar with it. After all, he had just worked part-time not long ago. He particularly appreciated that they asked whether to provide a paper menu or the scanning option. Many restaurants nowadays have completely switched to online ordering for convenience. However, they often fail to consider that there are still many people, especially the elderly, who need a paper menu. He was sometimes quite concerned about this kind of situation that showed no consideration for customers. Lu Xiaoyang focused on the menu, selecting dishes while asking for his parents' opinions. He ordered the restaurant's specialties since his parents were visiting and should have a good taste. Go cut some more watermelon, give a few pieces to each table, and make sure to include the waiting customers. Su Rui walked out from inside, glanced around, and instructed a waiter. As she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly fixed on a table of customers. Although it was just a silhouette, Su Rui was quite confident in her memory and would not mistake anyone. Of course, her gaze quickly shifted from Lu Zhaoyang's back to Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuang on either side. Although she couldn't see their faces clearly, it was evident that they were likely Lu Zhaoyang's parents. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to approach recklessly. Su Rui went to the front desk and took a glance at Lu Zhaoyang's order, noting the order time and menu. After more than an hour, Lu Zhaoyang and the others had nearly finished eating. "Dad, Mom, how is the taste?" Lu Zhaoyang asked. "Mr. Lu, this must be your uncle and aunt." A cheerful voice rang out beside them. Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuang turned to look, and it was the female manager their son mentioned. They quickly stood up. Lu Zhaoyang was finishing the last of his meal when he heard the voice and looked up. Lu Zhaoyang did not seem surprised that Su Rui had noticed them. He put down his chopsticks and smiled, saying, "Sister Rui, these are my parents. Dad, Mom, this is Su Rui, the manager of the restaurant whom I just mentioned." "Hello, Manager Su." Lu Dashan was able to manage the formalities and greeted her politely. Su Rui smiled warmly, saying, "Uncle, don't be so formal. Just call me Su Rui." "Oh, you didn't even mention you were coming. I thought I was seeing things. This is really something to blame on Mr. Lu." Lu Zhaoyang smiled and replied, "My parents just happened to come to Yunzhou, so I brought them here for a meal. I didn't want to disturb your work too much." "Yes, just getting a bite. Don't let us take up your time," Lu Dashan echoed. "Uncle, not at all. How could that be a bother? Once you finish eating, let's head up to the office for a bit. You and Auntie haven't been there yet. You should definitely check it out." After Su Rui left, the three of them sat back down. Zhang Shuang lowered her eyes, occasionally glancing at her son. She was still savoring Su Rui's earlier address to her son. "Mr. Lu. Well, that sounds really nice. Mom, what's up?" Lu Zhaoyang noticed his mother smiling to herself and couldn't help but ask curiously. "It's nothing." Zhang Shuang slightly restrained her smile. "Is that so?" Lu Zhaoyang replied with a puzzled smile, "Why are you suddenly so happy?" As the meal was nearing its end, Li Jianxiang, who had changed out of his white chef's uniform, appeared. Lu Zhaoyang was genuinely surprised. "Brother Xiang, what are you doing here?" Lu Zhaoyang certainly knew that Su Rui must have informed him. Just now Su Rui was fine, but once Li Jianxiang appeared, it really did disrupt the work in the kitchen. "Zhaoyang, this is truly your fault. How could you not even greet your uncle and aunt when they came? I didn't know you were here," Li Jianxiang jokingly reproached with a smile. "Oh, Brother Xiang, don't be so polite. You're busy with everything, and how could I impose on you?" Lu Zhaoyang turned to introduce seriously, "Dad, Mom, this is Li Jianxiang, whom I call Brother Xiang. He is my partner, a very skilled chef. The skewers you were praising just now are his specialty. All this popularity is thanks to him. My parents came to see the house I renovated, so it was just right to come for a meal. My mom initially said she didn't understand why so many people were queuing to eat, but now having tasted it, she completely understands. The food is excellent, the flavors are amazing." Zhang Shuang exclaimed, "No wonder Yang Yang said you had great skills. Only after tasting it did I realize he wasn't exaggerating at all." Auntie, you're too kindly. Jianxiang seemed a bit embarrassed by the compliment. He turned and said, "Uncle, I have to get back to work. I can't stay too long. Let's find another time to sit down together." "Oh, you're busy. My mom and I just came to take a look." "Oh, we didn't want to interrupt your work," Lu Dashan also said politely. "Here, Uncle, let me pour you a drink today." Lu Zhaoyang just noticed that Li Jianxiang was holding a bottle of beer. Li Jianxiang poured some for Lu Dashan and then filled his own cup. Lu Zhaoyang was startled at this sight. He had eaten with Li Jianxiang multiple times, yet he had never touched alcohol. "Brother Xiang, you don't have to drink." Lu Zhaoyang felt touched knowing this was for him and quickly reached out to stop him. Li Jianxiang waved his hand, smiling, "It's fine, it's fine. Come on, Uncle Zhaoyang is my good brother. This restaurant owes its success to him. I wanted a chance to sit down with you, and this time I didn't host well." "Not at all, everything was very good. Zhaoyang is still young. We need to thank you for looking after him." Lu Dashan quickly. Li Jianxiang raised his glass and downed it in one go. Li Jianxiang did not dare to delay. After respectfully finishing a cup of wine, he hurried back to the kitchen. Then, under the introduction of Su Rui, Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuang had a look around both upstairs and downstairs. The restaurant was so large that the couple did not speak, but their minds were already shocked several times. The restaurant was too busy. Lu Dashan was unwilling to sit down for tea and insisted on leaving after just a glance. After drinking, Lu Zhaoyang simply threw the car and went to stay busy in the parking lot. The three of them unanimously decided to walk back. "Yang Yang, why haven't you said anything?" Zhang Shuang noticed that her son's mood seemed a bit different. "It's nothing, Mom." Lu Zhaoyang came to his senses after a moment of contemplation and said, "I should have stopped Brother Xiang from drinking that cup of wine just now. One cup of wine is just one cup. Oh, what's the big deal?" Zhang Shuang felt there was nothing wrong with it. "Doesn't drink." Zhang Shuang was taken aback, feeling it was somewhat unusual. "Then why did he offer your dad a drink just now? We're not outsiders, no need to be so polite. But for someone running a restaurant, it's quite rare not to drink, isn't it?" Zhang Shuang directed this last question at her husband. Lu Dashan was also somewhat surprised. "Brother Xiang doesn't not drink. he just hasn't drunk in the past 2 years. Lu Xiaoyang slowly recounted Li Jiangxiang's experiences. After hearing this, Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuaying exchanged glances. Who knew he had such a hard life? No wonder he looks a bit older at just over 30. Zhang Shuaying sighed. Such unfortunate experiences would move anyone who heard about them, especially since this person was right in front of them. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyang turned back to glance, remaining silent for a long time. He understood Li Jiangxiang's thoughts and was grateful for his financial support in his heart. It seemed like he regarded him as a benefactor. Lu Xiaoyang did not wish for it to be this way. In fact, how could he not feel fortunate to have met the other party? Such a bustling restaurant was truly a matter of luck. Encountering such a cooperative opportunity, Lu Xiaoyang felt it was no less difficult than winning the lottery. Upon reaching home, Yang, with so many people eating at the restaurant, how much do you think they earn in a day? Zhang Shuaying finally couldn't help but ask. Lu Xiaoyang smiled and said, Mom, if I tell you a number, I'm afraid it will scare you and Dad. We're not that old, how could we be scared by a number? Zhang Shuaying teased. Lu Xiaoyang adjusted his mindset and slowly said, in the first few days of opening, the peak daily revenue can reach over 100,000. He had no intention of hiding it. This was a legitimate business earning, unlike the lottery, so he wasn't afraid of his parents overthinking it. They would be willing to gradually improve their lives only after knowing about this income, which was the most important. Over 100,000. Zhang Shuaying was indeed shocked. What does over 100,000 even mean? She didn't even dare to think about it, nor could she understand it. The only thing she was sure of was that it was a lot of money. On busy days, the earnings can reach about 40,000, and in the future it might be a bit less, but it should still be around 20,000. But, Lu Xiaoyang paused. What comes to me is just half, Just half. Can you really take home 10,000 in a day? Zhang Shuaying felt a bit dizzy, her voice. Earning over 10,000 a day was a dream she never dared to dream. Can this restaurant really earn this much? Lu Dashan was somewhat better at processing it, but the turmoil in his heart was still quite significant. Zhang Shuaying held her throat, trying to digest this news, but still found it very difficult. This can't be casually mentioned to outsiders. That's too much money. Mom, don't worry, I won't say it casually. Lu Xiaoyang arranged the rooms for his parents, and then went to the yard of Uncle He to fetch the cat. In fact, everything in the new house was formaldehyde-free, and after the renovation, everything had been cleared out. In theory, they could have moved in long ago. Lu Xiaoyang had not been in a hurry previously, as they were quite comfortable living there, so he had not moved back. This time, with his parents coming, he considered it a formal move-in. Lu Xiaoyang returned to the room, and the cat happily rushed towards him. He picked up the cat, and unexpectedly found a note above its nest. The little friend has eaten enough, and the big friend shouldn't be hungry either. Next to the note was a pack of cookies. Lu Xiaoyang picked up the cookies and looked at them. Although he really wasn't hungry at all, he still unwrapped one and took a bite. It was sweet. Lu Xiaoyang took out his phone and replied, "Thank you, Teacher Xia, on behalf of the cat. Also, thank you for the cookies you sent, Teacher Xia." Teacher Xia did not reply immediately, so Lu Xiaoyang went to tidy up his things. "Dad, Mom, there's something I thought about before and wanted to mention to you." After tidying up, Lu Xiaoyang returned to his little yard and came to his parents' room. "I was thinking you guys shouldn't work at the factory anymore." Although the labor intensity in the factory was bearable, it was still physical work. Now that conditions have improved, Lu Xiaoyang didn't want his parents to suffer any longer. "Actually, the factory isn't tiring," Lu Dashan said. "Whether it's tiring or not, there's no point in doing it. I know you and Mom can't sit still, so why not open a store? A supermarket would work, but it's still a bit busy. I think a grain and oil store would be really good." This was something Lu Xiaoyang had seriously considered and also consulted with Wei Kai. A grain and oil store is easier to manage than a supermarket and doesn't require long hours like an ordinary supermarket. In the end, Lu Dashan and his wife agreed to consider it. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyang was already quite satisfied. The next day, Lu Dashan and Zhang Shuaying left happily. Lu Xiaoyang moved to his small courtyard and continued his laid-back life. On this day, Uncle He said he wanted to take him to a new place for fishing. Initially, Lu Xiaoyang was not very enthusiastic. He was already familiar with the old place. There were familiar kittens and familiar fishing spots, and the shade of the trees was perfect for napping. "Uncle, you promised there would be shade to cool off, right?" On the electric bike, Lu Xiaoyang asked uneasily. "Yes." Uncle's voice was a bit muffled. "We haven't reached the place yet, and you're already thinking about sleeping, huh?" Lu Xiaoyang chuckled, not saying anything, which was an acknowledgement. Seeing this, Uncle He got angrier and angrier. "You're going to fish, not to sleep." He had brought several young people into the fold over the years, but he had never seen anyone as laid back as Lu Xiaoyang, who showed no respect for fishing. This kid said he was fishing, but in reality, he spent half the time sleeping and half feeding the fish. "I watched a movie last night and stayed up late. I need to catch up on sleep." Uncle He didn't know what to say. If he said this guy didn't pay attention to his routine, he knew Lu Xiaoyang got up early every morning to run. That's something most young people can't manage these days. Now his fishing gear was getting more and more complete. He had all the necessary equipment, including the net. Uncle, where exactly are we going? They were now traveling along the road beside the river in a direction different from the usual fishing spot. You'll know when we get there. Uncle Hay still didn't reveal anything. Lu Xiaoyang simply stopped asking you as long as there was shade he could sleep. In the morning, riding the electric bike was still very refreshing and Lu Xiaoyang was in a good mood. Then, after turning a corner, a traffic police officer in uniform suddenly appeared in front of him. The officer looked at him, eyes filled with surprise like a cat seeing a little mouse. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the helmet in the bike basket and thought to himself that it was not good. The traffic police officer was indeed diligent, as Lu Xiaoyang had just spotted him and hadn't had time to react before he was already in front of him. Comrade, please stop for a moment. Without surprise, the traffic officer raised his hand to stop him. Lu Xiaoyang obediently got out of the car. This was the first time he had been stopped by the traffic police. Usually the route they took rarely encountered traffic officers. Today he had let his guard down. He noticed a female traffic officer nearby recording with a camera and quickly turned his back. Who knew if this was just to document the law enforcement process or if it would be used for some kind of educational video. If it ended up on a public account and was seen by acquaintances, it would be quite embarrassing. Please show your identification. I'm sorry, I didn't bring my ID. No problem, just provide your ID number. Lu Xiaoyang had no choice but to recite his ID number. He glanced at the elderly man in black who had also stopped beside him. The old man was very safety conscious and wore a helmet whenever he went out. The traffic officer lowered his head to verify the information on his device, then looked up and said seriously, riding a non-motor vehicle without wearing a safety helmet is a traffic violation. This time is your first offense, so there will be no fine. Oh, thank you, officer. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang's mouth broke into a grin, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. He knew that even if there was a fine, it wouldn't be a large amount. However, being fined in such a manner would still be unfortunate. The traffic officer cleared his throat, looked at him, and reminded him somewhat helplessly, "Don't call me uncle, just call me comrade." Upon closer inspection, Lu Xiaoyang realized that the officer was likely around the same age as him, maybe just 2 or 3 years older. Calling him uncle did indeed seem a bit inappropriate. "Calling you uncle is a sign of respect for this profession," Lu Xiaoyang said with an awkward smile. The female officer in charge of filming couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Unfortunately, even before Lu Xiaoyang could enjoy the moment, the traffic officer continued. "Although you are exempt from the fine, educational measures cannot be waived. Now, according to the requirements of the activity, you need to stop another cyclist who is also not wearing a helmet to be released." As he spoke, the officer handed over a small red flag. Lu Xiaoyang took a look and felt his face turn green. The flag had words written on it, "Don't learn from me. I didn't wear a helmet. I have to hold this to catch people." Lu Xiaoyang had seen such short videos online before and thought they were quite, but now that this was happening to him, it was no longer amusing at all. Officer just fined me, who I'll pay voluntarily." Lu Xiaoyang didn't hesitate for a second. "I've already said you won't be punished, so there won't be any fines. Please hold on to this flag, it won't take long. Just catch one person and you can leave." The officer no longer cared about being called uncle and smilingly handed the small flag to Lu Xiaoyang, adding quietly, "This activity has just started, you are the first to experience it." Lu Xiaoyang felt completely frozen upon hearing this. Why was he so unlucky? "You are a traffic officer, what does that gleeful tone mean? Comrade, can you not film my face?" Lu Xiaoyang noticed the camera and quickly pulled down his hat to cover half of his face. A few minutes later, Lu Xiaoyang stood at the intersection holding the flag, feeling utterly despondent as he attempted to catch violators. Many people passed by, but everyone was so law-abiding, all wearing helmets. "Old man, why don't you go ahead? Just tell me where it is, and I'll come after I'm done here." The old man, who had been rushing before, now seemed in no hurry at all. Standing nearby, he even set up a stool to sit on. "No worries, take your time." Lu Xiaoyang could only give a dry laugh. After enduring for more than 10 minutes, Lu Xiaoyang finally caught a passerby without a helmet and felt a sense of relief. What a rocky start to the day. Lu Xiaoyang thought to himself that he desperately needed a good fishing spot to catch up on some sleep. After riding for a short while, they arrived at their destination. "Old man, is this a fish pond?" Lu Xiaoyang spoke as he gazed at the waters before him. Although he had never fished in a pond, he recognized it. The area wasn't very large, yet not too small either. "Will people here even allow us to fish?" Lu Xiaoyang asked worriedly. The old man in black glanced at him and simply replied, "Figure it out yourself." He felt his question was too foolish and refused to answer. The two parked their vehicles on the side and saw an elderly man emerge from the unremarkable makeshift building. "Oh, Lao Su, what a rare visitor. You haven't left yet." The old man with a white beard looked older than the old man in black, yet his physique seemed quite good. However, the way he greeted made Lu Xiaoyang a bit speechless. "You're still alive, so how can I leave before you?" The old man in black chuckled in reply. No worries if you're in a hurry, just go ahead. Oh, no need for the traditional respect for elders and children. The white-bearded old man laughed happily. It's still good to respect the elderly and love the young. After all, it's our traditional virtue. The two exchanged remarks, seemingly harsh, but clearly showing they were old friends who had known each other for many years. You didn't think much of my fish pond before, so why are you here now, and you brought a young one? The white-bearded old man said, while sizing up Lu Xiaoyang. This kid just learned how to fish. I brought him here to experience it. Your fish are slow and easy to catch. Sure, just pay, and you can cast your line. I welcome you immensely. The old man in black didn't waste words, took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the white-bearded old man. The latter casually took the money and shoved it into his pocket, humming a tune as he leisurely returned to the small house. Lu Xiaoyang curiously asked, "Old man, do you charge for this place?" "Yes." "Why did you bring me here then?" Lu Xiaoyang didn't believe the old man in black's previous statement, because even just the assessment of his fishing skills was severely deviating from the truth. His fishing skills were quite good. He fished less often only because he hadn't taken it seriously. Once he took it seriously, he could catch fish. The old man in black certainly knew this. The old man in black found a fishing spot, laid out his fishing gear, and slowly explained, "This old man's fish pond is about to go out of business. We came today to give him some support." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Xiaoyang suddenly realized. It made sense. The way they spoke seemed merciless, casually asking each other how they hadn't died yet. But it was clear that only friends for many years could joke around so freely. Why is this place not making money? Lu Xiaoyang also sat down, curiously probing. Lu Xiaoyang had recently entered the fishing business and was fishing in the wild, which was his first time spending money on it, so he was quite eager to have a good experience. Old He explained, "It's not that it doesn't make money, but it makes little. After deducting various expenses each year, you only end up with about 20 to 30,000 yuan. The old man's son had been doing quite well in business these past 2 years and didn't want him to worry about this anymore. He wanted him to enjoy a peaceful retirement." "Oh, I see." Lu Xiaoyang nodded, lightly understanding in his heart. The profit of 20 to 30,000 yuan was indeed not too much or too little. However, managing such a large fish pond was indeed a bit laborious for an elderly person. "Hey, what are you thinking about? You didn't notice the bait was taken?" With Old He's reminder, Lu Xiaoyang came back to his senses. At this point, Old He had already caught 2 carp. Lu Xiaoyang also pulled up a sizable grass carp. Fishing here was indeed far superior to fishing in the wild. It was quite thrilling. However, Lu Xiaoyang was lost in thought about the fish pond he had just heard about from Old He. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Should he just contract this place? To be honest, his initial ideal was to completely take it easy. However, during this time, he realized that taking it easy was not as easy as he had imagined. It's not just a simple slogan or a goal to achieve. Taking it easy is truly a state of living, a state that demands a high level of mental attitude. Even if he didn't have to worry about money anymore, he still felt that the real difficulty was too great. The business at the restaurant was booming, far exceeding his expectations. Indeed, it was very profitable. However, he did not participate, and of course, he wasn't interested in the food industry. Initially, he just wanted to find something to do. The current result was that this matter had little to do with him. Even knowing he could make a lot of money didn't compensate for his daily sense of emptiness. He tried to maintain a stable and regular routine, waking up early every morning to go for a run. But this still wasn't enough. Just now, Old He's words had given him an excellent idea. It didn't matter if this fish pond didn't make money, the key was that it didn't owe him anything. This unprofitable fish pond seemed to perfectly fit the lifestyle he desired. Everything he wanted was here. If he wanted to fish, he could fish. If he had nothing to do, he could feed the fish. If he was tired, he could sleep in the shade. One might say this was also a form of easy and stable livelihood. He didn't care about making money. To him, 20 to 30,000 a year was quite a lot. If he wanted to be a bit more leisurely, he could add some more money and easily hire someone. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoyang felt a sense of anticipation. He suddenly remembered that Xiangge had always complained that the fish he provided weren't fresh enough. If he contracted the fish pond himself, he could supply the restaurant directly when the fish grew. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The more Lu Xiaoyang thought about it, the more appealing it became. Unable to contain his thoughts, he turned to ask, "Old man, does that mean this fish pond is going to be contracted out?" I don't know if anyone has been found yet. If not, I have an idea," Lu Xiaoyang said. "You?" Old He looked at him in surprise. "You want to contract this fish pond?" How did you suddenly come up with this idea?" Old He asked in confusion. "You know my relationship with Axiang's barbecue place. They use a lot of fish, so I have a market." Old He nodded, showing no signs of doubt. "If you really have this idea, they'll ask for you later." He had personally seen the business at Axiang's barbecue, so acquiring a small fish pond was definitely not a problem. This was a guaranteed profit, so he didn't even try to dissuade him. All right, Lu Xiaoyang nodded as well. He provided a seemingly legitimate reason. Li Jinxiang was indeed very dissatisfied with the fish being supplied right now. The scallion fish was one of the restaurant's signature dishes, but he had never been able to achieve the desired taste. As a result, Li Jinxiang had once thought about removing this dish. However, supplying fish to the barbecue restaurant was merely a casual thought. This was not his primary goal. He didn't need the fish pond to make money, being able to maintain such a state was enough for him. What he wanted was a place that was relaxed enough and seemed justifiable. This place perfectly matched his requirements. After a while, the old man with a white beard strolled over again. In this short time, besides Lu Xiaoyang and Old He, there were no new fishing friends. The white-bearded old man approached, and Old He casually turned his head to take a look and asked Old Qian, "Didn't you say you weren't going to run this fish pond anymore? Did you find a good successor?" "Oh, are you interested?" Old Qian retorted. Old He answered casually. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man stopped and looked at Old He with a questioning gaze. "That's not right. You've always looked down on my fish pond, saying it has no soul. Why the sudden change? Are you trying to cause trouble? Just answer my questions. Why are you so long-winded?" Old He snapped back. "Oh, so you're going to act tough with me now?" The white-bearded old man was somewhat amused and angry. "Who said I was going to run it? I haven't even made a decision yet. You didn't come here to fish, but to gloat, did you? Fine, just keep your mouth shut. I didn't ask." Old He lightly tossed his fishing rod out, no longer speaking, appearing to be comfortably seated. "Hey!" Lu Xiaoyang watched as these two old men fell into a verbal spat, feeling somewhat speechless. Both of them had such tempers it was quite a match. He knew that if this continued, he would have to ask himself. Now he was also somewhat doubtful, wondering if Old He had misunderstood. "Old man, are you mistaken? It seems like he has no intention of transferring it." After the white-bearded old man walked away, Lu Xiaoyang quietly said, "But it's fine, I was just momentarily inspired. Whether it happens or not doesn't matter." Humph. Before Lu Xiaoyang could finish, Old He coldly snorted, glancing at the distant figure of the white-bearded old man, and said lightly, "Don't worry, just wait and see if he comes back." Huh. Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback. As he scanned the area, he saw the white-bearded old man, who hadn't gone far, turning around and coming back. Lu Xiaoyang was convinced. It really was about old friends understanding each other. "Old Su, what did you mean by asking just now? Were you bored?" The white-bearded old man stood next to Old He for a full half a minute before finally speaking his tone. Old man He shook his head with greater fury, ignoring the old man with the white beard. The old man with the white beard glared. "What do you mean? What do you mean by no meaning?" The back and forth between the two was akin to that of children arguing. Lu Xiaoyang felt his head spinning. "Sir, actually it's me who is asking." He finally found an opportunity and raised his hand to signal. "Moi." The old man with the white beard glanced back and forth between Old Man He and Lu Xiaoyang, appearing skeptical. "You young lad, why are you asking this? Do you want to fish too? Just idling about?" Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily speechless, as the old man was right. He was just idling. Old Man He burst into laughter at this honest remark. The old man with the white beard paused, irritated, and asked, "What are you laughing at, Su Laodu?" "What am I laughing at?" Old Man He retrieved his fishing rod and looked back with an appreciative tone. "I'm laughing because it's rare for you to be clear-headed enough to understand something. No need to say." The old man with the white beard's pride made his beard perk up, but then he realized something was off. "Wait, that doesn't sound like a compliment." "How is that not a compliment? You should weigh it for yourself." Lu Xiaoyang hurried to clarify. "Sir, you're right, I've indeed been a bit idle lately. I heard your fish pond might be up for rent, and I hope you can consider it." "Who said I was renting it out?" The old man with the white beard's eyes widened as he interrupted Lu Xiaoyang. "This pond is my lifeblood. Who's spreading such nonsense about it being up for rent?" Seeing the old man puffed up with anger, Lu Xiaoyang quickly said, "Sir, I was just asking casually. If it's not for rent, then never mind." The old man with the white beard turned to leave in a huff. Old Man He scoffed. "Still stubborn, huh? If you really have an idea, there's no need to rush. You'll get a reply in a few days. If you really want to rent the fish pond, that would be a rare opportunity. Qian Laotu has put a lot of thought into this pond, and..." Old Man He cast his line into the water and continued, "Another crucial point is that this pond is entirely under Qian Laotu's name." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Xiaoyang was surprised. It turned out this was a direct rental from the landlord. Old Man He added, The surrounding area belongs to Qianjia village, and Qian Laotu has a significant say in the village. If you truly want to rent the pond, you'll inevitably have to deal with the villagers. With Qian Laotu around, there shouldn't be any issues." Originally, Lu Xiaoyang was just thinking of it as a temporary whim, but now hearing this, he felt it was indeed a good opportunity. He humbly asked, "Sir, how does the fishing work? Is it 50 yuan, and can I take whatever I catch?" Old Man He was efficient, catching 3 or 4 fish in a short time. Even Lu Xiaoyang himself had caught 2 sizable grass carps. If this continued, the harvest would be quite optimistic. Of course, it also meant that Old Man Qian was bound to suffer a bit of a loss. If that were the case, making some money each year would be no easy feat. "You think too beautifully. This 50 yuan is just a trial ticket. All these fish have to go back to the pond. If you want to take them, it's by weight, Old Man He laughed. I knew it. Lu Xiaoyang chuckled, not surprised at all. As noon approached, Old Man He and Lu Xiaoyang began to pack up to leave. Originally, Lu Xiaoyang planned to catch up on sleep, but he hadn't had the chance all morning. The reason was simple: fishing was just too enjoyable. The fish here were large, and since he started fishing, he had never had such a delightful experience. Not to mention sleeping during fishing, he even felt his stomach not grumbling for the first time at noon. While the two were packing their things, a Land Rover drove straight and stopping steadily on the small road not far from the little house. The vehicle stopped, and a middle-aged man got out, walking towards the little house of the old man with the white beard. Halfway there, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped, took off his sunglasses, glanced over at the two, and then turned to Uncle Su. It's been a while since I last saw you. It's rare to see you come fishing today. The middle-aged man greeted Old Man He with a smile. Old Man He also stood up upon seeing the visitors, smiling. Oh, Lazy, you're quite the busy person now. When do you have the time to visit? Are you here to see your father? Yes, I'm here to see my dad. The middle-aged man took out a pack of slim cigarettes and offered it to Old Man He. Old Man He waved his hand. These cigarettes are too weak for me. Ooh, I can't get used to them. Saying this, he took out the cigarettes he preferred from his pocket. The middle-aged man pulled out a lighter and helped him light it, smiling. Uncle Su, you seem to be in good spirits. Your health must be quite good. Me. You know, as long as there are fish to catch, everything is good. Eating well, sleeping well. That's good, that's good. Lu Xiaoyang was squatting by the water, helping Old Man He release the fish one by one. To be fair, the joy of releasing fish is not any less than catching them. He heard the conversation behind him, but didn't have the chance to take a look. After he finished releasing the fish, he stood up. Oh, Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily startled. He recognized the middle-aged man. It was one of his competitors from when he bought the commercial property that day. He never expected to encounter him here again. A couple of days ago, Qian Lei discovered that the shop bought by Lu Xiaoyang had opened for business in just over a month. A newly purchased shop completed its renovation and commenced operations in a mere month. Qian Lei had no doubt that this restaurant belonged to Lu Xiaoyang. Out of curiosity, he spent quite some time observing from his car. The booming business of the restaurant completely shattered his perception of the Yun Zhao catering industry. This further piqued his interest in getting to know Lu Xiaoyang. Encountering him here today was truly effortless. You flatter me, Mr. Qian. The restaurant does have some connections to me, but I usually do not get involved. However, the food is decent, so feel free to drop by when you have time. Lu Xiaoyang modestly replied. That's fair enough. Qian Lei readily agreed. Lazy, I heard you want your father to stop running that fish pond. Is that true? Uncle He took the opportunity to inquire. Upon hearing this, Qian Lei shook his head and smiled wryly. Indeed, Uncle Su, our family, doesn't want him to continue. At his old age, just like you, he would be better off fishing than worrying about this fish pond. I have been persuading him for a long time, but he has refused to relent. Now that there seems to be some hope, I intend to step up my efforts. Well then, since you know each other, this little matter will be even easier to discuss. Uncle He pointed at Lu Xiaoyang and said, Oh, what's the matter? Qian Lei looked puzzled. Young Lu wants to ask if anyone has contracted this fish pond. He wishes to take over. Uncle He stated. Oh, Mr. Lu wants to take over this fish pond. Qian Lei chuckled as if he had heard a joke, saying with slight confusion, To be honest, the net profit from this fish pond throughout the year is quite meager. It's basically just busy work. Moreover, Ashang Barbecue just opened not long ago and is booming with business. How could he possibly waste his energy here? Qian Lei had personally witnessed Lu Xiaoyang's calm demeanor while dealing with shops worth over 2 million. The current popularity of Ashang Barbecue and its income should not be underestimated. He didn't think such a clever young man would be so lacking in consideration. Mr. Qian, I usually don't concern myself with the barbecue place, but I am genuinely interested in this fish pond. I just don't know if there are any opportunities here. Lu Xiaoyang admitted candidly. Haha, I see. This little matter is quite simple. Let's exchange contact information and I will reach out to you in a few days. Lu Xiaoyang and Qian Lei exchanged phone numbers, said their goodbyes and left. Old man, what does Mr. Lu Xiaoyang asked Uncle He after Qian Lei entered the small building. He runs a factory. Oh, I can't quite remember the specifics. Lu Xiaoyang recognized the Land Rover. He also clearly remembered the competitive scene from their last encounter. Qian Lei was evidently determined to acquire the shop he had secured. If there was really competition, he might not have been able to secure it smoothly. After all, he truly was reluctant to push for it. At noon, Lu Xiaoyang returned to his doorstep. Outside the gate, coincidentally, he had brought back a carp which was hanging in front of the car. Suddenly it fell to the ground. Lu Xiaoyang, not bothering to open the door first, stopped the car and lifted the large carp. This small project worth tens of thousands was initially agreed to have simplified procedures. However, just as the project was nearing completion, they said they needed to fill out some paperwork. This small project worth tens of thousands was initially agreed to have simplified procedures. However, just as the project was nearing completion, they said they needed to fill out some paperwork. Now, not only did it incur several thousand more in costs, but it also required the hassle of completing several more procedures. Just like now after completion, they still needed to conduct an inspection. If it weren't for the fact that he happened to be free today, he would have really been too lazy to deal with this aggravation. Wu Wei accompanied the inspection experts, checking everything one by one. Just as he was feeling bored, suddenly a figure entered his line of sight. Wearing a straw hat to shield against the sun with sunglasses on his face, and holding a plump fish. Lu Zhaoyang's relaxed and somewhat romantic appearance struck Wu Wei hard. This genuinely made him feel a pang of envy. The last time he fished, that carefree and uninhibited demeanor left Wu Wei with a lot to reflect on. The image of Lu Zhaoyang joyfully catching fish in the water was not meant to be a setback. Wu Wei suddenly realized how ruthlessly age was passing on him. He suddenly understood that he was getting old. No longer did he possess that leisure and ease, but had become dull and rigid. Today, seeing Lu Zhaoyang in this outfit and shape once again struck him hard. Brother Zhaoyang. Wu Wei stepped away from the crowd and hurried in front of Lu Zhaoyang, speaking warmly, as if they had not seen each other for many years. Mr. Wu. Lu Zhaoyang also greeted him with a smile. What's with the mister? We're brothers and you're out fishing. How carefree. Wu Wei eyed the large fish in Lu Zhaoyang's hand with envy. Mister, would you like fish? You can have it. Lu Zhaoyang hadn't originally planned to bring a fish back. This was given to him by Old Man Bai. Although Old Man Shin spoke without restraint, it was mostly due to his rivalry with Old Man He. Lu Zhaoyang felt that he was actually quite a warm person. No need, brother, you are being too polite. Keep this one for yourself. Ooh, I can't bear to take advantage of you. Alright then. Lu Zhaoyang didn't know how to cook fish. He hadn't planned to make it, but he wasn't good at Alright then. Lu Zhaoyang didn't know how to cook fish. He hadn't planned to make it, but he wasn't good at insisting on giving it back either. Mister, what are you busy with? He curiously glanced and asked. Oh, I'm here to inspect the project, Wu Wei replied. Is there an issue? Lu Zhaoyang inquired. Of course not, we are quite meticulous with this project, brother, rest assured. The inspection is just a formality, superficial and trivial. Got it, Wu Wei said cheerfully. Hey brother, last time we talked about having a meal together. There's no better time than now. Let's call Director Su and have a meal together. Lu Zhaoyang glanced at the fish in his hand. He had planned to challenge himself today, but it seemed he would have to duck this one. Sounds good. He wasn't particularly interested in such gatherings. However, recalling that Wu Wei had indeed mentioned it before and he had agreed, he thought it wouldn't hurt to build more connections in a small county town. By the way, brother, where is that restaurant you mentioned with the good flavor? Lu Zhaoyang turned to open the door, and Wu Wei unceremoniously followed him. While Lu Zhaoyang was unlocking the door with his fingerprint, he turned back to explain, the place I mentioned might not be convenient. There are too many people in line lately, and you have to wait for a table. Lu Zhaoyang had genuinely intended to bring in a couple of customers for the restaurant. Now there was no need at all. What place has a queue for meals? Is there such an amazing restaurant in Yunzhou? Wu Wei chuckled upon hearing this. When the door opened, he saw the exquisite courtyard, and his laughter What the hell? Wu Wei hadn't even stepped into the courtyard when his gaze swept across the interior, and he couldn't help but blurt out a curse. His pupils contracted, unable to hide his shock. Not long ago, he frequently visited this area, and he was aware of the renovations happening in Lu Zhaoyang's courtyard. However, the outside had always remained the same, and no one could have guessed the stark differences inside. Brother, you really went all out. The house looked so ordinary from the outside, yet each step inside revealed a new scene. The contrast was truly stunning. Wu Wei's company was in construction, and he had handled plenty of various projects. So while others might not be aware, he had a fair understanding of the level of renovation before him. The renovation cost was certainly not small, but if one were to focus solely on the money, it wouldn't have surprised him too much. What truly complicated his feelings was Lu Zhaoyang's state. Initially, Wu Wei thought Lu Zhaoyang was inexperienced, a young man who could easily be deceived with just a few. However, from their last fishing trip to this time, when Lu Zhaoyang was fishing, Wu Wei felt a deep envy for Lu Zhaoyang's carefree demeanor coupled with this inconspicuous, yet lavish courtyard. This young man who was much younger than him. Wu Wei curiously surveyed the courtyard, and then turned his attention back to Lu Zhaoyang, laughing out loud. Brother, it seems you really enjoy fishing, huh? Not really. Lu Zhaoyang bent down, placing the nearly lifeless carp into a stainless steel basin under the tree, then turned on the tap to fill it with fresh water. Wu Wei silently complained in his heart. Not really. Then isn't this just catching fish or going out to fish? Spending all day around fish, it must be purely to pass the time. Lu Zhaoyang seemed to have heard Wu Wei's thoughts. He washed his hands and asked, lately I've just been passing the time. Would you like to sit for a bit and have some water, mister? Wu. No, I have to head out soon. I won't drink any water. Although he said he wouldn't drink, Wu Wei still sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. He couldn't help but look around the courtyard, feeling a sense of admiration. This courtyard is really beautiful. To think that a courtyard could be arranged like this, my villa really feels like a wasted purchase. In the Greater Southern Ring, the location is too remote. The occupancy rate is ridiculously low and there's absolutely no liveliness, making it impossible to stay. Haha, mister. Wu was joking. Lu Xiaoyang actually agreed in his heart. Regular villas really can't compare to the comfort of his courtyard. He went into the kitchen and brought out 2 bottles of ice water, handing one to Wu Wei. Wu Wei didn't stand on ceremony, twisting off the cap and taking a sip before asking, by the way, Xiaoyang, I still don't know what industry you're in. What do you do? Lu Xiaoyang, sitting across, smiled lightly and said, I used to work in the advertising industry, but it was in the South City. I just returned recently and am currently unemployed. Wu Wei took a small sip of water, his eyes glimmering with interest. It's not surprising to return from a big city and buy property. What was surprising was Lu Xiaoyang's age and this level of expenditure. A courtyard arranged like this truly provided enjoyment, yet it showed no desire to flaunt itself. Also, there was the pond outside currently being inspected. Very few knew that Lu Xiaoyang was the one funding it behind the scenes. His family background was substantial, yet he showed no airs of arrogance. Wu Wei thought back to how he was in his 20s, and he was completely different. Even now he couldn't help but envy Lu Xiaoyang's inner peace and ease. After sitting for a while, Wu Wei left, emphasizing once again that they would go out for dinner together in the evening. Lu Xiaoyang did not refuse, as he had tacitly agreed last time. Moreover, he had returned to Yunzhou, and it was inevitable to meet some friends. He had a good impression of Wu Wei, so having dinner together was no issue. Lu Xiaoyang closed the big door and returned to the courtyard, looking at the crucian carp in the stainless steel basin. He thought the fish was almost dead, but to his surprise it seemed to have come back to life. Lying in the water, the fish's gills were constantly moving. Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment and decided to give the fish to Wei Kai. He could try to handle dead fish, but he really couldn't deal with live ones. Lu Xiaoyang immediately took out his phone to send a voice message to Wei Kai. Caught another fish, they'll bring it over later. Wei Kai replied instantly, his voice cheerful, great welcome. Their family loved eating fish, so they naturally welcomed it. In the afternoon I'll eat first and take a break. Haven't eaten yet. Then come find me. My wife will bring me food soon, and my mother-in-law is making dumplings. We can eat together. That would be too embarrassing. Lu Xiaoyang's tone revealed his embarrassment. Though he said it politely, he took his phone and grabbed a bag to pack the fish. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just a matter of sharing chopsticks. Come on, come on. The deli at my shop makes an amazing pig's face dish. I'm going to get some now, and we can enjoy a couple of beers together. It'll be fantastic. Lu Xiaoyang listened to Wei Kai's increasingly excited voice and hesitated for a second before heading towards the electric scooter. Lu Xiaoyang arrived at the supermarket, and as soon as he entered, he saw Wei Kai humming a tune, already preparing the dishes. Just making a couple of simple dishes. If I make too many, my wife will nag me about drinking. Wei Kai scratched his head with a silly smile, slightly embarrassed. Inviting good friends for a drink, 2 dishes did feel a bit sparse. Why do I feel like I've walked into a gunpoint? Lu Xiaoyang had no particular preference for the dishes. He placed the fish down and said with a displeased expression while looking at the 2 side dishes. What are you talking about? Tell me, where in this world is there such a fragrant gunpoint that makes people drool? Wei Kai, needing to manage the store in the evening, didn't need his wife to stop him, and it was rare for him to go out for a drink. So having this opportunity genuinely made him happy. Lu Xiaoyang understood his difficulties and didn't say much, sitting down straightforwardly. As the 2 had just finished half a bottle of beer, Song Jejia arrived with a lunchbox to deliver food. Lu Xiaoyang had met Song Jejia shortly after Wei Kai and her got acquainted, so they were not unfamiliar. They exchanged simple greetings. Wife, this is the fish Xiaoyang caught, you can take it back. Wei Kai pointed to the fish on the ground, speaking as if he was taking credit to his wife. Song Jejia looked at it and smiled. Wow, fish has been really tasty lately. Xiaoyang, we feel bad for you sending. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. I've been idle lately, and fishing is just for fun. I can't eat it all myself, so I have to send it to someone. Lu Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Indeed. Lu Xiaoyang smiled back. Well then, I won't be polite. Song Jejia said with a smile. By the way, I heard from Wei Kai that Xiaoyang opened a restaurant with his own money. I recently saw it on Douyin, and the business is booming. Yes, that's true. The business is indeed doing well. I just happened to invest a bit, but I don't know much about the restaurant industry, and I don't go often. That's right, Lu Xiaoyang replied. Anyway, it's a good thing that business is so good, we're all happy for you. After chatting for a while, Song Jejia left. I know the restaurant business is thriving now, but you can't just sit around all the time, can you? The 2 clinked glasses, and Wei Kai broke the silence. Why not? Lu Xiaoyang raised his eyes and asked. I'm jealous. You little brat, I won't say anything about you making money, but being so idle really makes me envious. You have no idea how much impact it has on a good man like me who has a family to support and is burdened with so many issues. Well, as you wish, I'm about to get busy now, Lu Xiaoyang said, taking a sip from the can, smirking. Getting busy? Wei Kai had only said it casually. If he could earn as much as Lu Xiaoyang in a day, he wouldn't bother working at all, just lying down instead. He also knew that Lu Xiaoyang wasn't involved with the restaurant's affairs, so he was naturally curious when he heard this. Is that true? What project is it? Do you want me to invest some money? What do you mean you want to invest in me? Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Of course I have. I thought you were saying I have no money, Wei Kai quickly assured. Did you see how well my wife treated me just now? We didn't say a word while drinking. I've been saying good things about you recently, turning you into a rare perfect man of our time. What perfect man? Lu Xiaoyang was left speechless. Wei Kai rolled his eyes and said, a perfect man? You can't say you haven't read this in books. I've even seen it on TV. I know what that means, but why are you using such an exaggerated term on me? What do you mean by that? What are your intentions? Wei Kai chuckled. I actually do have them. I just want you to remember to take me along for any future projects. Taking you along. That's easy, but aren't you afraid of losing money? Also, didn't you say your wife controls the finances and won't let you spend recklessly? That was in the past. This time the success of Xiang's barbecue is solid. My wife has not only seen short videos, but also witnessed it live. After all, she had an opportunity to invest, but missed it out of fear. After my education, she now clearly understands her mistake and is willing to give me some decision-making power. That's good news. So what's next? Wei Kai said matter-of-factly. Then since I've molded you into this perfect being, if you have a target, next time I'm ready to invest with you. Isn't that too much trust in me? Lu Xiaoyang took a bite of food and said, if this makes money, it's fine, but what if it doesn't? Your wife will surely resent me. What resentment? There's no investment without risk. No one can blame anyone, and I have confidence in you. Really? Why? I don't even have much confidence in myself. Lu Xiaoyang was almost laughing. He had no business acumen for investments. Partnering with Xianggu on this restaurant was partly intuition and partly because he never expected to earn much from the start. So making a profit now felt like a pleasant surprise. If he were to do it again, he wouldn't be so sure. You know, I used to think about investing focusing only on whether I could make money, how much I could earn, how the customer flow was, and whether the market was big enough. I thought too much, which threw me off. Last time it wasn't just my wife, I also almost backed out. There are so many restaurants losing money now. In just a few months, millions have been lost. As a man with a family, I'm really scared. I can't explain it, but I feel you have a certain quality about you, as if you see losses and gains lightly, and you're not in a rush to do things, which makes me feel more at ease. That's a bit of twisted reasoning. Lu Xiaoyang had to admit that regardless of whether it was about him or not, it did seem somewhat reasonable. Thinking about the fish pond they had just discussed, he said, if you want to participate, I'm certainly fine with that, but I'm just afraid you might think the project is too small. What do you mean? Is there already something in place? Wei Kai suddenly perked up and sat up straight. Sort of. What project is it? It might be fish farming, Lu Xiaoyang replied honestly. Wei Kai thought he was joking. Fish farming. How do you farm them? Are you going to get a fish tank for fun? Are you going to get some rare species? What fish tank? It's a fish pond. Lu Xiaoyang corrected him. A fish pond. Yes, to lease a fish pond. Lease a fish pond. Yes, lease a fish pond. A real fish pond. Of course. Does that thing make money? It makes a... How much is a little? It's not much, but it's not too little either. Lu Xiaoyang didn't keep him guessing, saying, the current operator makes a profit of about 20 to 30,000 a year. 20 to 30,000. Wei Kai was stunned. He was planning to take out hundreds of thousands at once. With a profit of 20 to 30,000, he didn't know how big this fish pond was, but he could tell it wouldn't be too large. He felt he couldn't quite calculate this. Wait a minute, tens of thousands. The restaurant can just make money. Why would you bother with a fish pond for such a small amount? Are you out of your mind? Out of my mind. I guess so. Lu Xiaoyang didn't plan to make money. If he hired someone with the current returns, he would have to invest more money. Of course, Lu Xiaoyang was confident that he could adjust things to avoid losing money. But his confidence ended there. To say how much profit there would be was purely nonsense. Then, can I invest a bit? Wei Kai said with a frown, as since he had already said it, he couldn't back out now. I'm afraid this fish pond won't require much money at all, right? Thinking it over, I'd say the rent plus the current fish might be a few thousand, right? Then how much should I invest? Wei Kai said helplessly, 10,000 or 8,000. This was a bit trivial. Fatty, I have no objections to how much you want to invest, but the key is this fish pond isn't profitable. It might even require us to fill in the holes. It's fine, I'll participate a little, Wei Kai said with a sense of camaraderie, patting his chest. If it were simply because the project scale was small, he could choose not to participate. However, if it was said to be unprofitable, how could he hold his ground in front of his brothers after making such a solemn vow? Fortunately, the project was small, so the loss wouldn't be significant. Wei Kai thought to himself that it was merely a small amount, like 10 or 20,000. He wouldn't even need to consult his wife, his little stash could cover it. With that thought, his mood brightened. It's okay if it doesn't make money, it doesn't make money. We brothers haven't done anything together yet. Let's just consider it a way to strengthen our bond. Wei Kai lifted the bottle and raised it in front of him. Come on, cheers. With that in mind, he even felt a bit of anticipation. Lu Xiaoyang also felt that further persuasion was of little significance. After toasting, he reminded again, anyway, this is still in the early stages, think it over, and we'll talk later. Got it, Wei Kai mumbled nonchalantly. As evening approached, Lu Xiaoyang received a call from Wu Wei. Brother, today is a coincidence. I went to the street office with Secretary Su and ran into two acquaintances. We casually agreed to dinner. I didn't expect to accept so readily. If you don't mind, shall we sit together? He was merely being polite, suggesting they eat together sometime. He didn't expect it to escalate to a direct agreement. There was no choice. He had to inform Lu Xiaoyang. If Lu Xiaoyang minded, he would have to muster the courage. In that case, it's fine. Just let Wu handle it. Lu Xiaoyang replied readily, not putting Wu Wei in a difficult position. Indeed, Wu Wei was quite pleased upon hearing this. Great, let's meet at 7 o'clock at Yunhe residence. Alright, see you later. At Yunhe residence, it was naturally Lu Xiaoyang's first time here. He arrived punctually before 7. Upon entering, the first impression was one of tranquility. It was nothing like the usual bustling restaurants. It was entirely the opposite of Ashang Barbecue. If Ashang Barbecue embodied a lively atmosphere, this place was elegant, resembling a private club. If he hadn't seen Wu Wei's car outside, he might have thought he was in the wrong location. At that moment, a waiter approached. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? Lu Xiaoyang replied. I'm looking for Wu Wei. Oh, I believe there's a reservation. Mr. Wu, right. Please follow me, the waiter said as he led Lu Xiaoyang to the back. Upon hearing Wu Wei's name, passing through the minimalistic and elegant front hall, he discovered a hidden gem at the back, containing a quaint courtyard that, while not large, was very charming. The environment was even more serene and refined than before. On either side were several private rooms, clearly indicating a high level of privacy. Lu Xiaoyang was brought to the front of one of the rooms, knocked twice, and then pushed the door open. Inside, the room was already filled with people. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyang, Wu Wei immediately stood up and greeted him. Xiaoyang, you're here. Come and sit. There were a total of 5 people in the room. Apart from Lu Xiaoyang's acquaintances Su Chunliang and Wu Wei, there were 2 men and 1 woman he didn't recognize. Su Chunliang and one of the young men, who looked to be under 30, were chatting casually while smoking. Xiaoyang has arrived. I haven't seen you in a few days. I've heard you've been running to the river to fish. Su Chunliang waved his hand, inviting Lu Xiaoyang to sit beside him, smiling as he said, It seems that's true. Hey, look at you, you've gotten quite tanned. Really, Secretary Su? Lu Xiaoyang raised his hand to touch his cheek, smiling as he responded, I think it's quite good. Being tanned is healthier. He had previously spent years in an office, resulting in a pale complexion. He was actually quite happy to be a bit tanned. Perhaps it would enhance his masculinity. Su Chunliang waved his hand. Here, there are no Secretary Su or Secretary Zhang. That sounds too formal. Alright, then I'll just call you Uncle Su. Lu Xiaoyang didn't linger on it, and immediately said, That's more like it. Su Chunliang's face relaxed upon hearing this, clearly pleased. Wu Wei then stood up to introduce the others, which allowed Lu Xiaoyang to finally recognize the other 3 individuals in the room. A man who appeared to be about the same age as Lu Xiaoyang was named Su Huaibin, and he worked in engineering machinery leasing. The man in his 40s was named Song Yuanbua and worked with a bidding agency. The young woman beside them seemed to be about the same age as him and was named Zhao Chunli. Wu Wei introduced Lu Xiaoyang, but when it was time to introduce Lu Xiaoyang, he simply stated his name without any further elaboration. Su Huaibin smiled and said, What does this brother do? Wu Ge didn't introduce him. We all got to know each other today, and who knows, maybe we can help each other later. Wu Wei looked at Lu Xiaoyang with an awkward smile. It wasn't that he didn't want to introduce him, he simply didn't know. Xiaoyang just returned to his hometown recently, and now. Lu Xiaoyang took the initiative to interject, smiling as he said, I can't compare with you all, you each have your own companies. I just came back to Yunzhou recently, and am currently in a state of being unemployed. Upon hearing this, Su Huaibin and the middle-aged man didn't show obvious disdain, but they also didn't greet him with much enthusiasm anymore. Lu Xiaoyang didn't mind watching them toast to each other. To be honest, the drinking culture in the hometown was much more elaborate than outside. Lu Xiaoyang wasn't very familiar with it, so he found it quite lively. Phrases like 4 seasons, prosperity, and smooth sailing were common. No drink was consumed without a meaningful connotation, all embodying positive and significant implications. Wu Wei observed the attitudes of Su Huaibin and Song Yuanbua, feeling somewhat helpless. This society is indeed very realistic. If it weren't for his interactions during this period, Lu Xiaoyang would merely be an ordinary passerby in Wu Wei's eyes, and they would hardly have any intersection. In the adult world, intersections are all deliberately arranged. Just like with Su Huaibin and Song Yuanbua, they could mutually support each other in business. This Su is the nephew of the deputy director of the business bureau. This Song is the son of a recently retired deputy county chief. Wu Wei whispered in Lu Xiaoyang's ear. It's not a bad idea to get to know them. Thanks, Wu Go, Lu Xiaoyang said, slightly taken aback, feeling a bit touched. Even though he hadn't spent much time in the county, he could imagine that having these two connections in the county was certainly not ordinary. If an average person were to connect with them, while it might not guarantee anything, at least it wouldn't be difficult to see. Of course, he was more aware that this required a quid pro quo. His current identity was merely that of an unemployed drifter, and he had nothing of value to offer. Chunli helped me drink with General Wu, General Su, and Secretary Su. The middle-aged man named Song Yuanbua appeared somewhat intoxicated, pulling the young woman named Zhao Chunli beside him to act as a shield. General Song, you have so many people, isn't it a bit unfair to play the wheel battle? Su Huaibin said loudly, his face flushed and eyes slightly bloodshot. Lu Xiaoyang had already participated in several rounds of drinking and soon found it somewhat tedious. Everyone was drinking, and although they were all slightly drunk, it did not hinder their mutual flattery or business discussions. Lu Xiaoyang could still enjoy the lively atmosphere. He had heard of the business dealings under the social networks of this county town, but he couldn't claim to truly understand them. However, this did lead him to ponder one thing. Since Su Huaibin and Song Yuanbua both had various connections behind them, Wu Wei, who was also sitting together and drinking, surely had similar associations. Of course, this thought only flashed through Lu Zhouyan's mind, and he did not dwell on it. In the private room apart from Lu Zhouyan, only Wu Wei wasn't smoking. Even the only woman present, Wu Chunli, had lit a lattice cigarette and was smoking elegantly. Wu Chunli was not particularly beautiful and her height was average, but she showed no signs of fear in front of a group of men. In fact, her presence kept the atmosphere lively, and she effortlessly engaged in small talk. Lu Xiaoyang felt a sense of admiration in his heart. He believed that he could never match her ability. So one must never underestimate a small county town, as it indeed harbors hidden talents. Lu Xiaoyang believed that with Zhao Chunli's drinking capacity and her ability to control the situation, even if she left this small county town, she could still thrive. A good public relations person will never go unnoticed no matter where they are. Soon Lu Xiaoyang frowned. Once the drinking started, the smoking could not stop one after another. Although there was ventilation in the room, it still became somewhat smoky. Since there was a bathroom in the private room, Lu Xiaoyang took the opportunity to step out for some fresh air. He stood in the courtyard taking a few breaths of fresh air. Did you graduate from No. 1 middle school? Suddenly a voice came from behind. Lu Xiaoyang turned around to find that it was Zhao Chunli, who had also come out. Yes, I graduated from No. 1 middle school. Lu Xiaoyang felt a flicker of surprise. He held a good impression of this woman who could drink well. The latter, having had some drinks, inevitably had a slight flush on her face. Zhao Chunli walked up to him, leaned on the railing, and smiled. Let me guess, class of 51, right? Yes, we are classmates. This startled Lu Xiaoyang a little. On one hand, he truly had no impression of the name Zhao Chunli. On the other hand, if he bumped into a classmate while going out for a meal, he would certainly be surprised. County towns truly are county towns. In Nanjing, such a probability was unthinkable. Yes, you don't remember me, but I remember you. Zhao Chunli said playfully. I recognized you the moment I saw you just now. Look, this is our class group chat, isn't it right? Zhao Chunli took out her phone and showed him the group chat page. Indeed, it was their class group. Lu Xiaoyang had always been a silent observer, rarely speaking up. Sorry, my memory isn't very good. Maybe it's because I'm getting older, I didn't recognize you just now. Lu Xiaoyang slapped his forehead, full of apologies. Zhao Chunli, Zhao Chunli. Lu Xiaoyang repeated the name in his mind, trying to recall, but he still couldn't remember much. After all, it had been 8 or 9 years since high school graduation, and he could only truly remember a handful of people. I sat at the same table as Qin Ming. Oh, do you remember now, eh? A bit, I remember now. With this reminder, Lu Xiaoyang indeed had some impression. Qin Ming, she was recognized by the boys in their class as the most beautiful girl. That he still remembered. The girl sitting next to Qin Ming was someone he distinctly recalled as a quiet little girl. Lu Xiaoyang found it difficult to connect the image of that silent girl with the Zhao Chunli in front of him. Indeed, beautiful women are effective. Once the class flower is mentioned, it all comes back to me. Zhao Chunli teased. Lu Xiaoyang, feeling a bit guilty, cleared his throat and explained, it's not that I just have a poor memory. I actually don't remember much, but with your reminder I recalled a bit. Alright, let's leave it at that. Zhao Chunli had a knowing smile, then continued to ask, I heard that after studying you stayed in Nanjing. What brought you back? Nothing much, the pressure outside was high, and I couldn't cope, so I figured I'd come back. Lu Xiaoyang's expression showed surprise, as his whereabouts should only be known to a few high school roommates. He couldn't understand how Zhao Chunli knew about this. You're really honest. Who says they can't cope? You should say you're returning in glory. Several classmates from our class have returned in the past 2 years, all saying they miss home, but no one says they can't cope. Zhao Chunli couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, is that so? Lu Xiaoyang didn't remember if he had ever spoken to Zhao Chunli back in class. However, meeting like this now was indeed quite pleasant. Are you curious how I know so much about your situation? Zhao Chunli smiled. A bit curious, Lu Xiaoyang nodded and answered honestly. Zhao Chunli said, the reason is simple, we have a small group and Meng Jianran is in it. He mentioned all this. Meng Jianran was his high school roommate, and Lu Xiaoyang certainly remembered him. They occasionally exchanged greetings during the new year. Lu Xiaoyang knew he was in Yunzhao, but he hadn't contacted him recently. I see, it seems returning was the right choice. There are so many old classmates here to look out for each other. Lu Xiaoyang sighed. Look out for each other, I suppose. Do you want some help? I'll add you to this group. It's a mutual assistance group for high school alumni. Zhao Chunli joked. Lu Xiaoyang was about to agree when his smile suddenly froze on his face, and he reverted. Maybe it's not necessary for now. Zhao Chunli laughed. Ha. It seems you're not in a hurry to return to your hometown. Well, there will be a time when you need it, and I'll add you then. Thank you, he replied. Let's exchange contact information. We should get together as classmates when the opportunity arises. Sure. Lu Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't refuse. Zhao Chunli added his contact directly in the group, where she went by Hua at the end of the alley. Lu Xiaoyang thought to himself, no wonder he had no impression of her. This name was so different from her bold drinking demeanor. Afterward, they chatted for a few more minutes before Zhao Chunli went back inside. This could be considered a reunion with an old acquaintance in his hometown, and Lu Xiaoyang felt quite good. Lu Xiaoyang still had no desire to go back inside. He simply walked through the front hall and came out to the street. The place where they were dining was somewhat peaceful amidst the noise. Not far away was a bustling commercial street. Suddenly Lu Xiaoyang's gaze fixed sharply on a figure not at the entrance of a supermarket. There were two rocking cars. A small child was sitting on one, rocking back and forth while singing that dad's dad is grandpa, dad's mom is grandma. Beside them was presumably a grandfather watching over. Next to them, a graceful figure had her little hands clasped behind her back, seemingly watching with great interest. Lu Xiaoyang never expected to run into Xia Ran here. Indeed, where in life do we not meet again? What a coincidence this is. Lu Xiaoyang took a few steps forward, confirming that he had not mistaken. It was indeed Xia Ran. Today she wore a light blue dress, its hem gently swaying in the evening breeze, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding an ethereal charm. At this moment, she was slightly bent over, her hands clasped behind her back, eagerly watching the children on the rocking ride, laughing joyfully. Though she was tall, the moment Lu Xiaoyang thought of her adorable expression, he couldn't help but feel she truly resembled a big child. He approached, standing beside her, observing her carefully for almost a minute. Lu Xiaoyang turned to look inside the supermarket, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he stepped inside. The shopkeeper was sorting items in front of a row of shelves. Boss, can adults ride the rocking horse outside? Yes, they can. The shopkeeper didn't even stand up, squatting on the ground, while sizing up Lu Xiaoyang with a half smile. The expression clearly said, are you sure you want to play, you big guy? Lu Xiaoyang immediately realized the shopkeeper had misunderstood, quickly pointing outside and explaining, oh, it's not for me, it's for a girl. The shopkeeper stood up, glanced outside, and nodded in realization. No problem, I often have couples come to play, you can both ride together. The shopkeeper said with a friendly smile. Cough, no need for that. Lu Xiaoyang hadn't expected to be misunderstood as a couple with Xia Ran. Although this beautiful misunderstanding seemed quite nice. Lu Xiaoyang looked at Xia Ran outside, trying to imagine what it would be like to have such a girlfriend. Xia Ran was so beautiful, he wondered how proud it would make his parents. Wouldn't they burst into laughter upon seeing her? As for teachers, that profession in his parents' eyes was practically a perfect career wrapped in glory. Thinking this way, it would not just make them laugh. They would probably wake up smiling from dreams at night. Lu Xiaoyang suddenly snapped back to reality, almost slapping himself in embarrassment. How utterly unambitious. Fortunately, this older brother in front of him couldn't hear his inner thoughts. Boss, can you help me change a few coins? Lu Xiaoyang was merely struck by a sudden idea. He didn't even know if Xia Ran would genuinely want to play such a childish game. As for himself, there was no way he would. Too childish. Soon Lu Xiaoyang emerged with a few coins. At that moment, the song had just finished. A little boy climbed down from the ride satisfied, and was quickly led away by his grandfather holding his little hand. Teacher Xia. Xia Ran looked very pleased, just about to turn around. Suddenly, she heard a gentle voice beside her. Turning her head, she saw Lu Xiaoyang's smiling face. Do you want to give it a try? Lu Xiaoyang held out a coin, beaming. Xia Ran's eyes widened slightly as she gazed at his smiling face, feeling a bit dizzy. She had never expected to run into him here. I don't want to play. Xia Ran stared at the coin in his hand, shaking her head vigorously. It felt as if she was protesting too much. But Teacher Xia, you've been watching for quite a while. I was just watching for... Once the words left her mouth, Xia Ran sensed an implication of self-incrimination, and her pretty face instantly flushed. It's fine to sit for a bit. After all, I have spare coins here. Lu Xiaoyang tossed the two coins into the air and caught them steadily, producing a crisp sound. Teacher Xia, you've ridden before, right? The reason Lu Xiaoyang asked was that Xia Ran had just been watching the children play, her expression not merely one of interest, but more like nostalgia. Xia Ran looked around, hesitated for a moment, then seemed to finally make up her mind and nodded. My grandpa took me on one before. It was different from this, not as beautifully designed, and the music wasn't like this, but I still remember the shape of that rabbit. Lu Xiaoyang held one coin in each hand. Teacher Xia, I'll accompany you on the ride. You. Xia Ran glanced at the rocking horse that resembled a sheep, unsure if it was a happy sheep or a boiling sheep, then looked back at Lu Xiaoyang and said, wouldn't you break it? No way, don't worry, the boss assured me. With that, Xia Ran climbed into the rocking horse. As the coin was inserted, the familiar children's song began playing outside the supermarket. Daddy's daddy is called Grandpa. Lu Xiaoyang noticed that Xia Ran seemed quite happy sitting there, which made him quite happy as well. Aren't you supposed to sit with me? Xia Ran asked from the ride. I'm accompanying you. I'm just standing here, Lu Xiaoyang assured. You said we would sit together. Xia Ran pointed to another rocking horse nearby. It's fine, I don't have many coins, let me save some for you. Lu Xiaoyang's face was full of reluctance. That was a brightly colored red butterfly-shaped ride. If he had to ride that, he would rather drink a whole bottle of liquor. You just said it to a person shouldn't be untrustworthy. Xia Ran's expression turned serious. What a heavy accusation. Lu Xiaoyang regretted speaking so casually a moment ago. What to do? He couldn't be someone who breaks his word. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoyang climbed onto the big red butterfly. Xia Ran couldn't help but laugh at the sight. The big butterfly sang a song about two tigers. Lu Xiaoyang curled up in the ride, feeling a bit of embarrassment. With his large build, it was hard not to attract attention sitting in this small ride. Lu Xiaoyang managed a miserable smile, but seeing Xia Ran's joyful laughter made him actually quite pleased inside. To break the awkwardness, he started singing along. As the song ended, Xia Ran, who had reached her time, first got off the rocking horse and took out her phone to snap a picture of Lu Xiaoyang. He decided not to struggle anymore, wearing an expression of serene resignation. Xia Ran took pictures happily, and he further adopted a serious pose, complimenting it with gestures. Xia Ran's face was filled with the joy of a child. Watching this scene, Lu Xiaoyang felt a hint of happiness rise within him. Finally, as the time for his punishment ended, he couldn't wait to jump down from the ride. I took so many beautiful photos, we'll send them to you later. Xia Ran was thrilled, feeling quite accomplished. Lu Xiaoyang gazed at the night sky at a 45-degree angle and said solemnly, Teacher Xia, if you agree to delete those photos you just took, I'll treat you to something delicious. Xia Ran shook her head without a second thought. How can that be? I put a lot of effort into taking them. Lu Xiaoyang remained silent, as if resigned to his fate. By the way, Lu Xiaoyang, how did you end up here? Xia Ran gathered her hair and suddenly remembered this question. Lu Xiaoyang pointed to a nearby restaurant and said, I was just here having a meal with someone, stepped out for some fresh air, and didn't expect to run into Teacher Xia. Xia Ran wrinkled her nose slightly, her brows drawing together beautifully. No wonder there's such a strong smell of alcohol. Excuse me. Lu Xiaoyang took a step back, feeling a bit embarrassed, and asked, where is Teacher Xia? I had arranged to meet a colleague for a late-night snack, but a student suddenly fell ill, so she went with them to the infirmary. I'm just waiting for someone. I see. What time is it now? Lu Xiaoyang glanced at his phone and said, it's already past 9. Is Teacher Xia going to wait longer? Xia Ran remained silent, her expression revealing a hint of hesitation, as she regretfully said, it's a pity you're eating, otherwise I could treat you to something delicious. Lu Xiaoyang smiled slightly and said, then let's go. Xia Ran looked at him, her watery eyes silently asked, I'm accompanying you to eat something. If we wait too long, the food vendors will close. Lu Xiaoyang pointed at the nearby eateries. Although this isn't a food street, there are well-established neighborhoods with decent foot traffic and many street vendors. Xia Ran nodded eagerly as she understood that soon the high school students would finish their evening study sessions. At that time, it would be awkward for her to be here, lest she run into her own students. But weren't you drinking? Is that okay? After walking a few steps, Xia Ran recalled what Lu Xiaoyang had just said and turned to ask. It's fine, I didn't want to drink anyway, so this worked out perfectly. I need to thank you, Teacher Xia. As Lu Xiaoyang spoke, he looked at the shops along the street, noticing there were quite a few selling food. He asked Xia Ran, Teacher Xia, what do you want to eat? Lu Xiaoyang saw several shops along the street. There was a baozi shop, but it was already closed. There was a noodle shop, a restaurant selling Sha County snacks, and a Lanzhou beef noodle shop still in operation. Lu Xiaoyang was still considering what to recommend if Xia Ran needed suggestions, but Xia Ran had already walked straight to a small stall. What is this? Lu Xiaoyang was brought to a small stall by Xia Ran, staring at the unknown item coated in a shiny spicy sauce. Look, Xia Ran patted his shoulder and urged him to look at the sign. Spicy wolf tooth potatoes. Just reading the sign made Lu Xiaoyang shiver all over. The stall owner was a big sister. She took out the cut potato strips, each one evenly textured and clean-edged. The big sister placed the potato strips into the hot oil, and soon they began to sizzle. The hot potatoes were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, followed by a mix of secret red oil, peppery seasoning, fragrant vinegar, sesame seeds, and finely chopped scallions. The big sister handed over the potatoes in a paper box. Here, take it, be careful, it's hot. Lu Xiaoyang instinctively reached to grab it, but was outpaced by Xiao Ran. Ding ding ding. Xiao Ran took the box and waved it in front of Lu Xiaoyang with great enthusiasm. Doesn't it look appetizing? Indeed. Lu Xiaoyang did not deny that point. The whole plate of potatoes glowed bright and translucent. The red oil clinging to them sparkled under the light, looking quite appealing without appearing greasy. But it was clearly spicy, and just looking at it made one crave it. Yet that was not all. Xiao Ran then led Lu Xiaoyang to a small shop next door. This time, they ordered a serving of marinated seafood. The owner was a younger sister. When she saw Xiao Ran, she smiled and said, "Beauty, we meet again." Xiao Ran was surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, I've only eaten here once. You remember me?" "Of course. You're so beautiful. I've never encountered anyone like you before, so it's hard not to remember." Faced with such a straightforward compliment, Xiao Ran initially had no reaction, but since Lu Xiaoyang was present, it felt a bit different, and she could only quietly say thank you. Lu Xiaoyang found it amusing until the gossipy sister smiled encouragingly at him. He knew he must have been misunderstood again. However, since no one said anything, he couldn't explain himself. Thus the atmosphere became a bit quiet. Fortunately, this dish was prepared faster than the spicy potatoes. The transparent sour and spicy soup base looked clear and bright in its transparent container. Inside was a generous serving of small seafood. There were plump little clams, bouncy shrimp, and shellfish that looked exceptionally full. It was garnished with a bit of cilantro, bright red chili peppers, and some finely minced garlic. Overall, it looked really fresh and bright, making one feel very appetized. Outside the small shop, there were small tables and stools set up. Xiao Ran asked the shop owner for 2 bottles of ice cold orange soda, and the owner ceremoniously provided them with 2 straws. "Do you want to try it? See if it's good." Xiao Ran took a small sip of the soda and gestured for Lu Xiaoyang to give it a try. Regardless of how it tasted, Lu Xiaoyang felt his appetite stirred by the sight of such beautiful food. He had just been busy drinking and hadn't eaten much, and now he suddenly felt hungry. Moreover, he had forgotten that he originally agreed to accompany Xiao Ran to eat. "Then I'll try it first." Lu Xiaoyang didn't hold back. He picked up a bamboo skewer and gently lifted a potato strip to his mouth. There were 2 types of potatoes, super spicy and mildly spicy. Lu Xiaoyang started with the mildly spicy one. Hiss! Lu Xiaoyang felt the soft and sticky potato coated in the fresh and spicy sauce enter his mouth. It started with a subtle sour fragrance followed by a gradual spiciness that spread. It wasn't an overwhelming heat, but had enough stimulation. The more he chewed, the more fragrant it became. "Is it good?" Xiao Ran asked with a light smile. "Delicious." Lu Xiaoyang nodded. Xiao Ran was quite satisfied with his answer. "Then you should try this." Lu Xiaoyang switched to the super spicy version. This time he could clearly feel the difference. The rich red oil coated the wavy potatoes, bursting with spicy flavor upon entry, and the numbing sensation shot straight to his tongue. Lu Xiaoyang felt a slight warmth throughout his body, and the drowsy fatigue from the drinking session was swept away in an instant. "Wow, this is really spicy." He fanned himself and added, "But it's so satisfying." "Huh." Xiao Ran was very pleased with Lu Xiaoyang's reaction, and then pointed to the seafood. "Let's try this next." Lu Xiaoyang wiped the fine beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead, and picked up the marinated seafood. The marinated seafood was sweet and sour with a hint of spiciness, incredibly fresh and tender. The icy soup wrapped around the fresh and spicy flavors, and with one bite the previous heat seemed to dissipate significantly. What a delight! Lu Xiaoyang didn't even remember the last time he had enjoyed street food like this, but felt incredibly satisfying. "Hey teacher Xiao, you should eat too." Lu Xiaoyang looked at Xiao Ran, who hadn't touched her food, yet feeling a bit embarrassed. "All right." Xiao Ran smiled nonchalantly and picked up her chopsticks. The 2 of them ate comfortably, taking turns to enjoy the food. Lu Xiaoyang quickly noticed that Xiao Ran couldn't handle spicy food well. After just a few bites, she was already panting from the spiciness, using her delicate little hand as a fan to gently wave air towards her mouth. Lu Xiaoyang remembered the second time they met, when she had eaten crayfish alone, her face turning red from the spice. He found it amusing and silently took on more of the super spicy potatoes, leaving the mildly spicy ones for Xiao Ran. "Xiao Laosher, I didn't expect you to have such a good appetite. Do you often eat at street vendors?" Lu Xiaoyang was also struggling with the spiciness, gulping down a mouthful of soda and casually asking. Xiao Ran was focused on a small sea snail, her mouth stuffed full, shaking her head and mumbling, "Not really, I can only indulge occasionally. Eating too much late-night snacks will make you gain weight, so I have to restrain myself." Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect someone as carefree as Xiao Ran to have body image concerns. Her figure was evidently excellent. She was about 1.78 meters tall, quite tall among girls. So even if she gained a little weight, it would only make her look plump and attractive, definitely not fat. However, Lu Xiaoyang certainly wouldn't say this out loud. He wasn't particularly picky about food, but he held a genuine respect for those who love to eat. In his view, eating is a vital part of life, and one's attitude towards food reflects their attitude towards life. He admired those who maintained their passion for living. Xia Ran was so invested and joyful in her eating, her eyes bright and filled with endless enthusiasm. It was easy to spread that enthusiasm to those around her. If the food in front of them could score a 7 out of 10, then, with Xia Ran's eating style, it would surely reach a 9. Lu Xiaoyang, what are you laughing at? Aren't you eating? Xia Ran looked up to see Lu Xiaoyang grinning, foolishly unsure of what he found so funny. It's nothing, I just think you look so delightful while eating, Xia Laosher. Really? Xia Ran thought Lu Xiaoyang was teasing her about her eating mannerisms. Her hand paused involuntarily, her cheeks slightly flushing. I skipped dinner for this late-night snack, so I'm a bit eager. You can't make fun of me. No, absolutely not. Lu Xiaoyang quickly waved his hand, speaking sincerely. Xia Laosher, please don't misunderstand. I truly meant no offense. I genuinely find it enjoyable to watch you eat. Even if I weren't eating, it looks very satisfying. Xia Ran stared at Lu Xiaoyang for a moment, then finally smiled sweetly, seemingly convinced by his words. Satisfied, she continued to enjoy her food. Wait. Xia Ran noticed how quickly the food was disappearing, and suddenly realized something was off. She looked up questioning. Didn't you say you already ate? How come you're eating so much? Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback by Xia Ran's long reaction time. Like I just said, Xia Laosher, your food looks too delicious, and I was caught up in it, purely unable to control myself. Xia Ran's lips curved into a smile as she continued relishing her food. Lu Xiaoyang chuckled, realizing that he had indeed eaten quite a lot. There was nothing he could do, he was indeed a bit hungry. He had been too focused on drinking earlier and hadn't eaten much. Plus, the 2 snacks Xia Ran bought were so tempting that it was hard to resist. Just then his phone rang. It was a call from Wu Wei. Xia Laosher, I need to take a call, Lu Xiaoyang said, stepping aside to answer. On the other end, Wu Wei's voice, slightly tipsy, came through with confusion. Xiaoyang, where did you go? You didn't run off, did you? Brother Wu, I'm really sorry. I ran into a friend nearby and stayed to chat for a bit. You guys drink, don't mind me. Friend. Wu Wei left the table and went to the restroom, directly asking, what friend? Are you not enjoying today's gathering? I'm sorry about today. He felt a bit apologetic towards Song Yuanhua and Su Huaibi, realizing that Lu Xiaoyang had been somewhat neglected. I'm not dissatisfied, Brother Wu, don't overthink it. Lu Xiaoyang patiently explained, finally easing Wu Wei's concerns. After hanging up, Lu Xiaoyang returned to sit opposite Xia Ran. She seemed reluctant to waste food, diligently finishing what was left. Lu Xiaoyang took a tissue, wiping his mouth while watching her with interest, and asked, so Xia Laosher, do you find teaching interesting? Xia Ran paused, putting down her skewer, and thought seriously about the question before answering. It's enjoyable, but there are also frustrating moments. Oh, like what? For example, some students who initially perform poorly gradually improve with my help, or introverted children become more positive and cheerful about life. The transformation of such students is the best gift a teacher can receive, and that sense of happiness is indescribable. And what about the frustrating parts? It's disheartening to find many areas in education where we are powerless. This can be very frustrating. When a student reaches high school, their habits and perceptions have already matured significantly. As a teacher, I often want to help them, but achieving results is quite difficult. These should have been addressed much earlier with their parents or early teachers helping to cultivate and shape them. Watching them step into society with these bad habits and perceptions, facing a more challenging life, is quite disheartening. Lu Xiaoyang had never seen Xia Ran look so serious, her brows knitted with deep concern. Xia Laosher, you shouldn't blame yourself too much. It's not your responsibility. This is a problem that the entire educational environment struggles to solve. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The fact that you can articulate this shows you are a very good teacher. Many people become numb after a few years in teaching and stop thinking so deeply. Speaking of which, Lu Xiaoyang paused before mentioning, by the way, my parents wanted me to become a teacher too. Xia Ran exclaimed in surprise, really? Then why didn't you take that path? Actually, I have no aversion to the teaching profession and even looked forward to it. It's just that I thought about the issues you just mentioned 2 years ago and felt that being a teacher comes with heavy responsibilities. It's clearly not just about imparting knowledge, and I don't believe I can handle it. Really? You understood this earlier than I did. Xia Ran sighed lightly, saying, initially I thought I could change a lot, just as my teacher changed my interest in mathematics. It was only when I became a teacher that I realized how insignificant individual efforts can be. Xia Laosher, you don't need to overthink it. I believe you have already tried very hard. I have indeed tried hard. I believe you. On this summer night, hearing such comforting words, Xia Ran felt a wave of emotion. Suddenly, she remembered a promise and said, by the way, I still owe you a meal. Weren't you saying that the vendor found a new location? We should go eat there sometime. Sure. Lu Xiaoyang immediately thought, how about I treat you to my signature dish first, Xia Laosher? Iron pot stewed chicken. Exactly, iron pot stewed chicken. I've also been learning to make a fish dish recently. Once I master it, I'll be able to have chicken in one hand and fish in the other. That sounds quite impressive. Xiao Ran imagined the scene he described and couldn't help but laugh. It must be impressive, remarkably impressive. Lu Xiaoyang looked proud. Oh, my colleague is here. Just as they were joking, Xiao Ran's phone rang. She spoke a few words into the receiver and then stood up waving goodbye. The newcomer was none other than the middle-aged woman who had dined with Lu Xiaoyang and Xiao Ran during their first encounter. At that time, she had smiled at him with some significance, leaving a deep impression on Lu Xiaoyang. A boy bumped his head. It was truly frightening, Meng Xiaolan said as she stopped her electric bike by the road, still shaken. Oh, is it serious? Xiao Ran quickly asked. It looked scary, but thankfully it wasn't serious. Just a bandage and it's nothing. Meng Xiaolan then noticed Lu Xiaoyang and looked at him. After all, they had just met not long ago, and Lu Xiaoyang's appearance wasn't too ordinary, so he looked familiar. Also, Xiao Ran's bag was on a stool next to him. Sorry, Lanjia, I'm a bit hungry. Xiao Ran noticed Meng Xiaolan's gaze and apologized shyly. It's fine, it's fine. Having someone to eat with makes me feel less guilty for being late. Lanjia glanced at Lu Xiaoyang knowingly, asking, haven't we met somewhere before? Hello, we crossed paths at the restaurant earlier. Oh, you're Xiao Ran's student's brother, right? Yes. Meng Xiaolan smiled radiantly. I remember you. You drive a Tesla? Lu Xiaoyang. Sister, are you polite? Lu Xiaoyang's smile froze on his face as he recalled the last awkward moment. Lu Xiaoyu, you really are asking for a beating again. Lu Xiaoyang silently made a note of it in his heart for his dear little brother. At this moment, the high school evening study session had just ended. Lu Xiaoyu, still buried in his work, suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? He muttered to himself before continuing to focus on his work. Teacher Xia, I should be heading back now. You all take your time to stroll around. Since his friend had come over and had stayed outside for so long, Lu Xiaoyang politely bid farewell and decided it was time to leave. Once Lu Xiaoyang had walked away, Meng Xiaolan turned her head and looked at Xiao Ran with a smirk. Are you not going to share what kind of relationship it is? Xiao Ran replied with a pure gaze. What kind of relationship? Of course we are just friends, Sister Lan. Oh, just friends, huh? Meng Xiaolan squinted her eyes as if trying to see through her inner thoughts. Just ordinary friends. Xiao Ran nodded seriously. Meng Xiaolan glanced at the few remaining potatoes and seafood on the small wooden table and said with a knowing look, I know how you treat those male colleagues who show interest at school. Today I actually saw you eating with a male friend, and you call him just a friend. I clearly remember that the last time you met you didn't even know each other. It seems something must have happened in between. Can't you share a bit of that story? Xiao Ran, feeling helpless, had no choice but to recount how they first met at a barbecue stall and later went to see a teacher together, detailing everything. Lu Xiaoyang, of course, had no idea he had become a topic of conversation between two women. He returned to the private dining room where the meal was nearing its end. Xiaoyang, where did you run off to? Trying to escape drinking, are you? That won't do, you must take a penalty drink. Wu Wei, a bit flushed from drinking, greeted him with a smile. Sorry, I ran into an acquaintance and got held up for a bit, Lu Xiaoyang explained with a smile. Song Yuanbua and Su Huaibin glanced at Lu Xiaoyang as he entered, then continued their conversation, not taking much notice. They merely regarded Lu Xiaoyang as a new acquaintance of Wu Wei, someone without power or influence, lacking a career of his own, and thus they didn't feel inclined to get closer or bother with such trivial matters. Zhao Chunli glanced at him and seemed to have kept their student relationship to herself. As someone with little presence, Lu Xiaoyang naturally kept quiet. One by one, everyone began to leave. Soon several designated drivers were called. Apart from Lu Xiaoyang, the others were all drivers. Song Yuanbua was the first to leave. Song, my friend will pick me up in a bit, so you can go ahead, Zhao Chunli said as she saw Song Yuanbua off, and then stepped back down. Xiaoyang, why don't we share a ride? It won't hurt to take the electric bike back later, Su Chunliang, who was in Wu Wei's car, suggested. Uncle Su, brother, well, you don't need to worry about me. I barely drank, am perfectly fine, so don't worry. After sending the two off smoothly, Lu Xiaoyang turned to Zhao Chunli, whose face was flushed and naturally expressed concern. Zhao, you really drank quite a bit today. What can I do? Work is like this. Zhao Chunli replied with a playful smile, raising her eyebrows. Lu, are you concerned about me? Lu Xiaoyang's expression stiffened. We're old classmates and just finished a meal together. It's natural to be concerned. If it bothers you, I apologize now. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chunli laughed heartily. Lu Xiaoyang, you haven't changed much. You're still the same as before, with a bit of cold humor. Lu Xiaoyang also smiled. Hee hee, you've changed quite a bit. I remember you didn't used to joke like this. Zhao Chunli suddenly sighed. Life always changes people. That much is true, Lu Xiaoyang agreed. By the way, there might be a gathering in a few days. Would you like to join? Everyone doesn't know you're back yet. A class reunion. Can everyone really gather at this time? Lu Xiaoyang asked, puzzled. The high school class group only tends to organize reunions during the new year. But now it's June. Zhao Chunyan explained. It's not a big reunion, just a few of us from Yunjiao. We occasionally gather for a chat. After all, we were classmates for 3 years, and keeping in touch might help with something down the line. Oh, in that case it should be fine. Lu Xiaoyang thought, feeling quite free at the moment and not particularly averse to such reunions. Seeing that the conversation was winding down, Lu Xiaoyang thought it was time to say goodbye. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. Mr. Lu. To be honest, Lu Xiaoyang was still not very familiar with this title and momentarily did not react. However, Zhao Chunli happened to see the person greeting them staring in their direction. She winked at Lu Xiaoyang and asked with a hint of uncertainty, Mr. Lu, is that person calling you? Lu Xiaoyang was stunned for 2 seconds before finally realizing what was happening. That call of Mr. Lu seemed to be directed at him. He turned around and clearly saw who was calling him. It was actually Wang Wei, the supplier of vegetables for the barbecue restaurant. Before the opening, they had chatted for quite a while during the taste test. Until now, Lu Xiaoyang still had a thought lingering in his mind, wanting to find an opportunity to visit the vegetable base of the other party. Of course, he wasn't going for an inspection, it was purely personal interest. Wang Wei had evidently just come out of Yunhe residence after having a meal, and 2 people were standing beside him seemingly saying goodbye to each other. Mr. Lu, it's really you. I thought I had recognized the wrong person. Wang Wei smiled and walked over once he saw who it was. What a coincidence, Mr. Wang. Lu Xiaoyang nodded apologetically to Zhao Chunli beside him and walked forward to greet him. Indeed, what a coincidence. The vegetables here are also supplied by our base. I came over today to discuss some matters. Did Mr. Lu just finish eating here? Wang Wei seemed to have stumbled upon something interesting, glancing at the 2 people he had just been with, his eyes filled with a hint of amusement. Yes, a friend organized a gathering, and I just tagged along for a meal. How's the food? Wang Wei looked back and asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyang casually replied, it's alright, the taste is quite good. To be honest, the flavor was average, lacking any remarkable qualities. He now knew that what was served here was a dinner, and wasn't quite sure how much it cost per person, but it was obviously not cheap. However, comparatively speaking, the taste was rather mediocre. Of course, Lu Xiaoyang also understood that this might have a lot to do with his recent picky taste. Li Jinxiang and his wife's culinary skills were truly at a high level, making this place seem somewhat ordinary by comparison. The money spent here was probably mostly for the service and ambience. As for whether the dishes were delicious, it seemed not many people cared, or at least he hadn't paid much attention to it from the beginning to the end. Haha, the taste is good, right, Mr. Zhang? Did you hear that? Wang Wei smiled at a middle-aged man, dressed somewhat simply, yet exuding a certain elegance behind him. We were just talking about Xiang, what a coincidence. This Mr. Lu here is another partner. I didn't expect to meet him here for a meal, oh what a fate. We are all in the same industry, so it's nice to get acquainted. Mr. Lu, this is Mr. Zhang Weiqiang, the owner of Yunhe residence. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Lu Xiaoyang, well aware that he was definitely the younger one in both age and tenure in the industry, proactively greeted him politely. The middle-aged man stepped forward, sizing up Lu Xiaoyang for 2 seconds before speaking astonishingly, I didn't expect that the person who snatched the cooperation opportunity from me would be such a young fellow. What? Lu Xiaoyang was left dumbfounded. Although the other party's tone was calm, the content of his words was evidently impolite. Who are you? What did I take from you? Wang Wei, unfazed, explained with a smile, Mr. Lu probably doesn't know yet. Initially, Jinxiang discussed cooperation with Mr. Zhang for quite some time. In the end, it has now become a reality. Jinxiang chose you, this heroic young man. So that's how it is, Lu Xiaoyang understood. Especially now that Xiang barbecue was so popular, it was only natural that the other party would feel a bit frustrated for missing out on the opportunity. This matter couldn't be said to be his fault, but there was certainly some causal relationship. No wonder the attitude was like. Lu Xiaoyang could still understand, saying, I genuinely didn't know about this beforehand, Mr. Zhang. I apologize. I believe Brother Xiang must have made his choice after careful consideration. Are you implying that I'm inadequate? Zhang Weiqiang's expression was inscrutable as he fixed his gaze on him. This time Lu Xiaoyang was a bit annoyed. I wouldn't dare, but I believe that the one chosen must have some undeniable advantages. Mr. Zhang is older than me. This principle should be clearer to you than it is to me. Lu Xiaoyang's sharp rebuttal made the atmosphere in the room somewhat somber. Haha, well said. Zhang Weiqiang's face broke into a slight smile. In business, the one who offers the highest price gets the deal. This is an age-old rule. As for cooperation, it's naturally whoever offers the best conditions that gets to work with whom. Xiang discussed it with me afterward. I admit I could never be as magnanimous as you, but of course. Zhang Weiqiang paused and smiled. I never expected the business would be this good. Mr. Zhang, you flatter me, but it's truly just a matter of luck. Zhao Chunli stood silently beside them, observing the scene without revealing her thoughts. Of course, she knew who the owner of Yunhe residence was. She had seen her boss Song Yuanbo actively engage in conversation with the other party. Song Yuanbo's connections had just retired, while the person in front of her was currently in the height of popularity. This restaurant was merely one of Zhang Weiqiang's less noticeable ventures. This private kitchen was actually semi-open to the public, operating most of the time as private receptions, essentially functioning more like a private club. Zhao Chunli's gaze fell back on Lu Xiaoyang, filled with surprise. What an impressive Mr. Lu. She still couldn't quite grasp how Lu Xiaoyang had managed to secure a cooperation opportunity from Zhang Weiqiang. Although his words sounded quite stern, it was evident that he wasn't angry. In fact, there was even a hint of admiration. This old classmate was far from the simple person he had appeared to be during their meal. Zhao Chunli couldn't help but feel a bit amused thinking about her boss' attitude towards Lu Xiaoyang. She was considering whether to remind him about it. If he knew that Lu Xiaoyang could engage in such a conversation with Zhang Weiqiang, and that he evidently had some business dealings, his attitude would undoubtedly change dramatically. However, Zhao Chunli decided to let it go for now. At that moment, she silently sorted through the vocabulary she had heard. Barbecue, that was it. Although she still didn't fully understand, she felt she was getting closer to the truth. This intrigued her greatly about this old classmate. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xiaoyang finally parted ways with Wang Wei and the others. Wang Wei got into a BMW X5, they rolled down the window to wave goodbye, and then drove off. Lu Xiaoyang watched the car disappear, unable to help but feel a sense of awe. A BMW X5, that was a car worth hundreds of thousands. In the small county of Yunzhou, it definitely ranked among the top tier. Mr. Lu, it seems you have quite a few secrets, don't you? Zhao Chunli stepped forward, teasing in a low voice. Secrets? Not really, but it's just that I partnered with someone to open a small shop. Oh, a small shop. How could a small shop make Zhang Weiqiang talk about snatching cooperation opportunities? Zhao Chunli naturally didn't believe a word of it. However, she didn't press further. Asking more would be a bit too forward. Anyway, she already had enough clues, and it wouldn't be difficult to investigate further. Just as Lu Xiaoyang was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. It was Wu Wei. Brother, I didn't treat you well today. They'll find another opportunity to apologize later. Brother, we are being too formal. Everything was fine today, don't think too much about it. Lu Xiaoyang explained a few sentences before Wu Wei hung up the phone. Zhao Chunli's eavesdropping was discovered, and she smiled somewhat awkwardly, yet she did not hide it, her expression unperturbed. Lu Xiaoyang recalled what Wu Wei had told him about the backgrounds of Song Yuanbois and Su Huaibin, who were having dinner with them, and suddenly took an interest in asking Zhao Chunli, classmate, Zhao, do you know anything about Wu Wei? Zhao Chunli nodded. I know a little. Lu Xiaoyang smiled. Doesn't he have some connections behind him? What? Zhao Chunli asked curiously. Her thoughts were similar to those of Song Yuanbois and Su Huaibin. Since Lu Xiaoyang was invited by Wu Wei to dinner, how could he not know him? I really don't know anything at all, Lu Xiaoyang replied honestly. All right. Zhao Chunli temporarily suppressed her surprise and slowly said, Wu Wei's cousin is a top official in the city's finance department. Oh, that's pretty impressive. Lu Xiaoyang was genuinely astonished. This connection was quite formidable. He had suspected that Wu Wei must have some relationships, but he did not expect them to be this significant. This definitely counts as a powerful figure locally. Despite this, he still takes on their small jobs worth 4,000 or 5,000. That's quite pragmatic. Lu Xiaoyang felt a wave of admiration rising in his heart. Zhao Chunli noticed that Lu Xiaoyang seemed genuinely unaware of Wu Wei's background, which only fueled her curiosity further. How did the two of them meet, and what kind of relationship did they have? From the dinner earlier, it was evident that Wu Wei was very considerate towards Lu Xiaoyang. Although Wu Wei has connections, those relationships aren't as close or useful as most people imagine, Zhao Chunli continued to explain. Oh, how so? Lu Xiaoyang also became interested and asked directly. Wu Wei's cousin is a child of his uncle's family, quite a bit older than Wu Wei. When Wu Wei was very young, it is said that he was very mischievous and once set fire to some wheat straw in the autumn. And then, Lu Xiaoyang's eyes widened. He found it hard to connect Wu Wei with that mischievous child. Then he almost set his cousin who was sleeping above on fire. Zhao Chunli chuckled as she spoke. Good heavens! Lu Xiaoyang was completely dumbfounded. Zhao Chunli laughed. Many people in this circle know about this. His older brother, the director, has never been very fond of Wu Wei. Of course, it's true that he doesn't care for him, but after all, they are close relatives, so he will still look out for him in private. However, even that kind of support is not made public. While others avoid suspicion to prevent trouble, they avoid it purely due to their own emotional ties. It can work like that too. Lu Xiaoyang felt that he had gained some insight. Zhao Chunli's mention of the friends that were supposed to come were, in fact, non-existent. She deliberately stayed behind simply to chat a bit more with Lu Xiaoyang about the class reunion. As she sat in the taxi, she watched him standing still with his electric bike outside. Zhao Chunli found this increasingly interesting. This suddenly appearing old classmate seemed to hide quite a few surprises. Xiang. This was a name that had been mentioned repeatedly. Liu Lipu. She was naturally familiar with this urban village, but it was her first time meeting Su Chunliang, the village secretary. Su Chunliang and Lu Xiaoyang seemed quite familiar. Oh, just moments ago he had invited him to share a ride back, indicating that Lu Xiaoyang likely lived there as well. Zhang Weiqiang Yun judicious. She pieced together the scattered clues she had just received, feeling a bit chaotic. But at least she had some leads. Now Zhao Chunli's interest was thoroughly piqued, and she planned to investigate this matter. Xiang. Oh, and barbecues. The taxi driver was warm-hearted upon hearing Zhao Chunli mumble softly. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Are you talking about Xiang barbecue? It's really popular now, so it's hard to get a spot. Just the other day, I went with 2 buddies for a midnight meal, and let me tell you, the taste is quite good. No wonder it became so popular right after opening." Zhao Chunli's heart skipped a beat as she asked, "Driver, are you saying there is a restaurant called Xiang barbecue?" The driver looked at her reaction with some confusion. "Yes, isn't that what you just mentioned?" "Yes, I heard someone mention it, but I don't know where it's located." "Oh, it's in Guanlan community." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunli had a strong intuition that this barbecue place was the one and could not be mistaken. She originally thought she would have to sort through the information and inquire about it. She did not expect it to come so easy. Zhao Chunli immediately said, "Driver, please change the destination to Xiang barbecue. Let's take a look there, then we can continue to the current destination." All right. The driver was pleased to hear this. This was like adding an extra leg to the journey. A little over 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of Xiang barbecue. It was now close to 10 o'clock and the business in the restaurant was still booming. The small plaza in front was filled with guests sitting at wooden tables, creating a lively atmosphere. Investors? Zhao Chunli thought of what Wang Wei had said earlier, finding it hard to imagine. With such good business, she couldn't imagine how much revenue they were generating. At least she had never seen a restaurant that could compare to the one in front of her. Could this be an investment from Lu Xiaoyang? How much money could this make? It was as if the driver had heard Zhao Chunli's inner thoughts as he remarked through the open window, "Customers keep coming in all night. Between 7 and 8 there were lines to get in. They must be making a fortune." Zhao Chunli held onto her phone, firmly resolved. No, she had to find out the truth. "Driver, please wait for me for a moment." She got out of the car and stepped into the crowd. Good heavens, she was now truly surrounded by smoke and the sounds of people. Many men were bare-chested, indulging in food and drink. The rich aroma of grilled meat filled the air. She felt a bit regretful that earlier dining place was vastly inferior compared to this one. Zhao Chunli did not rashly approach a waiter. Instead, she observed for a short while. Her gaze quickly locked onto Su Rue, who appeared to be in charge. Zhao Chunli smiled slightly and walked over gracefully. "Hello, may I ask if Lu Xiaoyang, Mr. Lu is here?" Su Rue was busy helping a waiter confirm an order when she suddenly heard a voice beside her. She turned to look at Zhao Chunli, feeling a bit uncertain about this obviously tipsy young girl inquiring about her body. She did not answer, but instead asked back, "May I ask who you are?" Zhao Chunli smiled lightly, having already obtained an answer. If Lu Xiaoyang did not exist, the other party would surely have directly asked who Lu Xiaoyang was. However, the female manager did not, but instead asked her who she was. That meant Lu Xiaoyang, this Mr. Lu is indeed real. It's final call on myself. Zhao Chunli waved her phone and contentedly retreated. "Mr. Lu. Could this be someone he's indebted to coming to find him?" Su Rue watched as Zhao Chunli in her high heels walked unsteadily and muttered, "Forget it, I might as well pretend I don't know." Lu Xiaoyang pushed his electric bike, strolling leisurely down the road. Although he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol today, his tolerance was decent, and he did not feel particularly drunk. Walking on the street in the cool evening breeze felt like a pre-sleep stroll. Suddenly, he unexpectedly sneezed. Little did he know Zhao Chunli was discreetly probing into his affairs. The key was how efficient it was, accurately pinpointing the location of Xiang's barbecue within such a short time. Just as he was walking, his phone in his pocket vibrated, and Lu Xiaoyang took it out to see that the avatar was Xia Ran. He paused and opened his phone to read the complete message. "Lu Xiaoyu made significant progress in this mock exam. As his older brother, you should provide some encouragement." Lu Xiaoyang immediately replied, "Received." Xia Ran quickly responded, "Very good." Looking at the concise dialogue in the chat box, Lu Xiaoyang smiled before putting away his phone. Naturally, he was very pleased that his brother had made progress. Lu Xiaoyang wondered if it was related to the promise he made. Of course, none of that was important. What mattered was the progress itself. Lu Xiaoyang then thought that promising to buy a car seemed too far-fetched. As an older brother, he should add some tangible rewards that could provide emotional value right away. For example, clothes and shoes, things that are visible and tangible, which could provide immediate emotional value. As for electronic products, he decided to hold off for now. This stage was not suitable for that, as it could easily foster a playful mindset. Fortunately, his younger brother had decent self-control. Despite often being on his phone, his grades consistently remained excellent. Lost in thought, Lu Xiaoyang soon returned home. After a quick shower to wash away his fatigue, he went to bed ready to sleep. In a daze, Lu Xiaoyang felt he had already fallen asleep when suddenly his phone buzzed. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw it was a call from his brother. Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned and muttered to himself, "This kid is so fixated on gifts that he even came into my dreams." He felt as if he had indeed fallen asleep, right in a dream. "What's going on with you?" Lu Xiaoyang swiped his phone, his head crashing back into the soft pillow as he mumbled while answering the call. "Bro, what's going on with you?" Lu Xiaoyu's clear voice came from the other end, seemingly laced with a hint of grievance. "What do you mean, what's going on? Bro, how could you say that? Why are you out all night? Your car is also missing, you're not really running away, are you? What the hell?" Lu Xiaoyang struggled to sit up, patting his cheeks and looking at the phone in his hand that was still in a call. Finally, he became much more alert, confirming this was not a dream. "What are you rambling about? The car is at home, and so am I." "Where are you?" "Not at school. I'm on vacation." "Oh, I'm at your place, but you're not here." "Where are you staying?" his brother insisted on the phone. "At Heyday's house." Lu Xiaoyang sighed in relief. "Oh, I haven't been living there these past few days. I've moved back." "But, isn't it under renovation, bro?" "The renovation is done." "Oh, wait for me, bro, I'm coming over right now." Even before the call ended, there was a flurry of rustling sounds on the other end. Lu Xiaoyang had no choice but to get up and get dressed, preparing to open the door to wait for his brother. The two residences weren't far apart, and soon he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Lu Xiaoyang stood in the alley waiting for his breathless brother to come closer, unable to help but yawn and ask, "Today is Saturday, why are you just now on vacation?" Lu Xiaoyu ran up excitedly and said, "The college entrance exam needs the classrooms, so we're on vacation." "Oh, it's that time of year again for the college entrance exam." Lu Xiaoyang felt a bit dazed upon hearing this. His own college entrance exam had passed many years ago in the blink of an eye. "Bro, is this house really done with renovations?" Lu Xiaoyu, not wanting to be polite, entered without invitation and darted through the front door. "This front door has been newly replaced." In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyu was so astonished by the little courtyard that his expression went blank. "Wow, bro, this." Lu Xiaoyang. What a bizarre expression. Forget it. He was too lazy to correct his brother's crude expression. He was genuinely tired. Although he wasn't drunk, he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, and real fatigue had set in. Lu Xiaoyu yawned, and without looking back headed to his own bedroom. "Your bedroom is in the west, go find it yourself." He tossed out one line, and ignored his nearly out-of-control brother. Having had parents visit the house before, he had become somewhat immune to such astonished reactions. In less than a minute, Lu Xiaoyu burst into his bedroom excitedly exclaiming, "Bro, this kitchen is amazing, but so beautiful, elegant, and high class." Lu Xiaoyang turned over, burying his head under the pillow to ignore him. Lu Xiaoyang dashed out only to rush back, and shortly after, still excited, "Bro, is that a media room? It's so stylish. That big speaker must be great for karaoke, right?" "Get out!" Lu Xiaoyang shouted hoarsely. "Oh." After a while, "Bro, why did you lock the door?" Lu Xiaoyu knocked on the door from outside. "Bro, are you asleep?" Lu Xiaoyang turned over and ignored him. Outside, Lu Xiaoyu was still unwilling to give up, exaggerating in a passionate tone, "Bro, we haven't seen each other for so many days, don't you miss your brother? This house is truly beautiful, and I want to express my admiration." Lu Xiaoyang shouted irritably at the door, "No need for that, just get lost, I'm going to sleep." "But I can't sleep, bro, with such a beautiful house, isn't it a waste to sleep?" "It's a waste to be awake at night. If you can't sleep, go count sheep." Soon it was quiet outside. Lu Xiaoyang let out a sigh of relief when suddenly he heard a knock on the window facing the courtyard. "Bro, are you sure you don't want to have a heart-to-heart with your beloved brother? If you keep making noise, I'll come out and take care of you." Lu Xiaoyang suddenly remembered Meng Xiaolan teasing him about driving a Tesla. This matter definitely had to be pinned on his brother. Lu Xiaoyu, standing outside the window, inexplicably sensed an invisible aura of menace and finally unwillingly walked away. The next morning at the dining table, Lu Xiaoyang brought in some fried dough sticks and soybean milk. The kitchen was already equipped with plenty of utensils and tableware enough to meet dining needs. While eating, Lu Xiaoyu praised, "Bro, I would call this kitchen a genius design, it's truly beautiful. Eating here changes my mood, everything tastes better." Lu Xiaoyang helplessly replied, "If you'd be willing to keep quiet, I would call that the greatest miracle of this." Lu Xiaoyang looked at his younger brother, who was engrossed in his meal, and recalled the promise he had made to himself. He casually asked, "Did you have a mock exam recently?" Lu Xiaoyu, taken aback by the question, replied, "How did you know, brother? We just had a mock exam a couple of days ago, and I scored over 20 points higher than before." "Not bad, that's a significant improvement." Lu Xiaoyang concealed a satisfied smile and casually said, "Are you going to study later? If not, I'll take you out for a bit." "Sure, brother." Lu Xiaoyu perked up at the suggestion. "You know, since we just finished the exam and there's no homework assigned these days, I can take this time to organize my mistakes and just relax today. All right, eat up quickly, and then we can go out." Over an hour later, the two arrived at Yunzhao's largest shopping center, the 5-star shopping plaza. Although the shopping plaza itself wasn't very large, it was indeed the biggest shopping venue in the county. The mall housed various well-known sports shoe and apparel brands. From Nike and Adidas to domestic brands like Step Li Ning and Anta, everything was available. After trying on 2 outfits, Lu Xiaoyang noticed the delight in his brother's eyes and waved his hand decisively. Do you like them? If you do, just buy them. Lu Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed at his brother's generosity. Brother, you don't have to go overboard. I just need one top since you can't really see the pants, and wearing the school uniform regularly is enough. Summer is coming soon and the weather is getting hotter, so having a couple of extra outfits for change would be convenient. As Lu Xiaoyang spoke, he handed the 2 outfits to the salesperson and pointed to the shoes his brother was wearing confidently, saying, "Choose a pair that's more breathable." "Shoes are fine too, brother." The salesperson, seeing a good commission, naturally complimented, "You two brothers have a great bond." Lu Xiaoyu, realizing his brother was going to buy him clothes, felt a bit awkward and instinctively boasted, "Of course. My brother is very capable, and he's single with no girlfriend." Smack! Lu Xiaoyang slapped his brother on the head, recalling the last time the kid bragged about a Tesla, which had embarrassed him. This slap carried a hint of vengeance. Lu Xiaoyu laughed nervously, realizing he shouldn't speak carelessly. In the end, Lu Xiaoyu bought his brother 2 outfits and a pair of sports shoes. After settling the bill, Lu Xiaoyu cheerfully carried the shopping bags and playfully said, "Brother, you're too good to me. I don't know how to repay you." The 2 brothers had a significant age difference and hadn't spent much time together growing up. Thankfully, their bond had remained strong throughout. Lu Xiaoyang patted his brother on the shoulder and said earnestly, "I'm your brother. I don't expect anything in return. But if you really want to show your gratitude, just study hard and try to get into a good university. This way our parents won't have to worry too much." "Don't worry, brother. I'll work hard," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a more serious expression. Lu Xiaoyang felt somewhat reassured and waved his hand. "Let's go buy something nice next." "What nice thing, brother?" "You'll know when we get there." The 2 drove quickly to Yuan Zhao's General Market. Following the directions given by Uncle He, Lu Xiaoyang successfully found the place selling large iron stoves. "Brother, why are we buying this? Isn't this for stewing things?" Lu Xiaoyu looked at the large, hefty iron stove, puzzled. "Exactly, it is for stewing things." A fleeting smile from Xia Ran crossed Lu Xiaoyang's mind as he remembered the promise he made to her about cooking chicken in an iron pot. He coughed awkwardly and said earnestly, "I see how hard you've been studying. If I get the chance, I'll definitely treat you to some good food." Lu Xiaoyu sniffed and said, "Brother, I'm so touched." Lu Xiaoyang patted his brother's shoulder, and everything was left unspoken. "Boss, this package is delivered to the door, right?" He turned to confirm the delivery with the owner. After buying the stove, it was time for the large iron pot. Next to the stove cellar was the place for the pots, making it convenient. The stove seller agreed to deliver both together. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaoyang unexpectedly received a call from Qian Lei. When the call connected, Qian Lei's calm voice came through. "Mr. Lu, about the fish pond, I've already discussed it with my father. When do you have time to come and talk?" "I have time right now, Mr. Qian. If it's convenient for you, I can come over now." Qian Lei didn't hesitate and replied, "All right, let's meet at the fish pond soon." After hanging up, Lu Xiaoyang stepped out of his study and saw his brother engrossed in studying in the kitchen. This younger brother quite liked the bright and clean kitchen. Having studied for quite a while, Lu Xiaoyang felt it was time to relax and approached, knocking on the glass. "I'm stepping out for a bit. Do you want to come along? Is there anything fun, brother?" Lu Xiaoyu asked as he stood up. Nowadays, his brother felt quite unfamiliar to him in both speech and mannerisms. In Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, this brother had quietly become much more impressive, making him feel a sense of surprise and curiosity at every turn. Now that he had the chance to go out and broaden his horizons, he certainly didn't want to miss it. Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, "It should be quite fun." Lu Xiaoyang drove to the fish pond. Lu Xiaoyu recognized the place at a glance and wondered, "Are you here to buy fish, brother?" "Something like that." Lu Xiaoyang smiled and noticed that Qian Lei had already arrived, accompanied by a young man who seemed to be his driver. Lu Xiaoyang wasn't surprised that Uncle He had mentioned that Qian Lei owned a factory, so having a dedicated driver was quite normal. The two exchanged some casual pleasantries. "Mr. Lu, let me show you around first," Qian Lei said leisurely with a smile. "That would be much appreciated, Mr. Qian." Lu Xiaoyang gladly accepted. Last time he had only taken a general look and hadn't examined it in detail. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu watched quietly from the side, feeling a mix of curiosity and shyness. Having been born in a rural area, people like Qian Lei who were a bit older drove luxury cars, and had drivers made him feel a bit distant. What surprised Lu Xiaoyu even more was his brother's demeanor. Facing the imposing Qian Lei, he spoke with composure and confidence, handling interactions with skill. This was a side of his brother he had never seen before. It felt strange, yet exceptionally brilliant, especially when Qian Lei addressed him as Mr. Lu. To Lu Xiaoyu's ears, it sounded incredibly cool. This instantly elevated his admiration for his brother to an unprecedented level. Lu Xiaoyu was also puzzled by how the fish seller was dressed so impressively. Qian Lei's bearing made him think of a well-known fishmonger. This fishmonger had a widely circulated saying, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Even if Lu Xiaoyu had never experienced society before, he could tell that Qian Lei was definitely not an ordinary fish vendor. The aura, the manner of speaking, the luxury car, and the accompanying driver, none of these could belong to a mere... Lu's joyous mind raced with thoughts, secretly pondering if this fish pond was merely a facade concealing some deeper mystery. What about his elder brother? Lu Xiaoyu shifted his gaze to his elder brother. Since the spring festival, his usually busy brother had suddenly returned to Yunzhou without any prior indication. In the past, his brother only had time to come home during the new year, and their parents would incessantly nag him about marriage and buying a house filled with anxiety. However, this time his brother had returned, shedding the gloom and slight melancholy of the past. Not only did he buy a car, but he also purchased a house, and the house was extravagantly decorated. Even his entire demeanor had transformed, exuding an air of confidence and steadiness. Lu Xiaoyu took note of all these changes. Initially, he hadn't thought much of it, but now, observing his brother conversing with others on equal footing, calm and composed, he couldn't help but ponder deeper. Qian Lei's driver wisely stayed where he was, not following the others. Lu Xiaoyu paused, uncertain if he should, but since his brother said nothing, he thought for a moment and decided to follow. Curiosity clawed at his heart like a cat's paw, eager to know what his brother was discussing. He felt both anxious and apprehensive, catching snippets of their conversation, including the words "Lao Mo, I'm craving fish." Lu Xiaoyang could never have imagined how much inner drama his younger brother was experiencing. Had he known, he might have simply pushed him into the water for a refreshing dip. The three walked slowly along the pond's edge. Lu Xiaoyang broke the silence first and asked, "Mr. Qian, do you know how large this fish pond is?" Upon hearing this, Qian Lei stopped, pointing at the entire water area. He said, "This whole pond has a net area of 28 acres, which is quite substantial for our region. In fact, I was the one who had it dug initially. So that's how it is." Lu Xiaoyang nodded in acknowledgement. He wasn't very knowledgeable about aquaculture, but he had done some research since leaving here last time. 28 acres was certainly a significant size in Yunzhou County. He hadn't yet decided if he would focus on intensive farming or fishing. However, he had an idea that the area could even be divided to accommodate both aspects. Of course, this was all for later consideration. The most important thing at the moment was to finalize the leasing arrangements. Indeed, at first I was managing this myself, but later I had other businesses to attend to and couldn't keep an eye on it. I handed it over to my father, thinking he would at least have something to keep him occupied. Little did I expect he would become increasingly addicted to it, consuming more of his energy than anticipated. As he ages, we didn't want him to continue laboring so hard. Qian Lei's gaze swept across the expansive water surface, his tone filled with confidence as he said, "This pond has been around for almost 10 years now, truly a seasoned pond. The greatest advantage of a pond this old is the stability of its water quality, the consistency of its microbial population, and the optimal depth of silt. There's no need for annual major cleanups, and it's much easier to manage than a new pond with absolutely no issues regarding yield. Indeed, as Mr. Qian stated, the color of the water looks quite good, well maintained." Lu Xiaoyang had only done a simple bit of research in the past couple of days and wasn't well acquainted with these professional matters. At this point, he could only follow along, pretending to understand. Lu Xiaoyu trailed behind them, feeling invisible, yet his ears perked up. What they were discussing was hardly about fish, it was clearly about the fish pond in front of them. Could it be? Lu Xiaoyu increasingly found his brother to be an enigma. By this point, he had formed a suspicion in his heart, though he still found it hard to believe. However, he soon heard the two ahead shift the conversation to the main topic. "Mr. Lu, I see you're a straightforward person, so I'll quote a price directly without beating around the bush." After they had walked most of the way around, Qian Lei got straight to the point. "This 28-acre fish pond is offered for a 10-year lease at an annual rent of 25,000. The rent will remain fixed for the duration of the contract without gradual increases. What do you think?" Lu Xiaoyang nodded and lowered his gaze, sinking into thought and momentarily falling silent. Qian Lei did not rush him, patiently waiting. Since their brief interaction during the last shop purchase, Lu Xiaoyang had left a good impression on him. Witnessing the explosive success of Xiang's barbecue had only piqued Qian Lei's interest in this young man further. Otherwise, for such a small fish pond, there would be no need for him to run around personally managing it. Lu Xiaoyu, trailing behind, finally understood. He realized his brother was indeed negotiating a business deal specifically to lease such a large fish pond. 25,000 a year meant 250,000 over 10 years. Though the amount wasn't exorbitant, seeing his brother negotiating so easily with a wealthy businessman in a luxury car filled Lu Xiaoyu with a profound sense of pride. "Mr. Qian." Lu Xiaoyang finally lifted his head to speak, only to shake it immediately afterward. Qian Lei assumed he was about to negotiate a lower price, but his smile remained unchanged as he patiently awaited Lu Xiaoyang's words. To his surprise, Lu Xiaoyang said, "Isn't this price a bit low?" As soon as he spoke, Qian Lei had yet to respond while Lu Xiaoyu nearly couldn't hold back. He didn't understand why his brother wanted to lease this fish pond, but he had already come to believe that his brother was making a careful consideration. His admiration had not yet faded, yet his brother was about to make such a fundamental mistake. The other party had quoted a price, yet his brother was saying it was too low. He quickly leaned forward and gently nudged his brother's elbow, lowering his voice urgently. "Bro, are you confused? You're looking to lease it. How can you complain that the rent is low? You don't understand." Lu Xiaoyang gently patted his brother's arm, signaling him to remain quiet with his eyes. Qian Lei was also quite taken aback. He had thought Lu Xiaoyang was preparing to negotiate a lower price, but instead he had raised concerns about the price being too low. He glanced at Lu Xiaoyu and smiled. "Mr. Lu, I just wanted to say, judging by the looks of it, this must be your brother. He also possesses remarkable charisma." "Mr. Qin, you're too kind. This is indeed my brother who is still in high school. He's on break these days, and is just out here having fun with me." Lu Xiaoyang smiled faintly. "Mr. Qin, I do understand a bit about this. The price you've quoted seems notably lower than the market rate. I don't know much," he casually remarked about Old Hay. Old Hay didn't dare claim to know much, either only estimating it would be around 1,000, maybe a bit more. Lu Xiaoyang felt that was reasonable, as even the ordinary farmland rental in their village was around 700 to 800. A mature fish pond in such a prime location could be profitable for fishing. Lu Xiaoyu looked online and found that the results were far from the quoted price. Qian Lei laughed and said, "Haha, Mr. Lu is right. This price is indeed not high compared to the market rate. To be honest, I'm not relying on this fish pond for profit. In my eyes, having Mr. Lu take over is the best choice, so I'm not too concerned about the money. I consider it a chance to make a friend." Lu Xiaoyang suddenly remembered he had a question. "By the way, Mr. Qian, how do we account for the fish in this pond?" Qian Lei waved his hand dismissively and casually replied, "These fish have not been cleared out for years, so it's hard to say how many are left. Since we are friends now, there's no need to be so meticulous, Mr. Lu need not worry about it." "All right, then I'll go with Mr. Qian's suggestion." With that, Lu Xiaoyang ceased any further chatter, but quietly noted it in his heart. Naturally, he would not take this advantage for free. However, he would wait for an opportunity to repay it later. He was indeed a bit unclear about the situation. Once he clarified how many fish were actually in the pond, he would understand just how great this advantage was. Qian Lei was very confident about this deal and had even prepared the contract in advance. Lu Xiaoyang didn't waste time, he simply glanced at it and signed. After putting away the contract, Qian Lei sincerely said, "Mr. Lu, our family is from the neighboring village, and I have some influence in this area. You can rest assured about this pond. If you encounter any problems in the future, feel free to contact me. No matter how big or small, I will do my best to assist you, Mr. Lu. Thank you in advance, Mr. Qian." Lu Xiaoyang expressed his gratitude immediately. To him, this promise was the greatest gift. Although he had never personally experienced it, he knew that contracting land often led to friction and misunderstandings. It's entirely normal for someone unfamiliar with the area to suffer losses. Now, with Qian Lei's assurance and the relationship with Uncle Hay, things would be much easier. "Mr. Qian, there's one more thing. I might need to trouble your father, Old Master Qian." "Please go ahead, Mr. Lu. It's like this. I know nothing about fish farming right now. I would like to ask Old Master Qian if he could help me out by looking after things for a few days and also teach me a bit of what I need to learn." "That's a small matter," Qian Lei laughed when he heard. "My father would love to stay a few more days now that you've taken over the pond. He doesn't need to keep an eye on it every day, and my family can relax. He can do whatever he likes. He's familiar with the place here." "I really appreciate that, Mr. Qian. Please thank Old Master Qian for me, but I must insist that I can't trouble him without proper compensation. It has to be as a technical consultant," Lu Xiaoyang said half-jokingly. Since the rent had already been reduced voluntarily, they surely didn't look down on such a small amount. However, it was necessary for him to say it. This was a matter of principle. "All right, then having the title of technical consultant will help the old man transition smoothly, so he doesn't feel lost all of a sudden." The two exchanged smiles. Qian Lei immediately called Old Master Qian to inform him about the pond's contract. "Mr. Lu, you should discuss this matter with my father yourself." Qian Lei handed the phone to Lu Xiaoyang. "Old Master." As soon as Lu Xiaoyang picked up the phone, before he could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted from the other end. "You brat rented my pond. You better take care of it. You won't find a better pond in the entire Yinzhou. If you mess it up, I won't let you off easy," and that old man Sue. On the line, Old Master Qian's grievances almost surged through the phone. It seemed he was very reluctant to let go of the pond being pushed by his family. "Old Master, you can rest assured, I will manage it diligently. Actually, there's something I'd like to trouble you with. I'm worried about my lack of knowledge and maintenance. I would like to invite you to be the technical consultant for the pond and guide me in aquaculture techniques. Of course, you're always welcome to visit whenever you have time. The doors of the pond will always be open for you." Under Lu Xiaoyang's warm invitation, Old Master Qian finally accepted reluctantly. Whether there's money involved or not isn't important. You are still a diligent learner, which I appreciate. Just by looking at this pond, you can tell that you've made a good deal. Old Master Qian rambled on for a bit before he cheerfully hung up the phone. After hanging up, Lu Xiaoyang and Qian Lei exchanged smiles. Qian Lei felt somewhat relieved. Lu Xiaoyang's way of inviting him back was evidently gentler than demanding his father to give up the pond. The old man was getting old, and abruptly cutting him off might not be a good thing for filial piety. Thinking of this, Qian Lei felt a pang of gratitude. After leaving the pond, Lu Xiaoyang was contemplating hiring someone quickly to prevent oxygen depletion, guard against fish theft, and manage daily feeding. These tasks, although not too labor-intensive indeed, required someone to be on-site regularly. But he couldn't possibly tie himself down there every day. Bro, are you really going to contract that pond? After holding back for a long time, Lu Xiaoyang finally asked from the passenger seat. Lu Xiaoyang had been lost in thought and almost forgot about his younger brother. Coming back to his senses, he smiled and replied, "Yes, you saw it. I signed a contract. So are you going to farm fish from now on?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Yes. Sort of. You'll have all the fish you can eat in the future." "Haha, but I still don't know how to cook fish, so we'll have to wait a bit. For now, let's head to the market and buy a free-range chicken to make a stew for you today." Just then the car stopped at an intersection, and Lu Xiaoyang turned his head to smile at his brother. Just then the car stopped at an intersection, and Lu Xiaoyang turned his head to smile at his brother. I can't quite explain. What he had seen before was a brother who had become much wealthier. But the brother before him seemed to be more than just wealthy. He had changed in his demeanor and attitude toward life. He had just negotiated a contract worth over 200,000 and was now excitedly heading off to buy a chicken to cook. In comparison, this little matter seemed even more significant. He couldn't quite articulate this feeling, he just thought it was really cool. Lu Xiaoyu held back for a while and finally expressed sincerely, "It just feels particularly classy." Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoyang burst into laughter. He didn't expect his brother to suddenly flatter him like that. "Is this classy? You haven't even tried my iron pot stew chicken. Once you do, you'll know what true class is." Feeling that his heartfelt praise was overshadowed by his brother's comparison to a chicken, Lu Xiaoyu protested, "How good can a chicken really be? It's extremely delicious." Lu Xiaoyu smiled confidently and soon drove them to the poultry market. It was a familiar stall, although it had been a while since he last visited. "Hey, big sister, business is here," Lu Xiaoyu shouted inside. A few seconds later, a plump lady wearing leather gloves hurried out upon hearing his voice. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyang, she laughed heartily. "Long time no see, little brother. Sister, your free-range chicken is so fragrant that I can't resist eating it every day. I took a break for 2 days to change my taste. I was thinking of you. My brother is on holiday these days, and I must treat him to your chicken." The plump lady laughed heartily, excited and cheerful, saying, "Today I'll pick out the fattest and tenderest chicken." Lu Xiaoyu was deeply moved by the hearty laughter and the enthusiastic smile of the plump sister before him. Although he had yet to taste the chicken, he was already convinced that the flavor would undoubtedly be exceptional. The plump sister rummaged through a few cleaned white chickens, finally picking one up and smiling at Lu Xiaoyang as she asked, "Brother, how about this one? Are you satisfied?" Lu Xiaoyang leaned forward to take a closer look and nodded, commenting, "It looks like it should be about a year old." As he spoke, he took the free-range chicken from the sister's hands and turned to his younger brother, earnestly explaining, "See this? Its claws are thin and rough, clearly a free-range chicken. This time of year is also suitable. Chickens that are too young turn mushy when stewed, while older ones are fatty. The nearly 1-year-old free-range chicken chosen by the sister is just right, with firm meat that won't be dry, tender and flavorful, perfect for stewing in an iron pot. It can release a delightful aroma, and the broth will be rich and fragrant without being greasy." Lu Xiaoyu was only partially understanding these culinary insights. However, he was even more astonished by how much his brother understood. If his brother were explaining 2 math or physics problems, he wouldn't think it strange at all. But when it came to a chicken, Lu Xiaoyang spoke not only with expertise, but also with great passion. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't quite grasp it, yet he felt a profound sense of respect. "Sister, am I right?" Lu Xiaoyang humbly sought confirmation from the sister. After listening, she smiled even more happily, saying, "Yes, you're absolutely right. You hit the nail on the head. Then I suppose my apprenticeship is complete." Lu Xiaoyang chuckled, clearly having learned these little bits of knowledge from the sister. "You've graduated. You can't let anyone deceive you in the future." The plump sister laughed so hard her eyes nearly disappeared. "Now you rest for a bit. They'll clean up and get the chicken stewing." Once home, Lu Xiaoyang put down his things and prepared to stew the chicken. "Brother, let me help you." Normally, Lu Xiaoyu would take this chance to play on his phone. But today was different. Under his brother's influence, he suddenly felt a significant interest in stewing chicken, or rather cooking in general. To be honest, boys his age, even those born in the countryside, rarely engage in any labor anymore. He had hardly ever entered a kitchen and had never shown interest before. However, the series of events that unfolded today made him hold his brother in great admiration to the point that even the activities his brother was engaged in became particularly appealing and anticipated. You want to help? That's rare. Lu Xiaoyang was slightly surprised, but didn't think much of it, and certainly, as he walked toward the kitchen with the chicken in hand, he instructed, then ride over to Uncle Hay's place. There's a small storage room piled with firewood. Get some and heat up the big iron pot with a pot of water. Okay, brother, I'm on it. Lu Xiaoyu replied, heading towards the electric bike parked nearby. Lu Xiaoyang reminded him again, be careful with the firewood at Uncle Hay's, it's stacked neatly. I wonder where he got so many pieces from. Make sure to replenish what we use, and we need to stock up some for ourselves too. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped, turning back with a puzzled expression. But brother, don't we need to scald the chicken's feathers first? This chicken has already been processed, right? Lu Xiaoyang smiled, and replied, it's not about scalding the feathers. The new iron pot hasn't been used yet, we need to boil a pot of water for cleaning. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly understood, and hopped on his bike to dash out. About an hour later, a rich meaty aroma wafted throughout the yard. Brother, this chicken smells amazing. Lu Xiaoyu squatted by the iron pot, sniffing the enticing aroma wafting from within. The heat rising from the stove made him sweat profusely, but he paid it no mind. Lu Xiaoyang sat a bit farther away on a small stool, leisurely fanning himself with a palm leaf, smiling as he said, while the aroma is important, the taste is even more crucial. With that aroma, how could it taste anything less than amazing? Lu Xiaoyu said confidently. Hee. Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh at his brother's eager demeanor. He nudged the function that was also drawn in by the aroma before getting up to grab a spoon. These potatoes and mushrooms. Lu Xiaoyang looked at the two ingredients added earlier, nodding, as he said, they're about ready, time to eat. All right. Lu Xiaoyu sprang up as soon as he heard this. With just one dish, simple yet extravagant, it was served on the table. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Xiaoyu had his mouth glistening with oil. This is so delicious, brother. I can hardly contain my tears. I've never had such delicious stewed chicken before. Whether it was the tender and flavor-infused chicken, the rich and melt-in-your-mouth potatoes, or the broth-rich mushrooms, everything was simply divine. He easily polished off a bowl of rice. Slow down or no one is competing with you. Lu Xiaoyang smiled, faintly feeling happy seeing his brother enjoy the meal so much. However, he remained calm and composed, showcasing a bit of a seasoned chef's demeanor. Not to brag, but the dish he prepared was indeed quite impressive. Brother, why don't you open a restaurant? It would surely be packed every day with people lining up to eat. Lu Xiaoyu said with his mouth stuffed full. If your brother's restaurant has long been opened. Lu Xiaoyang thought to himself, choosing to keep that topic under wraps for now. His brother still didn't know about operating a restaurant. Perhaps it was something to discuss later. This kid's mind was filled with these new things that would be troublesome if he lost interest in studying. Lu Xiaoyu continued to eat, while taking out his phone to snap a couple of pictures of the dishes on the table. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He thought of something, quickly flipping the camera around to secretly take a couple of side profile shots of his brother. Along with the earlier picture of his brother guarding the stove, this was something he had just taken to send to their mother. Little did Lu Xiaoyu realize this had even greater utility. Lu Xiaoyu opened his social media app and quickly edited a 9-grid layout. Out of the 9 pictures, Lu Xiaoyang filled 5 of them. Then he added a picture of a little cat curled up at his feet, followed by 2 high-definition food photos. The last one was of himself with his mouth dripping with oil, looking just like an emotionally charged buyer's review. Lu Xiaoyu eloquently remarked, the offerings from a dear brother are comparable to the culinary skills of a 5-star chef, each bite fragrant and full of lingering flavors. I wonder how happy my future sister-in-law will be. Lu Xiaoyu nodded with pride, feeling that this post was truly unbeatable. However, he cast a slightly guilty glance at his brother across the table. The term sister-in-law felt a bit abrupt, a little risky. He feared his brother might scold him. So the solution was simple, just block the person involved. Lu Xiaoyu silently blocked his brother and clicked to post. Then he casually opened Xia Ran's moments. Teacher Xia's latest post was a sentiment shared after proctoring an exam in the evening. Lu Xiaoyu had never actively liked the teacher's post before. He glanced up quietly, thinking that for his dear brother taking a risk was worth it. Thus he gritted his teeth and made an exception by liking Teacher Xia's post, hoping that she would notice his own moments through this gesture. Then he beheld the impressive figure of his brother cooking. After finishing up, Lu Xiaoyu, recalling his thoughtful efforts, felt moved and served himself another bowl of rice. Lu Xiaoyang was completely unaware of his younger brother's little actions, simply feeling gratified as he watched him eat heartily. In the following days, Lu Xiaoyang began to systematically learn fish farming from Grandpa Qian. He quickly mastered the basic maintenance procedures. To be honest, it wasn't too difficult. It mainly involved feeding at specific times and monitoring for oxygen deficiencies at night. As long as someone kept watch, ensuring the oxygenation equipment was functioning properly, and being vigilant against theft, it was generally quite easy. The oxygenation equipment had an alarm system, and the anti-theft measures included comprehensive surveillance, which truly did not require too much effort. The only requirement was to have someone on duty. Now that the contract was signed, Grandpa's role had transformed into a technical advisor. Naturally, Lu Xiaoyang felt awkward asking Grandpa Qian to stay overnight. He had not hired anyone yet, so he prepared to roll up his bedding and temporarily stay in the small room. Unexpectedly, Grandpa turned to him and said he had quarreled with his elderly partner and needed to hide here for a few days of peace. Thus, Grandpa continued to reside in the small room for the time being. However, Lu Xiaoyang faced a crucial issue. He urgently needed to recruit an assistant. For a moment, he found himself at a loss, unsure of where to begin searching for a reliable helper. He even considered whether he should simply ask his dad to come. This job was not exhausting at all. In fact, it could be said to be quite leisurely, perfectly suitable for his father to do as a way to enjoy retirement. However, after some thought, Lu Xiaoyang decisively dismissed this idea. Meeting his father daily in a work environment felt strange, even a bit frightening. They say distance creates beauty. Lu Xiaoyang felt this expression applied just as well to the father-son relationship. It was better for them to maintain some distance for a more graceful dynamic. Lu Xiaoyang firmly believed that it would be more appropriate to open a small shop for his parents later. Besides, being under his parents' watch every day would rob him of too much freedom. Grandpa Qian, the meals are ready. Let's eat first. Since Grandpa had quarreled with his partner, he naturally could not go back to eat. Out of gratitude, Lu Xiaoyang would make it a point to deliver meals to Grandpa for the next couple of days. Grandpa Qian strolled over leisurely, sitting down at the outdoor stone table. He glanced at Lu Xiaoyang and asked, "Did you make this yourself again, kid?" "Yes, I made it myself, a rib dish and some bok choy." "Grandpa, please give it a try and see if it suits your taste." Lu Xiaoyang opened the lunchbox with a smile and pushed it towards Grandpa. "All right, kid, I know the dishes you make. After getting used to your cooking these past couple of days, I almost feel reluctant." Grandpa Qian looked at the two dishes in the lunchbox, and just from their appearance they were certainly very tempting. After eating for the past 2 days, he was indeed qualified to comment. The first day he tasted Lu Xiaoyang's cooking, he was thoroughly impressed. Having lived for so many years and dined at countless restaurants, the number of juniors who he could praise like this was indeed. Yet this kid claimed he had hardly ever cooked before. Grandpa Qian was reluctant to believe this, but on the other hand his curiosity only grew. He wasn't lying, just based on this skill, he truly felt reluctant to leave. "I'll take that as you praising me, Grandpa." Lu Xiaoyang chuckled, not taking it too seriously. He now realized that cooking was just a matter of habit. As long as you keep at it, you truly wouldn't feel it was hard work. Moreover, with such a beautiful kitchen, not utilizing it would be a crime. And just as Grandpa said, he had to admit that he indeed seemed to have a talent for cooking. At least everyone who had tasted his cooking thus far had praised it. It made him feel that he had acquired a skill to even if his bonus disappeared now in a pinch, he could still work as a decent chef in a restaurant, so he wouldn't go hungry. While enjoying the delicious meal Lu Xiaoyang had brought, Grandpa Qian said, "Xiao Lu, my son mentioned knowing you, and old Su seems to be quite familiar with you as well. You must be well aware of the situation at this fish pond. Money can be made, but not much. Now that you're determined to rent it, what are your thoughts? You're not like an old man like me where profit doesn't matter much." Lu Xiaoyang gazed at the calm surface of the pond, smiling. "Actually, Grandpa, whether it makes money or not doesn't matter much to me." Grandpa Qian's slightly cloudy eyes looked at Lu Xiaoyang, shaking his head as he picked up a piece of rib, enjoying his meal. He didn't believe it. The old man clearly didn't care about making a profit. Lu Xiaoyang was not an old man. This was his most initial and genuine thought. Of course, even if he wasn't aiming to make a fortune, he still needed to earn enough to pay the workers. If he couldn't even earn that little bit of money, he would be utterly embarrassed to say so. "Grandpa Qian, I've been exploring the area recently and found that our pond is indeed quite large." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Qian's face relaxed. Needless to say, this pond is large, not to mention it's big, even when compared to Yunzhao. "So, Grandpa, I have a not so mature idea that I'd like to share with you." "What idea?" "I want to divide this fish pond in half. One small section will still be used for fishing, while the larger section will be dedicated to aquaculture. What do you think?" Hearing this, Grandpa Qian paused his chopsticks, thought for a moment, and slowly nodded. This idea wasn't particularly surprising, at least he had thought about it long ago. With such a large pond, using it solely for fishing in a county was indeed a bit wasteful. But he was unwilling to go through the trouble, which was why he had merely thought about it without taking action. Grandpa Qian didn't find it strange that Lu Xiaoyang had this idea. For Lu Xiaoyang, he genuinely wanted to continue fishing. Whether it was profitable or not didn't matter, it was more about sentiment and gathering some popularity for the area. A large aquaculture pond would serve as the core support for the operation of this fish pond. Behind him was a restaurant, a Xiang barbecue, ensuring he had no worries about selling the fish. After finishing their meal, Grandpa Qian and Lu Xiaoyang sat down under a tree with a pot of tea. Lu Xiaoyang poured tea for both of them and leisurely said, "Grandpa, actually, I have another not so mature idea that I would like your advice on." Indeed, there was an even bolder concept in his mind. Old Master Qian remained silent, quietly watching Lu Xiaoyang, waiting for him to continue. Lu Xiaoyang did not hesitate, pondering for a moment before continuing. Uncle, I was thinking that since it is refined aquaculture, perhaps we could take it a step further and try to raise ecological fish with clean meat and no drug residues. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already see lively fish swimming around. We strive to carve out a niche in special aquaculture. What do you think? Isn't it quite interesting? Indeed, this was the idea that had emerged in his mind since taking over the fish pond. Although the initial thought of contracting the fish pond was simply to find a place to relax, he had not thought too much about making a profit. However, once he truly took it over, he could not help but invest effort into it. Keeping the fishing area was a small sentiment he was willing to adhere to, and that was perfectly fine. Dividing the pond into two parts, one for commercial aquaculture, was his strategy to ensure stable operations. Yet as he thought further, he felt that merely raising fish would be somewhat dull. Thus the notion of ecological aquaculture unexpectedly jumped into his mind. Compared to that, this seemed much more interesting and meaningful. Lu Xiaoyang was excited about this idea, but his past identity as an advertiser reminded him to maintain a cautious attitude. Old Master Qian was an experienced aquaculturist, and Lu Xiaoyang was eager to hear his opinion on the matter. He had thought that the old man would greatly praise his idea, but unexpectedly he was met with a roll of the eyes and a cold retort. After all, you are young. It's good to have a sharp mind, but being too lively isn't necessarily a good thing. It can lead to reckless ideas. Old Master Qian clicked his tongue, unable to help but shake his head. He had just thought that Lu Xiaoyang, despite being young, had some ideas by suggesting to split the pond and develop both ends. However, once the phrase ecological aquaculture was mentioned, the old man sighed directly. Ecological aquaculture, this is just a marketing gimmick with more hype than substance. Old Master Qian's white beard trembled slightly as he said, filled with disappointment, "You haven't thought it through. In such a small place like Yunzhou, where is the market for your ecological fish? Even if there is, how big can it be? Can you sell them? How much can you sell? Have you considered these issues? Are you planning to go to the market yourself for this pond of fish?" Old Master Qian's voice grew louder. Ecological fish, ecological fish. Since you're thinking of ecological fish, I might as well contract the surrounding land to you as well. You can also grow a patch of ecological vegetables. By then you'll end up losing everything, and it will save you from dreaming up more ideas. However, these heartfelt words of warning sounded like heavenly music to Lu Xiaoyang, illuminating his eyes. He slowly stood up, looking around at the open space. He remembered that previously Qian Lei casually mentioned that this whole piece of land belonged to their family. Indeed, having a fish pond is great, and growing some vegetables alongside, it would be the perfect match. Deep down, he even had a Indeed, having a fish pond is great, and growing some vegetables alongside, it would be the perfect match. Deep down, he even had a childhood obsession with growing vegetables. He was from a rural background, and clearly remembered having a vegetable garden. That small garden always yielded an abundance of vegetables throughout the year. It was like their family's magical vegetable garden. Thus, when he decorated his new house, the first thing he thought of was to reserve a small patch of land for a vegetable garden. However, that small patch of land was still too tiny. Rather than truly growing vegetables, it was more like a space for mental relaxation. Just a few days ago, he had been thinking about visiting Wang Wei's vegetable base. In that moment, all these insignificant thoughts seemed to connect together, forming a concrete idea. Lu Xiaoyang clapped his hands excitedly, saying, "Uncle, you are absolutely right. I think this is a great idea." "What?" Old Master Qian opened his eyes wide and stood up, asking, "Are you kidding me, boy?" He saw that Lu Xiaoyang was bright and his actions were somewhat steady. He did not seem like someone who couldn't comprehend the implications. How could a casual joke from him ignite such enthusiasm in this young man? Unless he was purposely teasing the old man. Otherwise, this joke was too serious. Lu Xiaoyang was genuinely happy. "Uncle, I speak from the heart. I think your idea is truly fantastic. How large is the surrounding land, since it all belongs to your family?" Old Master Qian waved his hand, stepping back a bit, looking at him with piercing eyes, and asking, "Boy, you can't really be thinking this way, can you? One ecological fish isn't enough, and now you want to add ecological vegetables. I can't even imagine how badly this young man is going to fail. If this idea is born from my words, I would bear a heavy responsibility." "Really? I couldn't be more serious, Uncle." Lu Xiaoyang nodded vigorously. "You've startled me, old man." Old Master Qian shook his gray beard and said, "I can't talk to you about this. You go back and discuss it with my son. But I must tell you, you're not married yet, and if you lose all your money for marrying a wife through this, don't come looking for me." "Don't worry, Uncle. If I do lose money, it has nothing to do with you," Lu Xiaoyang said with a calm smile. Seeing Old Master Qian looking at him with a somewhat strange expression, Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that wanting him to lose his wife money by growing some vegetables was indeed a bit of a stretch. Seeing that the old man was about to think he was out of his mind, Lu Xiaoyang decided not to press further and prepared to find an opportunity to discuss it with Qian Lei. A day later, Lu Xiaoyang delivered meals to Grandpa Qian, as usual. On his way back, he happened to run into Gao Caiyun, whom he hadn't seen in a while. They spotted each other across the street and waved warmly. "Brother, it's been days. Everything okay?" Gao Caiyun glanced around, and seeing no cars, she cycled directly to his side. "I'm doing well, Sister Yin. How about you?" Lu Xiaoyang replied with a polite smile. "Oh, same as always, running around checking out properties, showing clients around. I just finished photographing a house." Gao Caiyun glanced at her shop nearby and casually invited, "Want to come in for a glass of water?" Lu Xiaoyang hesitated for a couple of seconds, then figured he had nothing better to do. "Sure, Sister Yin, if it's no trouble." His ready agreement caught Gao Caiyun off guard, leaving her a little surprised. "No trouble at all. Let's go." Her invitation had been more out of professional habit, a polite gesture. She hadn't expected him to actually accept. Not that she wasn't welcoming or sincere. It was just that his decisiveness was unexpected. Once inside the shop, Lu Xiaoyang felt familiar enough. They sat down in the meeting room. "Our tea selection is simple, brother. Don't mind it." Gao Caiyun didn't make a fuss, as she simply brewed a cup of green tea in a paper cup. Lu Xiaoyang took it politely. "Sister Yin, you're too kind. Just having some water is fine. It's nothing, just a casual gesture." Gao Caiyun sat down across from him and smiled. "You must be busy lately, brother. I've passed by your restaurant several times, and even ate there twice with colleagues and family. The food was incredible and business is booming. I never ran into you, though. You must be run off your feet every day." She still remembered clearly. Right there in that room, Lu Xiaoyang had casually said, "If there's no suitable place to rent, just buy one." She also recalled the shock she felt at the time. This man, much younger than her, spoke with such nonchalance. Now, just over a month later, the newly purchased shop had opened its doors at an astonishing speed. Business was nothing short of explosive. Looking back at his decisiveness in buying the shop, she couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he could make big money. "Sister Yin, I don't handle the restaurant. I'm rarely there," Lu Xiaoyang said frankly. Gao Caiyun looked at him in surprise. "You're not there? With business so good you don't have to watch over it yourself?" If it were her business, she'd want to keep an eye on it 24 hours a day. "No, my partner, brother Xiang, whom you've met, handles everything. I don't get involved in the restaurant's operations." "Oh, I see." Gao Caiyun shook her head, slightly filled with emotion. She couldn't imagine how much money such a thriving business must be making. Yet the man before her still seemed unfazed, just like when he had made the snap decision to buy the property. It dawned on her that ever since she'd met Lu Xiaoyang, he had always been this unflappable. Perhaps she was the one making a big deal out of nothing. Gao Caiyun remembered him joking about dreaming of leisurely fishing, so she asked with a smile, "So what have you been up to, brother? Not actually busy fishing, are you?" "I did some fishing, but now I've switched to fish farming," Lu Xiaoyang replied, taking a sip of tea. "Fish farming?" Gao Caiyun didn't quite catch on. "Yes, fish farming. I've leased a fish pond." Lu Xiaoyang didn't hide it. "You leased a fish pond?" Gao Caiyun repeated, thinking she had misheard. "Yes, a fish pond." At that moment, Lu Xiaoyang thought of a problem that had been bothering him. He could discuss it with her, and maybe she would. He took the opportunity to ask, "Sister Yin, I just thought of something. Do you have any connections that could help?" "What is it, brother? Go ahead." Gao Caiyun was still processing the news about the fish pond, but quickly responded. Lu Xiaoyang got straight to the point. "I need a long-term caretaker for the pond. Do you know anyone reliable and down-to-earth you could recommend?" Gao Caiyun asked seriously, "I see. Any specific requirements?" Lu Xiaoyang thought for a moment. "Preferably someone older, since they'd need to stay there full-time. I doubt a younger person could adapt to that kind of life. A steady, honest, middle-aged man would do. Living conditions won't be bad. They'll provide a kitchen, meals, accommodation, and insurance. That's all I can think of for now. Let me think." Gao Caiyun pondered for about half a minute, then suddenly clapped her hands. "Got it. I actually know someone." "Really?" Lu Xiaoyang put down his teacup, his eyes lighting up with surprise. He had just been testing his luck, never expecting her to have a candidate so quickly. Gao Caiyun smiled and continued, "I'm talking about my boyfriend's uncle. He's from a village now in his 60s, but still very fit. He's a retired veteran who can't stand being idle. He just finished a job managing an elevator at a construction site, and now he's jobless and looking for work again." Lu Xiaoyang's eyes grew brighter as he listened. This was a perfect match. A retired veteran, the right age, able to endure solitude and hard work. This uncle can handle hard work and is definitely capable, but there's one thing. "What is it, Sister Yin?" "Please." "He has a disability in one arm, so he can't do very heavy labor." "I see." Lu Xiaoyang didn't feel put off, instead a deep sense of respect rose within him. If he was a retired veteran, that arm likely had a touching story behind it. He immediately